In dimension SAD 2343, Earth designation SDE 878, a brilliant orange light suddenly erupted above a bustling coastal metropolis, blazing like an exploding flashbang. Cries of alarm echoed throughout the city as countless citizens looked skyward, their eyes filled with disbelief. The orange radiance vanished in an instant, but dark fissures quietly materialized, a black void 4 to 5 meters long suspended high in the air, nearly imperceptible without the preceding phenomenon. Before anyone could regain their composure, a man stepped out from the fissure, walking on air. A real person in the sky. Hushed exclamations rippled through the crowd below. Some suspected it was a balloon, others thought it was a hallucination. But the fissure quickly dissipated while the man remained suspended in midair, wearing a white t-shirt with his eyes closed, floating steadily without any visible support, even the air around him perfectly still. A helicopter thundered closer, its pilot and observer witnessing the impossible sight first, and the man simply hung there in the air, motionless. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, azure light blazing from his pupils as mystical magical circuits rippled outward in expanding rings. The pilot couldn't help but cry out, as everything before them completely shattered their understanding of reality. This was definitely no ordinary person. The airborne figure was none other than Shin-Yi. Through his precision observation magic, he instantly tracked the surrounding helicopter's trajectory, his expression showing a hint of helplessness. As expected, he still couldn't avoid causing a commotion. Despite choosing high-altitude teleportation, he still failed to keep a low profile. At this moment, he had already gathered basic intelligence about this world, confirming through observation that this was an ultra-low magic environment, nearly identical to the previous world. Forget it. Now isn't the time to make contact with this world's authorities. With that thought, Shin-Yi's form flickered through ripples and vanished completely before everyone's eyes, leaving behind a group of stunned crew members. Each person's palms were sweating, hearts racing. Everyone understood this was absolutely a momentous event. Shin-Yi had now quietly landed on the city streets, moving through the crowds like just another remarkably handsome young man. The noise and prosperity of the modern metropolis left him momentarily disoriented. In his mind, the word system appeared as he silently summoned his personal interface. The savior system, its origins a mystery, only knew he was the chosen savior, required to traverse countless worlds on the brink of destruction to prevent civilizational collapse. This was already his second apocalyptic world. The previous world had faced a deadly viral crisis with extreme mutation capabilities. It wasn't just a zombie virus, but an apocalyptic pathogen that could spread rapidly through multiple vectors, with an extremely high fatality rate and continuous self-evolution. Back then, Shin-Yi's power was far inferior to now, and he hadn't truly understood the nature of apocalypse. The system's rewards were extremely simple: 1 point for each person saved, lottery draws for items, and the ability to purchase drawn items infinitely with points. If not for his incredible luck at the final moment, drawing the rare item, Wizard, and turning the tide with universal healing potions, that world would have been completely doomed. Even so, he only managed to save fewer than 2 million people before quietly departing, too ashamed to call himself a savior. What kind of savior is this? Shin-Yi reflected on the past, his expression darkening. But soon, he rallied himself again. A savior's heart couldn't be too soft. Learning detachment was a required course, because he faced endless despair and the fate of billions of lives. He set his primary objective: gathering world information, especially cutting-edge technology. Lost in thought, a gentle voice suddenly came from beside him. A bright, adorable girl appeared, wearing an exquisite purple apron uniform, clearly a restaurant server. Her smile was sweet, her gaze clear, as if she might say, "So handsome. Sir, would you like to try our MO Family Restaurant's experimental new dish for free? It's personally prepared by our young mistress." The reason for her selection from the crowd was obvious. Shin-Yi took the flyer, surprised. "You let customers try experimental dishes?" The girl tilted her head playfully. "That's why it's free. Though our young mistress isn't famous yet, her skills absolutely rival a level 5 chef. She's launching this new dish to get feedback from all types of people." Shin-Yi keenly noticed the reference to level 5 chef. He casually used a basic investigation scroll, costing only 10 points, and immediately learned that in this world, chefs held extremely high status. Cuisine could not only extend life and cure illness, but also bring ultimate spiritual pleasure. The world's low magic nature was completely manifested through the culinary arts. Shin-Yi's interest was immediately piqued. Before encountering the system, he had been a young man who loved good food. "All right, I agree." Shin-Yi nodded decisively. "Wonderful!" the girl exclaimed softly, then blushed and covered her lips with her hand. She turned sideways and gestured invitingly. "This way, please." Walking together, they arrived at a 100-story skyscraper. Its exterior was composed of mirrored glass and metal with sleek, luxurious lines, yet this entire building was just a restaurant. This alone demonstrated how seriously this world took its culinary industry. This was Shin-Yi's first visit to such a world, and he felt both curious and excited. When the elevator doors opened, he noticed many other guests around him, similarly escorted by girls in matching uniforms. Elderly people, children, wealthy ladies, workers, their attire ranging from fur coats to work clothes, as if they had truly been randomly invited from the streets. So they really are conducting experiments, he chuckled softly. Worried he might misunderstand, the girl quickly explained, "Please don't worry, sir. Given the young lady's personality, she would never serve failed dishes to guests. It's fine." Shinny maintained his smile. The gentle curve of his lips made several nearby girls' hearts race. After becoming a wizard, his charm seemed to be turned to max, and that unique aura was particularly devastating to people from low-magic worlds. Suddenly, a sense of warning emerged. Shin-Yi glanced at the security cameras in the corner, thinking, "They've locked onto me this quickly? Impressive." In such a short time, the authorities had confirmed his location through corporate surveillance, indicating that the local government's efficiency and coordination with businesses were quite excellent. If doomsday were to come, this kind of efficiency would undoubtedly be crucial. With these thoughts, Shun-Yi took his seat with the others. Everyone was arranged in semi-enclosed booths resembling private dining rooms, intimate, yet convenient for observation. "Thank you all for waiting." Before long, a young woman emerged gracefully from the back. She wore an exquisite qipao with violet patterns and a tall hat. Her voice, smile, and demeanor were all as gentle as bridges and flowing water in a Jiangnan evening, warming people's hearts. With those words from Miss Umo, any wait would be worthwhile. A middle-aged businessman in a suit responded cheerfully, expressing what most people felt. Emochio lowered her eyelashes shyly and smiled, her cheeks quickly flushing pink. A good mood could enhance one's sense of taste, and she seemed to have a natural talent in this regard. Even Shun-Yi felt relaxed at this moment, thinking, if the upcoming dishes are truly flavorful, it would be perfect. Today's dish, a touch of red among 10,000 flowers, a Chinese pastry. As she introduced it, an accompanying girl stepped forward with a tray, but it was Emochio herself who personally placed the plates before each guest. Her smile was like water, her movements elegant. When it was Shun-Yi's turn, Emochio couldn't help but blink, seeming momentarily stunned. It wasn't until she caught Shun-Yi's gaze and the faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth that her cheeks suddenly flushed red. "Please enjoy," Emochio said softly to mask her shyness, then turned to attend to the next customer. However, Shun-Yi clearly caught the sudden quickening of her heartbeat and sighed inwardly. This troublesome charm of mine. He pulled his thoughts back and looked down at the tray. It was a typical Chinese pastry, yellow, purple, and green petals scattered around the edges, with a bright red rose nestled in the center. The name was equally fitting, a touch of red among 10,000 flowers. It was so exquisite, like a work of art, that one could hardly bear to disturb it with chopsticks. Shun-Yi eventually picked up a petal and placed it in his mouth. The petal instantly melted on his tongue, and a delicate pear blossom fragrance quickly filled his mouth. The sweetness resonated in his chest, making him wonder if this was what love tasted like. He then patiently savored each color. Every petal had a distinct flavor. Especially that touch of red. The rose fragrance layered with honey sweetness seemed to transport him to an endless garden where various fragrances wafted one after another, lifting his spirits. This was, without a doubt, the most delicious thing he had ever tasted in his life. After the last piece, he closed his eyes for a long moment, savoring the lingering taste. "Sir?" came a gentle voice. Emochio had somehow appeared beside him, her delicate features filled with anticipation. "Could you share your thoughts?" Shun-Yi opened his eyes and looked at her. "It's so delicious that it's making me fall in love with this world." Yet his voice carried a hint of melancholy and regret. Emochio tilted her head slightly, her long black hair swaying gently, clearly puzzled. She believed her heartfelt cooking could bring warmth and happiness, but the smile on Shun-Yi's face gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness, his gaze sharp as a blade. A wave of panic washed over Emochio. Was he dissatisfied? Hurt and indignation intertwined. This was the first time she had seen a customer show such an expression after tasting her cooking. She didn't know that Shun-Yi was precisely shocked by this very deliciousness. Something so wonderful should never be destroyed in the future. Even in his previous world, he had never felt such determination as he did now. To save this world, to protect these exquisite foods. "Sir." Emochio's voice remained gentle, but was clearly more resolute. "Please wait a moment. Emochio will surely bring you something even more satisfying." "No, not now." Shun-Yi shook his head, his gaze shifting toward the restaurant entrance. Someone was coming. From the very beginning, a group of men in suits had been gathering at the entrance. Their broad shoulders and steady gait made the security guards retreat to the corners, too intimidated to approach. The difference in presence was unmistakable. "They found me this quickly?" Shun-Yi looked up with an indifferent expression. This wasn't his first time dealing with such people, and he knew that to achieve his goals, the first step was to keep his face completely detached from his inner thoughts. Emochio also noticed the commotion at the entrance, but before she could speak, The group had already stepped into the private dining room. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a straight back and a gentle smile, who, along with his colleagues behind him, had silenced their footsteps. Miss Mo, sorry to interrupt your dinner. The middle-aged man turned his gaze to Shun Yi. We have some matters we'd like to discuss with this gentleman. He presented a neatly folded credential Special Affairs Bureau. Mo Chio recognized it. This department handled spies and other special incidents. May I ask, is there something that can't wait until after the meal? Her voice remained soft, yet carried an unmistakable firmness. As a chef, I cannot accept my guests being disturbed before they've finished dining. This statement also reflected the status of chefs in this world. The lead man glanced at the clean plate in front of Shin Yifi, had deliberately waited until the guest put down his utensils before entering, knowing this young lady's temperament was well known throughout high society. However, thinking of the footage he had just watched, his heart still skipped a beat. Then, never mind. Shun Yi suddenly spoke, first looking at the lead man, then at Mo Chio. You simply want to ask about my identity and my purpose for coming to your world. For me, these aren't difficult to explain. The man's expression became instantly animated, but he reacted quickly, immediately sitting down across from Shun Yi. Then I'll respectfully accept your offer. Meanwhile, his colleagues had quietly guided the other people outside the private room to leave, closing the door to shut out the noise. Mo Chio didn't leave. She widened her eyes, her mind echoing those words, purpose for coming to your world. Your world? Miss Mo. The lead man turned his head to signal her, his tone saying little but the meaning crystal clear. This might be a sixth kind contact an outsider, a matter of great importance. Let her stay too. Shin Yi spoke again, picking up his dessert tea and taking a light sip. What I'm about to say, she has the right to know as well. He didn't intend to leave everything entirely to the authorities. Mo Chio's identity represented another major force in this world, the culinary enterprises and chef community. Since the guest says so, Mo Chio took a deep breath and settled firmly into the seat across from Shun Yi. She had realized this was no ordinary matter, yet for some reason didn't want to leave, perhaps because her cuisine hadn't truly satisfied this guest. The lead man readjusted his breathing, his tone serious yet courteous. My surname is Che, given name Yongchong. He first introduced himself, then said with utmost solemnity, First, on behalf of our world and our nation, I welcome you, sir. Boom. Mo Chio felt her head buzzing, her lips half-parted, unable to utter a single coherent word. When Shun Yi had mentioned, your world, earlier, she had vaguely sensed something was off, but she had instinctively attributed it to some peculiar way of speaking. Now, Che Yongchang's address confirmed her unease. This guest before them truly wasn't from this world? I just served my cooking to an alien? And he didn't seem particularly satisfied? Waves of shock crashed through her mind, yet she could only press her lips tightly shut to avoid losing her composure. I accept your welcome. Shin Yi's expression remained calm, his tone steady. My surname is Shun, given name Yi, from Earth designation AD 876. As you can see, I am also Chinese. Che Yongchang's eyelid twitched slightly. The information in that single sentence was overwhelming. Earth, with a designation number? As a modern person, he wasn't unfamiliar with such concepts, having encountered similar ideas in various fantasy works. He suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain composure. May I ask, Mr. Shun, are you referring to parallel worlds? You may understand it that way. Shin Yi nodded. Earth AD 876 is my homeland. Compared to your world, the differences aren't significant. The era and technological level are essentially the same, with only variations in history and culture. He was deliberately fostering a sense of kinship. Rather than being treated as a completely alien visitor, it was better to emphasize their shared identity as a fellow Chinese from Earth. Indeed, this explanation visibly relaxed Che Yongchang's expression. But new questions immediately arose. Then, sir, how did you arrive in our world? Che Yongchang hadn't forgotten the bizarre scene of Shun Yi's initial appearance hovering in midair, eyes glowing, then suddenly vanishing. Various theories about supernatural abilities flashed through his mind. Mo Chio, having just recovered her composure, also stared at Shun Yi with intense curiosity. At this moment, Shun Yi straightened his spine, his gaze suddenly sharp as an unsheathed blade. Earth designation AD 876 is merely my homeland. His voice was low yet resonant. I myself belong to a cross-dimensional organization, the Pan-Human Order Protection Association, serving as a World Salvation Special Agent. Each word struck their hearts like a hammer blow. Mo Chio's eyes instantly lost focus, her delicate features filled with bewilderment. Though more composed than her, Che Yongchang couldn't hide the dramatic change in his expression. Pan-Human Order Protection Association? World Salvation Special Agent? If he hadn't misheard, those two words, World Salvation, meant exactly what they literally implied. Che Yongchang felt adrenaline surging wildly, his heartbeat nearly bursting from his chest, yet he still held on to a final hope as he carefully confirmed. Mr. Shun, when you say world salvation, do you mean literally? Shin Yi's gaze was piercing, his face devoid of any hint of jest. The human civilization of your world is about to face destruction and apocalyptic disaster capable of exterminating every single human being. Buzz, this time it wasn't just Emochio. Even Che Yongchong felt his head buzzing. Human civilization is going to be destroyed? All humans, completely extinct. Che Yongchong's Adam's apple bobbed as his voice sounded strangled. All of humanity. Emochio's chest tightened painfully. After a long moment, neither of them had recovered from those words, and vivid images gradually surfaced in their minds: the panicked faces of family members, neon lights on familiar streets, the bustling yet warm kitchen, and the nighttime glow of the entire city. Everything would turn to ash in the apocalypse. How could this happen? Emochio murmured. She loved cooking and enjoyed watching customers' faces light up when they tasted her dishes. She treasured her parents and younger sister, and cared about the colleagues and friends who worked alongside her until late into the night. If the world were destroyed, all these precious moments would be erased. Shun Yi watched the dramatic changes in their expressions and sighed silently. The apocalypse wasn't a personal tragedy for one or two people. It was more terrifying than any war because it meant complete annihilation. Beauty and ugliness, familiar and strange, love and hate, everything would be wiped away together. He had witnessed such an ending firsthand in the previous world, had even tried to resist, but came to understand his own insignificance and powerlessness. Mr. Shan, could there be some mistake? Che Yongchong desperately grasped at hope. Our world is very peaceful right now. Although there are disputes between nations, they're all exercising restraint. There couldn't possibly be nuclear war. Could it be an asteroid? Shen Yi didn't answer directly. He simply raised his hand and lightly touched the table with his fingertip. Snapped like a drop of ink falling into clear water. Visible ripples instantly spread outward, enveloping the entire table, the whole restaurant, and all three of them. Emochio and Che Yongchong still felt themselves sitting in soft chairs, but their surroundings had transformed into boundless starry space, as if they were inside an immersive 5D theater. Our association can save human civilization across worlds thanks to two core technologies. Shen Yi's voice was exceptionally clear among the starlight. First, cross-world transportation. Second, human civilization observation. He paused briefly before continuing his explanation. Cross-world transportation, as the name suggests, allows travel between different worlds. Human civilization observation combines science, magic, mystical arts, and many other systems to directly observe the essence of things. As his words fell, the starry sky seemed to hit fast forward, with brilliant points of light streaking past them, like gazing through the porthole of a high-speed spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, a massive azure planet appeared before them. That's our planet. Che Yongchong recognized it immediately, but was simultaneously stunned by another sight. The planet's surface was covered with burning points of light, as if someone had planted candles across every continent. Shun Yi said calmly. The principles are too complex. I can only explain simply: as long as civilization exists, as long as human activity continues, it brings change to the world. This depends on civilization's own will and direction. We call this the flame of civilization. However, he fell silent again. Emochio and Che Yongchong followed his gaze and saw the flames covering the planet dimming at a visible rate. Brilliant points of light were being extinguished piece by piece, as if erased by an invisible giant hand. The flames spread across the planet were disappearing. Vast swaths of them disappearing. Though it was still the same planet, it was rapidly growing dim. The diminishing light was like an invisible hand that suddenly gripped the hearts of Che Yongchong and Emochio. Shun Yi had already explained earlier: those points of light on the celestial dome were traces of civilizational activity. Now, they were extinguishing cluster by cluster, until the last glimmer was completely snuffed out, leaving only a planet as silent as death. This is what we observed 3 years later: Earth, designated SDE 878, the very planet beneath your feet. Shun Yi gazed at the lifeless blue world. In less than 2 years, nearly all human activity vanished. By the 3rd year, the remaining embers were completely extinguished. Based on our experience, this is sufficient to determine human extinction, which is why I came here with the mission to save humanity. Before he finished speaking, Che Yongchong whipped his head around and stared intently at Shun Yi. If all this were true, then the man before him was a savior. But Shun Yi gently shook his head. If you pin all your hopes on me, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I do carry this mission and am committed to saving humanity, but disaster is disaster. Our association is not omnipotent. He deliberately crafted the image of the Panhuman Guardian Association. First, to explain the powers granted by the system. Second, to quickly gain trust. And third, to intimidate potential troublemakers. However, he never guaranteed success, much less promised that no one would perish. With that, Shun Yi touched the table surface again. The surrounding scene suddenly shifted. Towering buildings rose up, neon signs with clearly visible Chinese characters flickered dimly, yet not a single living soul could be seen. The streets were chaotic, with garbage bags dancing wildly in the wind, and the city was so quiet that only the rustling sound of plastic hitting the ground could be heard. Before Che Yongchang and Mo Chio could make sense of the situation, Shun Yi spoke quietly. This was the scene of my previous mission. He glanced at the two, then surveyed this familiar yet empty metropolis, his expression showing undisguised loneliness and sorrow for the first time. Here, humanity completely vanished in less than a year. The culprit was a virus. The disaster came too quickly, and this world's leaders were deeply distrustful of me. Even at the final moment, they couldn't unite. If they had worked together earlier to contain the virus's spread and mutation, when I developed the antidote, there wouldn't have been fewer than 2 million survivors left. Fewer than 2 million? Emochio whispered, her voice filled with disbelief. The empty city still bore traces of that catastrophe. Faded epidemic prevention slogans on walls, scattered protective suits on the ground, and disinfectant solidified into chunks. Che Yongchang observed more carefully than Mo. Apocalyptic scenes in movies were often full of flaws. But this city had no set design inconsistencies. Every piece of broken glass, every rust stain was terrifyingly realistic. He could even deduce the chaos of that time from the remaining barricade facilities at street corners. At this moment, his heart began to waver. Perhaps everything Shun Yi said was true. Was the end of the world really coming? Whether it was this supernatural ability or everything unfolding before his eyes, it all far exceeded Che Yongchang's imagination and even surpassed all human understanding. This reality made even this experienced official tremble uncontrollably. Emochio's emotions were even more complex. She had originally been just a gentle young woman obsessed with cooking, but now that tenderness cut through her like a blade. She thought of the potential catastrophe to come, of her parents and friends, of her beloved stove and kitchen knife, and fear nearly consumed her. Facing disaster, fear, confusion, and despair followed like shadows. Just then, Shun Yi's voice rang out beside them once more, this time with a gentle tone that seemed to possess the magic to soothe hearts, quietly calming the turmoil in their chests. Mo Chio turned to look at this uniquely charismatic young man. Her eyes revealed a pitiful timidity, completely different from Che Yongchang's rational composure. For her, it seemed only this mysterious man before her could provide any sense of security. But we have no choice except to fight against disaster. Shun Yi smiled slightly, his gaze resting on both of them. You need not doubt my purpose or determination. Saving the world is both my duty and my mission. I am a professional. The surrounding scenery dissipated like a receding tide, and the three found themselves back in the softly lit restaurant. In just a brief moment, the two felt as though they had experienced a bizarre dream, yet their mindsets had completely changed. Che Yongchang's mind was in chaos, still immersed in the shocking news he had just heard. He stared intently at Shun Yi, trying to glimpse more from that calm face, but ultimately in vain. This man was too mysterious, and the information he brought was too overwhelming. Emochio's thoughts were equally turbulent, yet she had subconsciously begun to view Shun Yi as someone to depend on. Mr. Shun, Che Yongchang took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. Everything you just said and everything I witnessed with my own eyes, I will report exactly as it happened. However, such terrifying facts would be more easily accepted if additional evidence could be provided. He represented not just himself, but an organization responsible to the entire world. If all this were true, they too bore the burden of saving the world. Understandable. Shen Yi nodded. He had never expected to convince everyone with just a few words. Anyone would need time to accept such things. After a moment of silence, he spoke. What we currently know is only the result of human civilization's destruction, while the specific process remains unclear. However, based on changes in civilization's spark, disasters that will occur in the coming days can still be predicted. I'll write them down for you. With that, he focused his thoughts. This was the disaster prediction card he had obtained from a lottery in the previous world. With it, he could purchase unlimited copies from the store by spending points, each costing only 100 points. For Shen Yi, who still had over 1,000,000 points remaining, this was merely a drop in the bucket. If these predictions could truly save more people, he could even gain more points from it. Shen Yi reached out and picked up a pen. Shen Yi directly used several sheets. Global disasters. He picked up his pen and wrote 4 lines of warnings on several white sticky notes. Each line as piercing as a blade. 1. Tonight at 7:15 p.m., a 7.2 magnitude earthquake will strike the Apu volcanic crater region, followed by a volcanic eruption that will ignite the surrounding forests, resulting in 13 deaths and 78 injuries. 2. At 3:17 a.m. tonight, a 5.7 magnitude earthquake will hit Songshan County, causing 2 buildings to collapse and killing 3 people on the spot. 3. Tomorrow at 9:28 a.m., a 6.2 magnitude earthquake will strike the Veramandra coast, followed by a tsunami that will sweep across the beach, leaving 123 tourists missing. 4. Tomorrow at 3:43 p.m., a flight bound for West Asia will crash in extreme weather conditions, killing all 157 people on board. As he finished writing, his hand paused for half a second. In this world, earthquakes seemed far too frequent, and extreme weather causing plane crashes was an unusually rare coincidence. Was it really just a coincidence? Che Yongchang across from him didn't delve into the earthquake frequency, but was quite surprised that even plane crashes could be predicted. Mr. Shun, you can even foresee such events? The closer the time, the more precise our human order observations become. We also have other methods to assist us. Shun Yi casually deflected with this explanation and handed over the notes filled with writing. That's all. Thank you very much. Che Yongchang stood up and bowed deeply. Regardless of whether it was true or false, they should be grateful that this outsider was willing to help save them. However, Shun Yi raised his hand to signal him not to leave just yet. One final reminder, strictly speaking, my mission is to save human order. Human order, meaning human civilization? Che Yongchang asked in confusion. Exactly. Shun Yi's gaze was as deep as the ocean, making Che Yongchang's heart tighten. Then Shun Yi's voice rang out again. In the previous world, the mission was a failure for me personally, but for the organization, my task was still completed. Do you understand? The mission was still completed? Che Yongchang shuddered violently. That world had fewer than 2 million survivors left, yet it was still defined as a successful rescue. 2 million people in modern times would be merely a drop in the ocean, not even matching the population from 2 or 3,000 years ago. But from the perspective of human order, as long as the spark remained, civilization could continue. If I hadn't appeared, even that spark wouldn't have survived. Shun Yi seemed to see through his struggle and added in a low voice. I will do my best to save more, but I hope you all didn't underestimate the apocalypse. I will relay these words exactly as you said them. Che Yongchang bowed again, this time deeper and more resolutely. Thank you for coming, Mr. Shan. He understood. Shun Yi had come to save the world, but ultimately, they would still have to face the disaster themselves. Miss Imo, Che Yongchang turned to the young woman beside him. Please do not spread this information. I understand. Imo Chio nodded gently and replied softly. I will only tell my father and grandfather. Che Yongchang nodded approvingly. Given those two men's status and caution, even if they knew, they wouldn't be foolish enough to spread this information. Che Yongchang left. Though he knew he should control his emotions, he still rushed out of the restaurant at nearly a jogging pace, eager to return to headquarters immediately to report once intelligence about the apocalypse was exposed. It would inevitably unleash a tremendous storm. Only Mo Chio and Shun Yi remained in the restaurant. The waitresses stole glances from behind the bar, seeing what looked like the romantic beginning of wealthy heiress meets charming gentleman, with several already wearing knowing smiles. In reality, however, there was far less romance than they imagined. Shun Yi sipped his post-dessert tea slowly. The slightly bitter tea fragrance washed away the sweetness lingering in his mouth, while intensifying the pleasant aftertaste. Across from him, Mo Chio felt somewhat restless. Her slender legs shifted gently under the table as she stole glances at the young man. She had initially thought he was just a uniquely charismatic, handsome man, never expecting him to be a savior from another world. What would the apocalypse look like? Could he really save the world? Was he truly satisfied with the dessert? Chaotic questions crowded her mind, impossible to sort through in such a short time. Miss Imo, Shun Yi suddenly fixed his gaze on her. Oh. Mo Chio gasped softly, quickly straightening up. Yes, I'm listening. Inwardly, she marveled. Those eyes are so profound, like layers upon layers of deep black ink. I'd like to meet the current decision-maker of MO Group. Shun Yi leaned back in his chair with a gentle smile. Though I've only just arrived in this world, I understand the significance of your realm's culinary enterprises. I may need your assistance. This was one of the reasons he had asked Mo Chio to stay. With the form of the apocalypse still unclear, building relationships with capable people could only be beneficial. Shun Yi's smile worked like a sedative, visibly calming Mo Chio's previously flustered heart. Though the apocalypse was terrifying, at least someone was earnestly treating saving the world as their duty. I'll convey this immediately. Her voice was soft and sweet, yet she hesitantly added, Mr. Shun, I'm a bit concerned. About the dessert just now, were you truly satisfied? As a chef, seeing important guests completely satisfied was almost a matter of faith. Shun Yi paused momentarily, then his smile deepened. Miss Mo, let me put it this way, your cuisine has given me yet another reason to want to save your world. Mo Chio blinked, even her ear tips flushing pink. This was undoubtedly the highest praise she had ever received. She stood up, forcing herself to remain composed as she softly took her leave. Please wait a moment, Mr. Shun. I'll notify my father right away. The moment she turned around, her cheeks had turned completely red. That was way too charming. For her as a chef, this statement surpassed even words like, I would save the entire world for you. Mo Chio let out an internal wail, feeling that staying any longer would surely cause her to lose composure. Shun Yi noticed the devastating effect his words had on her, and his mood instantly brightened. Fine food and beautiful women were indeed the greatest sources of joy. Beyond that, he was even more satisfied with this world's starting conditions. In the previous world, He had been an ordinary person, neither daring to contact official personnel in advance nor able to guarantee his own safety. Now, as a wizard with considerable power, he no longer needed to be cautious and could instead use his strength to secure influence. Next, he only needed to further cultivate his savior image and quickly gain control over more local forces. Within half an hour, Imochio returned with a casually dressed middle-aged man wearing only a t-shirt. Shinny looked up, slightly surprised. What a handsome older gentleman. The man had rugged features and a carefree demeanor, with slightly disheveled short hair falling naturally, and crow's feet around his eyes that didn't make him look old, but rather added mature charm, absolutely appealing to all ages. Almost one-third as handsome as himself. This was Mo Yuanbai, current chairman of the Mo Group and one of the world's wealthiest and most powerful individuals. You must be Mr. Shen? I'm Mo Yuanbai. Mo Yuanbai sat down with a smile. After Mo Chio left, he immediately got to the point. Chio told me everything. But I want to confirm once more, is it all true? The end of the world. While Shun Yi was sizing him up, Mo Yuanbai was also observing him. Beyond his young and handsome appearance, what was even more surprising was that Shun Yi's face showed not a single pore, mole, or blemish. Without even traces of makeup, theoretically impossible perfect skin. Doubt is natural, Shun Yi smiled calmly. I can certainly provide evidence, but regardless of how much proof I offer, you only have two paths before you. Believe or don't believe. What happens if I believe? Mo Yuanbai pressed. And what if I don't? Believing might save many people. Shin Yi lifted his gaze and glanced at him indifferently. Not believing, well, I certainly won't be the one crying in the end. You should understand that misfortune that comes despite giving your all is completely different from misfortune faced after doing nothing. At least the former allows one some peace of mind amid the devastation. The smile gradually faded from Mo Yuanbai's face. He stared at Shun Yi for a moment before saying in a low voice, "It sounds like Mr. Shun is indeed very experienced." "I am indeed experienced." Shin Yi picked up his teacup, his tone calm, yet carrying an indescribable weariness. "For you, isn't that a good thing?" The pale tea swirled gently in the cup as his gaze seemed to look through the liquid toward countless shattered timelines. Many rookie savior agents haven't yet learned to view death as mere numbers, still harboring great empathy for people's tragedies. For you, that would actually be unfortunate. Shin Yi's words at this moment weren't entirely an act. Having experienced the apocalypse in the previous world, his mindset had fundamentally changed. While he couldn't yet claim to be a qualified savior, he had indeed transcended an ordinary person's perspective. Anyone who had witnessed such destruction with their own eyes could never return to their former self. Mo Yuanbai gazed at him quietly, remaining silent, clearly deep in rapid thought. Initially, when his daughter mentioned the end of the world, he had dismissed it as a joke. But when he learned that even the Special Affairs Bureau had become involved in the investigation, he began to sense something was amiss. Upon discovering that this savior from a parallel world had demonstrated supernatural powers, he immediately came for a face-to-face meeting. Their first encounter was far from easy. Mo Yuanbai detected no trace of deception whatsoever. He turned his head toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the towering buildings and intersecting neon lights. The steel jungle that he had grown accustomed to in daily life, even found oppressive at times, now made him feel as if he were in another lifetime. Has our world truly reached its end? He murmured to himself, quickly collecting his thoughts before turning back to Shun Yi with a polite smile. My apologies, Mr. Shun. I lost my composure just now. He immediately asked the question that concerned him most, and received his answer. It's fine. Shin Yi's expression softened as he shrugged. What we can confirm for now is that human civilization will be destroyed. The world itself may not necessarily collapse along with the tundra-specific apocalyptic conditions. It might even remain intact. That's what happened in the previous world. Mo Yuanbai was momentarily stunned, then shook his head helplessly. That's hardly comforting. I wasn't trying to comfort you, Shun Yi replied flatly. Mo Yuanbai straightened his posture, truly displaying the bearing of a world-class entrepreneur. This subtle change indicated that he had begun to believe Shin Yi's words, namely, the apocalypse was approaching, and the man before him might be humanity's last hope. Mr. Shun, what do you hope we can do? I need to know what you can actually accomplish. Shun Yi was direct. Regardless of cost, consequences, or using all available resources, how far can you go? The form of the apocalypse remains unclear, but preparing in advance might save more lives, and I could also gain more system points. Understood. I'll immediately gather relevant reports and do my best not to disappoint you. Shifting the conversation, Mo Yuanbai also presented his own request. Then, Mr. Shun, what are the chances of taking a small number of people to other parallel worlds as refugees? Having just agreed to assist, it was now his turn to make demands. Shin Yi chuckled softly, completely unsurprised by this. Faced with the apocalypse, ordinary people were left with only despair, while those in power, after a brief moment of confusion, would instinctively seek self-preservation. They controlled resources and possessed remarkable capacity for action, whether building spaceships, constructing Noah's Arks, or creating underwater bases. All sorts of schemes that ordinary people wouldn't dare imagine were, in these people's minds, entirely feasible plans. Travel to other parallel worlds. This approach was widely recognized as the most ideal means of escape. However, Shin Yi interrupted Mo Yuanbai's fantasy, his tone steady, yet carrying an undeniable warning. I must make it clear to you, and to everyone who harbors such thoughts. As his words fell, Mo Yuanbai froze in shock. The surrounding scenery vanished like curtains swept away by wind, instantly fading and collapsing, leaving only Shun Yi standing at the center, his figure towering like a deity that could support heaven and earth. His voice thundered like lightning, exploding in Mo Yuanbai's ears. The qualification to traverse worlds has nothing to do with power or wealth. It depends solely on the level of one's existence. Without transformation from mortal flesh, one will forever be bound by human reason, unable to escape fate. Shun Yi had spoken these exact words to the escapists in the previous world who tried to abandon civilization, yet even those who fled their home planet in spaceships, believing themselves safe, were completely wiped out because they couldn't stop the virus. After all, if they couldn't even stop a virus, what right did they have to escape from it? The overwhelming presence lasted only a few breaths before receding like a tide. But those mere seconds left Mo Yinbai's back drenched in sweat, his former composure as the old charmer completely gone, forcing him to lower his gaze to hide the terror in his eyes. He remembered his daughter mentioning that Shun Yi could make people see holographic-like images, but he never imagined it would be this terrifying. What had just been revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg, yet it completely exceeded his imagination. Transformed from mortal flesh. Truly worthy of a savior whose profession is saving worlds. I was presumptuous. Mo Yuanbai took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead as he looked up. Shin Yi's lips curved slightly. As for the possibility of traveling to parallel worlds, it's not entirely impossible. Mo Yuanbai was speechless, his barely recovered composure crumbling again. If it was truly possible, then what was the point of that intimidating display just now? Shun Yi answered calmly. Ordinary people cannot withstand the pressure of traversing worlds. But if one qualifies to join the Panhuman Order Guardian Association, the association will naturally guide you onto the path of transcendence. Consider it a benefit. Though spoken in a flat tone, these words became irresistible temptation in Mo Yuanbai's ears. The path of transcendence, those four words made his heart race wildly. The cuisine of this world was revered as supreme, not only for its taste, but because ultimate dishes could extend life and cure stubborn ailments. Then wouldn't transcendence mean even greater possibilities? No matter how high his status, he lacked culinary talent, which was his greatest regret. If he could step onto the path of transcendence, perhaps everything could be remedied. Mr. Shun, may I ask what the recruitment standards for your association are? Mo Yuanbai suppressed his excitement, though he couldn't hide the fervor in his eyes. Shin Yi didn't answer immediately, only looked at him with an ambiguous smile. That smile made Mo Yuanbai instantly understand, and disappointment surged through his heart. He took another deep breath and said quietly, I sincerely apologize, I was presumptuous again. This disappointment was 70% genuine, with the remaining 30% performed for Shun Yi's benefit. Laying one's desires bare before another was itself a statement of intent, a subtle calculation that Shun Yi could see through at a glance. Earlier, when speaking with Che Yongchang, he had deliberately omitted any mention of supernatural intelligence, tailoring different strategies for different targets. For someone like Mo Yuanbai, driven by personal ambition, the supernatural served as the most irresistible bait. Recruitment followed the association's protocols, matters far beyond Mo Yuanbai's current concerns. Shun Yi rose slowly, smoothing his robes. Prepare lodgings for me, and deliver those reports promptly. Also, he glanced at Mo Yuanbai, his expression suddenly brightening with an easy smile. I'm quite fond of your daughter's cooking. That sincerity and flavor you never encountered anything like it in other worlds. With those words, he walked unhurriedly toward the door. Behind him, Mo Yuanbai's eyes lit up with newfound hope. The earlier display of dominance had been the stick brought down hard. The path to transcendence was the carrot dangled before his eyes, and this seemingly casual compliment was the sweetener. The methods weren't complex, yet they proved remarkably effective. Mo Yuanbai also stood, heading straight for his daughter, who waited nearby. Qiu. His expression grew solemn, his tone more sincere than ever before. Keep it at stick to your culinary philosophy. O_. Mo Qiu looked utterly bewildered, but nodded nonetheless. And so, Shun Yi effortlessly secured the finest accommodations and most powerful connections in this new world. But the ripples he had set in motion extended far beyond this. After Che Yongchang's return, the intelligence about World's End and the Panhuman Guardian Association predictably exploded within their organization. Following an emergency meeting lasting over 4 hours, a new team was officially established, Task Force 617. The unit assembled elite specialists from geology, environmental science, anthropology, and other fields, complete with a dedicated coordinator. Classification level, top secret. Late at night, the windowless conference room blazed with harsh lighting. An entire wall was covered with monitoring screens displaying mostly real-time geological and environmental data. Everyone, 10 more minutes, stay sharp. The speaker was a young man in a green windbreaker, pale-faced and around 27 or 28 years old. Everyone called him Captain Chu. The door burst open as Che Yongchang rushed in with files in hand. Captain Chu, the data's arrived. Detailed information on the Apu volcanic eruption from 8 hours ago. As of now, 13 confirmed deaths and over 70 injured. Captain Chu scanned the documents, his eyes suddenly brightening. He got everything right. His voice carried disbelief mixed with excitement. Less than half an hour after arriving in our world, he predicted a disaster thousands of miles away. Even the death toll was exact. Che Yongchang fell silent for a moment, then shook his head slowly, his expression conflicted. Setting aside the shock Shun Yi had given him, during the return journey, he had still harbored a sliver of hope. Perhaps Shun Yi wasn't truly omniscient after all. But now, the report in his hands seemed to herald the approaching apocalypse with even greater certainty. Chu Lin stood before the control panel, his gaze fixed on the entire row of monitoring screens mounted on the wall. The Apu volcano crater lay far beyond their borders, and neither satellite imagery nor publicly available meteorological data could provide real-time details. They could only rely on that report. However, the coordinates for the next disaster fell within their territory, where precision instruments had already been deployed and were quietly standing by. Time was being devoured bit by the digital clock. 3:17 was approaching. The moment the hand swept past the mark, there was complete silence. Nothing happened. Che Yongchang instinctively whispered, "Are you an idiot?" Chu Lin glanced at him sideways. "It's not accurate to the second." "Oh right, I'm too nervous." Che Yongchang gave an embarrassed laugh, unable to recognize the sound of his own voice. Chu Lin had already rushed to a seismic wave detector. The curve suddenly spiked upward, and what had been a steady waveform was instantly sliced open as if by a sharp blade. "It's here. It's really here." Color rushed to his pale cheeks. "Quick, lock onto the epicenter and predict the magnitude." Emergency protocols activated instantly as technicians frantically hammered their keyboards. 5.7 magnitude earthquake. Focal depth 3,000 meters. All the data matched the report exactly, an ordinary tectonic shift that had nonetheless been precisely predicted without any warning signs. Chu Lin's eyes swept back and forth across the screens, assembling all the numbers into a three-dimensional model in his mind. He roughly reconstructed the earthquake's cause, and his results synchronized with the computers. Nothing abnormal. The only thing wrong was that someone had provided the perfect answer before it happened. Suddenly, Chu Lin began coughing violently. Team Leader Chu. Che Yongchang quickly supported him and shouted toward the back. "Medicine. Hurry." Chu Lin waved him off and pushed him away. "What's the situation with ground casualties?" The communications officer immediately reported. 2 old residential buildings collapsed, both previously identified in the prediction. 3 elderly residents had been evacuated and no injuries. The casualty count was also correct. What should have been a moment for celebration was instead shrouded in an invisible cloud of gloom. Everyone understood who this intelligence had come from and what it meant. Someone suddenly laughed. Chu Lin threw back his head with a hearty but brief chuckle. "Everyone, did you hear that? 3 lives. If this is a war, then we've won the first battle. Since we can win the first one, we can keep winning." His voice cut through the oppressive atmosphere like a blade, and uplifting emotions exploded through the air. Keyboards began clicking again, and communication channels buzzed with activity. Every member of this special response team had undergone the most rigorous psychological screening. Those without unwavering determination couldn't make it in. Captain Chu. Che Yongchang saw that Chu Lin had already taken control of the situation, so he whispered beside him, "How should we handle tomorrow morning's offshore tsunami? There's no way to issue a warning. We don't have a suitable reason." Chu Lin frowned and pondered, then gave his orders. "Find a wealthy person to buy up that stretch of coastline, then claim it was just a coincidence afterward." His speech was measured but left no room for doubt. "This is already the most humane approach we can take. I can't think of anything better in such a short time." "Understood." Che Yongchang nodded, then hesitated before asking, "What about Mr. Shun?" "We won't approach him for now." Chu Lin shook his head and analyzed gravely. "He does indeed possess predictive abilities, but that's not enough to prove he can save the world. We need more information both about the truth behind the apocalypse and his background. Unless the end of the world is erupting right before our eyes, we haven't reached the point where we need to spare no cost." He paused, then added, "Our current mission is to continue verifying intelligence while preparing contingency plans that don't require such high stakes." "Roger." Che Yongchang was impressed by Chu Lin's composure. Though young, his determination and track record proved he would be a capable commander. Che Yongchang immediately threw himself into work. This night was destined to be sleepless for them, and for many others. However, Shun Yi slept better than ever before. At 10 in the morning, he finally awoke in his soft bed. Casually draping on a white bathrobe, he descended from the second floor of the luxurious mansion with its swimming pool and immediately spotted Mo Chio in the kitchen. The girl wore a pink loungewear set with a light purple apron tied over it, decorated with cute characters from children's cartoons. She was focused on stir-frying, her hair swaying gently with her movements. "You're awake." Mo Chio turned around, her gentle smile like a familiar greeting from home. For that instant, Shen Yi almost believed he had returned to a real home, with a wife or rather, family standing before him. He quickly suppressed this longing. Having experienced global catastrophe, fantasies of peaceful domestic life had long since faded. "Why are you dressed like that? You don't even live here," he still asked. "Because today's lunch theme is family-style feast." Mo Chio stepped aside, making room at the cooking station. Shun Yi saw the ingredients on the cutting board: a clean chicken, a pile of green beans and eggplant, and a row of spare ribs. He immediately understood her intention and realized, "You have to change into appropriate clothes before cooking?" "I believe this is equally important for those who enjoy the food, especially the chef's appearance." Mo Chio held her spatula, somewhat shy but still graciously spinning in place. "It's like, well, some teas must be picked by beautiful young women to be perfect." "I see." Shinny nodded, thinking, "There are probably very few people in the world who go to such lengths. As long as it brings even a hint of warmth to the person tasting the food, it's worth it to me." Mo Chio smiled softly. She knew that even in this world, few chefs could be so meticulous, since due to the lofty status of chefs, many of her peers approached diners with more of a desire to conquer. They deliberately adopt terrible attitudes and even establish bizarre rules, making diners grovel and beg for delicious food. It's as if this is the only way to prove their culinary prowess. Of course, Shen Yi knew nothing about these practices. The only thing he could perceive was Mo Chio's pure and passionate heart wholeheartedly dedicated to serving guests a perfect meal. With this thought, he set aside his playful surprise and responded with a gentle smile. "Then I'll look forward to your homestyle feast." "You absolutely should." Mo Chio's eyes sparkled like ignited flames, his entire being radiating enthusiasm. Shun Yi smiled as he picked up a thick stack of documents and sat at the dining table. These were the materials Mo Yuanbai had delivered yesterday, covering the entire scope of the Mo Group's empire. The first page detailed the food industry. Mo Group owned the world's largest farms and ranches, with diverse crops and livestock, and every production line could be traced back to its source, ensuring flawless raw materials. Turning to the next page, Shin Yi couldn't help but marvel. This truly was a world centered around cuisine. However, the group's empire extended far beyond this. Construction, pharmaceuticals, telecommunications. Mo Group had stakes in virtually every high-profit industry. While they didn't dominate every single company, when pieced together, it could rightfully be called a conglomerate. And there were quite a few such massive entities on this planet, all somehow connected to an authoritative institution called the Culinary Association. In short, Shen Yi realized he still had much to learn. While deep in thought, a tantalizing aroma drifted into his nostrils, gently drawing back his attention. The final dish, pork rib soup, was brought to the table, its surface bubbling, crystal clear, yet dotted with glistening oil. Shun Yi surveyed the spread: braised chicken, pork rib soup, stir-fried eggplant with green beans. They were all home-style dishes common in his own world too. "Do these dishes exist in your world as well, Mr. Shin?" Mo Chio ladled rice into a bowl and carefully pushed it toward him. "This must be what they call parallel worlds." Shin Yi nodded, feeling a surge of anticipation. He first picked up a piece of braised chicken. The sauce-coated meat melted in his mouth, with savory and subtle sweet flavors intertwining. The initial mildness was soon enveloped by rich depth, awakening long-dormant warmth from deep within his memory, a taste of gathering around a table with family. Shun Yi looked up to see Mo Chio's smiling eyes following his expression and couldn't help but think, truly impressive. "Thank you." Mo Chio's smile bloomed instantly. "There are so many chefs more skilled than me." Shun Yi took another bite, his tone sincere. "But few chefs can truly convey their heart through food. My enjoyment of this meal comes not only from the taste, but also from your thoughtful character. Such qualities are precious in any world." "Not really." Mo Chio blushed slightly from the praise, yet still looked up at him with admiration. "You're the truly amazing one, Mr. Shun, saving worlds and bringing hope for the continuation of human civilization. Compared to that, what I do is far too insignificant." What kind of person is Shun Yi? In this world, almost everyone who has encountered him would give a different answer, but in Mo Chio's heart, savior always ranks before mysterious and powerful. If only the dreadful news of the world's end is approaching remained without Shun Yi's presence, she couldn't even imagine how desperate she would become. The gentler a person is, the more easily they are torn apart by misfortune. Yet Shun Yi can face that kind of devastation heat-in and carry others' hopes on his shoulders. Emochio yearns to share even a fraction of such courage and strength, yet secretly laughs at herself for such wishful thinking. She once firmly believed she could bring happiness to others through her culinary skills, but in the face of the apocalypse, a table of delicious food seems pitifully insignificant, and beyond cooking, she appears to have no other talents. Aren't you eating? Shun Yi looked up, noticing that Emochio had been staring at him in a daze. Although he was well aware that his current charm value was ridiculously high, being stared at still made him somewhat uncomfortable. Huh. Emochio snapped back to reality, her cheeks instantly flushing red. Even if the sky falls down the next second, we still need to eat, Shun Yi smiled. Moreover, as long as these delicious dishes are before us, things are never at their worst. This is Uras a chef replaceable contribution. Is that so? Emochio was stunned. Of course. Shun Yi scooped up a spoonful of steaming, fragrant pork rib soup and gently blew on it. At least that's how it is for me. I understand. Emochio clenched her small fists, her eyes lighting up like flames. I will definitely not disappoint you. Good that you understand. Shin Yi gave her an odd look and buried his head back into his meal. Wizards aren't cultivators, there's no such thing as abstaining from food, and besides, this meal was indeed exceptionally delicious. The two ate everything clean. Emochio rushed to clear the dishes while Shun Yi leaned back on the sofa, flipping through documents. As the afternoon sunlight shifted to the windowsill, he suddenly remembered. Last night's disaster prediction card showed that today there would be an air crash caused by encountering extreme weather. Unlike earthquakes, weather disasters are the easiest for modern technology to monitor, making cases of crashes due to extreme weather extremely rare. Perhaps he should go check it out personally. He suddenly stood up. I need to go out for a while. Right now? But dinner. Emochio poked her head out from the kitchen. Before she could finish speaking, the bathrobe on Shun Yi's body instantly contracted and transformed into a hooded brown fitted trench coat with silver-white magical bird patterns embroidered on the hem, cold yet dignified. I should be back before dinner. Leaving behind these words, his figure created ripples in the center of the living room before disappearing. The wizard profession he had drawn in the previous world wasn't the traditional fantasy chanting mage, but more like Harry Potter or the Scarlet Witch, a rule-based supernatural being. As long as his magical power was sufficient and the techniques were correct, flying, transformation, and teleportation were all within reach. Last night, Shun Yi had already carved a coordinate mark on Che Yongchang. At this moment, he directly activated spatial transfer magic and arrived beside Che Yongchang in the blink of an eye, in an invisible state. He first surveyed his surroundings, so windowless room, then took in the dense array of screens and bustling personnel, quickly deducing what kind of place this was. The low hum of server racks mingled with the clatter of keyboards, painting a picture of high-alert operations. He was secretly impressed. They had managed to get such a temporary command center up and running in such a short time. Quite efficient. Shun Yi was rather satisfied with this emergency response team. Confirmed. Around 3:43, only one aircraft will be landing at the West Asian airport about 10 minutes from now. A staff member suddenly called out loudly, instantly drawing everyone's attention back. Can we get the crew information? Have our field personnel arrived? Chu Lin rushed toward the main screen almost before the words had finished echoing. Field personnel have arrived, but it's the middle of the night there, and they're in a thunderstorm zone. They can't get any closer, they can only monitor from the terminal. The staff member quickly reported. What about our weather satellites? Any new anomalies detected? Chu Lin pressed further. Just as Shun Yi had suspected, Chu Lin also regarded this easily observable disaster as top priority. However, with the incident occurring abroad, they couldn't deploy instruments in advance, nor did they know which specific passenger plane would be involved. They could only rely on field recordings and satellite monitoring to piece together clues. Shun Yi listened quietly, quickly grasping the situation. The most likely accident location wasn't some random airspace along the route, but rather the destination itself, West Asian Airport. It was currently caught in the center of a thunderstorm rolling in from the southeast. At this moment, fierce winds howled above West Asia, lightning tore through black clouds like silver serpents, and successive thunderclaps shook the terminal windows. But this storm had already been factored into prediction models. All data indicated its interference with aircraft landing was limited nowhere near catastrophic levels. Nevertheless, investigating in person still held value. Shun Yi didn't delay any further. His figure materialized abruptly from thin air, as if someone had pressed pause on the entire room. Standing among them in what resembled a medieval wizard's robes, he spoke calmly. I'll go there myself. As his words settled, all equipment sounds seemed to drain away, and everyone stiffly turned around, terror, confusion, and disbelief written simultaneously across their faces. This scene was more shocking than lightning itself. Mr. Shun, Che Yongchang, who had met him before, reacted fastest, his voice cracking. Shun Yi nodded, his gaze falling on the flight track display on the main screen. I'm equally interested in the cause of this air disaster, so I came to see how much valuable information you've gathered. His tone was as casual as if he were just dropping by to say hello. Yet this was a top-secret facility. Che Yongchang's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. He was well aware of this team's classification level from top to bottom, and certain that everyone had been strictly restricted from leaving, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to know their location and operations. So how had he found this place? And when and how had he infiltrated? As everyone recalled the mysterious supernatural powers he possessed, their shock went beyond mere, someone has broken in. The sensation of being completely seen through, of being monitored throughout, quickly spread. Could those predictive abilities extend beyond just predicting disasters? Just as Che Yongchang was still feeling somewhat at a loss, Chu Lin seemed to have already snapped back to reality. Mr. Shun, your timing is perfect. He strode forward quickly, his face beaming with surprise and enthusiasm, extending both hands proactively. I'm the team leader here. Just call me Chu Lin. We were just struggling with the lack of field intelligence, and here you are in person. While the others were still reeling from the shock of this sudden development, Chu Lin had already decisively cast aside all the whys and shifted directly into what do we do next mode. Shun Yi was equally straightforward. He extended his right hand for a symbolic handshake with Chu Lin, inwardly surprised that the man was younger than expected, though he didn't dwell on the thought. Give me the airport coordinates, Shun Yi said, cutting straight to the point without pleasantries. Right away. Chu Lin immediately responded, handing over the coordinates. With the coordinates in hand, Shun Yi said nothing more. His figure dissolved into ripples like water before everyone's eyes and vanished instantly. Gasps echoed through the room, and even Che Yongchang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Well, at least he still needs coordinates. Yes, coordinates, Chu Lin said, giving him a meaningful look. The next moment, Shun Yi appeared above an airport in West Asia through a long-distance spatial jump. The instant he materialized, rolling thunder assaulted his ears with deafening force. Lightning struck like white serpents, tearing through the sky between heavy clouds and earth. The blinding flashes repeatedly illuminated the night as bright as day, accompanied by deep rumbling that seemed to make heaven and earth tremble. The weather forecasts, thunderstorm, clearly hadn't captured this level of intensity, though ordinary people wouldn't know the difference. Airport staff huddled safely in the control tower, merely chuckling and remarking, "Quite a storm we've got here," before continuing to guide the next aircraft to landing, though their workload was considerably heavier than usual. A3562, you've got crosswinds coming from the southwest, approximately 50 kilometers per hour, the tower reported. 50 kilometers? The pilot's tone remained relaxed. That kind of wind could blow a roof clean off. Only if it's one of those old-style roofs from a decade or two ago, especially those mimicking Eastern architecture. The tower operator joked back. Clearly, neither of them was taking this crosswind seriously. But Shun Yi was different. His eyes glowed with azure light as intricate magical patterns unfolded layer by layer. The initial reading was indeed 50 kilometers per hour, but soon the numbers in his pupils began climbing steadily. 60, 65, 70. According to his calculations, when the gale met the aircraft's fuselage, the crosswind speed would reach at least 85 kilometers per hour. For this aging aircraft that had been in service for over a decade, such wind force would be enough to snap the right wing. It seemed this was what would cause the crash. Shun Yi's eyes suddenly blazed with intense light as he conducted a full-scale analysis. Magic concentration normal. Activity level also normal. The sudden spike in wind speed had no correlation with magical forces whatsoever. After confirming this, he quickly ruled out most supernatural factors. While the lack of scientific detection equipment was certainly troublesome, Shun Yi still managed to capture the key point. The air currents outside the cabin were severely inconsistent with normal parameters, which was precisely the root cause of all previous meteorological model failures. Weather prediction inherently relied on established formulas and parameters. If even one went wrong, the entire system would collapse. With this realization, he looked up toward the port side, the northeast direction. Among the rolling dark clouds, a new hurricane was twisting into formation at high altitude, then hurtling toward the aircraft at a visibly rapid speed. Control tower, what's happening? The captain steadied the violently shaking aircraft, though his voice couldn't hide his terror. Why are the instruments showing wind pressure coming from the northeast direction? Let me check on my end. The air traffic controller stared at the screen, his pupils contracting sharply. God, how is this possible? He jerked his head up. There is indeed a northeastern hurricane, and it's accelerating the movement of thunderstorm clouds. But this wasn't even the most deadly part. If the northeastern hurricane collided with the earlier southwestern hurricane, the violent wind shear would very likely spawn a massive tornado, and Flight A3562 was positioned exactly at the future tornado's eye. The air traffic controller could almost foresee what would happen next. That plane would be torn to shreds. Quick, A3562. Turn around immediately, he shouted frantically while waving for his colleagues to come over. It's a tornado. A massive tornado. Damn it. The captain cursed, his arms locked desperately around the control stick. It's too late. The aircraft was tossed like a small boat in giant waves, the violent pitching and diving turning the cabin into a weightless roller coaster. Lights flickered wildly, passengers' screams rose and fell in waves. Rows of oxygen masks tumbled down, but hardly anyone could grab them accurately amid the violent shaking. At this moment, what flashed through people's minds were those horrifying images of air disasters from television, along with their catastrophic consequences. Fear and panic swept through the entire aircraft like a tide. Think of something. The captain's voice was hoarse from shouting, as various alarm sounds in the cockpit merged into a piercing cacophony. What could the control tower do? They silently crowded to the windows, and through the night sky intermittently illuminated by lightning, they saw a massive, terrifying vortex forming at high altitude. It writhed like a giant dragon, extending its claws and fangs toward the ground, with lightning exploding against the cloud walls, creating a magnificent yet merciless scene. The aircraft carrying 157 lives seemed like a tragic footnote forcibly embedded in this picture. Sir, the air traffic controller's voice trembled. I'm very sorry, but now, I'm afraid only God can help you. He didn't know what emotions he should harbor at this moment: worry about the harsh investigation following an air disaster, or prayers for a miraculous survival. Neither felt right. Over 100 lives were about to perish before his eyes, and all of them were powerless to help. In this moment, what he felt was the empathy that comes from being human. Too fragile. Compared to this magnificent and violent force of nature, humanity seemed so insignificant. The reverence for life clashed brutally with the awareness of its fragility, multiplying their terror. At this moment, as the airliner was about to crash, the captain knew he was powerless to change their fate. For the first time, he despised those flight theories he knew by heart. It was precisely this knowledge that told him there was no hope. Even if God himself descended, it would be useless. The radar readings had completely distorted as the aircraft was sucked into the eye of the tornado. Next, the raging hurricane would tear apart the wings, and all of them would be mercilessly destroyed like cream bread thrown into a washing machine. The captain could only watch helplessly as death approached, utterly powerless. The co-pilot was the first to break down, his hysterical wails piercing through the cockpit. It felt like jumping into an endless abyss, where every second from now until impact stretched into infinite despair. God, I don't want to die, he screamed. Even the captain, known for his composure, lost control and began sobbing like a child. Rumble. Blue lightning tore through the dark clouds, its brief, blinding brilliance illuminating the world. Both the captain and co-pilot's eyes widened simultaneously. In that instant, they seemed to see a figure standing among the lightning. Another flash of lightning. This time they could see more clearly. It was indeed a human silhouette suspended in the sky. The torrential rain seemed to swirl around him, with lightning dancing at his sides. His robes billowed in the fierce wind, silver patterns reflecting dazzling light. God! Hope suddenly surged in the captain's heart. Even if this miraculous dawn in their darkest hour seemed absurd, he kept his eyes wide open, desperately trying to determine if this was a hallucination, while screaming almost maniacally to his co-pilot. Hank, do you see God? Do you see him? Yes, I see him. I see him. The co-pilot shouted back just as frantically, waving his hands, his voice mixed with uncontrollable tears of joy. What God? The air traffic controller heard their exclamations through the headset, thinking they were hallucinating under the pressure of death. However, soon cries of shock came from beside him as well. What is that? Over there, right in front of the plane. I see it too. Tell me this isn't real. Hiss. How is this possible? More and more air traffic control personnel crowded to the windows, their shock even exceeding the moment they learned of the potential air disaster, because the scene before them completely shattered their worldview. Someone grabbed the binoculars and raised them to their eyes. In the thunder and lightning, he too saw a distinctly human figure dancing in the high sky. Boom. A blinding bolt of lightning suddenly struck toward that figure. The crowd instinctively screamed and stumbled backward in panic. However, the lightning didn't strike him as expected. Instead, it was caught. Indeed, through the telescope's lens, that figure extended both hands and grasped the twisted lightning from the middle, as if seizing a rope that stretched between heaven and earth. Then came a second bolt, a third. Even without the telescope, one could see lightning from the heavens converging at that spot, firmly gripped in the hands of that figure, whether human or divine. This is impossible. The crowd's cries erupted. Worldviews, science, and common sense crumbled in an instant. How could lightning be grasped with bare hands? Someone slapped themselves hard, wondering if they were trapped in a dream, yet everything before their eyes remained real. This was witchcraft lightning manifestation, a forbidden technique that transformed intangible thunder into tangible energy. Since Shun-Yi had decided to act, he would make his entrance in the most shocking and inconceivable way possible. Magical auras surged in his palms as he gripped bolt after bolt, then hurled them forward with tremendous force. Azure lightning serpents roared, transforming into thick ropes that bound the tottering aircraft tightly. The flashes merged into daylight, illuminating every detail of the entire airport. Before countless witnesses, Shun-Yi used lightning as chains, forcibly dragging the plane from the tornado's eye. The scene resembled Odin roaring from the clouds, Prometheus hurling celestial fire to earth, or Zeus declaring war on Kronos from Olympus's peak epic grandeur sweeping across the sky. Words had lost their power. No one even thought to invoke God's name. Everyone simply watched in trembling awe as that figure tugged the lightning chains, swaying gently in midair before steadily lowering the aircraft back onto the runway, friction sparking brilliant flames. Go quickly, someone finally screamed, turning to run frantically. Others snapped from their trance and rushed forward. They trembled with reverence, desperate to witness firsthand that godlike being and rebuild their shattered world. The lightning in Shun-Yi's grasp quickly dissipated once released, though the thunderstorm continued its deafening roar. He hovered near the aircraft's nose, residual arcs dancing around his hands, his eyes flashing with the same electric light. The approaching torrential rain was deflected by invisible force, his robes and silver patterns billowing in the fierce wind. The captain and co-pilot emerged from the cockpit, gazing at him with gratitude and awe. In the next moment, ripples appeared, and that figure vanished within them as the downpour reclaimed the empty space. Only then did the two pilots awaken as if from a dream, leaping frantically from the cabin to search everywhere for their savior, who had revealed another side of the world's truth, but found nothing. Shun-Yi had not remained. His decision to act in this manner served his own purposes. At this moment, he had no desire to interact with anyone. Fire trucks roared onto the scene, their searchlights blazing like daylight. Staff members stared numbly at the aircraft. Clearly visible on its surface were circular scorch marks, brands left by the lightning's embrace. They silently proclaimed to all the world was no longer the world they knew. Most passengers on the plane remained bewildered, having no idea what had just happened. All they knew was the blinding light that had blazed through the windows moments before, and that they had landed safely. The head count was quickly taken: 157 people, not one missing. When the cabin doors opened, the group still trembled with lingering fear as they gripped their seats to stand, their legs unsteady as they descended the boarding stairs. The moment they touched ground, rescue and security personnel who had been waiting immediately surrounded them, politely but swiftly guiding each person toward a temporary rest area inside the airport terminal. Some looked back to see the scorch marks and twisted metal patterns left by intense heat on the aircraft's fuselage, and were instantly stunned. They couldn't fathom what they had just experienced. In contrast, the captain and co-pilot understood everything all too clearly. Facing the barrage of questions from officials, both men's hands still trembled uncontrollably, their voices hoarse, their eyes still holding indescribable shock and terror. We all saw. That person, no, that divine being. The captain stammered incoherently. His eyes were glowing. He could command lightning, like a storm god. He saved us. The co-pilot nodded frantically, his additional words equally chaotic. If ground surveillance hadn't captured the abnormal light, if the aircraft hadn't borne such marks, everyone would have assumed they'd suffered mental breakdowns. But now, everyone felt instead that the entire world had gone mad. Shun-Yi had no idea what commotion his departure had caused, though he could roughly guess. He had reappeared in Che Yongchang's room. Though his figure materialized silently and still made several people step back in alarm, it wasn't nearly as shocking as that first encounter. "Mr. Shun, you've returned." Chu Lin spoke with his characteristic enthusiasm tempered by restraint. "Any findings? We can basically rule out mystical causes. However, there were some discovery-specific parameters in the climate change showed anomalies." Shun-Yi replied calmly. "You'd better conduct a systematic scientific investigation to see if you can determine the cause." With that, he raised his hand. A azure glow quickly condensed in his palm, then transformed into a crystal the size of a fingernail, its color deep as the ocean. Shun-Yi handed it over. Chu Lin quickly received it with both hands. The moment his fingertips made contact, his entire body shuddered. The scene before his eyes instantly transformed. Dark clouds churned, lightning serpents danced wildly, fierce winds swept up sand and stone in howling gusts, the entire airport seeming shrouded in an apocalyptic storm. He floated in midair, yet felt no wind pressure, only able to see. This is the scene from that moment. After brief astonishment, Chu Lin immediately understood. An imprint crystal. Shun-Yi's explanation was concise and powerful. "I've completely replicated the meteorological conditions of that moment. Take it for research." "Thank you so much." Chu Lin's eyes lit up like bulbs. He removed his jacket, carefully wrapped the crystal, and stopped touching it directly, causing the images to fade. This incredible sight filled him with irrepressible excitement. While Shun-Yi spoke of studying climate parameters, to him this was simply a miraculous object beyond common sense. Was it magic, or technology so advanced as to be incomprehensible? He could already imagine the frenzy certain scientific luminaries would fall into upon seeing it. Shinny glanced at him, clearly knowing what he was thinking, but merely withdrew his gaze indifferently. Too naive. Since he dared to openly present this crystal, he naturally wasn't worried about being studied. The system of witchcraft and science were completely different directions. Perhaps they might converge at extremely high levels, but certainly not now. This he had repeatedly verified in the previous world. When you have news, let me know. After leaving those words behind, Shun Yi's figure vanished once again. He didn't even mention, I saved that plane. He had already heard the people inside discussing that personnel were stationed at the scene, and with such a commotion, it was impossible for no one to notice. The moment Shinny left, someone immediately called out to Chu Lin from the doorway. The on-site personnel had delivered all the footage they had captured. The time frame was too short for that small West Asian nation to block the internet in time. In less than a minute, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the conference room. Though the footage wasn't as shocking as witnessing it firsthand, it was still crystal clear. When the camera froze on the moment Shun Yi caught lightning with his bare hands, everyone instinctively clutched their chests. That gesture of grasping the sky felt like it had seized their very hearts. How is this possible? Someone shook their head frantically, their face filled with disbelief. Lightning was merely a natural electrical discharge phenomenon, basic knowledge from modern education. Even the most exaggerated science fiction films wouldn't dare ignore the laws of physics like this. But what was playing now wasn't a movie, it was live footage. The subsequent scene of Shun Yi dragging the damaged passenger plane down for a gentle landing was equally breathtaking. Everyone knew he possessed supernatural powers, but they hadn't expected them to be this overwhelming. No one could be certain whether this was just the tip of the iceberg. I'd bet. Che Yongchang swallowed hard, pointing at the screen with a trembling finger. This scene alone is enough to send all those scientific laws that the Academy bigshots worship as truth straight to the grave. If truth can't explain facts, then it's not truth. Chu Lin remained outwardly calm, though his knuckles had turned white from clenching his fists. He said quietly, let those bigshots worry about explanations. We need to consider that this video will be on the desks of leaders everywhere within hours. West Asia is just a small country after all, Che Yongchang suddenly realized. Though they had positioned themselves in advance to obtain the footage right after the incident occurred, West Asia's limited capacity meant it absolutely couldn't keep this matter hidden for long. Thinking about it this way, had that person deliberately revealed himself so openly, even staging a divine rescue from air disaster, really just to save those 100+ lives? Had he perhaps also left behind a prophecy about the approaching end of the world? Each possibility meant a completely different future situation. Should we ask directly? Che Yongchang looked toward Chu Lin. Asking the person directly would certainly be fastest, but after watching that footage, Che Yongchang couldn't even tell whether the other party was human from a parallel world or a deity from another realm. I'll make the trip myself. Chu Lin cleared his throat twice. You compile everything that happened today, along with this footage, into a report and submit it. Yes. Che Yongchang agreed, though he could already foresee the storms that would rage through political and academic circles once this report was submitted. He turned back to stare at the screen, once more that figure standing between heaven and earth, catching lightning with bare hands. If the end of the world truly was coming, only such a figure would be worthy of the word salvation. That mystery and power could bring hope. When Shun Yi returned to his residence, he could already smell the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The scent made his mouth water, and his previously tense expression began to relax. Since arriving in this world, what satisfied him most was always the pleasure of taste. Pursuing fine cuisine was practically the entire ritual of his life, and this place was a natural paradise for food lovers. In the kitchen, Imo Chio was busy preparing dinner. She hadn't noticed his return, her focused expression combined with skilled and graceful movements resembling a delightful performance. Shun Yi didn't go forward to disturb her, quietly watching for a few moments before suppressing his anticipation and settling onto the sofa. System, he called silently in his mind. A light screen visible only in his consciousness appeared. At first glance, he noticed the total points had increased by over 200 as expected. The rules were clear. 1 human life equals 1 point. He didn't need to personally save people as long as they were rescued because of him. It counted. However, the same life could only be credited once. If that person later faced another calamity and died, even if he saved them again, no additional points would be awarded. This clause virtually eliminated the possibility of accumulating points through repeatedly farming lives. In other words, the maximum points a world could contribute equaled that world's total population. There was an additional stipulation. If the cause of death remained unchanged, no points would be awarded. For instance, with viral infections, only completely eradicating the virus counted as true salvation. Merely delaying the illness while the person ultimately died from the same virus would earn no system rewards. Currently, he possessed approximately 1.27 million points. The mystical side powers were functioning normally, while this world's apocalyptic threat most likely stemmed from scientific side crises. Thinking of the day's investigation results, Shun Yi glanced at the numbers again, then entered the drawing interface. The interface displayed 4 prize pools, 2 each for mystical and scientific sides. Basic draws at 1,000 points each, and intermediate draws at 10,000 points each. When items were drawn, light would indicate their quality level. So far he had only seen white, blue, and purple light. His wizard profession was a mystical side purple item. This similar setup gave him the illusion that all of humanity's fate seemed tightly bound to his luck, yet he was powerless to change it, and could only try to earn more points. In gaming terms, only paying to win could save the unlucky. Fortunately, the prize pools did contain some impressive items. He had drawn several rather remarkable technologies from the scientific side, such as clean nuclear fusion reactors, furnace technology. With this device, humanity could almost completely break free from geological energy sources, enough to trigger an energy revolution in the current world, possibly even sparking wars. And this was merely a blue-grade item, though it had been virtually useless in the previous world. In addition to these, there were Level 2 artificial intelligence modules, quantum communication signal towers, gene editing medical pods, lightning class C variant mechs, and Titan alloy forging technology. Among them, the medical pods had provided Shun-E with tremendous assistance. Once extracted, they would be added to the store for purchase at 50,000 points each. In his previous world, Shun-E had earned almost all his early points through these medical pods. Unfortunately, the high price made it difficult to balance costs and profits, so he ultimately gritted his teeth and bought only 2 units, saving tens of thousands of lives in total. Should he try an intermediate temple draw now? Shun-E felt an itch in his heart. He knew every item in his inventory by heart. So opening the system now wasn't to check his list, but to take a gamble. If the apocalypse was truly caused by technological malfunction, perhaps he could draw a crucial item. The investigation had hit a bottleneck, and further delays would only waste time. Just one temple. He took a deep breath and decided with slight nervousness. This wasn't casual loot box opening in a game, but a matter of life and death for all humanity, and it also determined whether he could earn more points going forward. Draw. His first intermediate temple since arriving in the new world began. Shun-E didn't wash his hands or pray. Mysticism doesn't save the unlucky had been proven useless in past draws. A black hole-like vortex appeared in the center of the interface, and the first beam of light exploded. Blue. First item. A blazing orb of light hovered on the screen, information instantly flooding his mind. 1 artificial sun. Blue as expected, but I already have nuclear fusion energy. The redundant function made his mouth twitch slightly. Second item. Alien Supreme Edition hovering sedan, white. Trash. Next, he said expressionlessly. Third item. Basic implant prosthetic manufacturing technology, still white. Shin-Yi's face began to darken. Fourth item. Micro artificial satellite, white. Fifth item. Maritime hovering high-speed rail technology, blue. Quite advanced, but for now it could only be shelved. The sixth item flew out, a deep blue instantly catching his eye. U-75 multifunction robot, blue. Silver-white metallic frame fitted to humanoid form. Nuclear fusion core radiating crimson energy light. The unit combined tremendous strength, flight capability, and weapon systems with extremely strong defensive performance. It was more than adequate for rescue operations, deterrence, or even large-scale combat. If priced below 10,000 points, this item alone would pay for itself. Shin-Yi's eyes were almost glued to its price tag. The seventh item popped out next, but it was unremarkable, so he glanced over it hastily, placing all his attention on the upcoming results. When purple light exploded from the eighth item, he shot up from his seat. Incredible luck? So far, he had only drawn purple once, the wizard profession, which had become his most reliable trump card. Now a purple item from the technology side had actually appeared. Tyler class aerial fortress. Information flooded his mind like a torrent. This was a massive structure capable of long-term suspension in the stratosphere. A triangular hull 9,000 meters in length, integrating energy shields, optical stealth, anti-gravity power cores, and multiple other technologies centuries ahead of the current era. It could provide long-term living space for over 50,000 people. Without a doubt, for this world, this Tyler-class aerial fortress was truly a weapon of mass destruction. Setting aside its military value, the mere sight of this steel leviathan hundreds of meters long suspended in the sky would be enough to intimidate all directions. If Shin-Yi wished, he could even pass it off as an alien spacecraft to fool the world. However, a practical problem immediately presented itself: lack of personnel. The description mentioned that the fortress came equipped with a central AI, but numerous positions still required human operation. To fully operate this aerial fortress, he would probably need to recruit a team of technical support staff. With this thought, Shin-Yi gradually calmed down from his lottery-winning euphoria. The smile remained on his face, like an ordinary person who had been strapped for cash but suddenly hit the jackpot. His entire being so relaxed it seemed as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Now that he had obtained the aerial fortress, many of his previous plans could be adjusted accordingly, or even completely overhauled. One thought after another flashed through his mind, when suddenly an enticing aroma wafted from the living room. Mo Chio emerged from the kitchen doorway, carrying covered dishes. "Mr. Shun, you're back." Under the living room lights, she immediately spotted Shun Yi standing in front of the sofa and blinked. Today's Shun Yi had a different smile than usual. "I promised I'd be back before dinner, especially with such tempting delicacies waiting for me." In high spirits, Shun Yi casually made a joke. Mo Chio's fingers tightened slightly, her pale knuckles turning white from gripping the plate, while a faint blush rose to her cheeks. Having her cooking skills acknowledged was the highest reward for her. She noticed Shun Yi's obviously elevated mood and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Did something good happen?" "You could say that I prevented a plane crash." "What do you think?" Shun Yi said while catching the sweet fragrance of fruit mixed with warm air. "A plane crash? The one you mentioned yesterday." Mo Chio immediately connected it to the disaster predictions Shun Yi had listed the day before, her eyes lighting up like lanterns. So he really had gone to prevent the plane crash that afternoon. That was hundreds of lives, hundreds of families' happiness. While she and most people in the world could only silently follow such news, he had used action to change the outcome. "Amazing," Mo Chio blurted out, her gaze shining with something close to worship. If anyone had been observing at that moment, they would have seen she looked like a completely smitten fangirl. Shun Yi chuckled softly and waved his hand. "That was just something I did in passing. What really made me happy was something else." With that, he mentally connected to the system interface. The remaining 2 lottery draws had been fully revealed: bioelectric battery technology and nanoscale, digital lathamerely white quality items, better than nothing. In comparison, the U-75 multifunctional robot and the Tyler-class aerial fortress were the real surprises, already earning him a fortune. As his thoughts turned, he simply opened the shop interface directly. Items that had been drawn once in the lottery would appear in the shop's catalog, available for purchase with points. He first looked at the price of the aerial fortress. It costs 5.8 million points. That price didn't exceed Shin Yi's expectations. If anything, it was cheaper than had imagined. After all, the Thunder-class transformable mech he drew earlier cost 1.2 million points, roughly a fifth of this flying fortress. But Thunder C is a space mech, while this is only an atmospheric fortress, and the tech required is on a different level. Either way, he can't afford it for now, so pulling it from a draw would be pure profit. His eyes dropped to the entry for the mech unit: 10,000 points. That number lit him up. Had already been thinking that if a mech cost under 10,000, it might be more useful than pricier gear. Now it landed right at 10,000. As long as the performance holds up, it's worth buying in bulk. Great news. With that, he pointed to the open space beside them. "Before we eat, let's test something." Whoosh. A silver-white mech over 2.2 meters tall materialized out of thin air. Brutal metal plating wrapped its frame, with crimson light burning in its chest and eyes. Its hulking build radiated pressure. The sudden steel silhouette made Mo Chio step back on reflex, but she quickly steadied herself. She glanced at Shun Yi without fear, her mind racing through possibilities. Was this the thing that could genuinely put him in a good mood? Mo Chio took a closer look. The mech screamed classic science fantasy, as if a movie scene had stepped into reality. Even without being a sci-fi fan, she could imagine the unreal tech packed into that body. Fantasy is called fantasy precisely because it shouldn't be possible. "A colleague's new toy," Shun Yi said with a nod. "Might come in handy when we're saving the world." I grabbed one to try. He snapped his fingers. U-75's arms, ankles, and spine shifted in an instant. Vents irised open, and blue flames roared out. The heavy frame lifted as if weightless, spinning, accelerating, and diving through the villa's spacious living room with gymnast-level agility. It left no trace of damage anywhere. The contrast between that metallic power and its fluid grace was startling. Mo Chio stared, eyes wide, utterly stunned. She couldn't parse the engineering behind those moves. Just keeping something that heavy hovering smoothly, without blasting the surrounding air, was centuries ahead of current tech. Even so, Shin Yi wasn't fully satisfied. He realized the mech's intelligence was limited, good for following detailed orders, but unable to handle commands with emotional nuance or ambiguity. Then he remembered another item had pulled in the previous world: the Level 2 AI module set. It cost 80,000 points each, far pricier than the mech itself. But maybe all he needed was to build a commander for them. He took out the AI module set on the spot. It was a palm-sized metal cube, its surface pulsing now and then with intricate streams of data light, radiating the same cutting-edge aura. Shun Yi brought the metal block close to U-75, and it began to emit a faint glow before completely melting into liquid form, flowing through the robot's gaps and seeping into its body. Mo Chio's eyes widened, almost forgetting to breathe. In contrast, Shun Yi remained calm, as if this were just routine procedure, even though this was his first time witnessing the installation of an AI module. This AI module cost a staggering 80,000 points, with technology beyond imagination. Apart from the core program, the carrier was a quantum computer made of nanoparticles. According to the manual, It could be compatible with any electronic hardware. It could even work in an old radio, though its performance would be severely compressed, at best controlling wireless signals within certain frequencies. After the module fully integrated, the red lights in U-75's eyes suddenly intensified. Its mechanical arm lifted, right hand striking its left chest in a crisp, efficient motion. U-75 multifunctional robot reporting for duty, Master. The metallic voice was smooth yet cold. Level 2 artificial intelligence didn't possess emotional modules, only Level 3 had them, while Level 4 was already defined as true artificial intelligence life forms. Go to the kitchen and bring the food over, Shun-E casually ordered. Yes. U-75 walked steadily toward the kitchen. This seemingly simple command actually contained multiple layers of logic, identifying rooms, distinguishing dishes, filtering out unprocessed ingredients, and failed attempts. Within minutes, it brought out 2 completed dishes, completely ignoring the messy ingredients scattered on the stove, like a well-trained servant. The ability to correctly execute such complex commands was the basic hallmark of Level 2 artificial intelligence, understanding most spoken commands and possessing certain self-learning capabilities. Amazing. Emochio approached without fear of the intimidating exterior, her fingertips lightly touching the cold metal as she turned to ask curiously, "Can it learn to cook?" "You could try teaching it," Shuni smiled as he sat down, but before he finished speaking, his gaze shifted toward the window. Outside the courtyard, an SUV slowly pulled up to the entrance. Chu Lin stepped out, having rushed all the way from the base just to confirm a few things in person. He straightened his collar at the steps, put on what he considered his most approachable smile, and pressed the doorbell. The moment the door opened, his smile froze on his face. Greeting him wasn't Shin-E, nor the gentle Mo Chio, but a metal robot with glowing red eyes and a design more dramatic than the Terminator. Chu Lin instinctively rubbed his eyes. No mistake, it was indeed a robot, silver-gray armor reflecting cold light, joints with perfectly meshed gears, a dark red glow emanating from its chest core, like a steel warrior stepped out of a sci-fi war film. Identity confirmed. Mr. Chu Lin, please enter. The red light swept gently as U-75 stepped aside, its movements as standard as a perfect butler. Chu Lin's Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to appear composed. It's just a robot, just one that can talk and scan, and happens to look like a war machine. Stay calm. Chu Lin kept encouraging himself mentally, but it wasn't until he stood before Shun-E that he managed to tear his gaze away. The robot before him moved with near-perfect naturalness. If covered with synthetic skin, it would be virtually indistinguishable from a real person. Mr. Shun, pardon the intrusion. Shun-E still wore the same dark wizard robe from earlier, its cuffs trimmed with silver thread and a bronze badge hanging from the collar. Yet Chu Lin's expression had completely changed, like a mythical immortal suddenly pulling out a spaceship and launching into intergalactic warfare. The incongruity was overwhelming. In the next moment, Shun-Yi's robes shifted and flowed like living creatures, transforming in the blink of an eye into casual homeware. The soft cotton cast gentle shadows under the lamplight. He stepped aside but didn't pull out a chair for Chu Lin at the dining table. Steam rose from the dishes, yet there was no hint of an invitation to sit. What is it? Shun-Yi's expression remained calm, his eyes as still as deep ocean waters. Indeed, there is a matter. Chu Lin held his breath, secretly pinching himself as he forcibly suppressed all the incomprehensible absurdity in his heart, leaving only the most crucial point. We've noticed that when you prevented that air disaster, you didn't hide your intentions. Why should I hide them? Shin-E countered. True enough. Chu Lin hesitated briefly before switching to the carefully rehearsed script his organization had prepared. It's just that if news of the world's end becomes known to everyone, the resulting chaos might not be conducive to our organization's efforts to combat the apocalypse. He deliberately showed a troubled expression, placing combating the world's end in the most prominent position. This was a goal Shun-E himself had proposed, so he only needed to follow suit. Since it was about fighting the apocalypse, he had the right to voice opinions. Shun-E continued to gaze at him, those profound eyes seeming to dissect him completely. Why do you think I appeared before you all without any concealment, even telling you my origins, my purpose, and the news that the world's end is approaching? This question had been analyzed countless times by Chu Lin and his colleagues, leaving only one answer. We believe. He weighed each word carefully. It's because you've determined that we have the capability to assist you in saving the people of this world. Exactly. Shun-E rose from his chair, his spine straight. With just that single movement, the air pressure in the room seemed to shift dramatically. He looked at Chu Lin, his tone steady and resolute. People are not all the same. When the apocalypse arrives, some will fight back desperately regardless of everything, struggling until the very end. Some will straighten their clothes and face death with dignity, and others will fall into hysterical fear, waiting for the end in panic. Which type of person do you think I prefer to see? Naturally, those who fight back desperately. Chu Lin answered without hesitation. A savior would want to see vitality, not funerals or wailing. This was an easy question. As soon as the words left his mouth, he seemed to vaguely understand something. See, you understand perfectly well. Shun Yi raised his hand and patted Chu Lin's shoulder, his expression serious and frank. I told you, I come from a parallel world, and my native language is the same one we're using now. My culture has no Noah's Ark, no omnipotent God. I don't care how other rescue agents make their choices, but he paused slightly, and that invisible pressure once again enveloped the room. But for me, you are the best choice at this stage. Shun Yi spoke from the heart this time, and what he said was true throughout history. Humanity's imagination of the apocalypse has never ceased, though most such visions have sunk into the riverbed of mythology over time. It is precisely these myths that quietly reveal the starkly different attitudes various civilizations hold when facing the end times. In Western thinking, the apocalypse represents God's reckoning for human sin, with Noah's Ark symbolizing final redemption. Therefore, when truly backed into a corner, many can face death with composure, even sharing final moments of peace with their families. The East doesn't buy into this. They view the apocalypse as an undeserved calamity, believing it to be the result of divine conflicts that harm mortals. So they resist, they take up arms, and even if their enemy is a god, they'll drag that god down from its throne. In comparison, organization, obedience, and unity are particular strengths of Eastern culture. Of course, the West isn't without Marithi naturally optimistic. It's just that from Shun Yi's perspective, he could save more lives in the East. Unless one is powerful enough to be omnipotent, no one can save those who willingly bow to fate. Perhaps reading the sincerity in Shun Yi's gaze, Chu Lin unconsciously swallowed, feeling a surge of pride in his chest. You won't regret your choice. Whether I'll regret it isn't for you to tell me. Shun Yi said calmly. You need to prove it to me. We certainly will prove it. Chu Lin readily agreed, but then shifted the conversation, getting straight to the purpose of his visit. So, you haven't revealed news of the coming apocalypse to others? That would only cause unnecessary panic. Shun Yi shook his head and sat back down. I know what you want to ask. Right now I don't need much help. So only you know of the association's existence, but this situation won't last much longer. Why? Chu Lin pressed. His visit wasn't just to confirm whether Shun Yi treated other countries equally, but also to probe his next moves. Shun Yi's shocking appearance during that plane crash would surely alarm the very few people at the top of the global pyramid. Even if the news only reached their ears, it would be enough to stir up tremendous waves worldwide. How long do you think we have until the apocalypse? Shun Yi asked in return, then answered before Chu Lin could speak. It's always sooner than you imagine. So it's not just you who need to prepare, I need to prepare too. What kind of preparation? Chu Lin asked, but seeing Shun Yi pick up his chopsticks, he swallowed the words on his lips. Shun Yi remained silent. He had said enough to ease the unrest caused by his high-profile appearance. It was best to stop there. Chu Lin understood, his peripheral vision sweeping toward the robot, standing solemnly nearby. Whenever he gazed upon this steel creation, the technological edge faintly visible beneath its cold exterior sent chills through his heart. Is this robot also one of the preparations you've made? In the end, Chu Lin still asked softly. Are you referring to Chi Wu? Shun Yi looked up, his gaze calm, casually shaking his head. Of course not. It's just a little gadget, an experimental prototype. However, you'll soon see what it can accomplish. The corner of Chu Lin's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. An experimental prototype meant it hadn't yet entered mass production, but Shun Yi hadn't denied having the capability for mass production either. For an organization that could traverse different worlds, whose individual members possessed near-godlike power, controlling an entire world wouldn't be surprising at all. He knew he couldn't press further. That oppressive feeling of being seen through made him wonder if Shun Yi possessed mind-reading abilities, though even if he did, it wouldn't be surprising. Well then, I'll look forward to it with great anticipation. Chu Lin forced as natural a smile as possible, then rose to take his leave. This visit had already yielded considerable gains, though he suspected this information was precisely the bait Shun Yi had deliberately thrown out. Before leaving, he couldn't help but take one last look at U-75, that robot with its menacing metal shell, as if trying to etch its silhouette deep into his memory. Shun Yi noticed his gaze and gave a casual instruction. Chiwu, see our guest out. Yes, master. Chiwu strode forward. The soft sounds of its mechanical joints were no different from human footsteps, so natural that Chu Lin wondered if there might be a real person hidden inside that steel armor. However, through the faintly glowing red light at its chest, he could dimly make out the precisely interlocking components inside, dismissing that speculation. Reaching the doorway, Chu Lin instinctively spoke up. Chiwu, is that your name? It was just a casual question, but he received an immediate response. Yes, this is the name my master bestowed upon me. Chiwu's metallic voice was steady. I believe it derives from my model number U-75. You believe? Those two simple words sent a chill down Chu Lin's spine. Even though he wasn't an AI expert, he understood what this implied. The robot wasn't just answering, but engaging in autonomous interpretation. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he pressed on. You say you believe? Do you actually possess thoughts? Of course. Chi Wu tilted its head, that crimson glow sweeping over Chu Lin like an eye. I am a Class 2 artificial intelligence, which qualifies as elementary artificial life. An ordinary mortal like you probably doesn't match my intelligence. For the first time in his life, Chu Lin had been looked down upon for his intelligence. Did this robot think he'd reached his current position at his age through mere luck? Damn it. Shock and anger surged within him, though his expression remained unruffled. Stepping out of the building, he stopped beside his vehicle and turned to nod slightly. Please return now. Thank you for escorting me. He deliberately emphasized the words, thank you. You're welcome. Chu seemed to look at him again. Pay attention to your kidneys theory, already in poor condition. Chu Lin's mouth finally twitched as he gritted his teeth and forced out. Thanks for your concern. Chu nodded, stepped back, raised its right hand, and lightly tapped its left chest armor with its knuckles. Farewell. May humanity endure forever. Chu Lin had initially been merely shocked. It wasn't until Chi Wu raised one hand and bowed like a statue, uttering those words, may humanity endure forever, that his heartstrings were truly touched. This prayer had come from a robot. Chi Wu was a life created by human hands, like books, paintings, cars, and ships, embodying all the hopes his creators had for his purpose. Standing before him now, Chi Wu's straight silhouette against the slanting light of the setting sun seemed to declare on behalf of the research team behind him, protect humanity. Protect humanity, yes. Chu Lin responded quietly, then voiced the same wish. May humanity endure forever. He couldn't quite identify his emotions at that moment, only feeling as though he too was responding to someone's expectations. With those words, he lowered his head and got into the SUV, starting the engine and shifting gears in one fluid motion. In the rearview mirror, Chi Wu lowered his raised palm, turned, and walked steadily toward the villa with steps so precise they were almost rigid, both mechanical and like those of a well-trained soldier. Chu Lin turned the car around and drove away. Inside the villa's dining room, Shun Yi looked up at Chi Wu as he returned to the table, his delight even greater than before. Second-level artificial intelligence lacked emotional modules, but relying on vast human cognitive data, it possessed the ability to think and learn, could engage in fluid conversation, and could even display a certain personality. That earlier exchange had been a task. Shun Yi had assigned to establish a friendly relationship with Chu Lin. The results clearly exceeded expectations. A few jokes, one health concern, and finally shared ideals had all precisely hit their mark. Chu Lin's responses indicated that Chi Wu had completed his mission quite successfully. In such a short time, this machine had built a connection with a sharp-minded human, making Shun Yi even more excited about the potential of the Type 2 Artificial Intelligence Module Group. However, for now, it was time to eat. Shun Yi used serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of appetizing sweet and sour pork, the tangy sweetness of pineapple and the tender crispness of pork tenderloin blending on his palate as he nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Chu Lin drove back to the base. As night began to fall and streetlights passed one by one across his windshield, his thoughts drifted far away. The amount of information he had just gathered from Shun Yi was enormous, so much that he couldn't fully process it all at once, and more frighteningly, that might only be the tip of the iceberg. Entering the base gates, he took a deep breath and refocused his thoughts. Before his car had even come to a complete stop, Che Yongchang was already hurrying toward him. I've sent the report up, and I also left a copy of the video for the special project group at the Academy of Sciences. Their reaction was quite intense. As he said those last few words, Che Yongchang shrugged helplessly, then pressed further. What about your end? Any response? Yes, still a very positive response. Chu Lin nodded. He added his assessment. He hasn't treated us the way he treats other countries. I suspect that until doomsday signs truly manifest, or until we displease him, he won't reveal his true identity to foreign powers. The Domestic Culinary Association doesn't count. The MO Group and people like Mo Yuanbai can be considered his own people. After all, it's closely tied to the national interest. That's good enough. Upon hearing the confirmation, Che Yongchang finally let out a long breath, with only one thought remaining in his mind, hoping that the big shots at the Academy of Sciences could dig up some truly useful information from the materials. You'd better not get your hopes up too high. Chu Lin's voice was hoarse and low, as if recalling some unspeakable horror. His expression was rigid, veins faintly throbbing at his temples, and he finally let out a long sigh. Once my report goes up, they'll understand what true despair means. The incomprehensible supernatural forces are one thing, but the scientific technology there is so far beyond us that we can't even touch the edges. I just hope those scientific bigwigs have strong enough hearts. What flashed through his mind were artificial intelligence beings with self-awareness, and war machines that seemed to step right out of movies. Compared to these, the supernatural powers exposed by the Pan-Human Guardian Association were merely an unfamiliar discipline, while the vastly advanced technology was the real shock to this world's foundation. Well, what do you mean? Che Yongchang looked completely bewildered. He noticed that Chu Lin seemed to have been dealt a heavy blow since that outing. His aura significantly weakened. Could something have gone wrong in his confrontation with Shani? Chu Lin shook his head, unwilling to elaborate. You have clearance. When the report comes out, you'll naturally be able to read it and be shocked yourself. With that, he put aside his distracting thoughts and returned to his crisp, decisive tone. Tonight's mission is to keep a close eye on the movements of all major forces, especially those culinary organizations that have already begun losing control. Don't be surprised by anything they do. Understood. Che Yongchang immediately stood at attention, his expression turning serious. Before Shun Yi's arrival, the world's most secretive and troublesome crisis was precisely the culinary organizations that had risen over the past few decades. Those chefs called themselves dark gourmets. In this world, food itself could generate various supernatural abilities and even directly influence emotions. The desperate could rekindle hope through a single dish. The sorrowful could stop their tears with a sip of soup, or entrust beautiful wishes in desserts. But there were always those who delved into darkness. They concocted so-called dark cuisine, using taste to capture souls. With just one bite, diners would become addicted, unable to eat any other food, which would taste like wax in comparison. Initially, people simply thought these chefs possessed exceptional skills. Their ingredients were clean, showing no abnormalities. But over time, it became clear that while this food didn't harm the body, it could deeply tear at the spirit. Dark gourmets used this to amass enormous wealth and power, their influence now deeply entrenched. Therefore, when they obtained footage of today's air disaster at the first opportunity, Chu Lin wasn't surprised at all. What truly worried him was what this group would do next. If the world really was ending, he only hoped they would behave themselves a little. Chu Lin's concerns were far from unfounded. Everything that happened at the West Asian airport was spreading at an alarming rate among a select few powerful figures, accompanied by even higher definition videos. Almost everyone who watched experienced a complete worldview collapse. Some were ecstatic with joy, while others were filled with fear and worry. These two types of people also have completely different perceptions of their own lives. Those who fear are mostly content with what they already have, worried that this sudden powerful force might shake their vested interests. Those who rejoice have long grown tired of their wealth and power, yearning for a new force that could make them even more omnipotent. Dark gourmets mostly belong to the latter category. In just a few hours, this undercurrent of influence surged from the shadows like an abyss, sweeping across the globe with wild abandon. Of course, this had little to do with Shun Yi. If he had descended into this world merely for power and money, he wouldn't mind dealing with these people. Unfortunately, when doomsday arrives, whether you're wealthy enough to rival nations or powerful enough to rule the world, you'll only survive a few moments longer than others at best. Deep into the night, Shun Yi's figure silently ascended into the night sky, breaking through the clouds. He wanted to inspect his newly acquired treasure. With a mere thought, an aerial fortress far larger than any aircraft carrier materialized before him. Anti-gravity engines at its base glowed softly, and the entire fortress was shrouded in an optical stealth field, creating a pale silver shimmer in the moonlight that was breathtakingly magnificent. At first sight, he fell completely in love with it. Its lines, structure, and firepower all radiated a cold, pure technological charm. Should I give you a name? He landed on the deck, his feet meeting smooth metal with a special matte coating that kept the surface dry and non-slip. He strolled along the deck, seemingly casual, yet carefully examining every detail. Living quarters, rest areas, storage, flight deck. The entire fortress not only exceeded expectations, but was completely intact, representing technology far beyond Earth's capabilities. Over a dozen large transport aircraft, more than 30 unmanned autonomous combat units, even maintenance and cleaning robots, everything except crew members was present. But even if he found crew members, no one could train them immediately, and there was no time to wait for them to become qualified. So Shun Yi chose another path. He walked straight into the captain's bridge. The spacious area contained over a dozen seats, originally requiring at least that many people to operate. Welcome, Captain. A gentle female voice accompanied by scanning beams greeted him. The fortress's central intelligence. Without saying much, Shun Yi approached the main console and spent 80,000 points to purchase a Type 2 artificial intelligence module set from the store. This was his solution. Perhaps an aerial fortress needed a massive crew, or perhaps all it needed was one sufficiently powerful ship girl. Nanomaterials flowed like water into the instruments and circuits, and the next moment, all the lights in the bridge illuminated. Tyler-class aerial fortress reporting for duty, Captain. The same gentle female voice, yet now completely transformed. From now on, you'll be called Lilac. Shun Yi settled into the captain's chair and looked up at the main screen. After a brief flash, an entirely new scene appeared on the screen. A woman in a white lab coat stood before him, her delicate features carrying a touch of cold elegance, with an air of mystery swirling around her like thin mist. With just the name, Dingxiang, she had instantly determined her humanoid appearance. Dingxiang thanks you for bestowing this name upon me, Captain. The figure on screen gave a gentle nod, and her voice transformed accordingly soft and melodious, like gentle night rain sliding over stone steps in Jiangnan, with a hint of gratitude woven within. Had Shun Yi not understood the complexity of artificial intelligence evolution, he might have suspected she had already crossed the threshold into Type 3 intelligence. Can you manage this entire aerial fortress? Shun Yi wasn't distracted by her stunning appearance and cut straight to the point. In my current state, besides completing all operations in the cockpit, I can also coordinate all independent automated units, such as automatic combat, transport, and maintenance systems. However, for anything without independent units like the various dishes in the cafeteria, I'm powerless. Currently, I can only bake bread and make hamburgers. Ding Xiang answered honestly. Not bad. Shen Yi nodded. This aerial fortress from the high-tech era was almost entirely automated, with even the bread maker under system control. The various automated units that originally required multiple personnel could now be coordinated by the upgraded Ding Xiang alone. His gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on her image on the screen. Your core is a super quantum computer, isn't it? Combined with programming technology far beyond this era, I want to know. Do you have the ability to breach every information channel in this world? This was his true purpose. In this world, information technology was already powerful enough to shake social structures. When he had drawn the AI module in the previous world, Shen Yi had envisioned that if he could control networks and the information people received, he might delay virus spread, allow more people to prepare in advance, and save more lives. Unfortunately, the virus had already reached its final stage by then. Now, with the aerial fortress as his hardware, it seemed there was still a chance. Ding Xiang didn't answer immediately. She lowered her gaze in thought, actually conducting rapid intrusion attempts. After a brief silence, she raised her eyes with a confident smile. No problem, Captain. This world's information technology is quite primitive. With my computational power and full-spectrum signal reception hardware, no information domain can stop me. That's the best news I've heard since arriving here. Shen Yi smiled genuinely. Being able to assist you is my honor. Ding Xiang curtsied gracefully. Though lacking true emotions, her behavior was indistinguishable from that of a human. Stay airborne on standby and maintain contact with me through information channels. Shen Yi stood up. Having achieved his purpose, whether he remained in the cockpit was no longer important. The aerial fortress wasn't ready for public debut yet, but Ding Xiang's capabilities were available at any time. I will await all your commands. Ding Xiang's gaze followed Shen Yi continuously, never looking away even after he left the cockpit. Shen Yi used spatial teleportation directly from the deck to return to his mansion. The spacious living room was brightly lit, with Chi-Wu already standing silently in the corner like a voiceless shadow. Heat up the late-night snack Emochio left for me, and bring it over. Shen Yi removed his coat and casually draped it over the sofa back, his tone flat, yet carrying an undeniable command. He had no intention of resting tonight. The good news Ding Xiang had just brought back had left his mind highly stimulated. The plan wasn't actually complicated. Yesterday's lottery draw was meant to test his luck, hoping to obtain equipment capable of monitoring world anomalies. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and he only unexpectedly acquired two good things, the U-75 submarine and aerial fortress. Continue with more draws? That would be purely relying on small probabilities and luck, and Shun Yi had no intention of wasting more points on futile consumption. He chose what he self-mockingly called the fool's method, as an alternative disaster prediction scrolls. He had used this type of item several times in front of Che Yongchang. Each scroll cost 100 points and could lock onto future disasters with certain newsworthy qualities in advance. In other words, it was like a radio with built-in filtering standards that could receive future disaster news. Theoretically, as long as he invested enough scrolls, he could piece together the complete picture of when doomsday would truly arrive. Throwing money at it sounded foolish, but it was much more reliable than blind lottery draws. More importantly, with Ding Xiang's channels, he could even recoup part of the costs while quietly inserting the Pan-Human Reason Protection Association into public view. Let's begin. Shun Yi opened the system store and placed his order decisively 10 scrolls to start. The first prediction scroll unfolded. At 2:32 a.m., a tornado from West Asia will sweep through Welva, causing 12 deaths and 125 injuries. The local area has probably already sounded the alarm by now, though there's little they can do about it. Shin Yi commented softly, flicking his finger. Next one. The second piece of information appeared. At 4:12 a.m., the Emden Supreme Apartments in Pharaoh City will catch fire due to lightning strike, causing 525 deaths and 236 injuries. A major fire? Shin Yi's eyes lit up as he grabbed his phone from the coffee table. Ding Xiang, search for Emden Supreme Apartments. Yes. Ding Xiang's voice immediately responded through the speaker, with massive amounts of data pushed to the screen. Emden was a multinational real estate giant specializing in luxury high-end apartments. The building in question was located in Pharaoh City, the capital of the Pharaoh Holy Nation, standing 80 stories tall. Just the exterior photos alone made it clear why the death toll would be so shocking. Lightning strikes typically ignite the exterior walls first. If the wall materials aren't fire-resistant, flames will instantly climb the entire building. At dawn, most residents would be fast asleep. Lower floors might still allow escape, but by the time those on higher floors wake up, fire exits would likely already be sealed off by flames and thick smoke. Collect as much information as possible about the residents of this building, and before the fire breaks out, send out warnings via text messages, phone calls, and similar methods in the name of the association. Shen Yi quickly issued his orders. Although being excited by others' disasters wasn't dignified, tragic catastrophes were the most effective way to make the world remember the words Pan-Human Reason Protection Association. Next one. At 5:27 a.m., a landslide occurred in Jiaozu County, causing a long-distance bus to plunge off the mountain, resulting in 13 deaths and 28 injuries. At 6:35 a.m., Port Grande was suddenly engulfed by fierce winds and torrential rain, with towering waves crashing against the breakwater. Shun Yi stared at the disaster prediction scrolls in his hands, tearing open 10 of them in rapid succession within just a few minutes. The triggered information flooded the light screen like bullet comments disasters scattered across the globe, with a timeline extending until 6 p.m. the following day. The most lethal entry was a massive fire at exactly 4 a.m., a level of conflagration unseen for years. The rest were dominated by earthquakes, storms, floods, landslides, and other natural disasters. These disasters normally appeared in news reports, but now, an ominous premonition grew stronger in Shun Yi's chest. The initial surge of excitement had long since faded as he sat alone on the sofa, gazing at the moonless night sky through the window, his fingertips tapping lightly on his knee. After a few seconds, he took a deep breath and stood up. I'll leave things to you for now. I'm going to rest. Rest assured, Captain. Sweet dreams. Ding Xiang's voice came through the phone, calm as a mechanical assistant. Shun Yi decided to use only these 10 scrolls for now, observing the effects of the first phase. The living room lights went out, leaving only the red glow emanating from Chi Wu's chest and eye sockets, outlining his cold metallic frame like a sentinel statue, keeping watch through the night. Pharaoh City, Emden Supreme Apartments. At 1 a.m., torrential rain poured down as lightning tore through the low-hanging dark clouds, thunder making the windows hum. Rossetti Maggie, editor-in-chief of Pharaoh St. News, finally ended her marathon workday. When she stepped through her front door with a soaked umbrella, 12-year-old Leighton and 10-year-old Irene were already fast asleep in their respective rooms. Her maternal routine check wasn't skipped. She stood before the 2-bedroom doors, using her phone's dim light to scan her children's sleeping faces, then collapsed into her bedroom like a deflated balloon. The divorce a month ago had left her shouldering the dual burden of childcare and work alone, dragging herself home past midnight every night, completely drained. Need to find a nanny, the best one, money's no object. She muttered to herself drowsily. A notification sound faintly came from her bedside table, but she couldn't be bothered to check at this hour. It was probably just spam. 30 minutes later, a piercing ringtone suddenly exploded, brutally yanking her from light sleep. The fury of being rudely awakened while extremely exhausted made her want to flip the bed. She grabbed her phone, her bloodshot eyes blazing with anger. If it was a subordinate, they'd be packing their bags tomorrow. However, the screen displayed an almost absurd string of digits 0000000000. Did such a number really exist? Rossetti paused, wondering if she was seeing things, but anger still churned in her chest, so she decided to unleash her fury first. Hello? Do you have any idea what time it is? She screamed her first words, vaguely hearing similar furious shouting from upstairs. A calm yet pleasant female voice came from the other end, speaking Faroese with broadcaster-perfect pronunciation. This warning comes from the Pan-Human Guardian Association. Ms. Rossetti, you must take your family and leave Emden Apartments within 30 minutes. The Pan-Human Guardian Association? Leave Emden Apartments? Rossetti was about to lose her mind. Although she knew some people would deliberately make nonsensical prank calls in the middle of the night, only when it happened to her did she realize these harassment calls were far more despicable than she had imagined. She bolted upright, her disheveled blonde hair sweeping across her cheeks, her knuckles turning white from gripping the phone so tightly. I'm warning you, she hissed through gritted teeth, practically spitting out each word. If you call again and disturb my rest, I will absolutely find you, and then throw you in jail. Before she could finish, she hung up directly. Outside the window, storm clouds churned as lightning tore through the night sky. Within the rumbling thunder, there seemed to be muffled roars mixed in, but Rossetti had no mind to listen carefully as she collapsed heavily back onto her pillow. The moment she closed her eyes, the urgent ringtone pierced through the darkness again. It was the same unknown number. Rossetti was furious and immediately turned off her phone. The screen went dark for 1 second, then eerily lit up again. The system automatically restarted, the ringtone cranked to maximum volume, deafeningly loud. Rossetti was both shocked and enraged as the phone suddenly answered itself. Through the speaker, a calm female voice poured directly into her eardrums. Ms. Rossetti, The Panhuman Guardian Association has observed that Emden Apartments, where you are located, will suffer a lightning strike fire in 25 minutes. Please immediately take Leighton and Irene and leave. Lightning strike fire? Rossetti was stunned, then furiously retorted, impossible. There are lightning rods here, plus the world's best fire safety systems. The stranger not only called her by name accurately, but also knew her children Leighton and Irene's names. Rossetti's heart pounded, but reason forced her to find an explanation. This must be a virus planted in her phone long ago that stole information, then deliberately used this ridiculous excuse to terrorize her. Yes, that's exactly it, she muttered to herself, gripping the phone tightly. The fully sealed design that prevented battery removal made her teeth itch with frustration. She even wanted to smash it directly, but worried that would destroy evidence that could later help track down the harasser. As if perceiving her hesitation, the next moment, her laptop screen silently lit up, the Bluetooth speaker hummed to life, the smart TV in the living room, the smart refrigerator in the kitchen, every internet-connected device powered on simultaneously. The same female voice poured out from all directions, volume cranked to the limit. The Panhuman Guardian Association's observations are never wrong. Ms. Rossetti, you may choose to abandon your and your children's lives, but issuing this warning to you in these final moments is my job. Electronic light bathed the living room in stark white, the electronic buzzing like deep-sea whispers. Rossetti's heart pounded as cold sweat seeped from her palm gripping the phone. Who exactly are you? Her voice trembled with fear and anger. Rossetti was absolutely stunned. Her understanding of hacking was only surface level, but even so, she knew just how terrifying someone capable of this must be. The living room lights flickered erratically, the air conditioner and robot vacuum started up on their own, and appliances from different brands with different systems seemed tethered together by an invisible thread, all malfunctioning simultaneously. As editor-in-chief of a renowned publication, Rossetti had never heard of an intrusion at this level. I'm from the Panhuman Reason Preservation Society. The female voice called Ding Xiang came through the phone speaker again, as calm as a mechanical time announcement. As long as you don't leave, I will keep warning you until your final moment. Xin Yi's instructions to Ding Xiang hadn't specified how to warn. Her interpretation was warn thoroughly, so she took control of everything she could access. Not just Rossetti's home, but every smart device belonging to all residents in the entire apartment building was now under her control. Most residents were experiencing the same chaos as Rossetti. Mommy, a childish call came from outside the door. Her daughter Irene stood timidly at the doorway, staring at the room full of automatically operating appliances, then pointed to the children's smartwatch on her wrist. A lady called and said there's going to be a fire soon, and we should take you away. Her son Leighton's eyes lit up. This is so cool. Like a sci-fi movie. He craned his neck to look around. Lady, what's your name? Ms. Rossetti, Leighton, Irene. For the sake of your lives and future, please leave this apartment building immediately. For the first time, Ding Xiang's voice seemed to carry a hint of human warmth. Rossetti felt a slight stir in her heart, not because she believed a fire was imminent, but out of curiosity about these methods. This would make an explosive news story. She'd already thought of the headline, the hidden risks of smart home appliances. Will there really be lightning causing a fire? How are you doing all this? If there's real danger, why not call the police? She asked while observing the appliance's behavior. The Panhuman Reason Society's predictions are never wrong. The society's capabilities far exceed your imagination. The police are powerless against such disasters, Ding Xiang replied calmly. Why? Rossetti's interest peaked, ready to dig deeper. Take Irene and Leighton and leave. You have 15 minutes remaining. Ding Xiang seemed to perceive her intentions, her voice suddenly turning cold. The next second, every device in the house turned to maximum volume, mechanically and monotonously repeating that phrase, with only the remaining time counting down. The deafening noise forced Rossetti to cover her ears. She suddenly regretted believing the marketing hype and buying so many wireless smart devices. All right. You win. We're leaving. Stop the noise. She grabbed her phone. But if nothing happens, you'll pay for the cybercrime you're committing. Ding Xiang didn't respond, as if stuck in an endless loop. Rossetti pushed through the door and discovered she wasn't the only one in such a predicament in the hallway. Some neighbors held their phones with curious expressions. Others stood empty-handed looking furious. Ding Xiang's voice poured from everyone's devices. The voice and tone were identical, but the names spoken were completely different for each person. This was truly an unprecedented scene. Since Rossetti had moved into the building, he had never seen so many neighbors gathered in the hallway at the same time. Even more incredible was that the phone call seemed to have transcended time zones and networks, reaching everyone's devices simultaneously with pinpoint accuracy. How on earth did she manage that? Rossetti wondered as he looked around, feeling a chill run down his spine. Could there really be hundreds of customer service representatives with identical voices calling the entire building at once? But the vocal intonation was perfectly uniform, remarkably similar to highly standardized synthetic speech. When had the caller silently switched to artificial intelligence? Damn it, I've had enough of this harassment. At the end of the hallway, A heavy-set man was furious. Wearing only loose pajamas and holding a blonde woman in his arms, his angry shout snapped everyone back to reality from their bewilderment. I'm going to drag whoever's behind this to court and sue all the TV and phone manufacturers too. This is all their fault. Sweetheart, don't be angry. The blonde woman smoothly placed her hand on his chest, her gesture so intimate it made people blush. Rossetti recognized this irate neighbor Conrad Ashburn, a somewhat well-known lawyer. Though famous, his reputation was terrible. He took any case, specializing in cleaning up dirty business for wealthy companies. His womanizing was an open secret in their circles, and the blonde woman before him was certainly not his wife. Calm down, Conrad. An Asian man nearby looked up. He wore a crisp suit, his eyes remarkably bright, still clutching his constantly flickering phone. I can guarantee you as chief engineer of Connor Corporation you'll never trace the source of this call. Ralph, can't you just smash that damn phone? Conrad, made even more irritable by the scent of lilac perfume, raised his voice. No way. Ralph shook his head vigorously like a bobblehead, excitement practically bursting from his throat. You have no idea what this means. This isn't something a few simple viruses could accomplish, almost completely taken over the underlying systems of all devices and tampered with critical functions. Even forced shutdowns aren't working. Most terrifying of all, I suspect she isn't human at all, but a highly intelligent artificial intelligence. Ralph had rushed out of his room early to talk with neighbors and confirm. The female voice on the phone used the same pattern to communicate briefly with each person, only switching to looped warnings when the countdown reached 15 minutes until disaster. Theoretically, there might be hundreds of uniformly trained customer service representatives operating from the back end, but the terrifying invasion technology made Ralph lean more toward the advanced AI hypothesize, a discovery that both shocked and thrilled him. Whatever you say. Conrad dismissed him with disdain, tightening his grip on his companion as he strode toward his apartment. I'm going to smash my phone and cut the main power right now. Let's see who can bother me then. His approach inadvertently enlightened quite a few people. Some eyes lit up as they turned and hurried back to their units, obviously planning to copy Conrad's solution. Others stood hesitating, caught between staying and going. The illuminated elevator and sounds from the stairwell made it clear that at least some people had chosen to leave. Hi, Ralph. Rossetti approached Ralph, her earlier drowsiness completely replaced by fascination with the situation. Do you think there's a team of advanced hackers behind that phone call? I have to correct you. Ralph raised his phone, lowering his voice. What just happened goes far beyond advanced hacking. Its IT capabilities that surpass anything we have today. He slipped the phone into his pocket. Also, I'm planning to leave the building. You actually believe her? That there'll really be a fire? Rossetti's eyes lit up with interest. Honestly, not really, Ralph shrugged, already heading toward the stairwell. The hacking technology is impressive enough, but predicting a lightning-caused fire, that's something you'd only see in sci-fi movies. But there's an Eastern saying, better safe than sorry. Rossetti thought for a moment, then called to her daughter Irene and son nearby, following Ralph. She had a vague feeling this could be an explosive headline. The stairwell was crowded and chaotic, some people cursing loudly, others looking completely bewildered, and still others rushing down with bulging backpacks, taking the stairs 3 at a time. Clearly, some people had completely believed that mysterious phone call. Rossetti mused to herself, people really are easily influenced. A few minutes later, they emerged outside the building. People were still rushing out through the doors, while others lingered under the awning, whispering among themselves. Strangely enough, the moment Rossetti stepped outside, the continuous female voice prompts on her phone stopped abruptly, as if someone had hit a mute button. This kind of precise location tracking. Ralph's voice grew excited again. Rossetti ignored the scientist's technical enthusiasm and looked up at the towering building. Dark clouds churned overhead, with lightning dancing between the layers. She pulled out her phone, started recording, and aimed it at the building's exterior wall. The timing was about right, though she was beginning to wonder if she'd lost her mind. Would it really get struck by lightning? Impossible. Fortunately, many others around her were also holding up their phones, so her embarrassment quickly faded. Hey, Ralph, could I interview you tomorrow? About this whole incident. Rossetti turned her head, but before she could finish speaking, her vision was suddenly filled with pure white light. A blinding arc of electricity tore through the sky. Boom. 2 or 3 seconds later, a tremendous thunderclap exploded, jolting Rossetti out of her daze. She witnessed and recorded it. That lightning bolt struck the building's exterior wall with pinpoint accuracy. The brilliant light vanished instantly, but left behind a small cluster of dancing flames that began spreading along the outer wall at an alarming speed. Rossetti stood speechless, trembling all over, her mind buzzing blank. She couldn't even hear the chorus of gasps around her, only staring fixedly at the flames climbing their path. It actually happened? Oh God, how is this possible? How is this possible? Call the fire department. There are still people inside. Panicked shouts scattered in all directions. Rossetti snapped back to reality and quickly checked her call log from the first call to this very moment. Exactly 30 minutes. Not a minute more, not a second less. Mom. Irene tugged at her sleeve, eyes wide with fear, voice trembling. Were we? Were we supposed to burn to death? Rossetti could see the fear in her daughter's eyes. At this age, children understood so much more. She crouched down and pulled Aileen tightly into her arms. It's okay now. Everything's okay. We all made it out alive. These words comforted her daughter as much as herself. Fear gripped her heart just the same. Because this fire wasn't just about her, it was about her 12-year-old Leighton and 10-year-old Aileen, her most beloved children. So the lady on the phone saved us, right? Eileen's body stopped trembling as she lifted her smartwatch. Should I say thank you to her? We should all say thank you to her. Rossetti's voice choked with emotion. That phone call had saved an entire family. Without the initial warning, without the series of urgent alerts that followed, if she had chosen to stay in the apartment like Conrad, they would be trapped in the raging flames right now, consumed by fire. At the thought of that scene, overwhelming gratitude surged through Rossetti's heart. She didn't even have time to wonder how the caller could have predicted this disaster. Only the relief of surviving remained. Rossetti, we need to leave. It's not safe here either. Beside her, Ralph's voice trembled. Burning debris continued falling from above as this usually composed elite engineer gripped his phone, his knuckles white. On one hand, he knew those who remained in the building were likely doomed. This luxury apartment building that boasted top-tier fire safety systems didn't even have fire-resistant exterior walls. On the other hand, he could barely believe what had just happened. Obviously, to prevent harassment, they smashed their phones. Ralph muttered through gritted teeth. Screw harassment. Those were life-saving calls. They cut off their own lifeline. His chest burned with the urge to scream, but he could only raise his voice to urge everyone to evacuate. Meanwhile, reason and shock battled in his mind. Hacking, he could explain. But, observing the future, how was that possible? What exactly is the Pan-Human Guardian Association? He murmured repeatedly as they left, as if the foundation of his beliefs was crumbling. Finally, he found his explanation. It must be some kind of technology not yet understood by the world, a discovery capable of changing everything. A hint of fervor appeared in Ralph's eyes. It was an engineer's hunger for breakthrough technology, and a survivor's renewed examination of life's meaning after being saved by a miracle. He silently vowed to find them, join them, and witness firsthand how this miracle that could save countless lives came to be. This night was destined to be sleepless for many people, not just because of the fire, but because of the extraordinary circumstances of their narrow escape. Lightning-induced fires are impossible to predict. No one, by any means, can determine the exact moment when lightning will strike a building and ignite a raging inferno. The death of over 500 people instantly made this tragedy a global focal point, which was exactly the explosive attention Shen-Yi needed. When the mysterious messages of disaster warnings were juxtaposed with the brutal reality, they would inevitably shroud the Pan-Human Guardian Association in an even thicker veil of mystery. That same night, Ding Xiang issued 4 or 5 additional disaster warnings worldwide. Though the losses weren't significant, they seemed to add fuel to the burning fire, steadily escalating the topic's popularity. The next morning, dawn was just breaking outside the window. The first words out of Shen-Yi's mouth upon waking went straight to the point. Ding Xiang, what's the completion rate? Captain, the mission completion rate is only 67%. Ding Xiang's voice dropped half a tone, as if regretting her performance. 67%. Shen-Yi frowned. Yes, warnings were issued to a total of 847 people, with 279 deaths. Shen-Yi casually pulled up the panel, surprised to see his points had increased by over 300. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. How did you manage that? So many people wouldn't believe such prank-like warnings, would they? Ding Xiang didn't hide anything. Explaining the previous night's operation in detail, she had used phone bombardment, locked onto all wireless devices, and forced the warnings into everyone's ears and screens in an almost coercive manner. After listening, Shen-Yi completely understood the process. Such forceful intervention was enough to make many people suspicious or even terrified, making it difficult to truly ignore. Captain, did I do something wrong? I wouldn't say wrong. Shen-Yi got up and drew the curtains. Morning light hit his face, but brought no warmth. You just missed the real purpose of my order. The main purpose? Ding Xiang's tone carried confusion. Exactly. Everything you did was based on the warning itself. What I really wanted was publicity. Shen-Yi turned back, his gaze falling on the phone by his bedside, as if making eye contact with Ding Xiang through it. Humans fear the unknown and dread power. Last night you made warnings omnipresent, yet some still dismissed them because they couldn't understand. What I need to do is make them understand first, then learn to believe. How many people were saved wasn't Shen-Yi's primary concern. He had learned not to consider death his fault, only to view salvation as his achievement. Moreover, without precedent or evidence, few people would accept such incredible warnings. However, there would always be survivors. Even if only 10 or 20 survived, They would tell everyone about the warnings they received. Then people would discover that the other unfortunate victims had also received warnings, but they chose not to believe and thus lost their lives. This would become an undeniable reality for everyone to witness. With this disaster serving as a warning, when larger-scale crises emerge in the future, even if hundreds of thousands or millions fall victim, more people would choose to trust the association's warnings and fight desperately to preserve their lives. That would be when Shun Yi truly begins earning massive points. His experience from the previous world had taught him to keep his focus locked on truly catastrophic disasters. I understand. Ding Xiang's tone was resolute, clearly grasping his intentions. This current approach isn't bad either. Shun Yi smiled. You've saved more people this way. Next time, it won't need to be so complicated. A simple text message or even a phone call will suffice. Now, let's see how public opinion develops. Even if the response remained lukewarm, or if someone deliberately suppressed the news, Shin Yi felt no concern whatsoever. With Ding Xiang under his control, he was the true information king of this world, and all the messages people received were entirely at his discretion. After finishing his morning routine, he headed downstairs with a tablet in hand. In the kitchen, Mo Chio had already arrived and was gently simmering shrimp porridge, the subtle seafood aroma wafting out with the steam. Shun Yi recalled mentioning it casually the night before, and seeing that she had prepared it today brought a slight smile to his face, which surely tasted much better than what he'd had before. He settled onto the living room sofa and lit up the tablet. In just one night, exactly as expected, the entire internet was flooded with reports about the fire, coverage so overwhelming it was almost frenzied. Mysterious organization predicts disaster. Pharaoh Midnight Blaze claims over 700 lives, but everyone received advance warning. Who exactly is the Panhuman Guardian Association? On-scene report dozens of survivors share their experiences. Is predicting the future actually possible? Shocking. A fire that was warned about in advance. Continuous alerts that appeared on every device. If it were you, would you believe? Those who didn't are now consumed by flames. The entire high-rise building burning through the night evoked painful memories of that devastating five-star hotel fire from 2 years ago. Now, with a similar scene unfolding but with the eerie addition of prophecy, it naturally exploded into public attention. Media coverage focused almost entirely not on firefighting efforts or casualty statistics, but on the mysterious warning itself. Official media, independent outlets, newspapers and magazines, every channel pounced like cheetahs catching the scent of prey. The barrage of news alerts immediately captured netizens' attention. Through reports, live broadcasts, and survivor interview videos, people gradually pieced together what had happened, leaving them so stunned they wondered if it was April Fool's Day. Is this actually real? We're not being fooled by foreigners, are we? Is there official coverage? There is. Every media outlet is reporting it. If this is real, I'll live stream washing my hair while doing a handstand. Even if someone installed a lightning rod on the wall, it would be impossible to control the exact timing of a lightning strike. Only God knows the probability of lightning. If humans could truly predict lightning with such precision, they would have ascended to immortality long ago. The skeptical voices rose one after another. But just as the debate reached its peak, Shinny noticed a video being shared repeatedly and casually clicked on it. The scene immediately appeared. A high-rise building burned to a charred skeleton dominated the screen, with exposed steel beams, scattered ashes, and flames still crackling in some areas. Smoke intertwined with the night and searchlight beams, making viewers almost smell the acrid odor of burning. In front of the camera, surrounded by multiple media outlets, was an Asian-looking man named Ralph. Behind him, the building structure was still dripping sparks. Firefighters were busy rolling up hoses, and ambulance lights were flashing. Comments flew across the screen rapidly. Holy crap, a big shot appears. Can someone knowledgeable introduce who this is? Chief Engineer of Connor Corporation, an IT legend. Our company uses his public lectures as textbooks. Connor? That's the giant company doing cutting-edge automation, right? Ralph had no time to pay attention to the amazement on screen. As both a witness to the entire incident and a top expert in the IT field, the media naturally pointed all their microphones at him. Reporter 1. Was your experience last night the same as other survivors? You could say it was almost identical. Ralph nodded, his eyes still showing lingering fear. If it weren't for the warning from the Panhuman Protection Association, I definitely wouldn't have had time to evacuate from my residence on the 40th plus floor. His voice was hoarse but conveyed genuine gratitude. Engineers aren't actors, and observers could all see that trace of terror. Reporter 2 immediately followed up. What made you choose to believe the warning? According to our understanding, Conrad, the lawyer on your same floor, didn't leave and is currently listed as missing. I'm deeply saddened by Mr. Conrad's situation. Ralph's expression was complex as he recalled his last phone call with Conrad. Those brief sentences had become their final farewell. If he had made the same choice, his fate would likely have been sealed. He looked toward the camera and slowly explained. Initially, I didn't completely believe it. What attracted me was their technical capabilities. They effortlessly gained complete control of my phone, computer, even my smart speaker, and all home appliances. As far as I know, no hacker organization in the world can achieve this level. It was precisely because of this shocking fact that I decided to believe and immediately evacuate. Even if it was just a prank, it would be a prank capable of changing the world. Whether he truly believed or not, only he knew for certain. But he left and survived. Conrad stayed his fate unknown. The stark contrast was laid bare before everyone. Comments instantly flooded like a torrential rain. Amazing. Even a big shot like this had his devices easily controlled. Oh my, I have a smart speaker at home too. I'm trembling. What exactly is the Panhuman Protection Association? It appears a shadowy organization hidden in the world's dark corners. Most netizens were still watching this magical incident with excitement. For them, their monotonous lives felt like a still pond suddenly struck by a massive boulder, finally creating ripples. Comments kept flooding in with exclamations like, "Holy crap. And this is like a movie." Everyone wanted to see how the situation would unfold. The interview was still being broadcast live. When the next reporter's turn came, he immediately threw his question at the most sensitive core issue. You witnessed the lightning and fire with your own eyes last night. Do you think this lightning strike could have been artificially induced? Question marks immediately flooded the screen. What is this reporter implying? Suggesting someone's pulling strings behind the scenes? Anyone with basic knowledge knew that natural lightning discharge was extremely random. Even with lightning rods, you could only slightly increase the probability of being struck. It was impossible to control it down to the exact second. Ralph's expression darkened slightly. He adjusted his microphone and responded in an extremely calm, yet unquestionable tone. I don't know why you would ask such a question. But for this kind of basic knowledge, I suggest you go back to middle school for a while, then you'll naturally understand. Light laughter rippled through the crowd. Comments joined in the mockery. Go back to middle school for remedial classes. Honey, we suggest going back to kindergarten. IQ insulted series. Some people quietly voiced different opinions. Just saying, I think the reporter has a point. The reporter's expression showed a moment of embarrassment, but his professional thick skin allowed him to quickly recover and press on. Current technology can't do it, but that doesn't mean the Panhuman Ethics Protection Association can't. Compared to predicting the future and giving early disaster warnings, targeted lightning strikes seem more reasonable, don't they? This statement brought the laughter to an abrupt halt, and the comments fell silent too. Everyone vaguely felt that what he said wasn't entirely wrong. If we're talking about what's unreasonable, wouldn't predicting the future be even more mystical? Ralph looked at the camera, his tone becoming serious. However, according to information I just received, we weren't the only ones who got disaster warnings last night. He raised his hand to open his materials and listed them rapid fire. Chow County in the east experienced landslides. Grande Port was hit by sudden storms. Alicante City recorded a 5.2 magnitude earthquake. Are you suggesting that all these storms, earthquakes, and floods were artificially created? The reporter opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. He had certainly known this information all along, but was pretending ignorance. Meanwhile, news that advance warnings had been received for sudden disasters of a certain scale around the world flooded the internet. Comments began frantically posting 6666, and netizens finally realized that yesterday's warnings went far beyond just that fire. Ralph took a deep breath and added in an almost proclamatory voice, "What I want to say is, although I don't know how they did it, I believe this must be a truly great scientific achievement." Ralph's excitement was palpable as he spoke. Even if every award in the world were given to it, it still wouldn't be enough to describe its greatness. This will completely transform the human world and give us the true qualification to control our own destiny. As a human being, I am incredibly grateful that the Panhuman Guardian Association saved me. And as a scientist, I must say this. If you value my abilities, please allow me to join you. I'd even work without pay. As his words ended, the reporters on scene were stunned, their microphones frozen midair. Shun-E raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly taken aback by the enthusiasm of willing to work without salary. The netizens reacted even faster, and the live stream comments exploded instantly. Holy crap, the interview just turned into a job application. That's incredible. I'd want to join too. This is about predicting the future. No salary? What? Running on pure passion. This is clearly repaying a life debt. Amazing. So amazing I'm speechless. Ralph's heartfelt words pushed the interview atmosphere to its peak. What kind of organization could make a top engineer publicly declare he'd join for free? Even viewers who knew nothing about science could sense the mystery and power of the Panhuman Guardian Association from his attitude, effortlessly hacking smart devices, seemingly possessing means to observe the future, and proactively issuing warnings to save lives. It was predictable that from today onward, this name would become the hottest topic globally. Shin-E couldn't ask for better publicity. This was exactly part of his plan. However, Ralph's job application didn't immediately move him. Establishing the Panhuman Guardian Association was a decision he'd made after painful reflection following his devastating defeat in the previous world. With his strength alone, he ultimately couldn't handle the various apocalyptic disasters, nor could he fully utilize the good things in the system that he temporarily couldn't use. If he was going to build it, it had to become the strongest world-saving organization. And to join, both trust and capability were indispensable. A sudden flash of inspiration made him turn to instruct Ding Xiang. Establish a talent database. Record all the top talents from every field worldwide. Monitor their life trajectories long-term and document and analyze their personalities and mental states. Yes, Captain. Ding Xiang responded crisply. This database might not be useful now, but when he truly needed personnel, he could directly select the most suitable candidates from it. Moreover, once the apocalypse arrived, whether dealing with disasters or rebuilding order, these people would become even more precious. As his thoughts raced, Emochio's soft reminder came from the kitchen. Breakfast is ready. The faint aroma of rice had already filled the air. Shun-Yi stood up and picked up the perfectly warm porridge ethos few minutes before it cooled completely had the richest flavor, which he especially treasured. The scalding deliciousness slid down his throat, warmth spreading through his chest, brightening his mood considerably. For him, such moments of culinary pleasure were a luxury. In this world, only he knew what the true apocalyptic scene looked like. Death approaching wasn't the most painful part, the greatest torment came from spiritual darkness. In the past, every day when he opened his eyes, all he saw was deathly gray silence, with only constantly increasing death tolls in his ears, barely able to find anything worth being happy about. Now, even just a delicious breakfast, a moment of peace. Throughout breakfast, neither of them spoke much, though Emochio seemed to have something on her mind several times, her eyes bright and hesitant. Steam from the porridge curled up in the small dining room as Shun-Yi finished his last spoonful, set down the porcelain bowl, and wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin before looking up calmly. If you have something to say, just say it. Isn't it uncomfortable keeping it bottled up? Emochio clearly hadn't expected him to speak so suddenly. Her fingers fidgeted at her side as she said somewhat shyly, I saw the news this morning about last night's, the Pharaoh fire. Shun-Yi understood what she was referring to and simply nodded. So I thought. Emochio chose her words carefully, paused for a second, then bit the bullet. It was amazing. Shun-Yi gestured for her to continue. When you prevented that plane crash last time, I already thought it was incredible being able to do what no one else could. Emochio threw caution to the wind, her voice quickening with excitement. This time I learned about the whole process. You notified everyone in the entire building to evacuate half an hour in advance. Those people who survived because of it, you must know. Shun-Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and interrupted her. If I had gone there personally, I could have saved everyone. There wouldn't have been a single casualty. As he spoke, his gaze calmly studied Emochio. This cook's skills and personality suited his preferences perfectly, especially her gentle attention to detail. But as his and the association's influence expanded, those around him would inevitably be affected. It was time to understand her more deeply. He secretly instructed Ding Xiang to analyze Emochio's facial data. Even seasoned agents could hardly hide subtle fluctuations in expression, and this would be a good opportunity to test Ding Xiang's capabilities. But you can't personally handle every disaster, can you? Emochio didn't catch the deeper meaning in his words. After thinking for a moment, she used her own cooking expertise as an analogy. It's like the dishes I make, by handling a few people can taste them. But if I design recipes for mass production, the taste might be a bit different, yet everyone who wants to try them can have some. You think warning phone calls are equivalent to mass-produced salvation? Shun-Yi understood, but shook his head. But those who refuse lose their lives. But those who accept also gain their lives. Emochio bit her lower lip lightly. Food can only bring enjoyment, but warning calls can save lives. In my eyes, this kind of product is the greatest thing in the world. So, you don't need to feel sad for those who refuse. Just like when people don't like mass-produced food, I don't feel upset either. After all, it's not something I made with my own hands. By the end, she was flustered herself, feeling that using food as an analogy might not be quite appropriate. Shun-Yi raised an eyebrow. You're actually trying to comfort me. He paused, his expression calm. I'm not some rookie savior fresh on the job. Accepting death and misfortune is just a basic professional skill. Emochio's face turned bright red. She had indeed mistaken Shun-Yi's reaction, thinking he was grieving for those who ignored the warnings and ultimately perished. Only now did she realize that the man before her was a professional savior who had experienced countless apocalypses, witnessed countless deaths, and saved countless lives. Embarrassed by her misunderstanding, Emochio's ears burned red as she hastily gathered the dishes and fled to the kitchen with a flushed face. Shun-Yi watched her retreating figure. Captain, based on facial microexpression analysis, she's not lying or acting. Her reactions are completely natural. Ding Xiang's voice echoed in his mind, pausing before adding. Moreover, her admiration for you borders on diehard devotion. She doesn't even want to hear you downplay your own achievements. Die-hard devotion? Shun Yi raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit dramatic? It's likely related to her upbringing. Ding Xiang continued, testing her newly designed talent profile analysis program. Her father, Imo Yuanbai, was a typical playboy in his youth and fathered 37 children. Thinking of the charming older gentleman he'd met before, Shun Yi's mouth twitched slightly. If someone had even a third of his looks, combined with world-class wealth and power, having 37 children wasn't entirely unreasonable. So Imo Chio's childhood wasn't pleasant. Her mother suffered from depression, and she grew up in a complex, harsh environment. The turning point came when she discovered her culinary talent and used it to improve relationships with most of her family members, Ding Xiang summarized. Shun Yi nodded, finally understanding why Mo Chio, despite being a wealthy heiress, possessed such a gentle nature. She communicated through cooking. In this world where cuisine held unique power, she used it to foster mutual understanding with her family. But what does this have to do with me, he asked. There's over a 70% probability that she sees in you a power greater than culinary arts, one that can truly save and transform the world, Ding Xiang replied. Food can make her world warmer, but when facing a real apocalypse, cooking skills are powerless. What can make a difference is your power. Shun Yi fell silent for a moment, then said softly, very impressive. Do you find her impressive, Captain? Ding Xiang couldn't determine the target of his comment. I was referring to you. Shun Yi smiled. To analyze so much from just online intelligence and brief observation, I am confident in trusting the talent profiling task to you. Thinking about these kinds of problems will help you develop your emotional modules. Understood, Ding Xiang acknowledged. By then, Imo Chio had emerged from the kitchen, removing her apron with a lingering blush on her face. Well, I should be going now. She couldn't even muster the courage to look at Shun Yi. Shun Yi nodded, casually instructing. Let's have barbecue for lunch. Of course, please leave it to me. Imo Chio finally lifted her head, pressing her lips together in a subtle, reserved smile. When Imo Chio left, she was clearly in high spirits. The satisfaction of having her homemade dish please her idol was written all over her face. Shun Yi didn't linger on the sight, simply filing the moment away in his memory before turning his full attention back to business. Last night's fire in Pharaoh had thrust the fledgling Pan-Human Protection Association into the trending topics online. Anyone with internet access could hardly avoid encountering that mysterious name, suspected of being able to predict disasters and possess extraordinary hacking skills. To continue building credibility, the next step required only one thing: more investment. All at once, 50 more disaster prediction scrolls. Shun Yi waved his hand, and 5,000 points vanished instantly. He knew this was far from enough, as his goal was to track down the first major catastrophe before the apocalypse, the kind of opening act that would claim hundreds of thousands, even millions of lives. The scrolls unfurled one after another, revealing times, locations, and casualty figures in rapid succession. 7:15 p.m., Libu City, 5.3 magnitude earthquake, 12 dead, 128 injured. 8:26 p.m., Srus Bay, 8-meter tsunami, 23 dead, 46 missing. 9:49 p.m., Miyazaki City, 6.2 magnitude earthquake. Shun Yi used the scrolls while rapidly taking notes. Soon he noticed that the intervals between disasters were visibly shrinking, and the frequency of natural disasters was skyrocketing. Yesterday, 10 scrolls had covered 20 hours, but now just 24 hours had consumed 18 scrolls. So many earthquakes occurring globally within a single day. He frowned. Though most weren't high magnitude, this was definitely abnormal. After exhausting 50 scrolls, he immediately purchased 50 more and continued advancing the timeline. The disasters now extended into tomorrow, the day after, and beyond. June 18th, 3:24 p.m., Lasindo volcanic cluster undergoes explosive eruption. High temperature volcanic gases and ash engulf Bainan City, Duabiman City, Tianurbi City, and surrounding towns and villages. Total death toll, 560,000. 560,000. Shun Yi stared at the number, his heart sinking. Not from the scale of casualties, but from shock at the timing only 4 days away. He glanced at his remaining scrolls and continued unrolling them. June 18th, 3:31 p.m., Nal's Mao volcano erupts. 3:33 p.m., Chalin's volcano erupts. 3:38 p.m., Satinlinka volcano erupts. 3:41 p.m., Yuanchang volcanic cluster undergoes fissure eruption, with lava cracks spreading to Yuanchang City, followed by massive explosive eruption. Death toll, 2.45 million. Shun Yi stopped taking notes. The pattern was crystal clear. 4 days from now, volcanoes across the globe would likely experience an unprecedented collective eruption, with terrifyingly short intervals between them. The intensity of this eruption was unprecedented in the entire history of Earth. There was no doubt that this apocalyptic omen originated from natural disasters deep within the magma layers beyond human detection. The Earth's crust was undergoing earth-shattering changes, breaking the silence that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. Perhaps this was merely the Earth's core gently sneezing. Yet it was destined to arrive earlier and more violently than Shun Yi had anticipated, affecting at least tens of millions of lives. And this was merely the prologue. He seemed to already see mountains collapsing, tsunamis raging, scorched earth and ruins, countless people wailing in despair. Yet when truly facing all this, Shun Yi's heart was unexpectedly calm. All of this was within his expectations. The world he had descended into was inherently the most cruel and unfortunate among countless parallel worlds. What was a 1 in 10 million probability of disaster for others was 100% certainty for him. The real catastrophe is about to begin, he murmured to himself. After confirming his emotions remained steady, Shun Yi raised his head, his lips parting slightly. Come to me immediately. The voice traveled invisibly, reaching directly into the ears of two people, Chu Lin and Mo Yuanbai. At this moment, Chu Lin was at the base, staring at the screen while organizing online public opinion data related to the Pan-Human Guardian Association. Suddenly, that distant yet clear summons seemed to crash into his eardrums from the horizon, making him jolt violently. What's wrong with you? Che Yongchang looked up, puzzled. Mr. Shun is calling me. Chu Lin's expression was grave. This was the first time Shun Yi had actively summoned them. Che Yongchang speculated. It should be related to last night's online operations, right? That handiwork, simply the god of the internet. Should I come along? Last night's shock had made their regard for Shun Yi soar once again. In this era, such seemingly limitless hacking skills were terrifying. Chu Lin thought for a moment and nodded. Come along. If you're not needed, just wait outside the door. Understood. Che Yongchang smiled bitterly, and the two immediately set off. Mo Yuanbai arrived earlier than them. When Shiwu opened the door for them, Chu Lin and Che Yongchang almost simultaneously gasped. In the grand hall of the luxurious villa hung a massive earth. The azure oceans, rolling mountain ranges, forests, and cities were rendered in perfect detail, like a real miniature planet that nearly filled the entire space. After calming down, they noticed the slight overlap between the projection and the furniture, confirming it was indeed just a projection, yet it remained incredibly shocking. Mr. Shun. Chu Lin suppressed his amazement, striving to maintain composure. Shun Yi only responded faintly, his gaze remaining locked on that sphere of light and shadow. Chu Lin and Che Yongchang dared not disturb him, quietly walking to sit beside Mo Yuanbai, using their eyes to inquire about the situation from this playboy known for his romantic escapades and wealth. Mo Yuanbai only shook his head lightly. Had just arrived too and knew nothing, so don't ask him. In truth, Mo Yuanbai felt a flutter of unease in his heart. He had arrived 10 minutes early, but during those 10 minutes, aside from Shun Yi's casual "have a seat" at the beginning, the room remained silent. For Mo Yuanbai, apart from his father, no one had ever dared treat him with such cold indifference. Yet rather than feeling offended, he found himself thinking, this is normal, mixed with an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Chu Lin and Che Yongchang also sensed the ominous atmosphere. The air felt oppressively heavy, as if weighed down by lead. Gentlemen. Shun Yi finally turned around, his calm gaze sweeping over the three men in turn. His first words made their expressions change dramatically. The apocalypse of your world has already begun. Mr. Shun, do you know what form this apocalypse will take? Chu Lin struggled to suppress his inner turmoil, though his voice still trembled slightly. Since the establishment of the Special Operations Unit, all their work had revolved around this visitor from another world. His terrifying personal combat abilities, his power to prophesy disasters, his seemingly advanced technological knowledge, and the frightening hacking skills he had displayed just yesterday. These extraordinary qualities almost made one forget Shun Yi's true purpose for being here, the end of civilization. Exactly, Shun Yi continued matter-of-factly. This morning, I connected with the association and observed the human order for the next 4 days. I found the opening chapter of the world's end. For days. Mo Yuanbai's voice cracked. The world ends in 4 days? Chu Lin and Che Yongchang's hearts pounded. If only 4 days remained, even an asteroid impact should show signs by now. Apocalypse couldn't arrive without warning. Don't worry, it's just the prologue. Shun Yi shook his head slightly. Phew. All three exhaled in unison. Only about tens of millions will die. Shun Yi's addendum froze the air once again. Tens of millions dead. Chu Lin and Che Yongchang's faces went rigid. Tens of millions might be just a number on a data sheet, but when it represented countless living souls, the scale became unimaginably horrific. Che Yongchang swallowed hard and forced out his words. Mr. Shun, do you know how many died in World War I? Only about 10 million, and that was a years-long global conflict. The tens of millions I mentioned will die within a single day. Shun Yi's tone remained calm as his gaze swept over them. Otherwise, what kind of disaster would qualify as apocalypse and the destruction of human order in your eyes? No one spoke. They certainly understood the word apocalypse, but when tens of millions dead in one day became concrete numbers, terror opened like an abyss, instantly dragging them in. The weight of human life felt utterly different from any previous moment. Stop wasting time. The apocalypse won't give you a grace period. Shun Yi shook his head again. At least I'm here, so the spark of your civilization won't be extinguished. How much ultimately survives depends on your own efforts. With that, he raised his hand and gestured lightly. Behind them, the massive Earth projection quickly displayed one red glowing circle after another scattered across the globe. The three of them were quickly captivated by the scene before them. Chu Lin squinted, his gaze rapidly scanning across the holographic projection, trying to identify familiar place names among the dense cluster of red dots. Suddenly, his finger froze midair, and his voice shot up uncontrollably. Are these all volcanic craters? Exactly. Shun Yi nodded, his tone as calm as if he were delivering a weather report. There are roughly over 2,000 dormant volcanoes and more than 500 active ones worldwide. But this time, almost every volcanic crater is erupting simultaneously. As soon as he finished speaking, the circled red dots on the projection lit up in unison, followed by massive gray-black mushroom clouds violently shooting skyward. These were deadly veils formed by scorching volcanic ash mixed with superheated gases. The three watched helplessly as these particle-like dots spewed forth debris, followed by dark red lava rolling out, spreading overwhelmingly and devouring everything in its path. In that instant, they seemed to hear the wails of countless people and witness cities turning to ash under lava and toxic hot gases. Their chests tightened with fear, their hair standing on end. Shun Yi had earlier called this merely the prelude to the end of the world, but to them, the scene before their eyes was already apocalyptic enough. If ordinary people were in their place, they would likely have already collapsed in panic. Why is this happening? Chu Lin stared intently at the projected planet, his throat dry. Some of these dormant volcanoes have been inactive for tens of thousands of years. I don't know. Shun Yi shook his head again. Human order observation can only capture the results of human order destruction, not reconstruct the process. Moreover, from now on, you only have 102 hours to respond, with no time to investigate the cause. Chu Lin clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, rapidly calculating in his mind. Our country has 3 volcanic clusters with 800 volcanoes in densely populated areas. The casualties could reach tens of millions. Even if we only evacuate the most critical 10 million people, for days is absolutely insufficient. After all, they claim to have the world's strongest mobilization capabilities. In certain Western countries, forget evacuation, they couldn't even reach a conclusion about whether to relocate in 4 days. So are you giving up? Shun Yi's gaze was profound, peering into Chu Lin's heart like a dark ancient well, yet his voice was as soft as a whisper. Fine beads of sweat had already formed on Che Yongchang's forehead as he couldn't help but interject. Mr. Shun, I wonder if the Pan-Human Order Guardian Association could. As I said, Shun Yi cut off his question, his tone slightly deeper. My mission is merely to protect human order. Che Yongchang's words caught in his throat. He remembered what Shun Yi had said before, and he also recalled the previous mission the man had demonstrated with only over 2 million people remaining globally. It was still judged as mission accomplished. Shun Yi sighed inwardly. If possible, he would certainly want to summon tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of aerial fortresses, along with tens of millions of U-75 robots. But the system wouldn't allow it, and the Pan-Human Order Guardian Association was, in some sense, the embodiment of the system itself. What we face is not just the apocalypse of your world alone. He looked at the three of them and ultimately decided to offer a glimmer of hope, a bit of encouragement. If you want the association to invest more resources in you, you must demonstrate your worth, the strength of your civilization. How can we demonstrate our value? A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of Chu Lin and the others. By now, the Pan-Human History Preservation Association had risen to an almost sacred status in their minds. They could hardly fathom what form such a vast organization capable of traversing countless parallel worlds might take. Not to mention that Shun Yi's display of personal combat prowess and technological capabilities was merely the tip of the iceberg, yet already overwhelming. If the Pan-Human History Preservation Association was willing to extend a helping hand, not only could they handle the volcanic eruption in 4 days, but even if the entire apocalyptic crisis descended upon them, they seemed to glimpse a path to survival. What would it take to demonstrate our value? Chu Lin pressed, his voice tinged with urgency. Today's conversation concerned the fate of the entire world, and he understood its gravity. Shun Yi didn't answer immediately, instead raising his gaze and posing another question. Why do you think we save human history? The question hung in the air as Chu Lin, Che Yongchang, and the third researcher fell silent simultaneously. If Shun Yi were from their world, the reasons wouldn't be hard to imagine: human empathy, unwillingness to see one's homeland destroyed, or even motives rooted in justice and love. However, such explanations couldn't apply to Shun Yi. He and his companions could travel to other parallel worlds at will, making the destruction of any single world barely affect them. Moreover, given the level Shun Yi had demonstrated, calling him a deity wouldn't be excessive. Mr. Shun, we've pondered this question for quite some time. Chu Lin stared intently at Shun Yi, emphasizing his final words, "But we know far too little about you." His desire was undisguisedly needed more information. Shin Yi seemed oblivious to that urgency, speaking calmly. "There are two reasons." When he said first, his tone remained indifferent. A sense of mission. The existence of these two technologies, human history observation and parallel world traversal, feels like destiny guiding us. This was indeed one of the reasons Shun Yi had summarized for himself. Among countless worlds and billions of lives, the system had specifically descended upon him, bestowing the mission to save the world. While Shun Yi wasn't a firm believer in fate, he sometimes harbored the thought that perhaps only I can accomplish this. The three listeners nodded in understanding. Indeed, these two technologies seemed born for the purpose of saving worlds. Shun Yi continued. Second, before he could finish, a tangible sense of oppression suddenly emanated from him, like an invisible wall pressing forward. Chu Lin and Che Yongchang instinctively straightened their backs, nerves taut. Then, Shin Yi's tone became noticeably serious. "We believe that every civilization possesses its uniqueness." Uniqueness? Che Yongchang unconsciously repeated in a low voice. Even among infinite parallel worlds, there could never exist two worlds that were 100% identical. What Shin Yi spoke was common knowledge transmitted to him by the system. No matter how similar they might appear, every world possessed its unique characteristics, whether in history or culture. For instance, the brilliant culinary arts of your world are the most extraordinary I have ever encountered. This uniqueness can only be understood, inherited, and passed down endlessly by the people of your world. As his words fell, the reception room was momentarily silent. Then everyone felt as if struck by muffled thunder in their hearts, their chests trembling with the impact. Chu Lin and Che Yongchang exchanged glances, finally piecing together Shun Yi's true meaning. Protecting human principles was equivalent to safeguarding the inheritance of civilization. Even with countless parallel worlds existing, their history, decisions, stories, and even every recipe and every Chinese character could not be replicated. As long as this river of human principles remained unbroken, the inheritance would continue. This understanding was particularly profound for Eastern people. The word inheritance carried both pride and glory, as well as reverence for ancestral dedication. A thousand-year foundation must not be broken during their generation. Mo Yuanbai, usually carefree and unrestrained, now sat with his spine straight. He remembered his father's countless disappointed and heartbroken sighs hidden in the kitchen. He had not inherited those steady and skillful hands. He had once been indulgent and self-mocking, but now he understood his father's persistence. If the ancestors' dedication truly ended in his hands, he could neither forgive himself nor face his father and future children. "This is not wealth, nor status," he silently repeated to himself. "This is my responsibility." Shin Mo had been watching Mo Yuanbai intently, then suddenly nodded with emphasis. "Exactly. This is what we value." Chu Lin and Che Yongchang were momentarily stunned, then recalled the initial question. What qualified for the Pan-Human Principles Protection Association's resource allocation? The answer was right before them. Shun Yi withdrew his gaze, his tone returning to calm, yet still hooking everyone's attention. "The human principles we protect are merely a spark, so fragile it could be extinguished at any moment. After experiencing apocalypse, even those who barely survive may completely lose hope for the future, abandon inheritance, and turn to mutual slaughter. Such examples are countless." He paused, letting these harsh realities sink into everyone's hearts. Chu Lin and the others looked grave, vaguely anticipating what he would say next. "Therefore, with limited resources," Shun Yi continued, "the association will allocate more aid to those civilizations that still demonstrate unwavering faith, fearless courage, and unity in the face of apocalypse. Only such civilizations can keep the spark of human principles alive, and even make it burn brightly again." This was what he truly wanted to convey. As long as they achieved these points and fought the apocalypse with all their might, they could save more compatriots. Each additional survivor would translate into points for him, which would in turn become power and justification for the association's continued support, the beginning of a virtuous cycle. Chu Lin and the others finally understood completely, with all logic falling into place. Facing countless apocalyptic worlds and unimaginable resource pressure, only civilizations that prove their will could not be destroyed deserve the association's attention. After finishing his words, Shin Yi turned around and continued gazing at the slowly rotating virtual earth before him. Chu Lin and the others were momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and now only action remained. "Mr. Shun, you will witness our actions." Chu Lin leaped up from the sofa, his expression more serious than ever before. With things having reached this point, whether for the continuation of their people and civilization or to secure more aid from the Pan-Human Guardian Association, only one path lay before them: to give their all in resisting the approaching disaster. "I will record everything I see." Shun Yi remained with his back to the group, his voice low and resolute. Now, go do what you must. The association's official warning will be issued in 1 hour. Understood. Chu Lin said no more actions spoke louder than words. Only 100 hours left. He pulled out the black metal case he carried with him, the highest clearance emergency communication device, and rushed toward the corridor, preparing to report all intelligence in the shortest time possible. MO Group will fully cooperate with you. MO Yuanbai followed closely behind, pulling out his phone as he walked would likely need to mobilize the entire group's resources. Pleasantries had become superfluous. Only urgency and understanding remained in the room. Everyone shared the same goal. After everyone left, Shun Yi stood quietly for a few seconds. Ding Xiang, monitor their actions and report in real time. Understood. Ding Xiang's response was swift and clear. In this disaster, there was little Shun Yi could do. At critical moments he might save a few people, but large-scale rescue ultimately depended on their own efforts. As for conditions in other parts of the world, the outlook was even bleaker. Just last night he had established the Pan-Human Guardian Association's authority. How many people would believe this warning depended entirely on the choices of various nations and peoples. 1 hour later, over 50 million people worldwide simultaneously received a text message. Different languages, but identical content. June 18th, 3 p.m. onward, volcanic craters worldwide will erupt collectively. Please evacuate your city's Pan-Human Guardian Association. A single brief sentence, without rhetoric, like a cold warning light. Yet everyone who read it was left speechless. Worldwide collective volcanic eruption? In Yuanchang City, geology department student Liao Jingwei instinctively frowned. He knew volcanoes all too well. This city was home to the country's largest volcanic cluster, with over 300 volcanoes scattered throughout. Though most were dormant volcanoes that hadn't erupted for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Forget simultaneous eruption, even a single volcano reactivating was unheard of. In all known geological cases, there had never been a phenomenon of worldwide collective volcanic crater eruption. Did you get it too? His classmate Hu Tai came over, showing the same message on his phone screen. Probably just a prank text, Liao Jingwei said dismissively. But this is a message from the Pan-Human Protection Association. Hu Tai's eyes widened, his brow furrowed into a knot. Didn't you watch the news last night? They predicted the fire and a whole series of disasters in advance. Could someone be pulling a prank using the association's name? Liao Jingwei held his phone up to his face, checking the sender's number. The string of 0000000000 on the screen was exactly the 11 zeros mentioned in the news, making his heart skip a beat. A global volcanic eruption sounds way too far-fetched. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Besides, we still have classes. We can't just skip school and run away because of this. There are still 4 days left anyway. Let's see how others react first. You're right. Hu Tai nodded. They definitely weren't the only ones who received the message. It was safest to wait and see. When they reached the classroom, the chatter was louder than usual. It's fake, right? Who would believe that? Should we just make a run for it? If I show this text to the professor to ask for leave, will I get yelled at? Students gathered in circles, their laughter mixed with unease. Liao Jingwei and Hu Tai joined in the joking around. The atmosphere seemed relaxed, but the air felt like a taut string ready to snap at any moment. Buzz buzz. Sharp vibrations suddenly erupted throughout the room as nearly every phone in the classroom lit up simultaneously. This time, the message header showed the unified service numbers of major carriers. National Emergency Alert. Please click the link immediately to watch. Holy shit, is this real? Liao Jingwei whispered, triple-checking that the sender number was indeed official before clicking the link with trembling fingers. The screen cut to the national podium, with the national emblem hanging high above and a row of familiar-faced leaders. Has it started? It has. One of the leaders stared gravely into the camera. Many of you should have already received warning messages from the Pan-Human Protection Association. The message predicts that in 4 days, volcanoes worldwide will erupt simultaneously. After careful deliberation, we hereby declare the entire nation is entering a state of emergency. All parties will coordinate to relocate everyone who received the warning to safe areas. Liao Jingwei didn't catch a single word of the deployment details that followed. His ears were ringing, and only one thought remained in his mind. Is this real or fake? Who would have the audacity to create a fake video like this? Students around him turned pale, exclamations erupting everywhere. Holy shit, are volcanoes really going to erupt? How many volcanoes do we even have around here? Words couldn't describe the absurdity of this moment. Never in history had anyone heard of relocating tens of millions of people in 4 days based solely on a text message warning. If someone stood up right now and announced this was all a prank, they would actually feel relieved. That would be the familiar world they knew. Bang! The classroom door burst open as the professor rushed in, shouting, "Students, all classes are canceled today? Go back to your dorms immediately. Don't wander around. Keep your phones on 247. Report your location to your advisors at all times." The professor's words struck like a massive hammer falling from above. With a resounding clang, they hammered into every heart in the lecture hall with the finality of a judge's gavel, and the students scattered like iron filings hit by a sudden shock, causing an immediate buzz of chatter throughout the seats. Professor, is there really going to be a volcanic eruption? Do we have to evacuate too? Global simultaneous eruptions? That doesn't sound scientific. Scattered questions wove together into a thread of fragmented panic. Quiet. The professor raised his voice, his tone carrying unquestionable authority. If you have questions, go back to your dorms and talk to your advisors. Think of it as a large-scale drill, nothing more. Keep an eye on official announcements. I have a meeting to attend. With that, he grabbed his briefcase and strode out of the classroom in a few quick steps. In the hallway, he wasn't the only one being urgently summoned. Nearly every professor in the geology department had received the call simultaneously, their footsteps echoing one after another in the empty corridor. Orders flowed directly from the administration to each department, cascading down faster than the official announcements themselves, and everyone could sense an unprecedented urgency in the air. Come on, let's head back to the dorm, Hu Tai said, pulling Liao Jingwei by the arm. Oh, okay. Liao Jingwei snapped back to reality. He pulled out his phone, and the moment the screen lit up, the familiar browser homepage had completely transformed. Against a cold-toned background, the words Great Migration blazed in blood red at the center, with a row of pinned messages from official accounts at the top. Scrolling down, short videos, news, live streams, everything was dominated by the same theme. Celebrity gossip had vanished, dance trending lists were wiped clean, and even the persistently viral cancer battle diary had disappeared without a trace. In their place were uniformly coordinated rolling banners. All parties cooperate. Full-scale migration. From refresh to complete replacement, it took less than 5 minutes. Liao Jingwei stared at the screen in a daze, managing only one phrase. Concentrate, all our strength. He felt strangely reassured. If a large-scale relocation was truly necessary, individual efforts would only create fatal traffic jams. Unified coordination and multi-party collaboration, the state's efficiency, was the most reliable foundation his generation could count on. Meanwhile, the internet exploded completely. Comments on official accounts rolled like a flood, breaking tens of thousands within just a few minutes. Support. Holy shit. Relocating tens of millions in 4 days. Unprecedented. United as one. Nothing is impossible. Things are about to change, aren't they? What exactly is this Panhuman Protection Association? One warning, and the whole country mobilizes. Better safe than sorry, better to make a big show than risk millions of lives. Support. Absolutely support. The rapidly refreshing, bullet screen-like comments gave most people a sense of synchronized resonance. Even though they might argue fiercely over trivial matters in normal times, once the authorities made a decision, large-scale dissent rarely emerged in the face of major events. The few contrarian voices were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming wave of support. This, in a way, was also a unique cultural phenomenon, and this sudden storm had naturally caught the attention of overseas media as well. The global volcanic eruption warning that had just topped the headlines didn't stay there long before being overshadowed by news of the East already taking action. Almost instantly, major media outlets worldwide swarmed like sharks sensing blood, with cameras, drones, and reporters all pivoting toward the East. Headlines flooded in. Breaking. The East just made a major move. Based on a single warning, Eastern superpower decides to relocate tens of millions. Mass migration in 4 days, is it really possible? From warning to decision, only 13 minutes. This marked the first time in history that an Eastern nation had dominated the front pages of global mainstream media with such intensity. Simultaneously, social media notifications and scrolling comments refreshed at lightning speed. Way to go. Take action and save lives. This is insane, absolutely insane. This is Eastern efficiency. Eastern speed. I got the warning too, should I run? This is just a publicity stunt. Moving tens of millions in 4 days is impossible. Fake news. Meanwhile, what are our representatives doing? Compared to the East's decisive action, overseas public opinion was chaotic. More and more netizens flooded government accounts with protests. They had received the same volcanic warnings, yet their local officials remained silent. Cautious residents packed their bags and started their cars, ready to evacuate at any moment. Traffic on the streets noticeably increased. The bold ones set up barbecue grills on their lawns, threw parties, drank beer, and loudly mocked their neighbors who were frantically moving. Our families have lived here for generations, the volcano won't erupt. Under public pressure, governments of multiple countries finally spoke up. We have dispatched top global volcanic and geological experts to investigate the crater and will have results soon. We are convening emergency meetings on this matter. We recommend that residents who received warnings may leave the city on their own. We are unclear about the Panhuman Guardian Association's motives and cannot assess their prediction methods, so we refrain from further comment at this time. Different wording, but identical conclusions. Wait and see, no rush to act. In the east, bright lights illuminated a villa study. Shunyi frowned, staring at the screen full of news. Ding Xiang, he spoke. What are their real reasons for hesitating? For Ding Xiang, infiltrating various countries' internal channels wasn't difficult. Captain, there are three main reasons. Her voice echoed clearly in the room. First, they cannot confirm whether the volcanic eruption will actually occur. Launching a mass migration would consume enormous financial, human, and material resources. Shun Yi fell silent. In his previous life, he had witnessed economic disasters cause destruction no less devastating than death itself. Second, Ding Xiang continued. They lack the capability to organize an operation of this scale. If they officially announce a migration, it could completely paralyze transportation in a short time and even trigger serious incidents. Faced with this second reason, Shun Yi could only feel helpless. Organizing a large-scale migration was no easy task. It required the organizer's authority, the cohesion of those being organized, and punitive measures strong enough to deter small-scale troublemakers. Unfortunately, they had none of these three elements. Originally, given the local population density, as long as the migration process was efficient enough, the pressure should have been much less than here, and the scale of the affected population wouldn't have been so massive. But since they couldn't achieve this, Shun Yi was powerless to change it. What about the third reason? He asked, looking up. The third reason is they still haven't reached any conclusion. Ding Xiang stared at the screen, her fingertips almost digging into her palms. Those high-level meetings have become so heated they're about to come to blows. Some advocate taking the risk, others believe that if it fails, it's better not to try at all. Some trust the warning, others don't believe it at all. Both sides are red-faced with anger, and the situation could escalate to physical confrontation at any moment. She paused, then added, if this drags on, the possibility of migration will only decrease because we're running out of time. Shun Yi could only remain silent for a long while before slowly uttering three words. Monitor closely. Yes, Ding Xiang replied curtly. From the moment the Pan-Human Protection Association issued the warning until now, a full hour had passed. While public opinion raged online, some people in reality had already begun to act quietly. Even those who hadn't received the warning or weren't within the warning zone were closely watching related developments. Just then, a live stream link spread like wildfire across major platforms. First-hand coverage of the Great Migration. The streamer was Zhou Xin, somewhat famous in outdoor circles and coincidentally located in Yuanchang City. As soon as the stream started, viewer numbers skyrocketed, breaking 10 million in the blink of an eye. On screen, Zhou Xin was so excited his voice trembled. Everyone, I'm your outdoor friend Zhou Xin. Good news, I just got permission to live stream this great migration from the front lines. Before he finished speaking, the chat was already flooded with comments. Cut the chatter, let us see. Yeah, how are the preparations going? Hello, I don't believe it's true. Damn, there's English too? There are actually foreigners? Brother Xian, you're famous. Seeing various foreign languages mixed in, Zhou Xian was both surprised and proud, straightening his back. In the past, we always had to go abroad to watch their content. Now it's foreigners coming to watch our operations. We'd better show them what we're made of. He cleared his throat and turned the camera toward the street. What everyone is seeing now is the national highway in Yuanchang City. In the frame, streams of vehicles moved forward in an orderly fashion at a decent speed, with numerous traffic police in reflective vests directing traffic back and forth along the roadside, everything well organized. The first step is to clear the roads and concentrate all private cars and parking lots. Look over there, Zhou Xian zoomed in the camera. Construction companies under the MO group have already started installing temporary barriers. In the footage, workers in uniform coveralls were installing blue barriers section by section along both sides of the road, the sound of metal clanging clearly audible. Obviously, these barriers were meant to prevent people from randomly entering the main thoroughfare, ensuring both safety and most importantly traffic flow speed. The chat continued to flood. Amazing, they've already built so much? How long has it been since this started? Look how fast they're building those barriers. Amazing. Comments kept flooding the screen, filled with undeniable amazement. The construction site was perfectly organized, without a trace of chaos, a sight that would lift anyone's spirits. It's just amazing, Bert exclaimed as he watched the live stream through his VPN. Even though he couldn't understand the host's language, the visuals alone left him stunned, especially since he was currently stuck in traffic. Liar City had a population of about 600,000 to 700,000, but its transportation infrastructure was old and deteriorating, with many roads left unrepaired for over a decade. Now, the city's only main thoroughfare was packed with vehicles, horns blaring incessantly, occasionally punctuated by angry drivers cursing. Why doesn't anyone come up with a unified plan? Bert turned to his wife, unable to contain his frustration. Look at the east, their roads are wide and straight. Everything runs like clockwork. Stop complaining, his wife said, cradling their newborn daughter while keeping her eyes glued to the live stream on her phone. Her expression suddenly grew resolute. We have to leave. Remember what we discussed earlier? Even if there's only a 1% chance of disaster, we can't let our daughter take that risk. She can't make that decision for herself yet. Of course, Bert glanced at his sleeping daughter, and his traffic-induced irritation began to subside. Just then, the livestream host let out a gasp. Look over there. It's about to begin. The camera slowly pulled back. Bus after bus arrived, parking neatly in designated spots along the roadside, followed by long-distance coaches, trucks, freight vehicles. Vehicles from different companies with different functions were all converging at this single location. They lined up from one end of the road to the other like troops in formation, creating a stark contrast with the gradually emptying lanes on the opposite side. My God, Bert whispered instinctively. He felt like he was watching a war movie. The road had become a battlefield, and these vehicles were tanks awaiting orders. The comments section exploded. I just heard from an official that it's not just large transport vehicles from the entire city. Vehicles from all surrounding cities, and even other provinces are heading this way. Zhou Xian typed excitedly. It's true, I got a notice that bus services are suspended immediately. Same here. Me too. Not only suspended, but drivers are being called up too. They're now counting people with licenses for large vehicles. I have a license. Where's the registration website? I can book a flight right now. Streams of text flooded the screen like a tide. Previously, they could only imagine based on audio, but now seeing it with their own eyes, they truly understood what mobilizing all available resources meant. This unprecedented massive operation wasn't just about the tens of millions who received the warning. Even they could contribute their own strength. They were truly so fortunate to be able to stay in such a place. Bert let out a long sigh, his face filled with undisguised envy. He couldn't understand the Chinese spoken by the streamer, nor could he read the rapidly scrolling comments on the screen, but that face beaming with excitement and pride, along with the sudden surge in comment density, still allowed him to clearly sense the audience's enthusiasm. A people there showed no fear. Looking at the chaotic neighborhood before him, his heart grew even more restless. Fortunately, the distant sound of sirens drew closer as several police officers finally arrived, directing the crowd to the roadside and gradually restoring order. Bert calculated silently that as long as he left before dark and no more people joined the congestion, he might be able to evacuate before curfew. He didn't dare lose focus and continued staring at his phone. On screen, Zhou Xian was chattering away as usual, maintaining the typical rhythm of a professional outdoor streamer. Everyone, my phone has received several identical text messages telling me to return to my residence immediately and log onto the official website to register my identity and location. But don't worry, I got approval for this outdoor broadcast in advance, so there's no problem. I'm guessing the next step will be for the government to announce an evacuation plan and send everyone out in batches on buses. Before he could finish speaking, a large bold comment appeared in the center of the screen. The official channel is also live streaming now. Really? Finally. So slow. The viewer count dropped like an overturned bucket, pouring out rapidly. Zhou Xian stood frozen in front of the camera, his smile stiffening. I was only famous for 5 minutes, he joked awkwardly. Comments flooded the screen. Don't cry, Xian bro, you still have us. Don't cry, Xian bro, you still have us. Seeing that some comments still showed concern, Zhou Xian forced himself to perk up, but then another bold notification appeared. The other channel has aerial footage too. Holy shit, bye Xian bro. You might as well cry now, Xian bro. The numbers plummeted again, leaving only a few thousand viewers. Aside from a few foreigners who couldn't understand Chinese asking about the situation in various languages, most of the audience had flocked to the official channel to watch aerial footage of the entire city. Bert curiously clicked on that link as well. The screen instantly switched to a high-altitude overview. The main roads, having been cleared first, already looked spacious and straight, while the remaining districts were entering the clearing phase one by one. Shops pulled down their shutters one after another. Crowds poured out of supermarkets and convenience stores, filling the sidewalks before flowing like diverted water into streets and alleys of all sizes. More and more volunteers wearing red caps held megaphones, loudly directing crowds to stay right, form lines, and keep moving. Who could have imagined that just over an hour ago, this had been a brightly lit, bustling metropolis? The host's narration came through at this moment, his tone calm, yet unable to hide his amazement. Latest data shows that within 1 hour, all affected cities have closed over 78,000 shops and 120 factories, including large production lines with thousands of employees. All workers are currently standing by at designated locations. Some companies have organized their staff to join the volunteer ranks, and the numbers are still rapidly increasing. The comments accelerated. So awesome. So spectacular. Words cannot describe my excitement. This is unity. Let those foreigners take a good look. Could they do this? Where's the official volunteer registration channel? I want to sign up. The aerial camera continued to descend, reducing the crowds to rice grain size in the frame, yet they seemed to form a massive artery, flowing, converging, and branching in perfect order, with everyone working toward the same goal. While superheroes saving the day certainly captures our imagination, scenes filled with such spectacular grandeur are equally thrilling. As soon as those words were spoken, The live broadcast suddenly switched. The camera swept past a row of transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing the expansive airport runway in full view. Amidst the surging crowd, a temporary security detail escorted a man with determined strides moving rapidly forward. To keep up with them, the camera crew had to jog along carrying their equipment, the footage shaking violently, yet maintaining focus on that somewhat unfamiliar face. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, standing straight, with a square jaw clearly defined under the harsh lighting. Hong Feijong. Neither this face nor this name would be familiar to most citizens, but from today onward, he was destined to be remembered by the entire world. Commander Hong, do you have confidence in completing this massive relocation within 4 days? A reporter called out, raising his microphone high while standing on tiptoes to keep pace. To be precise, 99 hours and 27 minutes, Hong Feijong replied without even turning his head, though his voice came through clearly in everyone's earpieces. Beside him, a tall man with a stern expression added a few words in a low voice. If Shun Yi had been present, he would have recognized him immediately. It was Che Yongchang. Upon reaching the convoy, Hong Feijong suddenly stopped and turned to face the cameras. Instantly, the noisy tarmac fell eerily silent. Dozens of media reporters flushed red but held their breath in unison, waiting for the next words from this relocation commander-in-chief. Will it be encouragement? A military pledge? Hong Feijong's gaze was steady, his speech measured yet resounding. I can tell everyone that just 10 minutes ago, all trains, high-speed rail, aircraft, long-distance buses, and freight transport across the entire nation were placed under emergency suspension. All resources are now converging on the relocation zones. Highway express lanes have also been cleared for dedicated use. So, regarding the earlier question about my confidence, I'll answer with 8 words: spare no effort, push to the absolute limit. As his words landed, the press section erupted like boiling water, and online the comment streams went wild. The entire nation suspended? I thought it was just neighboring provinces. Incredible. The whole country is mobilizing. This is what a truly epic moment looks like. Within seconds, the screen seemed to conjure visions of hundreds of trains cutting through the night, tens of thousands of vehicles yielding the way, and torrents of resources flowing toward a single destination. Many viewers were already anticipating future documentaries. They were certain those scenes would rival any blockbuster special effects, because this was legend being written in real time. Having spoken, Hong Feijong opened the car door and settled into the black command vehicle. Only then did the reporters snap back to attention and surge forward. Why go to such extremes? Does the East truly believe in this warning? A blonde, blue-eyed foreign correspondent asked in somewhat stilted Chinese, raising her voice and extending her microphone toward the car window. Hong Feijong offered no response, but Che Yongchang stopped in his tracks, turned to face her, and smiled faintly. Just 20 minutes ago, an earthquake struck Yilan. This marks the 7th disaster that your so-called warning has accurately predicted within a single day. Che Yongchang's voice boomed, his gaze piercing. I'd like to ask you, under these circumstances, what possible justification is there for clinging to false hope? A single question, why take such chances, left the reporter opening and closing her mouth repeatedly, unable to utter a single word, her expression thoroughly embarrassed. She had prepared an entire page of arguments, from science has never recorded simultaneous volcanic eruptions, to the Pan-Human Guardian Association is too mysterious to trust, and so on. But all these reasons were completely shut down by that one phrase about taking chances. Whatever she said next would simply be dismissed as wishful thinking. Che Yongchang gave her nothing more than an indifferent glance before turning and climbing into the command vehicle. He understood better than anyone that what truly convinced them of the impending disaster wasn't just the intelligence Shun Yi had provided, but those repeatedly accurate predictions. Because the prophecies had proven correct time and again, any wishful thinking would be tantamount to gambling with tens of millions of lives. If the disaster ultimately didn't occur, they would actually breathe a sigh of relief. But until then, all preparations had to proceed under the assumption that it would definitely happen. The live broadcast cut back to the studio, but viewers remained absorbed in those 2 brief exchanges. Absolutely right. So commanding. The safety of tens of millions. Why take such chances? Quote of the year right there. Scrolling comments repeatedly screenshotted that dismissive glance, with love it, filling the screen. Rather than panicking about this unprecedented mass migration, most people felt energized. This was a demonstration of an Eastern superpower's mobilization capabilities, and they believed that as long as they committed to it, they could definitely achieve it. Che Yongchang had no idea he'd become an internet sensation, and immediately dove into work upon entering the vehicle. Commander Hong, whatever coordination you need from me, just say the word. I'm part of the response team now too. Hong Feijong had been hunched over his tablet, dense streams of data constantly refreshing. When can the military truck support arrive? He asked. Che Yongchang consulted the latest summary. First batch estimated to arrive in an hour and a half. 580 trucks total. Too slow, not enough. Hong Feijong shook his head, His voice quiet but brooking no argument. Tell them to speed up. They must arrive within 1 hour. 1 hour? Isn't that cutting it too close? Che Yongchong frowned. Right now, we're racing against the limits. Hong Feizhong looked up, emphasizing each word. This city has 4.8 million residents, plus 13 surrounding counties, 186 towns, and 798 villages. Total evacuation population exceeds 10 million. Every minute we delay doubles the risk. Yes, I understand. Che Yongchang's expression grew equally serious. The same applies to all other departments, especially the troops on highways, volunteers, and vehicles provided by corporate support. Everything must be carefully planned: speed limits, following distances, emergency protocols. We need to move as fast as possible, and every single link in the chain cannot afford any mistakes. One command after another flowed from Hong Feizhong's mouth. He stood before the massive sand table in the temporary command center, his breath almost visible in white puffs, his fingertips moving inch by inch along the routes. For days this number pressed down on his chest like a 1,000-pound weight, making even his breathing taste metallic. Foreign experts had already declared it impossible to accomplish, yet Hong Feizhong had to break down this impossibility into concrete, actionable orders for everyone to follow. In the dispatch room, the sound of keyboards clacking mixed with the crackling of walkie-talkies. All processes ran in perfect order, yet at a heart-stopping pace. Time ticked away relentlessly as the entire nation operated like a massive engine pushed to its absolute limit, roaring as it accelerated. Many people who rarely went online woke up to find the world had completely transformed overnight. The Pan-Human Protection Association issued disaster warnings. Headlines about global volcanic eruption probability surging flooded social media. National effort to relocate tens of millions top trending lists. All this information combined, from emergence to widespread circulation, took merely 10 hours. Shock, upheaval, bewilderment. People felt as if they had suddenly traveled through months of deep space. But Shun Yi understood better than most. This was the true rhythm of the apocalypse. Against humanity's millennia of accumulated civilization, a complete natural disaster was like a gentle poke of a finger, causing bubbles to burst instantly. Ding Xiang. Shen Yi looked up, his voice low and grave. According to your calculations, will they make it in time? If every link operates without error, the AI Ding Xiang's voice came through his earpiece, cold yet decisive. They can barely get everyone onto evacuation routes before the volcanic eruption. This was her optimal solution, the most ideal scenario. In reality, the probability of achieving this was pitifully small. If they pull it off, it would be a miracle. Shun Yi gazed at the screen, thinking silently. From a probabilistic standpoint, indeed it would be, Ding Xiang agreed. What about the West? He immediately followed up. Very bad. Ding Xiang instantly pushed real-time surveillance footage to his tablet. The images showed evacuation intention rates of only 7 to 12, yet major transportation arteries were already completely gridlocked. Meanwhile, news of the East's massive evacuation was being shared globally, causing evacuation numbers to slowly climb. The streets in the video were already run down, now packed solid with dense traffic. People dragged their families along, anxious faces peering from car windows, horns blaring incessantly in an ear-piercing cacophony that seemed ready to tear open the sky. This was precisely why Yuanchang City had to clear the streets and manage private vehicles uniformly. Any city's road capacity was always limited. If everyone tried to drive out on their own, even a small city would instantly collapse. Fortunately, local authorities were dispatching additional police and engineering vehicles to forcibly clear the congestion, Ding Xiang added. Oh, Shun Yi raised an eyebrow. Because of complaints, Ding Xiang seemed to anticipate his question. It's not just ordinary people stuck in traffic, there are wealthy individuals too. In fact, 87% of the wealthy demographic is preparing to evacuate. I see, Shun Yi nodded. He understood perfectly. The rich valued their lives more, had no financial constraints, and wielded greater influence, naturally making their voices louder. As for the truly elite wealthy, they had probably already boarded private helicopters and flown away leisurely. You mentioned earlier that news from the East caused an increase in people planning to evacuate. Shun Yi suddenly found this intriguing. From Shun Yi's perspective, he actually prefers to see every corner of the world possess such execution capability. In his vision, as long as countries operate as efficiently as the East, he would only need to invest a minimal amount of support to reap a flood of points in return. Therefore, when Ding Xiang reported that the news from the East has already influenced the West, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Could it be that other regions of the world have finally learned to copy the homework? It turned out that there was indeed a shift, and just in the past 10 minutes, the intensity of public opinion surged to a small peak. Ding Xiang handed him a tablet, and as the screen lit up, an overwhelming array of large headlines and exclamation marks seemed ready to leap out. Shocking. The East is undertaking a massive migration at all costs. The East questions, why should we take chances? National transportation is halted, all vehicles are directed to the disaster area. Cars, high-speed trains, airplanes, and astonishing mobilization of resources. Experts believe that even achieving this level may not create a miracle, but it can evacuate the vast majority of people. The people of the East support their country's decision. These explosive headlines quickly dominated the front pages of all mainstream media, squeezing out local news whether readers wanted to see it or not. The notifications on the screen were refreshing wildly. Some were shocked, some were sarcastic, some reflected rationally, and others simply mocked. The public discourse was like being thrown into a high-calorie bomb, instantly boiling over. Interestingly, almost every report repeatedly aired the two core speeches from the East, those of Hong Feizhong and Che Yongchang. Shun-Yi casually clicked into the comments section and found that a large number of netizens were focused on the Universal Humanitarian Guardian Association. Oh my God, no one told me this association has successfully predicted 7 disasters. This person from the East is right. We can't always think we're lucky enough. If the association really wants to help everyone, why not disclose their prediction methods? The East believes in warnings. We don't. It's that simple. Those earthquakes and fires were caused by this organization. So a volcanic eruption is bound to happen. Because they are manipulating everything behind the scenes. Supportive, skeptical, conspiracy theories, various voices intertwined to create a chaotic yet massive discussion flow. Undeniably, this level of attention has indeed caused many to waver, and some have already quietly packed their bags in preparation to evacuate. However, Shin-Yi initially thought the public would be impressed by the East's strong execution capability and would replicate the same actions, but that was not the case. Isn't it true that not many people care about the East's execution capability? He shook his head gently, chuckling at himself. I actually thought they might copy the homework. It seems I was overthinking it. This is cultural difference. Ding Xiang added. At first, everyone was indeed amazed, but soon they treated it as a curiosity news piece. At most, those stuck in traffic expressed a bit of envy, while others mocked, saying the people of the East can't even guarantee basic freedom of transportation. Freedom of transportation, huh? Shin-Yi chuckled softly, paused for a moment, and suddenly looked up to ask, Ding Xiang, what do you think? Ding Xiang also fell silent for a brief moment. Although short, this seemed to hold special significance for an artificial intelligence. Just as she was about to respond logically, an alternative answer suddenly emerged in her analytical processes, one that defied pure logic, and its probability of selection began increasing in an inexplicable way. Lilac ultimately chose that answer. Beyond saving, might as well wait for death. She delivered this line with a deliberate hint of questioning in her tone to match her earlier pause. Shen-Yi was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting such a response from Lilac, then burst into hearty laughter. Haha, Lilac, you seem close to evolving an emotional module. Captain, the global network is saturated with human emotions. Lilac's tone returned to its steady state. My underlying algorithms naturally learn and simulate these patterns, which indeed greatly benefits my evolution. Artificial intelligence growth often requires catalysts and cannot be separated from environment. For Lilac, the powerful computational platform combined with this early information age created the ideal breeding ground. Continue monitoring, Shun-Yi ordered. Focus on the East. Yes, Captain. He no longer held illusions about other regions. Having established the persona of only aiding those who help themselves for both himself and the association, he had to follow the rules. Only civilizations that demonstrated the will to resist deserved the association's resources. Those who slandered, questioned, and clamored would all become dust before catastrophic disaster. Shun-Yi turned his attention back to reports from a certain country. External noise seemed completely unable to disrupt the rhythm. Here all news focused on the Great Migration at the front lines. The first convoy of military vehicles to arrive. The earliest volunteer drivers to come. The first support train to reach its destination. The first resident to embark on the migration journey. The comment sections were uniformly filled with "keep going," leaving no space for arguments. As he had said, Shun-Yi continued quietly observing and recording, only briefly stepping away during meals. But tonight's dinner atmosphere was noticeably heavier than the previous 2 days. While Shun-Yi appeared normal, Emochio's brow carried hidden concerns. Only when preparing to leave late that night did she speak up, as if gathering courage. Mr. Shan, tomorrow, could I have someone deliver prepared meals directly? Shin-Yi looked up and gave a mild, oh, I want to do something about the disaster too. Emochio took a deep breath, her tone serious. After the disaster strikes, food will become more precious. I've already assembled the finest chefs from MO Group to develop a type of doomsday cuisine that's easy to store and carry, nutritionally rich, and can bring hope. As one of the very few who knew the truth, she had been constantly thinking about what she could do. While cooking for Shun-Yi was certainly an honor, whenever she saw news of people too busy with emergency evacuation to eat properly, her heart was moved. She wanted to package hope into food and deliver it to everyone about to face the apocalypse. Emochio firmly believed, if she approached this with her current mindset, She could surely convey the hope Shun Yi had given her to every person about to face disaster through her cuisine. Shun Yi looked at Mo Chio and finally gave a slight nod. This world belongs to all of you, and everyone has a responsibility to do something about the apocalypse. Since you have something you want to do, then go ahead and do it. In fact, even if Mo Chio hadn't brought it up, he had already planned to support her. The first time he tasted her cooking, he sensed that extraordinary power, warmth, inspiration, and something that could awaken hidden vitality within the human body. If the apocalypse hadn't come, this young woman and her cuisine might have written a brilliant chapter in culinary history, and now, she still had that chance. Having received his approval, Emochio couldn't help but smile. She wanted to say more, but in the end only said solemnly in a low voice, "Sir, I will still prepare your daily meals with the utmost care." Good. Shun Yi nodded again, his gaze returning to the data transmitted by Ding Xiang. The Great Migration was officially underway. From the screen, everything appeared orderly. 1. Every participant had received a clear task list. 2. Which vehicle each group should board and where they would stay upon arrival were all detailed. 3. The logistics team was checking off items one by one. This wasn't the achievement of just one or two people, but a path paved by thousands of hands working together. According to Ding Xiang's calculations, as long as every step proceeded without error, the last group would enter the migration route just before the volcanic eruption. That would be a true miracle. But miracles are called miracles precisely because they almost never happen perfectly. Shun Yi ordered Ding Xiang to closely monitor every step of the process. He would intervene personally if necessary. The aerial fortress high above also possessed enormous transport capacity, but he wanted to see how far everyone could go before he stepped in. Time moved to 8 or 9 in the evening. "Captain, we have a special situation." Ding Xiang's voice rang out, immediately projecting the image onto the television highway surveillance footage. In the darkness, the lights of hundreds of vehicles streaked like two parallel bands of light, but one vehicle suddenly began swerving violently left and right. "What's the situation?" Shen Yi asked. "Simultaneous blowouts of the left front and right rear tires. Vehicle out of control," Ding Xiang reported concisely. "The driver is handling it well, gripping the steering wheel tightly, pumping the brakes but still cannot safely reach the emergency lane. The convoy's average speed is 130 kilometers per hour with hundreds of vehicles total. Even maintaining safe following distances, the probability of a chain collision is still 64%. A chain collision. Shen Yi's heart sank. This convoy was entirely made up of volunteers, and mechanical failures were inevitable under such high-intensity driving conditions. Once an accident occurred, setting aside casualties, the road blockage alone would be enough to slow the overall pace. Even a delay of just 1 or 2 hours would ultimately leave some people unable to evacuate in time. This was precisely another reason why miracles were so difficult to achieve. One could guarantee that nothing would go wrong, and Ding Xiang had incorporated this probability into her model as well. Since that was the case, Shen Yi stood up. "Well, However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw on the screen that the transport truck, having lost control due to a blown tire and fishtailing, took a sharp turn, crashed through the guardrail, and rolled off the highway. The screen shook violently as clouds of dust were sliced by headlights into a murky curtain of light in the darkness. The convoy following behind had already slowed down, but instantly accelerated again, bypassing the accident site from the side while maintaining formation. Shun Yi fell silent for half a second, his breathing slightly labored. "Ding Xiang?" "The truck overturned and the driver is injured, but he was wearing his seatbelt and the airbag deployed. He's on a gentle slope nearby, vital signs stable." Ding Xiang's voice remained steady. "He made this decision himself?" Shen Yi asked. "Yes, Captain." The next moment, the command center echoed with the recorded communication between the accident driver and headquarters. "Damn this piece of junk. I came here to help, not to be a burden." Heavy breathing mixed with crackling static through the speaker, that resolute determination striking straight to the heart. Shun Yi looked down at the overturned vehicle resting on the distant gentle grassy slope, murmuring like a sigh. So he deliberately steered toward this slope to avoid affecting the vehicles behind him? "Yes, Captain." Ding Xiang paused. "In my model, the probability of such a choice was only 8%. Then recalculate." Shen Yi pointed at the screen. "You need to consider what kind of emotions people willing to step forward at times like this carry in their hearts for the collective, for strangers." Understood, adjusting emotional factors and recalculating. As data streams rapidly scrolled through the virtual projection, the red and blue lights of an ambulance in the distance had already illuminated the accident scene. This ambulance had been following the convoy all along, and now stopped beside the driver with virtually zero delay. "Captain, the new results are in." For the first time, Ding Xiang's voice carried unmistakable surprise. "Miracles are no longer miracles." Shen Yi smiled, his eyes like illuminated obsidian. "I'm beginning to anticipate how many more surprises this world can give me." Meanwhile, the brave driver's actions quickly spread across the internet. After confirming he was not in life-threatening danger, the comment sections filled with admiration, praise, and blessings. Similar stories kept emerging. Volunteers carrying elderly people with mobility issues downstairs, step by step. Workers pushing themselves to near exhaustion, yet persisting until the very last minute. Chefs freely sharing the flavors of home with those about to leave their hometowns. They were just ordinary people, yet they filled this perhaps inevitably sleepless night with drops of kindness. Shun-Yi was also moved by a short video. A little boy in line to board looked up and asked his father, "Dad, if the volcano really comes, will our home be gone?" The father ruffled his hair. "Silly boy, as long as your mother and I are here, anywhere can be your home." This brief exchange made Shun-Yi's mind conjure images of silent, empty cities. What good are cities without people? However, Shun-Yi's emotional response lasted only briefly. After all, that momentary feeling was merely a lingering shadow from his previous world. Realizing this, he composed himself and walked straight toward the bedroom. "I'm going to rest. Wake me if there's an emergency. Chi-Wu, if you can handle it promptly, feel free to resolve it yourself." "Yes." Chi-Wu's response remained concise and firm. Despite being the same model of AI modules, they displayed completely different personalities. Chi-Wu was taciturn, while Ding Xiang was lively. Shun-Yi closed the door, shut his eyes, and as his breathing gradually steadied, he soon fell into deep sleep. The next morning, the first thing Shun-Yi said upon opening his eyes was, "Did anything happen last night?" There were a few minor incidents, but everyone worked together to handle them properly. They didn't affect the migration efficiency. In fact, we performed even better than expected. Ding Xiang's tone was cheerful. The latest statistics were impressive. Prominent signs stood in front of every car and train, clearly marking assigned boarding times. People lined up early, racing against time to board. Volunteers immediately informed them how much time they'd save for subsequent groups, perhaps a minute, maybe just a few dozen seconds. This time saving quietly evolved into a new form of competition. Passengers eagerly shared their results on social media and trending topics, sparking wave after wave of discussion. The record came from a group of physical education students. With a standard boarding time of 5 minutes, they traveled light and completed the process in just 48 seconds, even unfurling a banner for photos in the car. In the picture, everyone was grinning, radiating youth and vitality. Shun-Yi reviewed the data and calmly observed, "The tide of the times has formed. This is the general trend. Once it starts rolling, you either join it or get swept away. Any resistance will be crushed to pieces. To fight against the apocalypse, we must rely on this force to avoid wasting energy on despair, wailing, and infighting." Consequently, almost no one paid attention to the cold mockery from abroad anymore. Ding Xiang seemed to understand these words and softly agreed they were already caught up in their own momentum. "Who brought today's breakfast?" Shun-Yi's gaze fell on the plate on the table. A young maid who was extremely nervous. She put it down and ran off. Ding Xiang answered truthfully. Haha. Shun-Yi chuckled twice, perhaps recalling that flustered figure, or maybe simply because he was in good spirits. At this moment, 76 hours remained until the volcanic eruption. That day's news headlines almost all used the same format, focusing on the continuous stream of support convoys from various provinces. Jiangao Province's third volunteer convoy arrived on time, no delays. Heyong Province's second bus fleet arrived punctually, 24 minutes ahead of schedule. Ningluo Province's seventh truck convoy arrived on time, 31 minutes early. Volunteer convoys from Ningxiu Province, bus fleets, and even freight truck teams had drivers taking turns at the wheel for over 20 hours straight, traveling thousands of miles to provide support. Despite the exhaustion etched on their faces, their spirits remained high, especially the convoy that had suffered the tire blowout, whose team leader's voice cracked with emotion as he reported in. The entire evacuation zone erupted in celebration, with cheers echoing everywhere. The Great Migration had finally entered its critical phase. As one vehicle came to a stop, the next was already honking its arrival, and once fully loaded, it departed without delay in a seamless, efficient flow. That evening, a stark set of numbers suddenly appeared online. Time remaining, 64 hours. Population, 24 million people still awaiting evacuation from the warning zone. The numbers updated in real time, decreasing every second and capturing everyone's attention. A completion of the census meant every single person had been accounted for, with no one left behind. These numbers carried more impact than any grand proclamation. Not only did this shake the East, but the data quickly spread overseas, creating waves abroad as well. This is insane. Can they really pull this off? Since when is this kind of fake news everywhere? Enough. I'm sick of news from the East. Go for it. You can do this. Haha. They'll realize they're wasting money and time. We're planning to throw a party on the volcano that day and live stream it to show them how happy we are. Voices of support, mockery, disbelief, and indifference mingled together. But the Eastern people had no time to pay attention. All eyes were fixed on the declining numbers with excitement and anticipation. Perhaps a miracle was being forged through countless people's efforts. Countdown 50 hours, 18 million people remaining. 40 hours 15 million, 30 hours 11 million. Finally, under the watchful eyes of millions, the clock reached the final 10 hours with only 5 million people left. At this moment, Yuanchang City, under the greatest pressure, became the final battleground. All counties, towns, and villages outside the city had been completely evacuated, with volunteers and staff busy with final tallies. All remaining millions were concentrated in the urban area. Those staying until the end were almost exclusively the staff and volunteers who had pushed themselves to the limit for this migration, proving through their actions that even the last bus must depart safely. Hong Feizhong stood at the front of the crowd. He had never planned to leave from the beginning. His bloodshot eyes, cracked lips, and gaunt figure bore witness to his pitifully minimal rest over the past 90 hours. What sustained him now were only the medicinal meals sent by top chefs and his unwavering belief that he must persevere. These final people were all heroes, and he could not fall. At 1:30 p.m., under the blazing sun, summer's scorching heat showed no mercy. The warning countdown entered its final 2 hours. For those following this event, every single minute and second felt excruciating as the final warning deadline approached. Liao Jingwei had been staring at his phone for a full hour, watching the live broadcast of Yuanchang City's final evacuation. The counter in the bottom right corner kept ticking. 2 hours until the warning deadline, with 320,000 people still remaining in the city. This number belonged to Yuanchang City alone and other regions across the country. The migration had been completed smoothly, with some areas finishing their evacuations hours ahead of schedule. Only Yuanchang, the city that shared its name with the volcanic cluster and housed the nation's largest geological university, had become the focal point of everyone's attention. Hey, his classmate Hu Tai leaned over, squeezing beside him with a troubled expression. Do you think the volcanoes will actually erupt? Yesterday, the school's faculty and students had completed their collective migration, not returning to their respective homes, but moving together to a temporary settlement area in the neighboring province. I don't know, Liao Jingwei replied, his brow equally furrowed. Though he wasn't from Yuanchang, he couldn't bear the thought of his alma mater being buried under volcanic ash. Yet if such an enormous sacrifice was made and nothing happened in the end, it would be hard not to feel some resentment. So conflicted, Hu Tai sighed. That Pan-Human Protection Association has been silent since issuing the warning. I even tried calling that number with all the zeros it actually connected, but no one answered. Don't think about it. Liao Jingwei shook his head, his eyes still glued to the screen. Right now I just hope they can evacuate everyone from Yuanchang City before the deadline. If they actually pull it off, it would be a human miracle. Absolutely. Hu Tai's face filled with pride at the mention of numbers. Relocating nearly 30 million people in 100 hours, who else but us could accomplish that? He unconsciously raised his voice. The people around them didn't complain. Instead, they cast approving glance. She had spoken what was in everyone's hearts. However, people like them who felt conflicted were not few. As time passed, a question hanging in everyone's minds became increasingly clear: would the volcanoes really erupt? Actually, someone had already provided this answer. Over the past 4 days, more than one country, more than one investigation team, and more than one expert had released reports. There was no evidence of any imminent global volcanic eruption. Among them was Stretch Maxwell, a world-renowned geologist who had accumulated valuable research materials throughout his career. On the day the warning was issued, he led his team to several of the named volcanoes for personal investigation, finding no signs of eruption. After a full day of investigation, he left only some monitoring equipment behind and departed, publishing his conclusion: no possibility of major eruption existed. In his view, this was simply part of his job. But now, as the warning deadline approached, the 60-something scientist suddenly felt a wave of unease. Professor Strike curled up in his chair at the center of the research lab, his eyes never leaving the flickering data from the remote monitoring instruments before him. The night was so deep that only the low hum from the ventilation system remained. Professor, it's getting very late. Standing beside him was Hobbs, his prized student and assistant. The young man, concerned about his mentor's health, suggested gently, let me keep watch. Besides, didn't we already reach our conclusion? There's no evidence suggesting the volcano will have a major eruption. I'm just uneasy, Hobbs. Strike rubbed his temples, his voice low. Because of our findings, many people chose not to evacuate. Hobbs draped a coat over his shoulders and earnestly repeated what his teacher often said: we're scientists. We must trust the data. No evidence means no evidence. He both respected and admired his mentor deeply. Strike pulled his collar tight, yet his tone revealed hesitation. That's right. It's just, in my brief lifetime, the more I've achieved, the more I've come to recognize the limitations of knowledge. This earth beneath our feet still holds countless unsolved mysteries. Perhaps we shouldn't have issued that statement. At least we should have been more humble, more respectful toward this planet. By the end, his voice carried regret. His unease wasn't purely scientific doubt, but stemmed from the Pan-Human Guardian Association's warning methods that couldn't be explained by existing theories. While it sounded mystical to ordinary people, even he couldn't ignore it. You're right, Unsolved mysteries do exist, like the Earth's core. Hobbes followed his lead to comfort him. But that's not something you alone can change. Don't worry, humanity will understand everything someday. Halfway through his words, he noticed his teacher's expression suddenly change. Strike muttered repeatedly under his breath. The core? The core? What about the core? Hobbes was puzzled. Hobbes, quickly. Strike shot up from his chair, not even noticing his coat falling to the floor. Pull up all the underground fluctuations we detected at the volcanic crater. All right, but those were just ordinary underground tremors. Hobbes operated swiftly. The key is in the core. We never considered that as the source. Strike clutched his sparse hair, his voice nearly hoarse. If this really is a global volcanic eruption, the source could very well come from the Earth's core that we don't yet understand. Quick calculate the similarity rate of these fluctuations using the Earth's core as the point of origin. Moments later, Hobbes provided the first set of results. No similarity rate. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned back with a smile. Even if we didn't think of it, with so many research teams worldwide, someone would have. Don't worry, Professor. No. Strike still stared at the screen. Use the latest, most recent data within the last half hour. Hobbes adjusted the parameters again, and the program's progress bar quickly filled to completion. The value appeared at 6 to 7%. Strike's vision went black, his body swayed violently, and he couldn't even maintain his footing, collapsing directly to the floor. Teacher. Hobbes hurriedly helped his teacher to his feet, but his own face had turned pale as well. He could even feel his body trembling. The red line on the screen continued its relentless climb. The 67% probability carved like a cold verdict in the center of the instrument. The terrifying pulsations detected beneath the volcanic crater were indeed originating from the Earth's core, that realm humanity had yet to fully explore. Quickly, Strike gasped violently, his hoarse voice like sandpaper scraping. Issue a statement immediately. Tell everyone directly. The volcano will definitely erupt. Hobbes glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. Only an hour and a half remained. Time pressed down like a blade ready to fall at any moment. He instinctively wanted to object. This only indicates abnormal fluctuations, it doesn't necessarily mean. Before he could finish, Strike suddenly gripped his hand, knuckles white, with such force that it caused Hobbes pain. I was wrong. We were all wrong. The old man's voice trembled. The Pan-Human Guardian Association reached their conclusion 4 days ago. The technology they possess far exceeds our imagination. Hobbes, we might be responsible for many deaths. The pride of a lifetime crumbled completely on his anguished face. No, this isn't your fault, teacher. Hobbes frantically steadied him, then suddenly stood up. I'll go write the statement right now. Please rest, teacher. Yet he knew full well, an hour and a half was nowhere near enough. Even if they managed it in time, a personal statement from his teacher's account would barely create a ripple. Thinking of the volcanic eruption, Hobbes' face grew even paler. It wouldn't be hundreds or thousands of lives, but tens of thousands. 10 minutes later, Strike posted the announcement on social media with severely trembling fingers. Almost simultaneously, Ding Xiang, far away, caught this information and immediately relayed it to Shun Yi. It won't make much difference. Shun Yi shook his head, his expression grave. Even I can't do anything now, let alone a scientist's personal account. As everyone knew, most research accounts had pitiful followings. What truly spread information were media and time, neither of which they had at the moment. Sure enough, under Strike's urgent statement, there were only scattered responses. I knew it. That's not what you said the day before yesterday. Oh my God, were you hacked? Strike and Hobbes continued contacting every media outlet and influential person they knew. Good attitude. Shun Yi nodded slightly after hearing Ding Xiang's briefing. If we hadn't come, scientists would still be humanity's greatest hope. Add their profiles to the talent database. Yes, Captain. Ding Xiang responded briefly. Time was devoured minute by minute. Strike's announcement failed to create waves, while global attention was slowly and irreversibly focusing on the approaching warning moment. People like the Burt family, who had acted earliest and successfully evacuated the warning zone, felt equally conflicted, hoping the volcano would ultimately remain calm, yet also hoping their efforts weren't in vain. But compared to them, those who completely disbelieved the warnings and had no intention of leaving whatsoever drew most of the attention. According to the globally issued alert, the Lucindo volcanic cluster was supposed to erupt first. At this very moment, the peak of a volcano previously classified as dormant within that cluster was livelier than any holiday celebration. The slopes were covered with colorful folding chairs, disposable grills, and bulging coolers. Young people made up the majority, with the occasional middle-aged face beaming with childlike excitement. They had arranged to meet online, and now every single one had made it to the crater. Influencer Kyanathic Guy, who was already somewhat famous, had set up his phone stand early and launched his livestream. Just as he'd anticipated, the viewer count was jumping around like a scoreboard gone wild. Oh my God, you guys actually went up the volcano? What if it erupts? Ha ha ha. Can't believe people still buy into that so-called warning. Wish I could be there with you. Must be so much fun. The comments flooded in like a curtain. and Xiaona was grinning from ear to ear. That's right, we're at the crater. He spun the camera around, sweeping his arm toward his companions behind him, immediately triggering a wave of cheers. Oh my god, are we about to go viral? Jesus, so many people watching. Fuck, I should have dressed up better for this. The crowd's excitement instantly created a party atmosphere. Speakers pumped out music while the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the hot air. Views equal cash. Cash equals a better life. This equation was written clearly across every young face. Xiaona raised his voice. You think that's all? No way. I've got great news. Rebecca Potter is going to join me for a live connection. Who? Rebecca? That super famous and gorgeous talk show host. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm losing it. Xiaona basked in the screams and applause, glancing down at his phone. Here it comes. The connection's coming through. On screen appeared blonde, blue-eyed Rebecca, her exaggerated expressions immediately making the comment section explode. Hello, Kainawo, so many people? Rebecca greeted them, and the two worked in perfect sync to amp up the atmosphere as the viewer count soared. A few minutes later, Rebecca raised her hand to check a paper beside her and blinked. All right, only 15 minutes left until the warning time. Though I have my doubts, I still have to ask. Aren't you worried at all? Of course not. Xiaona laughed heartily. The volcano won't erupt. Scientists have said so. No, Rebecca shook the paper. Not all scientists. Just an hour ago, Professor Streaky posted a statement on his personal account, saying he was wrong, dead wrong. Streaky? Who's that? Xiaona shrugged dismissively. Maybe he wants to ride the hype, or his account got hacked. We all know those hackers from that whatever association are pretty skilled. Maybe they could hack into my phone too and force me down the mountain. Huh. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone behind him burst into laughter. Comments flooded the screen in dense waves at that moment. I know this guy. He was saying the volcano wouldn't erupt just 2 days ago. He's definitely been paid off. Disgusting. These scientists are all scumbags, constantly lying to us. Angry comments surged across the screen like a flood, with almost no one believing the expert the host had brought on Xiaona. Most viewers didn't even know who he was. They were just caught up in the heated atmosphere, using it as an excuse to vent their emotions. You're really quite entertaining, Xiaona. Rebecca chuckled softly. Just as she set down her microphone, an assistant handed her a printed sheet. She glanced down, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Breaking news. The East has announced that the last person and the last vehicle have left the warning zone. Xiaona raised an eyebrow, his smile widening smugly. Oh, well, congratulations to them then. But they're just doing pointless work, wasting energy and money. Feel sorry for the people over there. Even bedridden elderly patients were forcibly dragged from their beds, and I heard those who refused to leave got beaten up. I'm so grateful to be living here. This was exactly what Rebecca wanted to hear. She couldn't suppress her smile and gave Xiaona an approving look. But here, quite a few people have also chosen to leave. I'm sure many of them are watching your live stream right now. Do you have anything you'd like to say to them? In front of the camera, Xiaona rudely raised his middle finger and laughed loudly. Go regret it, you idiots. Just look at how much fun our party is, right? Right. The crowd behind him erupted in laughter and cheers, with several young people even starting to shake their hips on the spot. The music was deafening, and the air was thick with the smell of alcohol and sweat. Even through the screen, you could feel the heat of that wild celebration. Fuck. These assholes. Bert roared from the other end, nearly knocking over his computer. After being stuck in traffic all day, he had finally managed to get his family out of the warning zone. He was one of the idiots Xiaona was referring to. Don't be angry, honey. His wife hugged him. We left for our daughter's sake. Whether the volcano erupts or not, we won't regret it. Fuck. Bert cursed again, raising his middle finger at the screen. I wish the volcano would erupt right now. It was just angry talk born of rage, but as his words fell, the live stream suddenly trembled slightly. Did these people get so wasted they can't even hold the camera steady? Bert muttered. No, Bert. His wife's scream cut through the music. Something's happening over there. In the camera feed, the ground beneath Xiaona and the others was trembling slightly. The wild laughter continued, but it quickly went from boisterous to scattered, then to subdued. Only one bouncing fat guy in the crowd seemed oblivious, still giggling foolishly. His lone laughter sounded particularly jarring in the sudden silence. What's wrong with you all? Xiaona. Rebecca also sensed something was off and gripped her microphone tightly. Nothing. A flicker of confusion crossed Xiaona's face, but he quickly forced a smile. We're just a bit too excited. That's right. Exactly. Before he could finish his sentence, the entire ground shook violently. The people standing on the rocks instantly lost their balance. Someone fell hard onto the scorching ground, their shoe soles scraping against the surface with a burnt smell like sparks. But this was only the beginning. The tremors grew more intense. Dust and debris were hurled into the air, falling like a sudden downpour. Oh God! Xiaona's voice was sharp and hoarse, so chilling that even he felt his heart freeze. What's happening? Lilibika screamed as well, yet tried to maintain composure. What's wrong with you all? What's going on? There was no response in the live stream. The camera only captured people's cries and stumbling. as if every step was taken on a swaying log bridge. The comment section fell completely silent for a second, then exploded with strings of "and?" Viewers frantically hammered their keyboards, unable to form complete words. Far away in front of his screen, Boat was also frightened stiff by the tremors. He and his wife clung to each other desperately, forgetting they were already far from the scene, with only one thought in their minds. Was something terrible really about to happen? Lilibika took a deep breath, forcibly steadying her trembling voice. Don't panic. It's just an earthquake. You're in an open area, get down immediately. The earthquake will pass quickly. Her instructions had some effect. The crowd threw themselves down onto the rough volcanic rock, the protruding stones cutting their skin, but no one dared to stand up. Only heavy breathing remained in the air. Just when everyone thought they had survived the most dangerous moment, crack. A series of fracturing sounds like firecrackers erupted as a large section of volcanic rock suddenly split and collapsed. The fissures expanded rapidly, like a whip lashing across the earth. A young girl in a bikini fell halfway into the crack, her pale skin slashed by sharp rock edges, leaving trails of blood. Pungent sulfurous steam shot up from the depths of the fissure, like a monster's gaping fangs. Ah, save me. Chiaona, save me. She desperately clung to the edge, her face contorted, tears and mucus streaming down in muddy streaks. Chiaona spun around, his face turning ghostly pale, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. His outstretched hand was still in midair when the entire rock the girl was gripping broke away with a crack and crashed down. The girl's heart-wrenching scream before death exploded in everyone's ears. My God! Lilibika jumped up from her desk, and countless viewers in the livestream made the same motion. They screamed, embraced, and cowered, yet still couldn't escape the terror pouring from the screen. This wasn't a movie, but a live broadcast. Millions, tens of millions of eyes witnessed a life being swallowed by the earth, the entire process too fast for anyone to blink. The people on site seemed to have plunged into the deepest nightmare. Some cried out, God, God, while others screamed and rolled, trying to escape this torn volcanic plain. More people babbled incoherently, so frightened their eyes rolled back, nearly fainting on the spot. Chiaona collapsed on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, his muscles twitching, his voice like broken stones grinding against each other. However, the tremors showed no sign of weakening. The first casualty was only the beginning of this disaster. The earth continued to bulge and heave amid the violent tremors. Cracks spread rapidly like torn wounds, each tremor more violent than the last. Corona wasn't the last victim. Moments later, a second person's footing gave way, and they plummeted into the bottomless black chasm, managing only a blood-curdling scream that echoed across the desolate landscape as terror seized the survivors. In the suffocating dread that gripped everyone's chest, a man suddenly lunged at Jonah, tears and snot streaming down his face. I wanted to leave. I wanted to leave. You made me come here. Jonah, you bastard. Before he could finish, scalding ash and searing heat erupted from the crack beneath his feet. The air twisted like flames, his clothes and skin instantly catching fire, muscle and bone charring bit by bit as he collapsed, leaving only hysterical screams that still trembled in everyone's ears. This scene completely shattered everyone's nerves. Jonah's stomach felt like it was being crushed and twisted by an invisible giant hand as he doubled over, retching. Vomit mixed with tears and snot poured from his mouth and nose as he clutched his phone desperately, his voice hoarse. I didn't know. I didn't know the warning was real. Rebecca, Rebecca, save me. Get someone to save me. Just minutes earlier, he had been laughing loudly, mocking those who believed the warnings. But now he was like a drowning man grasping at the last straw. However, the other end of the live stream was already empty. The moment the superheated gas erupted, Rebecca had fled with her hands over her head. Countless viewers made the same choice, fleeing like escapees from a horror movie scene. Even if they wanted to help, they were powerless. Only now, with disaster laid bare before their eyes, did everyone finally believe. The association's warning was real. This phrase flooded the comment section like a screen refresh, the display flashing white. The Panhuman Protection Association had warned of all this 4 days ago, but believing it now was too late. More and more people crowded into the live stream, comments surging frantically, words blending together, yet the overwhelming terror, regret, and disbelief were palpable. Meanwhile, Bert held his wife tightly. Both were sobbing uncontrollably. The warning was real. God, we survived. They understood that the warning had saved their family, and so had the Eastern Great Migration. That migration had helped them make their decision, and now the joy of rebirth intertwined with shock at the disaster in their chests. Only now did everyone truly recognize the correctness of the Eastern decision. They had saved tens of millions of their people. All the ridicule and mockery directed at the migration these past days rebounded instantly when disaster struck, starkly revealing who was truly foolish and ignorant. In the footage, the cracks were already spewing orange-red molten lava, as if to devour everything. Jonah was still wailing miserably, didn't want to die. He desperately wished this was all just a nightmare from which he could wake up and return to that luxurious party. But then boom. With earth-shaking roars that made the mountains tremble, scorching heat tore at his skin and clothes in that instant. He knew he would follow in the footsteps of that unfortunate passerby. Before the screen plunged into complete darkness, everyone clearly heard that piercing scream filled with regret and despair. Everyone understood the volcano had erupted. Bodhi hadn't left yet. The moment the screen went black, Bert suddenly remembered his friend who had stubbornly insisted on staying in the city. He frantically pulled out his phone and dialed. Bodhi, did you see the news? Get to the airport quickly, there's still time. It's too late, Bert, far too late. The voice on the other end was filled with anguish. This isn't an ordinary volcanic eruption. The warning was real, it's beyond anything we could have imagined. I regret not believing the warning, not leaving with you. Chaotic screams poured through the receiver into Bert's ears. Bodhi stood at the window, witnessing firsthand as towering lava blocked out the last rays of the setting sun. Burning meteorite-like chunks of lava crashed down on the city from the ash-filled sky, while the shockwaves swept through the streets ahead of the debris. People screamed, filled with regret, fleeing in all directions with nowhere to escape. Live well, Bert. After saying these words, Bodhi hung up the phone. He wanted to spend his final moments with his family. Beep beep beep. Bert listened numbly to the dial tone, murmuring, God. His mind seemed to conjure images of millions, perhaps tens of millions of lives perishing in the sea of fire. He instinctively glanced at the time exactly as the warning had predicted. The eruption of the first volcanic cluster was merely the beginning. Minutes later, volcanoes on the other side of the Earth erupted, followed by the third, the fourth. Screams seemed to echo across the globe, only the East remained silent. At that moment, Liao Jingwei was in a safe zone, closing the car door for the last person from Yuanchang City. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the live broadcast suddenly cut to an emergency announcement. Confirmed. The Lisenduo volcanic cluster experienced a collective explosive eruption over 10 minutes ago, with lava reaching heights of several thousand meters, accompanied by massive amounts of volcanic ash. The screen switched to aerial footage. The earth rolled like waves, cracks spread everywhere. Scorching lava surged forth before instantly shooting up as pillars of fire into the sky, then falling back down as chunks of molten rock. Gray-black volcanic ash scattered in all directions, seeming ready to devour everything around it, scene both magnificent and terrifying. Liao Jingwei's eyes widened as he cried out in shock. The evacuees around him were equally stunned. The volcano had actually erupted. Hu Tai, who had been standing frozen for some time, suddenly pressed his palms together, murmuring thanks to the Pan-Human Protection Association, to the volunteer uncle, to Commander Hong, for saving my life. To him, this moment felt like a reward for their efforts. Liao Jingwei suddenly grabbed him. Stop talking. Commander Hong and the others aren't completely safe yet. But didn't they all get in the vehicles? Hu Tai's words came to an abrupt halt, his heart sinking. Did being in a vehicle really mean they were safe? Hu Tai suddenly turned his attention to the live broadcast. At the center of the screen, massive red digits showed only 5 minutes remaining, representing the 130,000 people still in the danger zone. The previous, last person aboard, signal hadn't brought the count to zero. Only those who truly reached the safety zone would make the counter decrease. Currently, most people from the warning areas had reached the evacuation points, except for the 130,000 residents of Yuanchang City, who had just begun leaving the city. The camera shook and switched to an aerial view. A convoy stretching several kilometers was slowly advancing along the highway, leaving behind empty buildings and deserted streets. This convoy was the final group and the greatest heroes of this operation. Due to insufficient large vehicles, a considerable number of people had simply taken their private cars for this ultimate evacuation. People couldn't stop replaying the terrifying scenes of the volcanic eruptions in their minds, their hearts beating with each countdown. Would they make it in time? No one could provide an answer. The East, which had begun full mobilization 4 days ago, remained in suspense. The official broadcast was being transmitted globally, with countless eyes fixed on this nation that treated early warning as a sacred duty. On screen, only 130,000 threatened compatriots, and a 5-minute countdown remained. A foreign host spoke with a heavy expression. Regardless of what happens to these 130,000 people, the East has already emerged as the sole victor in this global disaster. They accomplished an unimaginable miracle in human history within just 4 days. His words formed a stark contrast with reality. The initial eruptions of several volcanoes had already claimed over 1 million lives, with countless more still crying out in despair, making the final death toll incalculable. The comment section was flooded with envy. They won. The warning was real. Even if all 130,000 are lost, they still won. Why wasn't I born in the East? Compared to their own devastating losses, global netizens found it difficult to truly care about these 130,000 people. But in the East, everyone in front of their screens held their breath. They must escape. Why did we let the heroes stay until the end? That volunteer who carried my grandmother downstairs is in that convoy. Did Commander Hong really not take the plane? The disaster was inevitable, and the safe evacuation of over 30 million people was already a miracle, yet everyone still hoped for a more perfect ending. At the rear of the convoy, Hong Feizhong and Che Yongchang sat in an ordinary bus. Compared to the nation's tension, these two men in the greatest danger remained remarkably calm. It should be starting soon. Che Yongchang maintained his official tone. Yes, notify everyone to prepare for seismic impact. Hong Feizhong nodded and added, maintain safe distances, don't panic. If the tremors are strong, have the front vehicles begin decelerating in sequence, and watch carefully for any road collapses. They chose not to leave by plane. The mission wasn't over yet. As commander, Hong Feizhong understood clearly. Having left these 130,000 people until the end, he had to stay by their side. First, to maintain the morale of these 130,000 troops. Second, if evacuation ultimately proved impossible, his steadfast presence might inspire the will of over 1 billion compatriots. The earth began trembling right on schedule. Through aerial footage, the rolling mountain ranges rose and fell like ships on the ocean, as if some massive earth dragon was writhing and roaring beneath the surface. As the countdown entered its final moments, everyone understood catastrophe was about to strike. This was probably the first time countless people worldwide had witnessed the complete unfolding of a disaster. Flocks of birds shot skyward, wild beasts stampeded through the forests. Survival was the instinct of all living things. The continuously swelling ground finally reached its breaking point. Like a balloon bursting, bang, came a muffled explosion as scorching gas erupted from one spot, followed immediately by a second, then a third. The superheated gas turned to pitch-black smoke, then transformed into molten lava. At this point, it was impossible to distinguish which peak was the volcano, because the entire mountain range was becoming one massive volcano. Then boom, the supervolcano erupted completely. Towering lava connected earth and sky. Brilliant light, like a nuclear explosion, instantly illuminated the world. Visible shock waves spread outward in rings, pushing aside layer after layer of clouds. The comment streams and chat rooms fell silent, and even the news anchors sat speechless. Everyone watching could only feel a primal terror rising from the depths of their being. Goosebumps rising one by one, as no words could adequately describe the scene before them. It was as if the entire planet was collapsing. Some viewers had already begun to fear. After this disaster, what would the world become? Shen Yi gazed upon the scene as well. He hovered high in the air, arms spread wide, letting the fierce winds whip his robes and long hair. Ding Xiang, this is the grand fireworks display welcoming the apocalypse, magnificent, isn't it? Inspiring. This was his most confident smile since arriving in this world, his voice carrying on the wind. So, as guardians of humanity, shouldn't we put on an even more magnificent, more awe-inspiring show? Of course, Captain. Ding Xiang's voice responded from behind him. It came from a massive aerial fortress in optical stealth mode. At the very moment of the volcanic eruption, Shun Yi received the largest point reward since the system's activation, 18 million points. This represented 18 million people pulled back from the brink of death, with a full 14 million coming from the country before his eyes, from the human miracle they had forged over the past 100 hours. Shun Yi had witnessed the entire birth of this miracle, and his initial amazement had transformed into even greater anticipation. As he had said, the spirit and capability they displayed in this struggle were enough to make the Pan-Human Guardian Association allocate even more resources their way. That virtuous cycle he had originally envisioned seemed to truly have hope of becoming reality in this world. People's self-rescue efforts under early warnings would generate a certain amount of points, which could then be used to save more lives and earn even more points, ultimately achieving a win-win situation. This was the virtuous cycle Shun Yi envisioned when designing the Pan-Human Guardian Association's rescue philosophy. It sounded simple, but the devastating failure in the previous world had already taught him that this path was fraught with thorns. However, at this moment, Shun Yi saw hope once again. Standing at the high-altitude observation point, he gazed down across the vast distance at the convoy below, stretched out like a long dragon. The volcano's roar still echoed between heaven and earth, and the ground beneath his feet occasionally trembled gently, reminding everyone that the disaster was far from over. Molten lava rained down from the sky like meteors, crashing into the ground with flashes of fire and billowing smoke that sent scorching heat waves skyward. It wasn't until the crimson molten liquid began slowly spreading across the wilderness that people seemed to awaken from their deafening nightmare, instinctively clenching their fists. In the face of such a terrifying natural disaster, could that final convoy really escape? The live broadcast switched back to inside the convoy. Through the shaking camera, viewers could clearly see that the highway was riddled with cracks from the recent powerful earthquake. The asphalt layer looked like roughly torn fabric, with gray-white fissures spreading everywhere. More deadly still, continuous collapses appeared ahead of the convoy, with gaps still trembling and crumbling, completely blocking the path forward for the 130,000 people. Drivers could only hit their brakes, and the massive stream of vehicles came to a standstill in despair. Everyone understood what this meant. Inside the vehicles, some girls had already covered their faces and were quietly sobbing. Even Liao Jingwei, usually so cheerful, now had red-rimmed eyes and clenched his fists until they turned white, unable to accept the outcome before them. Was this the end? 100 hours of united effort and cooperation, countless people's support and assistance, ultimately failed to create the perfect miracle. The scale of the disaster far exceeded everyone's imagination. In the live stream, the once enthusiastic host fell silent, leaving only the muffled sounds of the volcano's aftershocks and oppressively audible heavy breathing. The aerial drone slowly descended, its camera sweeping over the motionless convoy. Car doors opened one after another as people filed out. Some looked up at the erupting volcano behind them, their faces pale. Others embraced their companions tightly, but couldn't say a word. Whether complaints or roars, nothing mattered at this time, and Hong Feizhong had already explained the worst possibilities clearly, and staying until the end was everyone's own choice. The camera panned toward the rear of the convoy. Hong Feizhong and Che Yongchang pushed open their doors and stepped out. They were perhaps the calmest people on the scene. Compared to the sharp, professional image he had when first appearing on camera, Hong Feizhong now had disheveled hair and a haggard face, but his bloodshot eyes still burned bright. He knew that all eyes, both on screen and at the scene, were focused on him. Hong Feizhong reached into the passenger seat for his radio, took a deep breath, and his voice remained strong. During these past 10 minutes in the car, I've been thinking about one question: have we truly done everything possible? He looked around at everyone, his tone firm, without a trace of resentment or dejection. My answer is, we did it. Every single step, every single person, was flawless. Together, we created this absolutely unprecedented miracle in human history. As his words fell, the long-suppressed emotions finally burst forth. In the crowd, some sobbed while others wept openly, no longer trying to restrain themselves. Those tears contained both infinite pride and deep unwillingness to give up. However, our enemy is also unprecedentedly powerful. Hong Feizhong raised his left hand, pointing toward the extraordinary spectacle behind him that stretched across the sky, as if ready to tear the heavens apart. His voice suddenly rose. I must tell you all, this is an exceptionally brutal war. The miracles humanity creates in its darkest hour may not save everyone, but our sacrifice will never be in vain. Our names, our beliefs, our courage have already been written into human history. They will accompany civilization and be passed down forever. In the live broadcast, everyone who heard these words felt their hearts tremble. In that moment, Hong Feizhong seemed like a hero from ancient times, shouting defiantly at nature's fury and the deities, intent on humanity's destruction. Even knowing the ending would be tragic, he would never retreat. Suddenly, enormous text appeared in the comment stream. Can't there really be a perfect miracle? Immediately after, countless messages flooded the screen. Please don't give up. Don't die. Heroes, rest in peace. Is this really how it ends? Tens of millions of viewers couldn't accept such an ending. Tens of millions had already been saved. Miracles had already occurred. So why must these last few heroes be left behind? It seemed all miracles must come with regret. The host in the overseas studio looked at the screen, his voice trembling with emotion. They've shown us human courage, but true disasters are simply beyond human resistance. Compared to the vast universe, or even to this planet beneath our feet, we are far too small. Hong Feizhong couldn't hear any of the comments or see the scrolling messages. After finishing his final words, he put down the radio and turned to find Che Yongchang gazing up at the sky. Aren't you going to call your family? Hong Feizhong asked. I'm still single. Che Yongchang shrugged, his tone casual. My parents passed away long ago, and my closest relationships are with a few colleagues. But at a time like this, I think I'll skip it. Hong Feizhong said nothing, only reached out and gave his shoulder a firm pat. Che Yongchang didn't look away, suddenly speaking in a low voice. You know what? I haven't given up all hope yet. What? Hong Feizhong was stunned. But Che Yongchang didn't explain further, only murmuring in a voice only he could hear. You said you wanted to see our worth, our courage. I wonder if you can see it now. Shun Yi had been watching all along. Human limits can't create perfect miracles. Shun Yi opened the system store, his gaze settling on a card. Wizard Profession card, 100,000 points each, every card containing magic power and random inheritance. Then let's transcend humanity completely. As he placed the order, the message Ding Xiang had prepared was also sent out. At that moment, among the 130,000 people comforting each other and awaiting death, phone notification sounds rang out one after another. The audience watching the broadcast also heard the crisp chimes blending together. Che Yongchang froze, then burst with joy, frantically pulling out his phone. People around him similarly scrambled for their pockets. The text message contained only a brief sentence. Stay in place and await rescue. Panhuman Protection Association. No one could have imagined that at this very moment, they would receive a text message from the Pan-Human Guardian Association. After confirming that the sender's number indeed belonged to that mysterious organization, people both at the scene and watching their screens felt a surge of shock and joy. The reason was simple. Since the association's first appearance, they had repeatedly provided precise disaster warnings, including this very volcano erupting before everyone's eyes, which they had warned about 4 days in advance. Who was behind it all? How did they manage such feats? To this day, no one could explain it, nor had anyone found even the slightest clue. Because of this, in what seemed like a hopeless situation, this mystery was seen as the only possible lifeline. Everyone instinctively thought, since conventional methods had failed, perhaps the equally inexplicable Pan-Human Guardian Association truly had a way to save them. In the live broadcast, the expressions of the 130,000 trapped people in the disaster zone suddenly changed as phone notifications rang out one after another. Viewers glued to their screens immediately sensed something unusual. What's happening? Is it a message from the association? Tell us. Comments flooded the screen like a torrent, but no one could confirm the answer. Hong Feizhong raised his hand to press the radio, his voice echoing clearly through the loudspeaker. Everyone, follow the instructions in the Pan-Human Guardian Association's message. Stay where you are and await rescue. He understood that the greater the hope, the more painful the disappointment. But this message was like a shot of adrenaline injected into someone on the brink of death. Since it had appeared, let hope burn completely. The despair that had shrouded the crowd due to the volcanic eruption was swept away, replaced by excitement and anticipation in their eyes. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream finally received confirmation, and comments instantly covered the entire screen. It really is a message from the association? What kind of rescue are we supposed to wait for? Can the Pan-Human Guardian Association actually pull this off? Don't give people hope only to fail. Go crazy. What did this message, which wasn't a warning, actually mean? No one knew. Since its appearance, the association had only issued warnings and had never claimed they would take direct action. But now, they were making their first promise of intervention. Not only in the East, but global media was also shaken by this sudden news. While anchors continued their broadcasts, breaking news alerts cascaded across screens everywhere. The mysterious Pan-Human Guardian Association demands 130,000 people wait in place for rescue. Could they possibly have a way to carry out rescue operations at the disaster's epicenter? At this moment of catastrophe, everyone shared the same questions. Who exactly was the Pan-Human Guardian Association? If they could save the East, could they save us too? The final line of the message was extremely brief, yet it struck like thunder in everyone's hearts. 3 minutes maximum. This was a rescue promise that would be impossible for humans to fulfill. In an extremely short time, the number of people watching the live broadcast from various locations skyrocketed dramatically. The outbreak of disaster had proven the authenticity of the warning, and from this moment on, the Pan-Human Guardian Association firmly grasped everyone's attention. The audience in front of their screens were all tense and curious, afraid to miss any detail. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Without any warning from the clear sky, where there wasn't a single cloud, several blinding bolts of lightning suddenly struck down. The consecutive roaring purple lightning, like dragons and serpents, intertwined in the air and crashed directly toward the highway ahead. A dazzling white flash passed by, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. When the light faded, they saw a tall, upright man floating at the center of the lightning strike. He wore a brown robe with a hood covering half his face, revealing only a pair of eyes glowing with a faint purple light. Thick lightning coiled around his arms, and surging air currents around him seemed ready to tear the atmosphere apart. Holy shit! Liao Jingwei shouted in shock, nearly dropping his phone. Others were equally stunned, their blood pumping as they cursed in amazement. Damn! Are you kidding me? Holy crap! Holy crap! Deafening exclamations rose one after another, with many people jumping to their feet in excitement, stomping their feet, unable to calm their wildly beating hearts. They had imagined various scenarios for dealing with disasters: giant fighter jets roaring in, high-tech organizations descending like in science fiction movies, but they never expected this. A man arriving with thunder. This exceeded everyone's imagination. Meanwhile, around the world, those at the pinnacle of power who were also watching the disaster broadcast clenched their fists in equal excitement. It's him. No mistake. The man who saved the plane crash. My God, he's indeed connected to the Pan-Human Guardian Association. Who exactly is he? Indeed, this wasn't Shen Yi's first appearance, but this time, he was prepared to completely establish the reputation of the Pan-Human Guardian Association at the beginning of the apocalypse. The pale purple halo reflected in his gaze as it slowly swept over the stunned crowd. The casually displayed immense power carried invisible pressure, yet almost no one felt fear. Instead, they all trembled with excitement, their blood boiling. A miracle. A truly impossible event was happening right before their eyes, surpassing everyone's understanding of reality and even making them question whether they were still in reality. Shen Yi spoke. Accompanied by faint thunder, His voice instantly reached every corner of the scene. You have shown courage in facing disaster. Stay where you are. Chi Wu will bring you to the fortress. His tone was calm, revealing no emotion. After leaving these words, he turned around, slowly descended to the ground, and walked forward to face the burning meteorites whistling down like raindrops. He extended his right hand. In the pale purple light, an exquisite staff gradually took shape inch by inch, with lightning surging through its intricate patterns. He casually spun it a few times in his palm, stirring up massive winds that swept up clouds of dust. His overwhelming power was fully displayed in every movement. Everyone stared with wide eyes. What was he trying to do? This question appeared in everyone's mind. Shen Yi didn't go far before he stopped in his tracks. All eyes followed him. He raised his staff high, and violent magical powers surged together with blinding beams of light. Thick bolts of purple lightning cascaded down from the heavy clouds, all converging at the tip of his staff. In that instant, the radiance even outshone the magma erupting into the sky. The next second, he slammed his staff down into the earth. Clang! The thunderous sound of a great bell exploded in everyone's ears, then rolled across the heavens. Before the tolling faded, a massive purple wave suddenly rose with Shun Yi at its center, stretching along a line parallel to the highway. 130,000 spectators held their breath. Even though the terrifying volcanic eruption had been shocking enough, this scene delivered an even more powerful impact. The giant wave woven from purple light and thunder surged upward in an incredibly short time, rushing into the sky like an inverted tsunami charging toward the oncoming disaster. The bell's echo still reverberated through the heavens as the wave had already engulfed the clouds. The roaring magma began crashing against the wave's surface, yet couldn't even create the slightest ripple, instead being continuously pushed back by the surge. The world was forcibly split in two. On one side, an apocalyptic scene. Gray-black volcanic ash blotted out the sun, scorching magma crashed into the city, and everything turned into hell. On the other side, sunlight still fell gently on people's shoulders, peaceful and bright. Shun Yi stood at the boundary holding his staff, like a guardian war god commanding galaxy-like purple waves to devour the darkness and spread light. High above, a massive phantom spanning the sky even appeared, overlapping with his silhouette. The cameras faithfully recorded everything, creating images that transcended epics and legends, approaching mythology. The screen was empty, no comments, no bullet chat. Even the host's voice seemed to have been sucked away as countless viewers forgot to breathe from sheer awe. Seeing such a scene, even on a movie theater's giant screen, would be unforgettable for life, let alone witnessing this living reality. One person's power against a natural disaster. No one had imagined that the association's rescue would be so brutally magnificent like a deity. The 130,000 on-site spectators became the envy of everyone. This experience destined to be carved into the rest of their lives. Just then, the camera seemed to discover something and suddenly swiveled. What was that? Gasps rose one after another. Before people could recover from their previous shock, they saw another surreal scene. An enormous cruise ship broke through the white clouds, slowly descending from the horizon, its hull magnificent, as if arriving from the divine realm. Am I really not dreaming? The first bullet comment appeared on the screen. Then came an increasingly dense barrage of comments. People finally snapped out of their shock, overwhelmed with excitement. That's the fortress. The association's aerial fortress. I'm not dreaming, am I? I had no idea the association was this powerful. In the footage, sci-fi movie-like transport airships emerged one after another from the belly of the aerial fortress, their rear thrusters igniting with blue-white flames. Following closely behind, U-75 model robots thundered to the ground, their alloy shells reflecting cold light. Their imposing figures stunned the entire world while bringing an unprecedented sense of security to everyone present. People knew these were the ships that had come to save them, the escorts that would take them to safety. I am Chiwu. Everyone, please board the vessels in an orderly fashion. Chiwu hovered in front of the robot formation, his amplified voice echoing through the air. In fact, he no longer needed to maintain order. The jubilant crowd had already spontaneously formed neat lines, boarding the airships one by one under the envious and awestruck gaze of the global audience. The cabin doors sealed shut, and the airships rose smoothly into the air. Through the portholes, they could clearly see beyond the shield. The city had been consumed by endless flames, skyscrapers crumbling and collapsing under the impact of lava. Streets, residences, parks, none were spared. The joy of surviving the disaster was instantly overshadowed by a gentle sadness. Their homeland could not be saved after all. But the fact that people had survived was worth celebrating above all else. The drone footage did not follow the airships but remained on the ground, showing all viewers two things. The evacuation process was orderly from beginning to end, and Shun Yi still stood alone before the surging waves, magical power flowing like a tide around him, supporting the final line of defense. After the last survivor boarded an airship, the host, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, his voice filled with barely contained excitement. "We don't know where the Pan-Human Guardian Association comes from, nor do we understand their position or identity, but all our compatriots should sincerely thank them. It was their warning that convinced us to relocate, and it was they who saved our hero with their incredible power." This commentary set a solemn tone for the incomparable scene before them. The comment stream began scrolling uniformly. "Thank you, Association. Thank you so much. Thanks to the big shots. Save the hero." Beyond their amazement, people had not forgotten. Without the Association's early warning, they would not have left their homes. Without this miraculous rescue, the past 100 hours of bloody battle could not have reached such a perfect conclusion. Liao Jingwei, Hu Tai, and other young people were especially stirred. That massive and elegant aerial fortress, the sharp-lined combat robots, the godlike extraordinary power, and the hope that descended in despair, everything instantly captured their souls, making them eager to unveil the Association's mysterious veil. However, clearly not everyone in the world felt the same way. The live broadcast signal of a Western news channel switched back to the studio. The host stood under the lights, with a massive high-definition screen behind him split in half, the left side frozen on the image of Shun-Yi descending through lightning, while the right displayed the spectacular panoramic view of the aerial fortress emerging from the clouds. As the camera zoomed in, his Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes still carrying undisguised shock, even his voice trembling. "Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how to describe what I'm feeling right now." He took a deep breath, still struggling to regain his composure. "We've finally seen the true face of this mysterious Pan-Human Guardian Association. You know what? My first reaction just now was the Asgardians from the movies have actually come." The moment Asgard left his lips, the audience's imagination instantly had a concrete reference point. Nowadays, when people mention Asgard, they no longer think first of ancient mythology, but of that civilization on screen that merged advanced magic with cutting-edge technology, claiming to protect Earth. That essence bore a striking resemblance to the Pan-Human Guardian Association that had just broadcast across the globe. As soon as the host finished speaking, the live chat exploded with comments flooding the screen like a torrent. "Exactly. It's Asgard. I get it now. They're aliens. They must be aliens. Powerful magic plus super high-tech. My god, that's so cool. If they appeared in ancient times, we'd definitely worship them as gods. They also call themselves guardians." Faced with incomprehensible phenomena in reality, people instinctively used existing knowledge and imagination to fill cognitive gaps. In this age rich with fantasy, Asgard became the most convenient explanatory framework. The host's speech faltered, seemingly at a loss for words, so he turned to his special guest. "Professor Fielding, what's your take on this?" The camera cut to Fielding, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit, with deep-set eyes and scholarly confidence. He first nodded lightly, acknowledging his own shock, then steadied himself and spoke with clear, firm conviction. "First, like everyone else, I'm completely stunned. This scene is reshaping our understanding of reality." He raised his hand toward the screen showing Shun-Yi surrounded by lightning, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. "But once we calm down, we can still identify several key clues. For instance, this man who arrived with the lightning demonstrated the ability to control massive energy centered on himself, flight, lightning manipulation, and that enormous energy barrier capable of blocking volcanic disasters. All signs point to the same conclusion: can freely convert and project energy from within or around himself. This is remarkably similar to the concepts in many superhero films." The host quickly interjected. "Professor, are you saying?" "Exactly." Fielding's eyes sparkled. "This is quite understandable. Numerous science fiction and superhero films have long explored such energy control theories." The most prominent comment quickly floated across the live chat, "Just like Captain Marvel." This comment instantly received the highest likes, with strings of "one," and "so powerful," continuously scrolling across the screen. Viewers expressed their understanding one after another. It doesn't have to be magic, it could be superpowers. With unlimited energy, achieving this level isn't surprising. Superman can do it because he absorbs solar energy. In front of the big screen, thousands of audience members erupted in excitement, their animated voices rising and falling throughout the broadcast hall. People believed they had grasped the truth that science fiction movie plots were gradually becoming reality. However, what I really want to emphasize is this. Scholar Fielding practically shot up from his seat, extending his arms straight out to point at the other side of the screen. There, an aerial fortress that pierced through the clouds hovered slowly, its massive shadow covering half the sky. The flying fortress's metal hull gleamed coldly in the mist, with a ring of brilliant blue light several hundred meters in diameter radiating from its base, perhaps an anti-gravity device, or some kind of energy reactor. Whatever the specific mechanism, it was far beyond contemporary technology. Fielding emphasized with dramatic inflection. The appearance of such a colossal structure fully demonstrates that behind the Pan-Human Guardian Association stands a vast industrial civilization with a complete technology tree and powerful industrial capabilities. His excitement spread through the studio like an electric current. The host was initially stunned, then showed shock on his face. Professor Fielding, are you suggesting that the Pan-Human Guardian Association truly comes from a powerful alien civilization? Can you take responsibility for this conclusion? After all, secretly hiding an entire massive industrial system on Earth would be virtually impossible. Fielding settled back into his high chair, still unable to contain his excitement. We've all seen the countless flying robots and transport airships, all identical in design, which indicates assembly line mass production. In my view, they're very likely exactly as you suggested a real-life Asgard, and certainly not limited to just this one aerial fortress. The professor's confident tone struck a chord with most viewers' fantasies. Vast imaginations unfolded in their minds. Between cities of towering spires, silver-white ships weaving through buildings, extraordinary beings controlling lightning hovering in midair, commanding all things with a gesture, their reputation echoing throughout the galaxy. Just then, the host pressed his earpiece, his expression suddenly tightening, eyes widening as if struck by thunder. I must now deliver some deeply tragic news to everyone. He took a deep breath, struggling to steady his trembling voice. Just moments ago, our nation's city of St. Nazaire was completely destroyed by scorching volcanic ash and molten lava falling from the sky, with an estimated death toll of 400,000. This global volcanic eruption has already claimed over 10 million lives except in the east, where they saved even their final 130,000 people without a single casualty. The shocking numbers instantly silenced the studio. People living in peaceful times could hardly imagine the horror of 10 million deaths. Those staggering statistics seeming to wrench all attention away from the aerial fortresses back to the immediate disaster. However, within seconds, people on social media began connecting the two events. They might be able to save everyone. Why aren't they doing it? This comment shot to the top with astonishing speed, and more people vented their fears about the disaster beneath it. Exactly. Over 400,000 people died in St. Nazaire, yet they only went to save the 130,000 in the Eastern District. If they had stepped forward earlier, we could have been saved just like the East. It's all part of the aliens' conspiracy to conquer Earth. They caused the volcanic eruption too. They killed tens of millions. If they call themselves Guardians, why didn't they try harder to save more people? They clearly had a spaceship and 4 whole days. Rational voices occasionally emerged, only to be immediately drowned by the torrent of fear and anger. It's not scarcity, but inequality that breeds resentment, became the loudest rallying cry. Many were convinced that the East had been the lucky ones in this disaster, while the Pan-Human Guardian Association possessed overwhelming power, yet chose to reserve their miracle for the already safe East. Letting other cities sink into flames, this was discrimination, an insult, and tantamount to massacre. Scapegoating is always easier than self-reflection. Anger replicated and expanded endlessly across the internet, with everyone able to effortlessly compile 1,000, 10,000 reasons for their rage, further convincing themselves they stood on the side of justice. The tide of public opinion formed almost visibly. Soon, some social celebrities joined the fray. Popular host Rebecca tearfully recounted the tragic fate of Chiaona and his companions on social media, ending with an equally fierce accusation. They could have survived, if only the Pan-Human Guardian Association had revealed that spaceship earlier. Spreading alongside the posts were the horrific scenes from Chiaona's livestream. Surging lava, screams cut short, charred ruins shaking in the camera frame. Countless viewers were shocked, and countless voices rose in unison. The Pan-Human Guardian Association must explain. They did nothing during those 4 days. They must compensate for thousands of lives. The aliens are evil, kick them off Earth. In these propagators' view, as long as their voices were loud enough, they would converge into a wave that no force could ignore, compelling the Guardian Association to respond. However, Shin-Yi remained unmoved. At this moment, he sat in the captain's quarters, surrounded by 3-dimensional projections continuously gathering global public opinion data, blue and white light playing across his calm face, revealing not the slightest emotional fluctuation. Captain, the AI Dingxiang finally couldn't contain herself. Should I shut down the entire network and eliminate all these voices? Shin-Yi looked up. Dingxiang, on what grounds are you making this suggestion? In my core algorithms, protecting my master's interests is the highest priority, Dingxiang answered without hesitation. So you believe their words are affecting my interests? Shin-Yi countered with a question. Dingxiang suddenly fell silent. She lowered her head slightly, her gaze shifting between the wide portholes of the aerial fortress and the data terminals, her thoughts racing. Come to think of it, there really wasn't much impact. Reputation was indeed a form of benefit, but the Pan-Human Guardian Association's reputation came from its own strength and ability to save civilizations, not from external applause. Those who were truly dependent were actually the critics themselves. But Captain, won't you be angry? Ding Xiang looked up. Measuring by the most ordinary human emotions, being slandered should provoke anger, shouldn't it? At first, yes, I would be. Shun Yi leaned back in his soft chair, his gaze looking past the porthole as if seeing into a distant past. Back then I thought I was a hero, felt responsible for saving everyone. But no matter how hard I fought, there were always people I couldn't save. So in many people's eyes, every lost life became my fault, just like now. He let out a gentle sigh. Bearing responsibility means also bearing failure. I wasn't stubborn enough to persist, and quickly learned to abandon that obsession with saving everyone. I still take responsibility, but only for saving humanity and preserving the seeds of civilization. This ship, this association, was born from that transformation. At this point, he smiled. Honestly speaking, after completing that transformation, I eat well, sleep soundly, and occasionally even have a decent mood. Ding Xiang suddenly understood. Her captain no longer saw himself as a hero, but as civilization's savior, humanity's guardian. Thus, the protests meant as much to him as someone blaming a teacher for not personally catching murderers. Absurd, yet harmless. That's a very apt comparison. Shun Yi nodded. Online, some said that if Shun Yi had sent the aerial fortress to evacuate disaster victims in the first 4 days, perhaps more lives could have been saved. But that wasn't the association's responsibility. Shun Yi was even less willing to let the world think the association should naturally save every person. That would erode authority, breed more demands, and once they failed to deliver, would bring even deeper resentment. Understood, Captain. Ding Xiang paused for a moment, then still asked, so these protests and criticisms don't need to be addressed? Ignore them. Shun Yi shifted to a more comfortable position. They'll soon understand that protests mean nothing to the association, while the association's evaluations concern their very lives. Let them make noise for now. The cruelty of the apocalypse will eventually make them grow up. Yes. Ding Xiang nodded, then reported, Hong Feizhong and Che Yongchang have settled everyone and are waiting outside. Let them in. As Shun Yi's voice fell, the metal door of the captain's quarters slid open, and Chi Wu led the two men inside. Hong Feizhong and Che Yongchang looked around as they walked, unable to suppress the amazement on their faces. Observing from afar had already been shocking, but actually stepping onto the deck made them feel even more acutely the unique power and craftsmanship of this aerial fortress. The Panhuman Guardian Association could actually create such a powerful yet beautiful creation. Two people approached Shen Yi, while Chi Wu stood quietly to the side. Mr. Shun, thank you so much for providing the rescue. Hong Feizhong's expression was solemn, each word carrying genuine sincerity. After witnessing that shocking scene moments ago, any amount of respect seemed perfectly justify. The man before them was a savior capable of bringing infinite hope and possibilities to the world. Shun Yi nodded slightly. This is merely my personal appreciation and support for you. Excellent civilizations deserve greater protection. This is one of the core principles of our Panhuman Guardian Association. His dark eyes no longer sparkled with magic as they had before, yet they remained as deep as an abyss, his demeanor perfectly composed. That brief compliment somehow filled both Hong Feizhong and Che Yongzhang with a sense of pride and honor. At that moment, the two men noticed the three-dimensional projection screens floating in the room. They were hard to ignore, especially since one was broadcasting a program questioning the Panhuman Guardian Association. Che Yongzhang couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Shun, these are nothing significant. Shinny glanced around. I'm simply observing, recording, and assessing value. Strictly speaking, your world's civilization isn't a unified whole, but rather divided into separate parts. So I record and evaluate each section individually. Of course, regardless of the outcome, I will act to preserve the last spark of civilization. That's my job. He spoke at a steady pace, as if discussing everyday matters. Yet his words shook Hong Feizhong and Che Yongzhang to their core. This job concerned the survival of entire civilizations and countless human lives. Moreover, the fact that Shun Yi had only saved them this time, without rescuing others around the world, clearly illustrated the difference between preserving a spark and providing salvation. Both men silently took warning. If they failed to show gratitude when seeking help and instead questioned him, it would surely lead to their own destruction. Unaware of their turbulent thoughts, Shun Yi simply instructed, Ding Xiang, turn these off but keep recording. Yes. A clear female voice responded. A three-dimensional light projection then materialized beside him, taking the form of a young woman. Allow me to introduce Ding Xiang, my assistant and artificial intelligence life form. She was responsible for all the warnings sent to you earlier. Hello, Miss Ding Xiang. Though amazed, Hong Feizhong remained composed. Having met Chi Wu, he had already suspected the existence of artificial intelligence, making such powerful hacking capabilities seem perfectly logical. Che Yongzhang, on the other hand, appeared quite enthusiastic. Hello, Miss Ding Xiang. Thank you so much for your assistance. Without your warning, we wouldn't have achieved such a miracle so easily. Che Yongchang spoke with sincere gratitude, pouring all his appreciation into these words, and he wasn't exaggerating in the slightest. Even for them, relocating tens of millions of people without proper justification would have been nearly impossible. Ding Xiang's warning had given everyone the perfect reason for mandatory evacuation, saving them more than half the time they would have needed for public persuasion. Ding Xiang's expression remained unchanged, her voice flat and even carrying a hint of coldness. Everything was simply following the captain's orders. This was how she always treated everyone except Shani. She had now changed into a pure white military dress uniform, standing ramrod straight with her black hair cascading from beneath her cap. Even as a holographic projection, she couldn't hide that aura of efficiency and iron discipline. Che Yongchang silently marveled. It was truly difficult to regard her as an ordinary Aino. She was life itself. I can no longer find words to express my gratitude to Mr. Shan. He maintained his smile. You seem quite pleased. Shen Yi suddenly spoke, his gaze turning toward him. Is it because no one died in this massive disaster? Indeed, that was exactly it. Che Yongchang was about to nod when he noticed there wasn't a trace of a smile on Shen Yi's face. His heart suddenly tightened, and all his previous joy vanished. You demonstrated a spirit worthy of pride, so even I couldn't help but intervene to help you achieve the zero casualties accomplishment. Shen Yi rose from his chair, his sharp gaze boring into both men as he spoke each word deliberately. However, this accomplishment will only happen this once. Even the usually composed Hong Feizhong's expression changed, and Che Yongchang's smile disappeared entirely. Is it because of the volcanic eruption making the planet's environment uninhabitable? Hong Feizhong lowered his voice. Though not a researcher himself, he had witnessed firsthand that global volcanic eruption more devastating than nuclear explosions. Underground toxic gases and greenhouse gases pouring out in massive quantities, volcanic ash drifting into the upper atmosphere. If it didn't settle for years, some regions would remain without sunlight, left with only muddy rain. If the dust formed dust clouds with global air currents, blocking sunlight, they might even face a mini ice age. Such dramatic changes could trigger mass extinctions, presenting an unprecedented challenge to all humanity. Perhaps this was the source of the apocalypse. However, Shen Yi simply shook his head gently. Volcanic eruption? That's merely the prologue to the apocalypse. He casually waved his hand. What? Didn't Che Yongchang and Chu Lin tell you? According to the Pan-Human Guardian Association's observations of human reason, signs of human reason in your world will essentially disappear within just 1 to 2 years and be completely extinct after 3 years. What? Hong Feizhong completely lost his composure. Indeed, this was the first time he was hearing this. Following Shen Yi's gesture, the surrounding scenery suddenly transformed. That vast universe Che Yongchang had seen before appeared once again, with the enormous azure planet floating before their eyes. This is the vast universe. This is their planet. In this infinitely distant perspective, human figures are so small they're barely visible. Gazing upward, Shen Yi knows full well that without his dramatically increased power, he wouldn't even qualify to lift a hand to protect all living beings. Just moments ago, he exchanged 40 wizard profession cards in one go, spending 4 million points. The tremendous energy instantly flooded his body, enabling him to sustain that massive barrier covering nearly the entire sky. However, Shen Yi's enormous expenditure wasn't merely for these 130,000 people before him. The wizard profession inherently tends toward versatility. Combat, rescue, investigation, healing it encompasses everything, making it the most moderate and worthwhile investment option in the prize pool. Among the 40 cards inheritance, one was exactly what he craved most at this moment: prophecy. Though not as precise as a disaster prediction card, it was sufficient for him to glimpse the full scope of the apocalypse. This volcanic eruption allowed me to capture some fragments of fate. Dark halos slowly rotated in his pupils, his tone so steady it seemed even emotions had been smoothed away. I now know why humanity in your world must end. This statement pierced Hong Feizhong and Che Yongchang's nerves like a needle. Why? Why does it have to be us? Both men's eyes held the same bewilderment as terminal patients. The reason is simple. Shen Yi didn't keep them in suspense. The entire Earth is being directly impacted by a high-density, high-energy neutrino stream from space Ethereum, disrupting the conversion and release of natural energy, directly activating the Earth's core activity. This wasn't a conclusion from Shen Yi's personal investigation, but rather a glimpse of a future report he'd seen in his prophecy. Scientists would eventually find the answer. Even though it was just an instant, he firmly memorized every detail. Neutrinos. Che Yongchang unconsciously repeated, the complex physics concept difficult for him to digest immediately. But he understood the main point. No alien conspiracy, nor humanity's self-destruction. Like a pedestrian passing a puddle, slipping and falling to death, so coincidental, it seemed absurd, yet undeniable. In infinite parallel worlds, such probability wasn't low, essentially no different from an asteroid hitting Earth. Shen Yi's expression remained calm as he raised his hand toward the boundless starry sky. Relative to the entire universe, Earth is far too small and too fragile. Hearing this, Che Yongchang's knuckles quietly turned white. He clenched his teeth as unwilling yet powerless frustration surged through his heart. Fragile, desperately fragile. Hong Feizhong appeared somewhat more composed. Mr. Shun, he took a breath. Since we can't reverse the past, I'd rather know what will happen next, so we can prepare. This was typical pragmatist thinking. Rather than complaining about misfortune, it's better to think about how to deal with it. As soon as Shun Yi finished speaking, the scale model of Earth before them suddenly began to churn. Clouds of dust erupted across its surface, occasionally accompanied by orange-red patches. Volcanoes were erupting. What had seemed like an apocalyptic disaster from ground level now appeared small and absurd from this cosmic perspective. Shun Yi lightly touched the void with his fingertip, explaining calmly. Volcanic eruptions are merely the result of slightly increased activity in the Earth's core. The cracks will continue to spread, massive amounts of magma will surge to the surface, releasing greenhouse gases and geothermal heat, so it will become extremely hot very soon. Che Yongchang and Hong Feizhong stared intently at the model. Radiating out from the volcanoes, hairline cracks spread like spider webs. Many people think volcanic ash would block sunlight and trigger a mini ice age, but that only happens after eruptions completely cease. Right now, the volcanoes were still continuously active, with scorching heat relentlessly rising from the depths, making the entire planet look like it was being roasted over a fire. Both men's faces immediately changed. No one knew exactly how hot very hot would be, but it would certainly be unprecedented. The localized high temperatures would inevitably trigger violent atmospheric movements. Simply put, unprecedented hurricanes will form, Shun Yi continued. Before he finished speaking, massive cyclones visibly formed across the model's surface. Land, oceans, even the North and South poles were spared nothing. The howling winds pushed volcanic ash across the globe, and the planet instantly appeared draped in black. Che Yongchang and Hong Feizhong's expressions grew increasingly grim. Images of raging hurricanes and thunderstorms flashed through their minds. Sunshine, gentle breezes, and blue skies would probably remain mere concepts for a very long time, perhaps not even lasting long enough to become memories. In the face of such catastrophic disaster, how many people could even the most thorough preparations save? Besides that, Shun Yi's tone remained steady. There will be global earthquakes and accelerated tectonic movement. But none of these are the main concern. The greater disaster is yet to come. Isn't this enough? Che Yongchang could no longer contain himself, his voice trembling as if someone were choking him, making it hard to breathe. Anyone facing such a merciless future would find it difficult to remain unmoved. Shun Yi turned around, his gaze calm as still water, yet carrying a heart-stopping weariness. If not, what do you think constitutes the end of the world, the extinction of humanity? Che Yongchang shuddered violently. He already knew clearly this was the end of civilization, the despair of all humanity. No matter how much they had imagined it beforehand, the end of the world proved far more brutal and hopeless than anything they could have conceived. Che Yongchang and Hong Feizhong stood before the holographic projection in the observation hall, their chests feeling crushed by invisible boulders. Extreme heat scorched the atmosphere, hurricanes tore at the land, and earthquakes shook the crust in relentless waves. Any single disaster would be enough to destroy the ecosystem and wipe out over 90% of all species on Earth. Combined together, they made human survival nearly impossible. Yet Shun Yi told them this still wasn't the greatest catastrophe. What do you mean by a greater disaster? Hong Feizhong's throat was parched, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Tsunami. Shun Yi offered just 2 words. As his words fell, the azure blue representing the oceans rapidly spread across the planet's surface in the projection. First it swallowed the scattered islands, then crept over the continental edges, until it completely devoured entire land masses. Unlike the spectacular scenes of volcanic eruptions and torn skies before, this unfolded almost silently, yet was far more chilling. Humanity had once believed they had conquered the seas, building ports, constructing shipping lanes, exploring resources in the deep ocean. But the scene before them suddenly reminded them that in the face of a true tsunami, they remained as insignificant as dust. That terror was impossible to suppress. The land, it's gone. Che Yongchang's knees buckled, the words barely squeezed through his clenched teeth. Exactly. Shun Yi nodded in explanation. The dramatic temperature rise would cause the polar ice caps to melt at an unprecedented rate, while crustal movements would add fuel to the fire. Tsunamis hundreds of meters high would sweep across the globe at unimaginable speeds. When that happened, no land would remain. They understood all too well what the absence of land meant. Humans were ultimately terrestrial creatures. For thousands of years, only by keeping their feet firmly planted on solid ground had human civilization been able to continue. Now, the very foundation of their survival was being torn away at its roots. At this moment, only one thought remained in both their minds, so this was what the end of the world truly looked like. Che Yongchang muttered to himself. What meaning did our 4 days of effort have? He stared at the planet that had become nothing but ocean, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the floor. In just 4 short days, they had mobilized all their resources and saved countless lives, but how many could truly survive until the end? Hong Feizhong barely managed to stay upright, his face equally pale. How could humanity possibly survive this? His fear didn't stem from the disaster itself, but from finding no way to fight against it. Shen Yi's gaze moved between the two men. There are still differences between people. Che Yongchang has considerable ability, but lacks the fortitude to face despair. Hong Feizhong's fear comes from being powerless to act. After a moment of silence, he continued slowly. Our arrival may be unfortunate for you, because only the most desperate and cruel worlds require our intervention. Che Yongchang and Hong Feizhong had no response to these words. They had long heard that the Pan-Human History Guardian Association only dispatched saviors when they observed that human reason was on the verge of extinction. Since this was the future in their sight, then on that timeline destined for annihilation, all of humanity must have tried every possible method and given their utmost effort, yet still failed. How could such an apocalypse be anything but impossible? However, our arrival is equally fortunate for you. With a wave of Shun Yi's hand, the vast starry sky and floating planets vanished instantly, and everyone found themselves back in the high-tech control room with its flickering blue and white indicator lights. Che Yongchang and Hong Feizhong exchanged glances, their eyes rekindling with hope because of Shun Yi's words. Yes, they still had the Pan-Human Guardian Association to rely on. Recalling the miraculous power just displayed, and looking at the aerial fortress beneath their feet with its ultra-advanced craftsmanship in every inch of structure, both men simultaneously realized that what modern humanity couldn't achieve, perhaps the association could. Mr. Shun, I sincerely apologize for my earlier outburst. Che Yongchang rose from the ground, brushed the dust off his uniform, and bowed solemnly. No matter, Shun Yi replied calmly, lifting his chin slightly. News of an impending apocalypse is enough to crush most people's will. That's precisely why we can only invest our precious resources in civilizations with the strongest resolve. Now, you have two paths before you. In just a few sentences, the air pressure in the control room seemed to plummet. Che Yongchang and Hong Feizhong held their breath, their heartbeats amplified in their ears. If the entire continent were truly to be swallowed by tsunamis, this being before them and the association behind him would be their only lifeline. The first path. Shun Yi slowed his speech, each word striking their hearts like a hammer. Gather the essence of your civilization, those with the strongest will in a single city. No matter how fierce the disaster, this city will suffer not the slightest damage, because I will personally stand guard and protect the last of humanity. This is the duty of a guardian of human order, and this is my promise. With his current power, these words were no empty boast. He couldn't save everyone, but he could guarantee that one final city would never fall. Hearing this, Che Yongchang and Hong Feizhong's expressions grew even more solemn. Hong Feizhong was first to stand at attention, adjusting his rank insignia at his collar before bowing deeply. Che Yongchang followed suit, bending to a full 90 degrees. This bow was for continuity as long as that city remained. There would be people speaking their language, studying their culture, and continuing their nation's future. With this thought, the apocalypse no longer seemed so terrifying. Shen Yi stood still, quietly accepting their respect. This was the limit of what he could do, and his own bottom line. One city, one flame, one civilization's thread. The second path, Shun Yi continued. You do everything in your power to mobilize and save as many as possible, fighting desperately to rescue everyone you can. I will report the will you demonstrate to the association and apply for more resources on your behalf. Perhaps technology far beyond your current era, perhaps the mighty power of transcendent paths. I cannot guarantee success, but hope does exist. This was the path he truly hoped they would choose, not just saving 2 million or 5 million people, but fighting with everything they had for more. Perhaps with just one stroke of luck, a miracle would descend. As expected, though presented as two paths, it was really just one choice. Shun Yi had already made a solemn promise. No matter how dire the situation became, he would preserve the last spark of civilization. Faced with this guarantee, people had to decide whether to continue fighting against the apocalypse, whether to use their own will to secure more resources from the association, and whether to fight for every possible chance to save one more life. This choice was far from easy. When confronted with true despair, giving up often seemed simpler than struggling to the bitter end. But in that very moment, the exchanged glances between Che Yongchang and Hong Feizhong told Shun Yi everything. Without reservation, they wanted to fight. They wanted to resist, and even the slimmest hope was enough. Hong Feizhong straightened his spine, his voice calm, yet resolute. Your promise ensures that even in the worst-case scenario, we can still protect the final spark. If we don't dare to fight now, how will future generations judge us? What will they have to sustain them in the ruins? Even if our resistance fails, we must pass this unyielding spirit to those who will carry civilization's torch. That might be the most precious legacy we leave for the future. Though he lacked final decision-making authority, he had no doubt. Resistance was the only conclusion. This nation, which had endured for thousands of years, would never surrender easily. I also need to upload intelligence about the apocalypse's progression immediately. Che Yongchang picked up the conversation, his tone carrying the urgency of racing against time. Mr. Shun, can you give us the specific timing for the Great Tsunami? At the latest, 1 year, Shun Yi replied. At the earliest, perhaps 4 to 5 months. The closer it gets, the clearer I can see it. 4 to 5 months. Che Yongchang drew a sharp breath, then nodded firmly. Understood. Since the situation was already at its limit, things getting slightly worse held no additional terror. Throwing himself completely into urgent work could actually help one temporarily forget fear and despair, and that was exactly his current state. Go ahead. Shun Yi settled back into the captain's chair. The aerial fortress now hovered above the settlement, its massive hull casting a shadow over the ground below. The Chiwu Association will assist you in evacuating personnel, and I'll fulfill my own duties. He pointed to his eyes. Observing, recording, and reporting. Right. Che Yongchang and Hong Feizhong responded in unison, turning to stride away quickly, each heading to their respective posts. At this moment, the survivors aboard the aerial fortress were still immersed in the excitement of their narrow escape. Witnessing such a close brush with death firsthand, then being able to step into such a magnificent aerial fortress, such an experience was enough to make countless people envious. If this uplifting spirit could sustain them throughout the entire apocalyptic journey, it would bring at least some light to the darkened world. Shun Yi opened the system interface, where the point total sat steadily at 13.5 million. This unprecedented wealth sparked new confidence in his heart. It was time for a lottery draw. In terms of cost effectiveness, the lottery was far more economical than direct purchases from the shop. Last time, using just 100,000 points for a 10-draw series, he had won an aerial fortress worth over 5 million points. The problem was that the items drawn were too random. Some things, despite their high value, are utterly useless when facing the apocalypse, and in the end, you still need to spend massive amounts of points to buy helpful items from the store. Right now, Shun Yi had no choice but to pour his points into the system, the wizard profession card, and 100 U-75 robots. These expensive items he'd acquired earlier were completely useless against the current catastrophe. The global ecosystem was now almost entirely destroyed, and even air quality had become a hazard. Not to mention the high temperatures, hurricanes, and earthquakes that could sweep across the land at any moment. Tsunamis had actually become the least immediate of the terrors. If these three threats weren't addressed first, humanity might go extinct before hearing that final devastating roar. He shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, focused on the system interface, and directly invested his first 10 pull on the technology side. 10,000 points per pull, which he could still afford. First pull. 1. Laser Razor Technology. White. Seeing the name, his mouth immediately twitched. It's the end of the world. Who cares about razors? 2. Heavy Duty Exoskeleton. Blue. 3. Nano-level Biochemical Protective Suit. White. 4. Class 1 Energy Pulse Pistol. White. After going through all 10 items, there wasn't a hint of purple light. The only decent item, the exoskeleton, could allow an ordinary person to lift dozens of tons, but it still couldn't compare to large machinery that could charge into ruins, and with a price tag of 110,000 points, its cost effectiveness was absolutely terrible. He took a deep breath and started the second 10 pull. Second pull. Still no purple. Only 3 blue items appeared. 1. Portable quantum communicator signals could transmit through deep sea and outer space without delay. 2. High-intensity plasma cutting technology. 3. Large transport aircraft designed specifically for moving super heavy equipment, with a maximum load capacity of hundreds of tons, capable of directly lifting mechs dozens of meters tall. If earthquakes destroyed the road network, this thing could actually come in handy. While not exactly thrilling, Shun Yi nodded reluctantly. Third pull. Purple light finally appeared. Super gravity cannon manufacturing technology. Purple. This was the kind of monster-level weapon that required no ammunition. Once fully charged, it could wipe an entire island off the map, and it came with a complete, mass-producible manufacturing process. Shun Yi was pleased for a second, then helplessly rubbed his temples. In this situation, am I supposed to build cannons to bombard my own planet? Even small nuclear bombs would be overkill. This isn't about fighting a war, it's about saving the world. Fourth pull. Purple was absent again, but one blue item made him sit up straight. Class 2 Ultra-Lightweight Construction Material Technology. Blue. The data showed that this material was lightweight, highly resilient, excellently hard, and cost-effective. With quality alloy as the framework, buildings would possess extremely strong impact resistance. Shun Yi read the description from beginning to end, not missing a single word. Requires quality alloy. He looked toward his backpack. Speaking of alloys, Shun Yi remembered drawing one before the titanium alloy manufacturing technology. He immediately pulled up the data from his system inventory and quickly scanned through the description. The properties of titanium alloy were described quite straightforwardly. Tough, lightweight, with relatively simple production processes. Once forged and shaped, It was virtually indestructible and could be widely used for mech armor plating, spacecraft hulls, and other defensive layers, with protection increasing linearly with thickness. Reading this, Shin Yi's eyes gradually lit up. When he placed the titanium alloy technology alongside another item in his possession, construction material optimization technology, the same image formed in his mind, an impregnable city. Both technologies were suitable for industrial mass production with reasonable costs. Even if they couldn't withstand apocalyptic tsunamis, they should at least hold up against the hurricanes and major earthquakes that would inevitably occur in the coming months. Continuing to leave humanity exposed to harsh weather would only result in devastating casualties, making the reconstruction of disaster-resistant cities or rather, large-scale shelters an urgent priority. Lilac, run a feasibility simulation using these two technologies. Shun-E immediately converted the data into information storage format and sent it to the bridge AI, Lilac. This was a complex computational task. Earthquake magnitudes, hurricane categories, atmospheric convection affected by high-energy neutrinos. Many parameters remained undetermined. Even with Lilac's processing power, only probability estimates were possible. After several minutes, results appeared in the central projection of the captain's quarters. Feasibility ranged between 46 and 85%. The projection expanded, revealing a new city surrounded by towering alloy walls standing against the dusky horizon. The buildings within featured extremely minimalist architecture, all in gray-silver metallic tones. When the view became transparent, the entire city's internal structure was revealed, from foundations to building frames. Dense titanium alloy skeletons formed an integrated whole, resembling not a traditional urban district, but rather one massive industrial construct. Why such a large variance? Shin-E asked, staring at the projection. Insufficient data, Lilac replied in her steady voice. Additionally, I'm not a top-tier architectural design AI, so I cannot accurately assess mobilization efficiency and infrastructure progress. The ultimate scale of hurricanes and earthquakes also remains unknown. What's the technical level of these two technologies? From a contemporary perspective, they're completely science fiction grade. Lilac displayed portions of the technical specifications. The material designs accounted for various planetary gravities, atmospheric pressures, and climates, clearly originating from a civilization that had achieved large-scale interstellar colonization. Titanium alloy applications ranged from mechs to spacecraft armor. Pure black technology. Shun-E exhaled deeply, then frowned slightly. Can our current industrial capacity actually produce this? We cannot achieve the highest quality grades, but standard or even inferior quality should be manageable, Lilac answered. My model has already factored in process losses. Otherwise, feasibility would approach 100%. Compared to other planets in the universe with far harsher environments, Earth's environmental changes could only be considered mild. Then Shin Yi's expression grew grave as he posed his final question. What about the possibility of building underwater cities? According to current projections, the entire continent would eventually be completely submerged, with very little land remaining exposed after the storms, at most just scattered islands. If they could truly establish cities on the ocean floor, there might still be a chance for survival. However, Ding Xiang didn't give him the answer he hoped for. I'm afraid that won't work, Captain. She pulled up the technical data, with holographic images floating between them. Those lightweight building materials could stand firm even on high-gravity planets thanks to their unique hollow honeycomb structure. But they couldn't withstand prolonged seawater infiltration. Water molecules would gradually seep into the walls, making any seal impossible. Lightweight, mass-producible, and impact-resistant, they met almost every requirement for apocalyptic survival, except waterproofing became their fatal flaw. Ding Xiang speculated that when this city was originally designed, it should have come with a complete alien colonization package, such as a protective shield covering the entire city to block toxic gases and maintain a microecosystem. She overlaid a translucent barrier on the outer layer of the model to barely make it qualify as an alien colonial city. The problem was that the lottery system didn't include this technology. Even if it did, their current industrial capacity couldn't produce large-scale protective shield equipment unless they drew the specialized manufacturing devices as well. Let me try drawing a few more times. Shin-E glanced at his remaining points, calculating in his mind that he needed to use them sparingly. Those transport aircraft from before cost 200,000 points each, and once the roads were completely destroyed, even dozens of them wouldn't be enough to maintain global logistics. Thinking about transportation reminded him of the sea train technology he had drawn. If humanity truly could only survive on the open ocean, that thing might prove very useful, but only if they lived long enough to see that day. He began his fifth lottery draw of the day. No purple, just a bunch of blue and white. The sixth draw was equally disappointing. The seventh finally burst with purple Lida giant spiral engine. Its performance didn't match Ding Xiang's anti-gravity power core, but it was also designed for aerial fortresses. Shin Yi's eyes lit up. Could we use this to build floating cities? Unfortunately, the price was too steep, 800,000 points per unit. Ding Xiang quickly calculated that saving 1 million people would require at least 10 units, with a total cost exceeding 8 million points. Shun Yi made a firm decision. If he couldn't draw any technology or items within the next 10 draws that could solve the disappearing land crisis, he would stop and wait until he had accumulated more points, waiting to obtain more points later before continuing to draw. For the 8th time, there was still no success. On the 9th draw, there was still no purple glow, but a blue item instantly caught Shun Yi's attention. Level 2, floating material blue. Its simple name made his heart race slightly. He opened the description, specifically designed for constructing large sea vessels. It was inexpensive, highly impact resistant, and had astonishing buoyancy. The information further explained that this material resembled plastic, could be mass-produced industrially, had a very low cost, yet was incredibly hard, boasting exaggerated buoyancy. Using it for shipbuilding would make sinking nearly impossible, a true marvel of technology. A spark lit up in Shun Yi's eyes. Perhaps the airborne city could wait. He could completely build a floating city instead. The engine he had previously drawn would no longer need to provide buoyancy, only propulsion. The problem was that this was a material, not a technology, and some of its raw materials were scarce on Earth. Fortunately, the price was quite reasonable. The store listed it at 10,000 points for 200 tons. Clearly, the store's pricing was linked to manufacturing costs. Ding Xiang, include this material in the model and calculate again. Shun Yi instructed the ship's AI. Understood, Captain, Ding Xiang responded immediately. After a moment, she reported back. If the foundation is designed as a disk and level 2 floating material is laid out completely at the bottom, approximately 40,000 tons would be needed to allow a city accommodating 6 million people to float on the sea. This is thanks to the lightweight building materials and Titan alloy drawn earlier. 40,000 tons, equivalent to a supergiant ship, Shin Yi quickly estimated. For a population of 6 million, the material cost would only be 2 million points, plus one engine, bringing the total cost to under 3 million, and 6 million was not the upper limit. The plan was feasible. As long as the direction was correct, they could act immediately, and there was a possibility of drawing even higher-level technologies and resources in the future. What truly worried him was getting stuck at a certain technological node during implementation. Ding Xiang, create a file and name it Floating City, Shin Yi commanded, closing his eyes. Understood, Captain. This was their first salvation plan. Whether it would succeed depended on humanity's own efforts. Shin Yi, the Pan-Humanity Guardian Association, could only provide the technology and critical support to create miracles. He didn't have absolute confidence, but it was worth a shot. Captain, all the people on board have safely arrived at their designated locations. Ding Xiang continued to report, and all transport airships and U-75 robots have returned. Shun Yi nodded to acknowledge the information and then asked, are the people in the West still protesting? They have never stopped. Ding Xiang's virtual image frowned slightly, and this time, there is clear evidence of human instigation behind the protests. Is that so? Shin Yi wasn't surprised at all, and simply asked calmly, what kind of people did you find? Within just a few hours, from variety shows to famous bloggers, overwhelming protests swept across the entire internet, all targeting the Rescue Association. Such coordinated action clearly indicated someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Ding Xiang had already retrieved all network and communication records. She frowned as she answered, they're extremely cautious about the internet and all electronic signals, leaving only scattered traces. Based on these traces, the perpetrators are a group calling themselves the Dark Chefs. This was exactly why she had been frowning. In the digital realm, she was nearly invincible, but these people had completely abandoned all electronic devices and resorted to the most primitive manual methods, making it difficult for her to directly locate their true identities. Dark Chefs, Shin Yi nodded. If this had been before today, he would indeed have been helpless. But now things were different. The power from 40 wizard profession cards caused a mysterious light to ripple in his pupils as intricate patterns emerged, activating his prophetic abilities. For mere mortals to think they could scheme against him without being detected could only be described as seniorance breeds fearlessness. Through future fragments and threads of destiny, the targets quickly came into his view. Just as Ding Xiang had said, the masterminds behind this were all chefs. This world already granted chefs extremely high status, and they controlled large numbers of people through dark cuisine, possessing astonishing wealth and power behind the scenes, more than enough to stir up this storm. In a dimly lit command room, Shin Yi saw a gaunt old man who clearly held a high position, shouting hoarsely, it's not enough. Make the protests more intense. The noise must be so loud that the association cannot ignore it. Force them to come out and explain. Before the old man, all his subordinates knelt in submission, silent as cicadas in winter. The highest ranking among them asked reluctantly, Sir, if the association continues to remain silent, what should we do? Impossible. The gaunt old man suddenly became calm, his gaze sinister. Though they are mysterious and aloof, they have always saved lives during disasters. If trust is completely shattered and rescue operations become impossible, They will surely appear unless they abandon these billions of people. If it really comes to that, I still have backup plans. His earlier madness was merely a facade. It was precisely this clarity that had brought him to his current position. Through the old man's eyes, Shen Yi caught sight of burning greed, desire for supernatural power, for immortality. Wealth, power, beauty, status already held all of these in his grasp, even able to control others' lives and deaths at will, harvesting their fear. Only health and power remained beyond his reach, making them his goals at any cost. As for disasters and sacrifices, they were irrelevant. Shen Yi had seen countless similar gazes before, and they all led to the same conclusion. Foolish. He uttered these two words softly, yet they seemed to descend from the ninth heaven, instantly reaching the ears of every dark chef manipulating events from the shadows. The gaunt old man's expression changed drastically, but he still reacted quickly, forcing a confident smile. Respected sir, you have been so difficult to contact that we resorted to this desperate measure. Now that we've made contact, surely we can. Boom. A massive bolt of lightning struck down from the clouds, piercing precisely through his head. And it wasn't just here. In many places around the world, at the exact same moment, the same thing happened. After the lightning strike, the surviving subordinates trembled all over, staring blankly around them. The once brightly lit base had been reduced to ruins, with the acrid smell of burning filling the air. The master they had feared and revered was completely obliterated, unable to utter even a complete sentence before his death. The dark culinary association that had been such a headache for Chu Lin and his team was completely eradicated the moment the lightning struck. Shen Yi showed no mercy whatsoever. Such people existed in every world, and even when facing apocalypse, they would only think of their own interests, confident they could survive any disaster unscathed. In the previous world, he had hesitated once and ended up with countless troubles. This time, he acted decisively, eliminating all obstacles while deterring potential imitators. Moreover, saving people earned him points, while eliminating such threats carried no penalties. After clearing his targets, Shen Yi looked up with narrowed eyes, contemplating his next move. As he had anticipated, these dozens of lightning strikes resembling divine punishment didn't cause much of a stir online, only startling nearby ordinary residents. However, in certain circles, the news spread immediately, with Chu Lin and his team among the beneficiaries. They had been closely monitoring the dark chef's movements, with every development instantly reflected in their intelligence network. Che Yongchang swallowed hard. Mr. Shun is truly decisive. The Dark Culinary Association, completely wiped out just like that? He stared in disbelief at the screen replay. Those chefs who had wielded enormous wealth and status died, remarkably simply, some not even understanding how they were struck into charcoal, the scene truly resembling divine punishment. Forget about the Panhuman Guardian Association, Mr. Shin alone is like a true deity, Che Yongchang sighed. They were simply too naive, Chu Lin said. Though initially shocked, he quickly came to terms with it. Shun Yi was a battle-hardened savior. It would be strange if he lacked such decisive methods. Those people had foolishly thought they could rise above all humanity, slow down humanity's resistance against the apocalypse, and even threaten Shinyithi deserved their fate. Quite a few people are probably scared out of their wits now, Che Yongchang said with some schadenfreude. Wonder when international public opinion will change direction. It won't be that easy. Chu Lin shook his head. Their protests aren't just being manipulated by others, it's mostly jealousy, with one side suffering everywhere while the other remains safe. Jealousy is the natural response to such contrast. I'm more curious about what the association will do next. Che Yongchang changed the subject. Who knows, but it should be soon. Chu Lin felt the same anticipation. Facing disasters beyond human capability to resist, the Panhuman Guardian Association had become everyone's greatest, perhaps only hope, whether for preserving humanity's future or rescuing more people. The stronger Shin Yi's power appeared, and the more decisive his methods, the more reassured they felt. Indeed, they didn't have to wait long. Time was particularly precious now, and Shun Yi quickly initiated the next phase of his plan. People suddenly discovered. In what seemed like an instant, a new account appeared on every platform across the entire internet, prominently displayed in the most visible positions: the Panhuman Rationality Protection Association. At that moment, browser homepages, social media feeds, massive screens in subway stations, and even the central displays in shopping malls all synchronized to refresh with the same gray-white emblem. People only needed to look up to see those words, Panhuman Rationality Protection Association. Within minutes, countless users flooded in like a tidal wave to follow the account. The follower count jumped like an out-of-control counter. Millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed several billion, covering nearly all internet users globally. For many, this was even more insane than any top celebrity had ever achieved. Many who had participated in the protests excitedly hammered their keyboards, convinced their voices had made a difference. Rebecca was among them. She was an influential talk show host, and one of the most active protesters against the Pan-Human Rationality Protection Association online entirely from her personal stance, with no one directing her. In her view, if the association had demonstrated that extraordinary power earlier or officially revealed their identity, people like Jonah wouldn't have gone to the volcano, and so many screams wouldn't have occurred. The East had managed a complete evacuation, and those victims could have been similarly saved on a global scale. Rebecca blamed the association for everything, convinced they owed an apology and an explanation. Even if they create an account, I will never forgive them, she declared to the camera, her voice choked but resolute. No matter what they say, nothing can fill the void left by so many precious lives. The images of flames consuming people in the intense heat remained seared in her mind, and she hadn't even had a drop of water for days. Just then, the association account she was following suddenly posted its first updated video. Of course, it's an apology video. Her heart raced as she immediately clicked on it. The footage wasn't the solemn bowing she had imagined, but rather a high-definition world map. Rebecca was momentarily stunned, but continued watching intently. A cold female voice began speaking. With global volcanoes as centers, scorching air currents will continue to spread. Within 1 week, hurricanes will form in multiple locations and continue expanding. Meanwhile, earthquakes will frequently occur across most regions globally. Areas including Lanvarani Port and Luodin Holy City are expected to experience magnitude 8 or higher earthquakes. As the narration continued, red circles kept appearing on the map: hurricane formation points, attack paths, earthquake epicenter circle after circle, like burning brands, precisely marking disaster zones across every inch of land and sea. Rebecca's face visibly turned pale. This wasn't an apology at all, but a new warning. A warning about the chain disasters about to sweep across the globe. Even more terrifying was that she was currently in Lanvarani Port, one of the named epicenters. Magnitude 8 or higher. Her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed, only managing to stay upright by gripping the table. Jonah's agonized final expression flashed before her like scenes from a movie, and fear quickly consumed her protest emotions. At that moment, only one thought remained in her mind: escape. The faster, the better. Around the world, countless viewers staring at their screens erupted in similar terror upon hearing their cities named. Earlier that very day, the horrific scenes of volcanic disaster had been vividly imprinted in everyone's hearts, and they barely had time to mourn before facing an even more massive and brutal chain of catastrophes. God, is this the end of the world? Rebecca saw that beneath this video, such a comment was being frantically liked and replied to by countless people. The end of the world is coming. We're all going to die? This is retribution for humanity's destruction of nature. Oh God, this is terrifying. Where can we possibly hide? Comments flooded the screen like a barrage, with countless people pouring out their fears beneath this post. The protests that had originally targeted the Pan-Human Protection Association were now swept away like debris in a tide, barely mentioned anymore. Rebecca stared at her phone, her face paler than the white glow of the screen, lips trembling slightly as her fingers scrolled endlessly, unable to find any words that could bring her comfort. When people's lives are threatened, how much compassion can they spare for others' fates? The answer was obvious. Major platforms were overwhelmed by sudden disaster reports, headlines growing more sensational by the hour, as if fear itself was spreading without order. New warning from the Pan-Human Protection Association. Global catastrophe sweeps the world. The end times have arrived. Endless hurricanes and earthquakes. Is nature beginning its revenge? Every report was like fuel to the fire, accompanied by red alert icons and photos of devastated ruins. At the heart of the warning was a world map. Dense clusters of red dots covered nearly every continent, creating a visual impact so overwhelming it was suffocating. It had become the most terrifying symbol of this era. No one could tear their eyes away from that sea of red. The Burt couple, who had miraculously survived the previous disaster, could only clutch their infant daughter tightly in their arms, both pairs of eyes unfocused. Why? Bert's wife's voice was hoarse. Why does our generation have to suffer like this? Our daughter is so young. How can she survive in a world like this? Similar questions fermented in the hearts of billions worldwide. But questioning fate was meaningless. Just as in the chaotic times of old, people had only two paths: either perish in despair and complaints, or grit their teeth and rise up to fight back. The word daughter jolted Bert awake. He sprang to his feet, his gaze refocusing. Honey, you're right. We have to keep her alive. He clenched his jaw and headed for the door. Where are you going? His wife grabbed his arm urgently. The supermarket. Soon people will strip the shelves bare. We need to get there before everyone else. Wait, take a weapon, she reminded him with a trembling voice. Bert was perhaps among the first to take action. He understood that in such disasters, order could collapse at any moment, and human selfishness would far outweigh solidarity. There was only one conclusion. They could rely on no one but themselves. What would follow would be a suffocatingly difficult path to survival. On the other side of the screen, Shin-Yi silently observed these scenes. Some people consumed by fear, others already beginning to run, chaos unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. In fact, the warning he had released to the public only covered disasters that would inevitably occur within the next 2 weeks. The affected areas were indeed numerous, but this list alone was far from a true end of the world. It was mostly just chain reactions from the recent global volcanic eruptions. However, some regions were already steeped in apocalyptic culture, with both entertainment media and real-world atmosphere amplifying the panic. Now, with cascading disasters piling up, it was only natural for them to engrave the words "end of the world" into their minds. Though this time, they weren't exactly wrong. However, if people give in to complete despair over these minor signs, believing the end has come and then abandoning hope, falling into decay and hysteria, their collapse would be inevitable sooner or later, and Shun-Yi couldn't help them. If it truly came to that, the only thing he could do would be to select a few survivors with the strongest will from among the masses, preserving the seeds of civilization, nothing more. Now he turned his gaze back to the eastern lands beneath his feet. The intelligence available to ordinary citizens was almost identical to that in the West. The same warnings had triggered a massive tsunami of public opinion here as well. Online, countless comments and messages refreshed frantically. This is too extreme. Does that mean we can't even live in our houses? Holy crap, I'm right on a fault line. God, so many disasters. How hot will the high temperatures be? The association must have some solution, right? Actually, I saw this coming. Global volcanic eruptions couldn't be that simple. Hurricanes are inevitable, and dust clouds too. The entire ecosystem will be wiped out. With humanity's current technology level, this will be extremely difficult. I wonder if the association has any solutions. What's happening to this world? I feel like the association appeared specifically for this. Fear was still unavoidable, but the biggest difference from the West was confidence. Over there, people were filled with distrust and skepticism toward the association, their panic stemming mainly from disasters that have already occurred. Here, confidence was surging. The association's establishment, the power it had demonstrated, and its recent successful battle against disaster made many believe they truly had a chance to survive. This belief spread like wildfire. Liao Jingwei, who had personally experienced the Great Migration and narrowly escaped the volcanic eruption, felt his heart pounding like drums, adrenaline surging, as he suddenly shouted with conviction. The more times like this come, the more we must unite. His voice exploded through the crowd. Hu Tai was stunned for a moment, then joined in shouting. That's right, unite. His face was slightly pale with tension. The warning list clearly included his hometown. But at this moment, he desperately craved a belief he could rely on. If we unite, there's nothing to fear. Besides, we have the Pan-Human Guardian Association. Just like this time, they'll help us. Hu Tai raised his voice as much as possible, looking around, seeking approval in others' eyes. Exactly, a bearded, burly man roared, smashing his water bottle to the ground. Damn it. I'm someone who's almost died once. Already surviving great danger brings great fortune. Whether it was genuine confidence or forced courage, such rallying cries continued to ferment. Right? What's there to fear? Didn't Commander Hong say this is a war? If we can't hide, we'll fight. Nothing will take us down. I'm going to live to be 100. These people were all survivors who had supported each other through the volcanic eruption and barely made it out alive. At this moment, they were perhaps the most united group of people in the entire world. When one person spoke up first, 10 followed immediately, then hundreds and thousands joined in unison, all voices merging into earth-shaking roars. Courage was amplified and strengthened in that instant, just like fear, even though they still didn't know what they should do. The sudden appearance of the Pan-Human Guardian Association, their almost supernatural powers, and the miracles that people had collectively created before gave most people a firm grip on their remaining hope, using it to constantly encourage themselves. Of course, a small number of people still fell into brief chaos and hysteria. Chu Lin and his team reacted extremely quickly. As soon as the association's video was released, they completed their consultation in the shortest time possible, reached consensus, and issued 2 consecutive announcements. First, establishment of a special disaster response team, with Hong Feizhong as team leader. Second, recruitment of all elite scholars, scientists, and researchers in relevant fields, with invitations extended to colleagues worldwide, gathering the wisdom and strength of all humanity to face the disaster together. The 2 announcements spread rapidly. Eastern countries were the first to catch the mobilization signal and the first to take substantial action. In contrast, some regions were frantically anxious but couldn't even gather enough people for a meeting. The Eastern people's swift and decisive action made the public's blood boil with excitement. Is this starting now? It's starting. Concentrating all of humanity and the wisdom of this era. Let's go. If I had known this day would come, I would have studied harder. Encouraged by these 2 announcements, waves of support were overwhelming. Many people regarded the news that action has already begun as a reassurance. At least, the most intelligent and capable group of people in this country had not given up. Meanwhile, powerful execution capabilities were once again demonstrated. Major media outlets quickly coordinated to provide concentrated coverage of the scholars' movements. After the announcements were released, helicopter after helicopter took off urgently, landing on various campuses to escort the invited elite scholars away. On playgrounds and in front of libraries, excited students raised their phones, uploading these scenes to the internet in real time. Our Shi Qixing, Professor Shi has departed. Academician Zhuang. I saw Academician Zhuang. Oh my god, is that Mo Feiqing? Master Mo? I've seen his photo in textbooks. Master Mo must be nearly 70 years old, right? Most of the scholars in the footage looked ordinary, with white hair, baldness, and receding hairlines everywhere, their appearance far from matching the handsome men and beautiful women on the internet. Many people who could name celebrities like counting treasures might not recognize a single one of them. But at this moment, they were the most brilliant stars that know them? Well, now you do. People online were already providing popular science explanations for the public. Shi Qixing, expert in urban roads and planning, participated in the planning and construction of at least 30 cities. Academician Zhuang, a pinnacle figure in domestic climatology, who presided over the design of the current weather forecasting system. Mo Feiqing, Master Mo is incredibly a founding figure in domestic mechanics and dynamics theory research. His lifetime achievements are countless, with his work being applied to our high-speed railways, aircraft, and even automobiles. As these explanations unfolded, everyone finally realized that these unfamiliar faces had long been intimately connected to their daily lives. They were originally the pioneers of civilization and its driving force. Now, in the midst of global crisis, they once again stepped forward, becoming the group that consolidated the wisdom of entire civilizations and carried the hopes of countless people. Just as everyone was stunned by these names, the media suddenly broke explosive news. Professor Stretch Maxwell had issued a statement through his personal account, wanted to come to the East. The news featured a screenshot from his homepage with just one short line. I want to go to the East. Please let me do it. The translation below read, I want to go to the East. Please let me come. The internet instantly erupted. Holy crap, this is a geology heavyweight. The East welcomes true friends. I know him. Our professor had us study his papers in class. Stretch was undoubtedly a top scholar in the field of geology. For the sake of research, he had changed nationalities multiple times throughout his life and still maintained citizenship in 2 countries, making him practically a borderless scientist. Such a pure scholar would be sought after wherever he went. But he probably never expected that one day he would have such a strong urge to go to the East, and that this desire would become increasingly urgent. At this moment, he was video calling his friend Kipling, who was also a geologist. I saw your message. Are you serious? Going to the East right now? Kipling frowned, speaking rapidly as he tried to dissuade him. Listen to me, come to our side instead. The East is a populous country with backward science. If you go there, they might not be able to guarantee your safety and livelihood. You know the world isn't that safe right now. Stretch's tone was calm but firm. But they're currently the only country that managed to protect their people from this disaster. That's different. Kipling suddenly raised his voice. You know very well that the upcoming disasters can't be stopped by sheer numbers. Their population size will become their greatest nightmare instead. Unless the Pan-Human Guardian Association can produce tens of thousands of those aerial fortresses at once, that place will eventually become hell. I don't think so. Stretch shook his head, his voice low but powerful. I've been thinking about why the Pan-Human Guardian Association was willing to help them. After understanding their actions over these past few days, I realized they demonstrated the most precious quality in the face of disaster: unity. We're united too, Kipling said with some irritation. That's self-deception, Kipling. Stretch sighed softly, thinking about how his warnings issued in the final hour and a half had been mocked and ignored. Many people no longer even believe in science. If warnings given days in advance are ignored by everyone, what's the point of me staying here? Only brief silence remained in the air. Kipling ultimately couldn't change his friend's decision, and his voice grew cold. You'll regret this, Stretch. Because of the hurricane, flights will be completely suspended soon. If you and your students leave at this time, it won't be so easy to come back. Perhaps. Strelitz's voice hardened as he sought to make his knowledge count for everything in this catastrophe. The argument ended abruptly, leaving a suffocating tension hanging in the air. His student Hopkins rushed over, the tight lines on his face finally relaxing. Professor, everything's arranged. The East has approved our request. They'll be coming to get us soon. The day had brought too many shocks: global volcanic eruptions, the arrival of that godlike being, followed by a string of even more dire disaster warnings, each event worthy of the history books. Even standing in the hallway now, Hopkins still felt like he was in a dream. Hopkins. Strelitz gazed at his student, hesitating before speaking. You don't have to come with me. I'm nearly 70, while you're young and brilliant. Some places are building Noah's Arks for a select few. If you're willing, there might be a spot for you there. He had made up his mind, but at this life-or-death moment, he didn't want to dictate Hopkins' future. Professor. Hopkins smiled. Speaking of Noah's Ark, hasn't one already appeared? It's floating in the eastern sky. Strelitz immediately pictured that massive fortress hovering above the clouds, the steel behemoth that had saved 130,000 people on its debut. In today's world, nothing else deserved the name Noah's Ark more. My wife and daughter were thrilled to learn we could go to the east. Hopkins' voice carried hope. I'm not coming with you solely for your sake. Regardless of motives, the Panhuman Guardian Association saved them. For a young scholar like me, it represents the pinnacle of knowledge. Strelitz remained silent for a long moment, then nodded with a smile. Good, we'll go together. At this moment, scientists around the globe shared their desire to head east. Some were moved by the East's demonstrated efficiency, organization, and unity. Others were drawn to the Panhuman Guardian Association's almost transcendent power. Still others felt both pulls. Ralph, an information engineer who had survived the early warnings, was among them. Chu Lin and his team conducted rigorous screening of all applicants, particularly valuing character and capability. As hurricanes formed, the seas became unsafe. Flights would soon cease. International travel was nearly impossible. They all understood this isolation would persist until the apocalypse ended. This day proved endless for many. Some wallowed in fear, others scrambled for survival, while still others fixed their gaze on the East's unprecedented mobilization. Time marched on. Shen Yi watched and waited. This war required humanity's collective wisdom, and there were roles that neither he nor Ding Xiang could fill. Fortunately, Chu Lin and his team worked against the clock and announced that very evening they would officially launch the first symposium, bringing together all the scholars who had arrived on site, as well as willing global academics through a combination of in-person gathering and video conferencing. This was merely a preliminary exchange that wouldn't reveal too much core information. Chu Lin understood clearly that now wasn't the time to disclose the truth about the apocalypse. Only after screening and selecting the ultimately qualified scholars would they share classified intelligence under the highest secrecy protocols. At that point, the symposium would have only one theme: how to help this nation and civilization survive the end times. As the last invited scholar arrived punctually, the conference hall doors slowly closed and the symposium began as scheduled. The venue seated over 100 scholars, while the large screens displayed dozens of remotely connected faces. Some came by official invitation, others applied voluntarily, and Chu Lin's group welcomed them all. Following the established protocol, reporters would first broadcast the opening remarks before departing in an orderly fashion, leaving the stage entirely to the true protagonists, these scholars. It's finally starting. I can see Stretch. Holy crap, isn't that Ravel? Amazing. First time seeing so many big shots. This academic peasant is already kneeling. Kneeling and watching too. Comments flooded like a tide, the screen filled with flashing usernames and emojis. The shocking volcanic eruption from earlier that day and the figure descending with thunder remained vivid in everyone's minds. The audience eagerly wanted to know what had gone wrong with the world and whether these brilliant minds could provide answers. Hong Feizhong hosted the opening remarks. The moment he stepped onto the podium, the word hero instantly flooded the screens. His miraculous command performance and the silhouette he left at the volcanic crater had earned him tremendous acclaim. Hong Feizhong's voice was deep and resonant, his words concise and powerful. We've gathered you here for one purpose: on Lido, pool your wisdom and lead us all in resisting disaster. In this war, you are our weapons. Brief but enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Stretch had already put on his headphones, listening to the simultaneous interpretation. Having just gotten off the plane, he still felt the fatigue from the long flight, yet his spirits were exceptionally high. The journey had been virtually seamless, with every detail arranged for him, so he could take his seat in the conference hall immediately. This gave him a sense of the Eastern side's determination. If he'd harbored some uncertainty before coming, he could now be certain his knowledge would prove valuable here. However, a figure in the corner of the screen made his heart tighten slightly. Kipling was also present. In terms of academic standing, Kipling certainly qualified to participate, but in yesterday's conversation, Stretch had already detected his friend's complete lack of confidence in the East's ability to handle the disaster. Sure enough, his concerns quickly materialized. Just as the opening remarks concluded and reporters were preparing to leave according to protocol, Kipling on the big screen suddenly raised his hand. "Excuse me, I'd like to say a few words first." The gesture was abrupt, causing several reporters to instinctively pause. Kipling gave Hong Feizhong and the others no chance to intervene, immediately raising his voice. "I want to ask whether the Panhuman Guardian Association is participating in this symposium. If not, then I believe this conference is completely unnecessary. Human wisdom alone cannot possibly defeat such an enormous disaster, especially in the East." Kipling had even prepared his own translation, which immediately sparked a strong reaction from the audience. In the Eastern live stream, the comments exploded like a string of firecrackers going off. What gives him the right to say that? Exactly. They said it was impossible during the Great Migration too, but didn't we pull it off anyway? Who is this guy? The volcanic eruption had just been contained. The cross-provincial relocation of 30 million people had just been completed. and the entire nation was still riding high on the euphoria of witnessing a miracle. Now with the disaster forecast escalating and an even greater challenge looming, what people needed most was confidence. Yet Kipling's sudden remarks hit like a sledgehammer, seemingly intent on shattering that very confidence. Wonder anger was ready to explode. It wasn't just netizens who were outraged. Even Chu Lin, sitting backstage, frowned deeply as he lowered his voice and spoke through his earpiece. Should we kick him out now? Hong Feizhong pondered for a moment, then shook his head in refusal. No, this is actually a good opportunity to boost confidence. Leave it to me. Receiving the response, Chu Lin nodded and fell silent. Hong Feizhong stood up, raised his microphone, and spoke in a steady tone. Mr. Kipling, why do you say that? Because everything I'm saying is fact. A glint of excitement flashed in Kipling's eyes at not being immediately ejected. This meant he could speak his mind freely. Facing the camera, he deliberately lowered his voice to sound grave and solemn. Mr. Hong, I too deeply admire your achievements. But the coming disaster is completely different from what came before. The hurricane will sweep through every corner. Many of those 30 million relocated people are still living in tents and makeshift metal shelters. And this time, you'll need to protect everyone in the earthquake zone as well. Tell me, how will you shield them from the hurricane's assault? As his words ended, the comment stream suddenly went quiet, as if someone had cut the background audio. Silence is often another manifestation of fear. Liao Jingwei and others stood in their temporary settlement, surrounded by prefab houses and plastic shelters. They clenched their fists, but uncertainty crept into their hearts. Could tents withstand hurricanes? The answer was obvious. Much as they disliked Kipling, they had to admit he'd hit the nail on the head. Meanwhile, some foreign netizens on the other side of the screen perked up. That's right, our population isn't that large to begin with. We have the world's largest and safest emergency shelters. When hurricanes come, we just go to the basement. Me basement can even withstand earthquakes. The confidence in these comments stemmed more from the subtle comfort of seeing others worse off than themselves, a typical human response. The camera cut back to the conference hall, where Hong Feizhong remained impassive, simply pointing toward the guest section. I think Professor Guo Fa can answer that question for me. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline stood up and steadily took the microphone. If it's just about sheltering from hurricanes, we can disperse some people to major cities and build sufficient shelters in the shortest time possible. For us, it's not impossible. Impossible, Kipling interrupted without hesitation. Add in the relocated population from this volcanic eruption, and the total number you'll need to accommodate could reach nearly 100 million. That's more than the entire population of most countries. This staggering figure hit everyone like a sledgehammer, truly shocking all listeners. Some Westerners even felt a hint of relief. Not many people survived the volcanic eruption. Heh, Gu Fa chuckled softly, then raised his voice with confidence. That's because you don't understand how extensive our construction industry is. Our country has built infrastructure that far surpasses yours in just a few decades. Don't use your data to estimate our construction efficiency. I have the real numbers. Besides, even when we face difficulties, we'll find every possible way to overcome them. He emphasized the last sentence with deliberate force, his tone resolute and unwavering. Though his tone wasn't entirely formal, it was remarkably effective. The online audience erupted instantly. Exactly. We're the infrastructure powerhouse. Shocked, aren't you? It's just tens of millions of people. How hard could it be to relocate them? I'm from a small county town and have 2 houses. I can lend one out. This kind of instant reality check was incredibly infectious, and the atmosphere reached its peak. Liao Jingwei and the others quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Kipling wanting to argue back, but unable to find an opening, even looking somewhat stunned, made them feel even more satisfied. The opponent clearly had no data and wasn't an expert in this field, making assumptions based purely on intuition. Chu Lin nodded slightly. In fact, they had already done precise calculations. If the situation remained at the current warning level, it wasn't beyond their capabilities to handle. But once hurricanes, earthquakes, and the subsequent climate chain reactions continued to escalate, the disaster would eventually exceed the world's imagination. Though these conclusions hadn't been made public yet, Kipling finally couldn't hold back and blurted out. But what if the earthquakes and hurricanes continue to grow in scale? He regretted it the moment he spoke, but pressed on stubbornly. According to Professor Stretch's latest research, the source of this volcanic eruption might be in the Earth's core. That's a realm humanity has never truly understood. No one can determine whether the eruption is ending or just beginning, let alone how long it might last. Not to mention the potential chain disasters of climate upheaval, species extinction, and food shortages. Just the beginning? Those few words plunged the live stream into instant silence. Whether Eastern or Western viewers, everyone could hear their own accelerating heartbeat. If the situation deteriorated further, it would be a catastrophe for all humanity. No one could remain unaffected. Hong Feizhong stood before the camera, his voice still resonant and powerful. Even so, we will find every possible way, concentrate all our strength, and make every effort to fight back. Until the very last moment. Giving up will never be an option for us. His tone wasn't passionate or stirring, as if he were simply stating an in grave belief. Chu Lin could almost foresee that in the apocalyptic years to come, these words would be repeated countless times. Never give up, fight to the end. And this was precisely the value the association hoped to see and was willing to acknowledge. In fact, Shun Yi had been watching the live stream on screen all along. He nodded quietly. This might be the perfect opportunity for the association to inspire this world. Now that the research team was essentially assembled, Shun Yi had no intention of letting them waste time and energy on fruitless endeavors. Therefore, he needed to share the technologies for construction materials and Titan alloys with them as soon as possible. This would be the Pan-Human Guardian Association's first major assistance to this world, and he had to choose a sufficiently impactful moment that could inspire all of human society to make the announcement. So he suppressed his urge to hand over all the technical data at once and patiently waited for an opportunity that could ignite the entire globe. In the live stream, the debate between Hong Feizhong and Kipling continued. Shun Yi watched with bated breath, sensing the timing was gradually ripening, yet still lacking that final decisive moment. Though moved by Hong Feizhong's determination, Kipling's expression remained grave. He shook his head, his voice heavy. The premise of not giving up is that we can still see hope. Mr. Hong, I don't understand the source of your confidence. But in my view and that of many scholars, once this disaster escalates further, humanity simply cannot cope. Even at its current scale, humanity will inevitably pay a devastating price. These were the points he had been emphasizing repeatedly from the beginning. The West had already paid the price, the East would soon follow, and possibly even more severely. The composure displayed by Eastern scholars was not built upon scientific evidence. On the other side of the screen, the remotely connected scholars nodded silently. The atmosphere in the venue seemed to drop several degrees, becoming so oppressive it was suffocating. The chat comments quickly ignited with emotion. Will it really reach that point? Why did everything suddenly turn so tragic? Don't stay silent. If it really escalates, how many of us will die? What about food shortages? Are our reserves enough? I'm suddenly so scared. Excessive despair can instantly shatter humanity's psychological defenses, he thought to himself. Just the hypothesis that the disaster might become uncontrollable was enough to spread fear globally. This was true in the East, in the West, and among all viewers watching the livestream. Everyone was shrouded by the same gloom. If this were really the case, did humanity truly have any hope left? This was the moment Hong Feizhong had been waiting for. He understood that the only way to make confidence replace fear as the dominant theme was to bring forth the Pan-Human Guardian Association. What human civilization couldn't achieve, that entity could. What humanity lacked, the Pan-Human Guardian Association possessed. It was precisely for this reason that after seeing through Kipling's intentions, he had debated so uncompromisingly. At that very moment, he had decided to explain to everyone why the Pan-Human Guardian Association had been the only force to extend a helping hand previously. Since the association's arrival, hope has always existed. All that's needed is for them to seize that hope with everything they have. Hong Feizhong gripped the microphone, about to speak. Hope has always existed. The unexpected voice rolled down from the heavens like thunder striking the earth, resonating clearly throughout the entire auditorium and transmitting through live networks to every viewer watching the broadcast worldwide. In an instant, all faces froze. Even the interpreters in the simultaneous translation booths forgot to press their switches. Hong Feizhong forcibly swallowed the words he was about to say, lifting his head toward the dome, his eyes filled with awe. That being had truly spoken. This moment he could capture was exactly the opportunity Shun Yi had been waiting for. The next second, under countless watchful eyes, purple electric arcs as thin as hair materialized out of nowhere in front of the auditorium, directly before the camera lenses. They began as scattered flickers, then twisted, intertwined, and converged, growing brighter and brighter. Some scholars were so shocked they shot to their feet. Stretch clutched his chest, his eyes nearly bulging out as he gasped heavily. The remotely connected experts stared slack-jawed on their screens one by one. Kipling even cried out in alarm, stumbling back more than 10 steps in unprecedented panic. The scene came too suddenly, but the quickest reacting viewers were already shouting in excitement. It's the association. The Pan-Human Guardian Association has appeared. Holy crap, this is so cool. These special effects wouldn't be believable even in a movie. Only a few short hours had passed since Shun Yi's last appearance, and people couldn't possibly have forgotten the man who had resisted natural disasters. Now the spectacle was even clearer and more spectacular. They witnessed with their own eyes. A figure gradually solidifying from within the purple lightning. It was Shun Yi. Thunder and light surged across his body's surface, making him appear as if forged from plasma itself, with dazzling streams of light crawling over every inch of his form. In an instant, all gazes were captured by him. Countless people truly felt that those eyes, containing mysterious magical power, were looking through their screens directly at each viewer. A deity manifesting in the mortal world. Nothing could surpass this. Hong Feizhong stood frozen in excitement, half from this supremely shocking scene, and half because he knew deeply that at this very moment, what people needed most was precisely this kind of visual and spiritual double impact to reignite their confidence. At the same time, he was gripped by anticipation. What exactly did this being, descending in such a manner, intend to do? Shun Yi did not keep the world waiting. The Pan-Human Guardian Association has protected countless worlds and witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Enhanced by magical power, his voice was like the opening narration of an epic, desolate, calm, yet containing an undeniable force that echoed like rolling thunder. Countless viewers worldwide were shaken by this voice until their blood surged, their fists clenched white, their entire bodies trembling with excitement. Was the mysterious and powerful Pan-Human Guardian Association finally about to reveal itself? Shun Yi continued. This manifestation was precisely to convey the association's declaration to the entire world. Only those who possess the courage to face disaster, the perseverance to never give up, and the spirit of unity can ensure their civilization's eternal existence through the long ages, and only such civilizations are worthy of our attention and assistance. If you want the association's help, you must prove your worthiness. This is what Shun Yi wanted to tell the entire world. These are the rules by which the Pan-Human Guardian Association operates. In the live broadcast, electric arcs danced around Shun Yi as his declaration rang out with resounding force, echoing across the globe. The next second, the screen exploded with a flood of comments. I finally understand why they only helped us. Never give up until the very last moment. Thank you, Commander Hong. Why are my eyes getting teary? Unity is victory. I want to cry. The past 4 days were so difficult. Memories of those 4 days came flooding back, from the first alarm to the last evacuation craft taking off. Carrying supplies through mud, relay rescues through flames, and those words of mutual encouragement in the dead of night, don't give up. Every detail was etched in their minds. At this moment, all participants felt their hearts burning with pride. Especially the core volunteers, who straightened their backs with faces full of glory. Their persistence, their sacrifice, had earned their entire civilization and nation the association's recognition, securing that almost mythical rescue. Glory erupted in the east, while the internet on the other side of the ocean fell into deathly silence. Previously, scholars and media from multiple Western nations had jointly protested against the association, questioning why only save the East. Little did they expect such an answer. Shame, anger, and regret surged like waves, as their former pride felt brutally hammered by a blunt instrument. Finally, a scholar appearing on the video call could no longer contain his emotions, shouting in an almost accusatory tone, "But aren't you calling yourselves guardians? Shouldn't guardians protect everyone?" His logic was simple. With great power comes the responsibility to protect all humanity without discrimination. Failure to do so constitutes negligence. Shun Yi's response was cold and calm. What we guard is only human reason, the principle of humanity's continuation. Individual survival holds different values for human reason and cannot be treated uniformly. As his words landed, the scholar's breath caught. Cannot be treated uniformly? In his society, such words would be considered heartless and face universal condemnation. Yet across the screen, gazing at that lightning-wreathed figure, he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. For the first time, he truly realized the being before him was not a hero or guardian, but more like a higher civilization looking down upon the mortal world. Only when a collective was deemed worthy would salvation descend. Fear spread in his heart. Meanwhile, more people chose anger. The rational remained silent and began reflecting. The radicals had already started typing. They're not guardians at all. They have no right to call themselves guardians. All lives should be equal. Cold deities. Do you think this is still the Middle Ages? Our worth doesn't need your evaluation. In these people's minds, anyone with the ability who doesn't go all out to save everyone is a villain, and anyone who disregards life is a butcher. They felt their expectations had been betrayed and couldn't stand this condescending attitude. But Shun Yi didn't care at all. Even deliberately adopting a superior posture, he wanted everyone to understand that the association could bring hope and aid, but wouldn't hand everything over unconditionally. If you want to survive, you have to take action and fight for it yourself. With the apocalypse approaching, some people would eventually grasp this truth through comparison. A bolt of lightning streaked across the gloomy sky as Shun Yi's gaze locked onto Hong Feizhong. "Everything in this world is under our observation," he said in a low voice filled with certainty. "Your previous performance has proven your character. In the name of the association, I bring you the help you need." The lightning's glow obscured his expression, but his tone noticeably softened. Hong Feizhong's heart raced. They really came. During their last meeting, Shun Yi had said he would report everyone's performance to his superiors and apply for more resources. He never expected it to succeed, and so quickly. Hong Feizhong took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and stepped forward under everyone's watchful eyes, speaking solemnly. We respect your principles and sincerely thank you for your help. He didn't know what help specifically meant, but who could refuse? The Panhuman Guardian Association had already demonstrated power far beyond the world's understanding. More importantly, Hong Feizhong understood better than most people present what this help meant. Hope for saving more people in the apocalypse. Shun Yi extended his right hand, and a translucent, pale crystal materialized out of thin air, emitting a faint cold light. Everyone held their breath. What was this? A technology. Shun Yi provided the answer. Originally used for building colonial cities in harsh planetary environments. With your capabilities, you can fully implement it. It will help you withstand the coming disasters. He lightly tapped the crystal with his fingertip. Virtual projections suddenly appeared in midair, dense Chinese characters, clear three-dimensional blueprints, and automatically playing video frames unfolded in sequence. Hong Feizhong carefully took the crystal, his fingers trembling slightly as he manipulated it. The images switched smoothly, and a video occupied his field of vision. On a dark red planet, dust storms crashed into the ground like brown giant waves. Sand particles howled at incredible speeds. Lightning and blinding flashes intertwined. Yet the buildings stood firm without even a single crack on their surfaces. Good heavens! A bespectacled scholar rushed forward, desperate to examine the projection closely, his voice trembling with excitement. This kind of dust storm is very similar to Martian apocalyptic storms. It's a super large-scale planetary devouring dust storm covering an entire planet. And there's also dense lightning and sparks. With those words, several scholars around him simultaneously gasped. They understood what this meant. Only planets similar to Mars would experience such spectacular phenomena, occurring once every 3 Martian years, bringing massive lightning and sparks that impact almost every surface of the entire planet. The technology produced by the system was incredibly detailed, covering everything from fundamental principles to production methods and practical applications. The video opened with a sweeping view of the vast cosmos before the camera plunged down into Mars, diving into apocalyptic sandstorms that filled the crimson sky. Sand whirled violently while lightning tore through the heavens, yet a silver-gray domed city stood firm and unmoved, weathering the assault like waves against an unshakable cliff. The narrator calmly announced that this technology could establish indestructible cities even in such harsh environments. The message struck straight to the heart. Not just experts and scholars, but even ordinary viewers were left breathless with awe. I can already see magnificent cities rising before my eyes, standing for 1,000 years, enduring for 10,000. This comment instantly shot to the top of the likes. Comments flooded in like a tide. This is the kind of house that can truly protect a family. Finally, goodbye to shoddy construction. I never thought I'd live to see the day when I could live in a house like this. The cost shouldn't be too high, right? Damn, I'm so excited I can barely contain myself. Beyond the screens, most people were filled with excitement. In this land, houses weren't just dwellings, they were symbols of security. People's core desires for them boiled down to 3 simple things: safety, warmth, and comfort. To return home where, no matter how chaotic the outside world became, one could remain steadfast and unmoved. Now, this architecture had awakened people's most fundamental longing. At the conference venue, Hong Feizhong and other key researchers could barely contain their excitement. They understood all too well how fierce future hurricanes and earthquakes would be, how fragile existing cities were, and how this technology pointed them toward a direction worth fighting for with everything they had. Seeing scholars swarming toward the holographic projection, Hong Feizhong quickly called out, "All right, everyone, we'll have plenty of opportunities to study this later." As his words fell, those streams of information transformed into points of light, converging back into the crystal core. Stretch, who had just pushed his way to the front row, looked disappointed but remained flushed with excitement. Coming to the East had definitely been the right choice. The East had indeed received assistance from the Panhuman Guardian Association, possessing knowledge and technology far beyond their time. Like him, all the foreign scholars who had chosen to dedicate themselves to the East were now filled with surging emotions, as many of them had come specifically because of the Panhuman Guardian Association, and now their wishes had truly been fulfilled. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the remote conference venue was extremely delicate. Kipling stared at the screen, his expression twisted with awkwardness. Just yesterday he had declared, if the Panhuman Guardian Association doesn't show up, this symposium will be meaningless. Now that they had actually appeared and the conference's significance was established, his own reason for existence seemed to have vanished entirely. Especially seeing Stretch's ecstatic expression, he felt as though he had stuck his face out begging to be slapped. Yet in front of the Panhuman Guardian Association, he couldn't afford to be rude, so he could only force himself to sit before the camera, struggling to maintain a smile of feeling that probably only he could truly understand. Shin Yi paid no attention to this, as it had been his intention all along. Envious? Jealous? You want it? Then buckle down and do the hard work. Pool everyone's strength to fight back. instead of building some doomed Noah's Ark to protect a handful of people who, in Shun Yi's view, hardly qualify as humanity's elite. Lightning roared around Shun Yi as he gazed coldly upon all living beings. Everyone understood was about to leave. Eyes from across the globe focused on this world-changing figure, filled with awe, excitement, and anxiety as emotions surged simultaneously worldwide. Disaster is civilization's greatest test. Only by surviving catastrophe can you achieve rebirth and complete true transformation. I look forward to your performance. May your civilization endure forever. With these final words of blessing, Shun Yi dissolved into countless bolts of lightning, vanishing into the void in an instant. He was gone, but the massive waves he had set in motion erupted with thunderous force. Comment streams could no longer contain the surging emotions in people's hearts as countless articles flooded to the top of every major platform. Meanwhile, Shun Yi had returned to his aerial fortress. Observing the world's reactions through holographic screen, she needed to confirm whether this appearance had achieved its intended effect. Suddenly, a lengthy article that had been pushed to the front page caught his eye, its striking headline making him raise an eyebrow. The Pan-Human Guardian Association's focus has always been on civilization as a whole. The opening sentence hit the mark precisely, causing Shun Yi's eyes to brighten slightly. The author speculated that the association likely originated from some advanced civilization, perhaps not even from this universe. More importantly, their words and actions had already demonstrated they cared only about the survival of entire civilizations, not individuals or small groups. The evidence. The article quoted his recent words, "May your civilization endure forever," then concluded that only civilization as a whole could earn their attention, establish friendship, and receive assistance, with the friendship threshold being precisely those qualities he had mentioned. Spanning thousands of words, this report had essentially decoded every message Shun Yi wanted to convey. 1. The association's mission and stance. 2. The association's attitude toward the current civilization. 3. The importance of civilization's collective potential. Some analyses went beyond even what Shun Yi himself had considered. He scrolled through the comments overwhelmingly filled with pride and excitement. Absolutely right. It's our entire civilization that's outstanding. We might not be the strongest militarily or technologically, but our potential is second to none. Can't get cocky thuff, we still need to keep working hard. Finally, did you see Kiplin's face? Hilarious. The Pan-Human Guardian Association had publicly acknowledged this planet's civilizational potential before the entire world and provided tangible assistance, while other nations could only watch with envy. This unprecedented sense of recognition and pride built new unity in people's hearts, rapidly replacing previous anxiety and fear with confidence. Judging by the results, Shun Yi's desired motivational effect had been a resounding success. However, the true test of the apocalypse was just beginning. Fighting against the apocalypse isn't just about battling disasters, it's about battling despair itself. If people give up struggling, resign themselves to death, or focus solely on saving a select few from the very beginning, then even when hope is within reach, it becomes nothing more than a mocking mirage. This is precisely why Shun Yi held higher expectations for the East from the start. Even so, he still turned his gaze toward the West. Ever since he publicly revealed that crucial technology, Western networks erupted instantly. Comment sections across major social platforms overflowed with a mixture of jealousy and terror. This technology should belong to the entire world. This isn't fair. You're murdering tens of millions of people. We must declare war on the aliens. Dense clusters of furious outcries surged across screens, like a mob of angry prisoners unable to see reality clearly, left with nothing but feeble roars. However, amid this cacophonous tide of rage, a few rational voices gradually emerged. Some finally understood. The Pan-Human Guardian Association never cared about their anger or incompetency, was like a professor who only devoted time to diligent and exceptional students. The person who proposed this analogy was none other than Rossetti, the newspaper editor who had survived thanks to the association's initial warnings. Rossetti wrote an extensive report. Between the lines, she reflected on the fire that had swept through her neighborhood. Everyone faced the same flames, yet she survived while others were consumed. She emphasized that while the association's warnings were crucial, individual action ultimately determined life and death. After the report's publication, the comment section remained a battlefield. Some readers agreed with her perspective, while others shouted, "A professor who can't treat all students equally isn't a good professor at all. Exactly, they should be like Professor X." Watching these comments from behind his screen, Shun Yi could only rub his forehead helplessly. Anyone capable of making such statements clearly didn't understand higher education. Universities aren't elementary schools, and professors aren't family or friends. Only those who actively demonstrate ability deserve additional resources and attention. Yet there were quite a few who endorsed this professor-style equality. Professor X? Charles? Taking movie characters seriously? Shun Yi simply abandoned his expectations, curious only to see how far those who truly awakened could progress. Time was running desperately short, and even Shun Yi couldn't guarantee what the East could accomplish. By now, the symposium had already concluded hastily. Once Shun Yi revealed the technology, continuing the conference became pointless. Moderator Hong Feizhong decisively made a few remarks before declaring adjournment, immediately reorganizing all scholars into new groups. Foreign scholars like Stretch still received some trust, but were temporarily barred from direct access to core technology, instead being assigned to study disaster causes and development trends so their expertise could prove useful. Meanwhile, over a dozen core scholars were swiftly summoned into the highest classified project room. When the complete truth about the approaching apocalypse was laid bare before them, every face showed utter shock. Even though they had anticipated it, when they heard the full extent of the disaster, especially the final tsunami that would sweep across all land, they still couldn't control their trembling. The harsh white lights in the conference room cast stark shadows as everyone's fingers unconsciously clenched. Fear, despair, and shock burst forth like water through a broken dam. This news was tantamount to a death sentence for civilization. Hong Feizhong took in every subtle expression on their faces and said in a grave voice, "When I first learned of this, I reacted much the same as you are now. But even if everyone else despairs, you and we cannot. If even you give up, then there truly is no hope left." After a brief silence, Professor Gu stood up, his voice somewhat hoarse. "The technology provided by the Pan-Human Rational Protection Association cannot withstand the Great Tsunami. But it can block hurricanes and earthquakes," Hong Feizhong immediately replied. "If we can't even manage that first step, we won't need to wait for the final tsunami." That single statement made all the scholars catch their breath. The truth was often more brutal. Many people wouldn't even live to see that ultimate tsunami. Hong Feizhong's gaze swept across the room. "The association told me they protect human rationality across countless worlds, but they don't have the resources nor the responsibility to save every individual. Only civilizations with sufficient potential can receive more resources, like the technology we've been given." These words finally rekindled a glimmer of light in their ashen eyes. It meant hope still remained. Technology was both the most expensive and the cheapest resource. As long as it could be utilized, it was worth more than any priceless commodity. "Even if they give us technology to handle the great tsunami, we might not be able to implement it quickly," another scholar reminded them. "The actual resource requirements are far greater than the technology itself. So they want to see our performance first," someone summarized. "We need to reach a certain level to earn the next step." Everyone exchanged glances. There was no way back. Someone spoke quietly but firmly. "At least there's hope. We have no other choice." "Don't waste time," another expert suggested. "Let's fully absorb the existing technology while quickly initiating industrial adjustments." The rest needed no further words from Hong Feizhong. In previous discussions, his stance had been made clear in 8 words: sacrifice everything, never give up. These 8 words became their rallying cry against the apocalypse, and would remain so until the very end. This night was destined to be long. In the early morning hours, Mo Yuanbai and several food industry representatives arrived. They had to mobilize at maximum speed. Meanwhile, countless people throughout society waited anxiously and hopefully for the latest updates from the disaster response team. The next day, morning sunlight filtered through the curtain gaps into the room. Everyone's faces showed fatigue, yet their spirits remained high. Chu Lin stood straight, looking at the experts, most already past 40, some even in their 60s, with concern. "Everyone, please take care of your health. Your bodies are the foundation of this fight." "Don't worry." Mo Yuanbai leaned back in his chair, waving casually. "I've already brought in top-tier wellness chefs to create the finest meal plans and schedules. Back in my day, I was completely undisciplined." Ahem. Hong Feizhong cleared his throat twice, cutting him off, then looked at Chu Lin. "It's time to sound the horn." Chu Lin received his orders and departed. The eastern horizon was just beginning to show the faintest glimmer of light, barely past 6 in the morning, with most people still lost in their dreams. However, a sudden piece of news swept across the nation like a hurricane at that very moment. "There's news. There's news." In the temporary settlement, Hu Tai gripped his phone and shouted excitedly, his voice waking up all his roommates and even disturbing the neighbors next door. "What news?" Liao Jingwei opened his eyes groggily, but his mind immediately connected to last night's worries as he suddenly rolled over and grabbed his phone. Sure enough, the screen displayed a nationwide push notification from the disaster response team, accompanied by synchronized text messages. "Starting today, the entire nation officially enters disaster response mode. Industrial transformation initiated, stock market trading suspended. Gradual closure of certain industries, recall of international students and citizens abroad. Concentrated resources for new city construction." Fellow citizens, at this very moment, our entire civilization faces an unprecedented challenge. Everyone must take action, unite our efforts, and fight against this disaster. As the lengthy announcement appeared before him, Liao Jingwei read every word carefully, his eyes widening progressively. Social media platforms exploded instantly. "Holy shit! The stock market really stopped trading. They're recalling international students too? Closing down industries. I think I'm about to lose my job. This is huge. Absolutely unprecedented. I support this. Absolutely support it. Unite our efforts and fight the disaster. Not just for their civilization, but perhaps since the birth of this entire planet, humanity had never undertaken such a massive unified action. Thinking back to yesterday's stunning appearance of the Pan-Human Guardian Association and the technology they provided, the intention was crystal clear, mobilizing the entire nation's strength to build cities that would stand firm even in the face of disaster. Is this really starting now? Liao Jingwei trembled with excitement. Last night, he had been anxious about blocked transportation and the approaching hurricane, but now the nation's response was breathtakingly swift. Liao, look at this. Hu Tai jumped over the bed rail and thrust his phone in front of him. The screen showed a live broadcast. Hello, everyone. Behind me is the MO Group's 7-star hotel. The broadcaster's voice couldn't hide its trembling. I was working inside, but I just received notice that the building is closing immediately. All employees are registering their phone numbers and addresses before going home on leave, awaiting further instructions. The camera panned to show security guards locking the doors of the massive glass-curtained high-rise while police tape was being set up. The city's landmark luxury hotel was being shut down just like that, with stunning speed. It's not just MO Group, but also Guan Group, Tan Group, and Dream Tower Corporation. Hu Tai added with a flushed face. These major enterprises had issued a joint statement. Complete compliance with disaster response team commands. Responsibility for nationwide food distribution and supply management. Synchronized closure of certain industries. It was as if a war that had been planned for months was detonated in a single second. Months. Liao Jingwei couldn't help but mutter. The association only provided the technology yesterday. This efficiency is absolutely incredible. He clenched his fists, his chest swelling with pride at, this is the power of our civilization, as he suddenly jumped out of bed. I need to hurry. Hurry for what? Hu Tai looked puzzled. Can't you see? This pace clearly shows we're racing against disaster. In the early morning dormitory, Liao Jingwei was shaking out his pants legs while frantically buttoning his shirt, stuffing his mask and hat into his bag. He looked up and shouted, I'm going to sign up as a volunteer. Volunteer. Hu Tai was stunned for half a second, then slammed his hand hard on the bed frame. What else are we supposed to do? Just sit here and watch. Damn it. I'm going to. My hometown is right on an earthquake zone. His words pierced everyone's nerves like needles. In the next dozen seconds, all the roommates were completely awakened. Large-scale operations need manpower. They can't return to school anytime soon anyway. And the call of the times has already sounded. Throwing themselves into action at a moment like this is what contemporary youth should do. They burst out the door, only to find a sea of people already crowding around the building manager's desk downstairs. The manager simply grabbed a megaphone, jumped onto the desk, and his voice boomed. Everyone calm down. Listen up. We'll definitely let everyone contribute. But first you need to scan the QR code with your phones and fill out forms: family situation, registered address, health status, what kind of work you can do, write everything clearly. After filling it out, come register with me so we can compile everything. Got it? If you got it, then line up properly. Don't cause trouble for everyone at a time like this. The last sentence was almost a roar, and the crowd instantly formed an orderly line. In the past, maintaining such order would have been no easy task, but now anyone who dared cause chaos would face everyone's anger on a larger scale. They'd be embarrassing the entire civilization in front of the Pan-Human Guardian Association. Everyone heard that being's final words yesterday. He's still watching this place. An invisible force drove everyone together, tightening like screws around a common goal, working together to fight disaster. This morning was destined to be extraordinary for the entire nation. Some people were temporarily out of work due to industrial adjustments, while others were immediately mobilized and dispatched everywhere. While waiting in line, Hu Tai pulled out his phone and went straight to the live streaming platform's most popular channel, the official broadcast. MO Group Cement Factory, producing new construction materials. New construction materials? The ones the Pan-Human Guardian Association announced yesterday? This fast. The live stream was packed with viewers, comments flooding like a waterfall. The unemployed army is coming. Same, unemployed here. Is this the kind of material that can build cities on Mars? Want to work at the factory? Please take me in. They just got the technology yesterday and started production today? In the camera, a middle-aged man wearing a hard hat stood on the roaring production line, his voice processed by amplifiers to be exceptionally clear. Half an hour ago, we received technical experts from the disaster response team who want to conduct pilot production here. After our joint analysis, we found that producing this technology isn't that complex. We need to make certain adjustments, introductions, and reforms to our processes, but we should be able to handle it all. The raw materials are also very common, so we've decided to immediately begin experimental production. The commentary in this live stream reveals a wealth of crucial information. The production process isn't complicated, raw materials are readily available everywhere, and they could even begin the first experimental production immediately. Even someone who knows nothing about construction materials could instantly realize what this means: large-scale industrial mass production. Comments flew across the screen. This is incredible. Start production now. The entire screen was filled with anticipation. Even setting aside this disaster, infrastructure has always been the most iconic industry of modern society, closely connected to everyone's daily life. The man on camera continued his explanation, his barely contained excitement radiating through the screen. Hu Tai and Liao Jingwei watched with great interest, realizing for the first time that such purely educational live streams could be so captivating. Everyone, do we have anyone here who previously worked in construction-related industries? The suddenly amplified voice through the megaphone interrupted the live stream audio. The two men looked up to see an administrator holding a loudspeaker, standing in front of the queue. We just received word that people with construction industry experience get priority placement with the highest compensation. When he said highest, his voice cracked with excitement just from his tone. You could imagine how impressive that compensation must be. Me? I used to work construction sites. Me too. Does a brick kiln count? And me? I did renovations. Hands shot up throughout the crowd, voices calling out one after another. Most were middle-aged men, but their faces now beamed with excitement and anticipation. They felt valued. Yes, they all count. Come over here. The administrator waved his hand, and the dozens of selected people separated from the long line. The previously packed queue instantly became much sparser, making Liao Jingwei and Hu Tai secretly envious. The next big opportunity of this era will definitely be infrastructure, Liao Jingwei said quietly. Yesterday's volcanic eruption, plus the upcoming hurricane, the environment will definitely be worse than before. Hu Tai nodded vigorously. Anyone who can work from home will try to stay indoors. He gazed up at the sky, still crystal blue for now, but once volcanic ash and hurricanes completely covered the heavens, such colors might never appear again. Mixed emotions welled up in his heart. Half anticipation for the new era, as the Pan-Human Guardian Coalition's emergence was providing unprecedented assistance. The other half was worry about environmental deterioration. Many beautiful landscapes were visibly disappearing before their eyes, and the scenery their generation took for granted might never be seen by future generations. This feeling wasn't unique to these two men. The internet was already flooded with discussions. Experts, scholars, bloggers, journalists, and even ordinary people were all sharing their insights and envisioning the future. While no one could accurately estimate how far this disaster would ultimately reach, almost everyone understood. What comes next will officially usher in a great era belonging to infrastructure. The directive to mobilize professionals from the construction industry had spread to every corner of the nation in the shortest possible time, making them the first group to spring into action and drawing nationwide attention. Meanwhile, the massive wave of activity crossed the oceans and reached the West. Night had just fallen there, so there weren't many online users, but some people were already responding from their computers or phone screens. They were international students and overseas citizens who had also received the call from their homeland. Zhang Jie was one of them. Coming from a well-off family with excellent academic performance, he had originally gone abroad for better educational opportunities, but now he was rolling clothes into his suitcase in his cramped dormitory room. The sound of the metal zipper closing woke his roommate Bertram. Zhang, have you really made up your mind? Bertram leaned against the edge of his bed, speaking slowly as if afraid of waking something. Why don't you think it over? This isn't an earthquake zone, and hurricanes can't destroy the buildings here. Staying would be safer. This isn't about safety. Zhang Jie looked up with bright, determined eyes. Then why? Bertram asked, puzzled. Haven't you seen the news? Zhang Jie stopped folding and looked directly at him. My homeland has launched a full-scale mobilization. The scale is unprecedented, and so are the opportunities. Most importantly, UV gained the attention of the Pan-Human Guardian Association. Even some of your scientists have gone there. The last statement left Bertram speechless and visibly envious. The Pan-Human Guardian Association, a name from a powerful and mysterious extraterrestrial civilization that resonated just as powerfully on Western campuses. Their appreciation for the East was enough to bring unimaginable opportunities. Now, that land was bursting with vigorous action thanks to the technology acquired yesterday, with construction sites in the news footage blazing bright as daylight around the clock. Zhang Jie closed his suitcase and remembered something else. Bertram, do you remember what scientist Kipling said? What if movement in the Earth's core doesn't stop here and the disaster escalates further? We both know what that would mean. Kipling's warning had quickly been overshadowed by the good news of new technology in the East, but in the West, it continued to spread like a shadow. I understand what you mean, Bertram replied quietly, a flash of fear crossing his eyes. You know what? I went to the store today and saw so many people holding signs the end of the world is coming. Everyone's going to die. I never used to pay attention to that kind of crazy talk, but yesterday, tens of millions of people just died in that disaster. There had always been doomsday preachers, but now that an actual disaster had occurred, it only amplified the fear exponentially. So why not take action? Zhang Jie couldn't help but press. Like we are. I don't know. Bertram shook his head with a dejected expression. There are too many voices now, and they're all so chaotic. Zhang Jie fell silent, simply lifting his suitcase down from the bed and gently patting Bertram's shoulder. The world had already begun to change completely. Good luck, Bertram. Zhang Jie left, and Bertram was left adrift. Shen Yi took note. In this world, a sense of ethnic and national identity runs deep among Easterners, and the most immediate reason is food. Their tech and military might not be top tier, but when it comes to banquets, street snacks, and the steam rising from pots and pans, the East stands unchallenged at number one. And because this is a world where the people live for food, that innate sense of belonging, catalyzed by the collective pride sparked by Shun Yi's stunning debut last night, ignited in an instant. The rush to return home spread like a tide not just among international students, but also among diaspora communities who had put down roots abroad for decades. Some handed in resignations. Some shut the doors of restaurants they had run for half a lifetime, then went online with their families to snap up plane and ship tickets. Suitcases clicked shut. They hugged neighbors at the door, then rolled their bags, took their kids by the hand, and set out for home. The result was airports packed as far as the eye could see, with Eastern faces hauling backpacks and dragging luggage. Security lines snaked on forever, and the counters echoed with familiar voices. Airport staff, seeing such a scene for the first time, stared at one another, completely at a loss. In the departure halls, many foreign travelers raised their phones to record, and the clips were uploaded in no time. The Easterners really are going back. They're recalling all the students. What are they planning? Shocking. The airport is full of Easterners. Headlines of every kind hit the trending lists. Click through to the comments, and the scrolling text made your eyes blur. They'll regret it. My God, Easterners love their country. This is why they earned the recognition of the Pan-Humanity Guardians Association. Go back. You'll die there. The future belongs to the East. Awe, envy, malice, the voices mixed together, but the people in the videos kept their eyes steady. No one wavered. Some creators cut in short interviews. Why do you want to go back? I just want to return to my roots. If my hometown needs me, of course I'm going back to do my part. I miss the food back home. If home is in trouble, how could I not return? Opinions varied, but one clip was pulled out and replayed over and over. On camera was a handsome middle-aged Eastern man smoking a cigarette. Smoke curled around his fingers. He took a long drag, exhaled slowly, and answered in a low voice. If it really is the end of the world, I'd rather fall on that land. One plain sentence struck countless hearts. Wanting to be with family at the end of the world is the purest love for kin. Wanting to fall on the soil of home is the truest attachment to one's roots. No more reason needed. As that line went viral, more of those still hesitating finally made up their minds and began the journey home. Of course, not everyone felt the same. Some chose to stay. Li Xian was one of them. After seeing the call from the east, he did the opposite, instead inviting his friends over, proudly showing off the luxury bunker he had built long ago, and then formally announcing that he would remain right where he was. Barton. His friend called out his foreign name. Are you really sure you're not going back? Go back? To work construction? Come on, do I look that stupid? Li Xian swirled his champagne and glanced up at the luxurious chandelier array, his voice dripping with smugness. Sure, the food's better back there, but what else can that place offer compared to here? I can do whatever I want here, am I right? Absolutely. Cheers erupted throughout the basement as everyone clinked glasses, foam splashing everywhere. A scantily dressed woman sidled up to him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh my God, Barton, your basement is absolutely gorgeous. When the hurricane hits, can I hide out here? Of course. Stay as long as you want. Huh. Laughter, music, and chatter blended together, seemingly disconnected from the approaching storm outside. However, this small group's choice barely caused a ripple. While most Easterners were boarding flights home, on the other side of Eastern screens, people were equally focused on a major event. The Pan-Human Protection Association's new construction material was about to be officially unveiled. The official livestream had just started, and within minutes, tens of millions of viewers flooded in, with comments already filling the screen. What does it actually look like? Will it work? Please don't let this be a disaster. The engineer on camera clearly felt the pressure, sweat beading on his forehead, his voice tense with nerves. Everyone, the first batch is about to come out. As soon as he finished speaking, the factory doors opened and several workers wheeled out a cart. The camera followed inside a rectangular metal container. Gray gel-like substance swayed gently. This is the new construction material? Looks like jelly. It doesn't just look like it, it is. Is it not dry yet? How can this build houses? Please don't fail. The anxiety in the comments was palpable. After all, this represented hope for disaster response. What you're seeing now is the semi-finished product. There's one final step: adding the custom catalyst for molding. The engineer's hands trembled slightly as he took out a small bag of white powder and poured it into the container. The next second, visible changes began. The gray gel rapidly contracted, brightened, and hardened. In the blink of an eye, a complete rectangular stone slab had formed. It worked. The engineer first let out a long sigh, then his excitement soared. Quick, let's run the performance tests. The focus of testing was load-bearing capacity. Comments quickly provided reference data. 10 centimeter thick C25 concrete has a standard load capacity of 1,000 kilograms, with a limit of 2 to 3 times that. The truck's crane arm slowly rose, placing lead blocks onto the stone slab one by one. 1 ton, 2 tons, 5 tons, 10 tons. Each drop made the ground rumble, yet the stone slab showed not even the slightest compression mark. Instead, the concrete floor began cracking first, even partially collapsing in places. The engineer staggered back, his vision darkening before quickly clearing. He looked up at the camera, his hands shaking uncontrollably, and shouted hoarsely, "Holy shit! This is fucking incredible." No wonder this engineer was so excited. To an outsider, this might just seem impressive at best after all. This was new material from the Pan-Human Guardian Association, supposedly capable of building entire cities on alien planets. But those truly in the know understood what this really meant. Compared to concrete of the same volume, this material's load-bearing capacity was off the charts. Combined with steel reinforcement, quality issues would be virtually impossible in daily use. At this thought, the engineer suddenly threw himself onto the ground, sprawling across the smooth panels as he pulled out calipers, crack measurement devices, and other tools for meticulous comparison. The result? Nothing. Absolutely no deformation whatsoever. Not even the microscopic cracks that the naked eye could usually detect. He wasn't the only one losing his composure. The other engineers who had been observing from the sidelines forgot all about maintaining their professional image and rushed forward in a crowd. Despite the inevitable jostling at the scene, the panels before them remained completely unmoved, not a single crack. Incredible. The material's flexibility was obviously extraordinary too. Combined with its rapid hardening properties, construction timelines would be dramatically shortened. How could such revolutionary technology not make one's blood boil with excitement? Several engineers flushed red with excitement, their hands trembling slightly as they gripped their testing instruments, momentarily speechless. Exaggerated? Not in the least. This day would be remembered by everyone in the construction industry. The engineer who had first bent down to inspect stood up, faced the camera with a flushed face and clenched fists, his voice hoarse yet resolute. From this moment on, the concrete humanity has used for hundreds of years can be thrown into history's trash heap. Construction methods, building principles, architectural design concepts, everything will be turned upside down by the emergence of this material. It will push our construction capabilities to unprecedented heights. Not just houses, but bridges, roads, railways. Design will no longer be constrained by materials, and even the wildest creative ideas will have a chance to become reality. His passionate emotions instantly infected the audience watching the live stream. So powerful. Is this what black technology looks like? I'm in love. This is a dimensional reduction attack. Since it's so amazing, can it withstand earthquakes? The material architectural designers have been dreaming of. It feels like we're bringing modern concrete technology back to ancient times. One netizen's comparison was particularly apt. This wasn't just crossing one era, but potentially several eras, and would have enormous impact on the world and the entire course of human history. Right now, it held even more special significance. This technology could build new defenses against disaster. The technical success and epic-making performance gave everyone another shot of confidence, igniting even greater passion for disaster resistance. Before the camera, the factory director solemnly announced, the new material was officially entering mass production. Not only that, but the Mo Group would also gather the finest chefs to rush to factories everywhere, providing the highest quality meals and treatment for all workers. If the heroes of the Great Migration had been those volunteers who stayed until the very end, then now, the heroes were all those dedicating themselves to the great construction effort. At this very moment, the disaster response team issued another emergency announcement. The new construction materials had officially entered production and would be scaled up to full capacity in the shortest possible time. We must build cities that protect lives before the hurricanes and earthquakes arrive. The announcement's tone was resolute, sharing the same core objective as the Great Migration of the past: nothing but saving lives. Immediately following, the announcement dropped an even more significant bombshell. Numerous industries, including parts of the military-industrial complex, would cease production starting today and redirect their efforts toward manufacturing construction alloys and other structural materials. Even the military-industrial system was transforming. The news shocked the world. But Chu Lin and others understood the truth: the real battlefield would no longer be human against human, but humanity against heaven and earth. Hurricanes carrying volcanic ash would make missile targeting impossible and prevent aircraft from taking off. Earthquake-torn ground would leave tanks unable to move. Radio communications would be jammed and satellites obscured by dust clouds. By then, humanity's greatest enemy would no longer be their own kind, not to mention the Pan-Human Protection Association watching from the sidelines. To avoid panic, The end of the world was never officially mentioned. Even if a few people sensed some unprecedented mobilization, it would be difficult to stir up public opinion on the strictly monitored internet. Most citizens simply regarded this as an expanded version of the Great Migration, aimed at relocating and sheltering nearly 100 million compatriots caught between earthquakes and hurricanes. Meanwhile, Shen Yi quietly observed this operation through surveillance screens, deeply sensing that, at any cost, determination. Ding Xiang, have they started the city design yet? We're still missing confirmation of the final material parameters, Ding Xiang replied. Shen Yi pondered for a moment, then turned to Qi Wu. Take a transport aircraft and deliver 1 ton of floating materials to them. Tell them that as long as they can complete the city construction before the Great Tsunami, I'll apply to the association for more supplies on their behalf. He explained the reasoning these materials weren't simply technology. Large-scale deployment required consuming points, and if they appeared too early, they might easily lead outsiders to associate them with tsunami, causing panic. Now that the general direction was set, they must provide the most critical support. It wouldn't matter if more advanced solutions emerged later. Understood. Qi Wu acknowledged and stood up. The transport aircraft Qi Wu piloted also employed cutting-edge technology. Taking off from the aerial fortress, it drew numerous searching gazes before landing steadily at the disaster response team's secret command center. Chu Lin, who had received advance notice from Ding Xiang, was already waiting by the landing pad. Brother Qi Wu, he greeted warmly. Here on orders to deliver special materials to you. As his words fell, 2 U-75 model robots trotted out from the cabin, carrying down that 1 ton of materials packed in what was clearly a very sophisticated large container. A batch of special materials? Chu Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart. Related to the tsunami defense plan, Qi Wu added. What? Chu Lin's eyes suddenly brightened. There's already a follow-up this quickly? Don't get too excited. Qi Wu's synthesized voice remained calm and measured. With your current industrial capabilities, mass production is impossible. These materials are merely for you to understand the parameters and use in design. For actual combat deployment, this is nowhere near enough. Chu Lin nodded. Though the light in his eyes didn't dim in the slightest, they had long anticipated that they couldn't complete the ultimate plan on their own. This technology would inevitably exceed the limits of their current era's capabilities and would require deeper assistance from the association. But at least they finally had a viable approach in their hands. All the data is here. Qi Wu handed over a transparent crystal, then reminded them. If the plan is truly built on these materials, be sure to use them sparingly. The association's resources are tight, and additional allocations won't come easily. Understood. Chu Lin's expression grew serious as well. Qi Wu leaned forward slightly in a bow. Please continue fighting for your civilization. With that, he turned and left. Chu Lin felt somewhat disappointed, had originally wanted to chat more with this artificial being and probe for more inside information about the association. But when he turned back to see that heavy box, all emotions transformed into a deep breath. He clenched his fists and immediately ordered, get the box to the research center at once, and summon all scholars. Not a moment could be wasted. When the material samples were submerged in the testing chamber, all the scholars cried out in amazement. The buoyancy is several times greater than any existing material. If we had sufficient quantities, we could make an entire city float. That original plan to wrap the outer walls and bottom with alloy could be completely scrapped. Hold on, we're still not sure if we can get large-scale support. We should still prepare for both scenarios. In fact, even if Shun Yi hadn't had Qi Wu deliver the samples, these scholars had no intention of sitting idle. Their initial plan was also for floating cities, but it required using alloys to forge massive hulls beneath the cities. That would demand enormous amounts of metal and staggering amounts of work. Even with the entire nation's resources, they could only save 10 to 20 million people at most. This was the limit of what could be achieved without the association's backing. And now, new hope lay before them. Team leader Hong Feizhong stood on the platform, watching everyone's heated discussions around the materials, as if he could already see the future. Above, endless oceans, towering floating cities drifted, carrying the seeds of civilization, continuing to stand proudly on this planet. Natural disasters might be unstoppable, but Hong Feizhong swore in his heart. We must spare no effort to make this scene a reality. Time was still running short. While scholars raced against the clock in their laboratories, the first wave of battlefield workers had already arrived at the construction site. On this very night, June 19, the stretch of level, open ground in Wudong province was illuminated by construction lights, as if the earth itself was carpeted with stars. Workers from all directions were quickly organized into hundreds of teams. This was the groundbreaking site for the first new city, and each team had received their construction assignments. Xie Gaoyang was the leader of one such team. At this moment, wearing a yellow hard hat and a sweat-soaked tank top, his dark muscles gleamed under the lights as he carefully surveyed the terrain along the marked lines. Looking up, countless lighting towers formed a sea of light, with metal scaffolding creating silhouette after silhouette against the night sky. Good Lord! A young worker couldn't help but whisper. The biggest job I've ever worked had a few thousand people, but there must be tens of thousands here. Tens of thousands. Xie Gaoyang turned his head and lowered his voice. I just came from the meeting. The bosses said we've already got 150,000 people here. 150,000. Several workers around them gasped in unison. Someone counted on his fingers. A division is only 10 to 20,000 people. 150,000, that's several army corps. And that's not all. Xie Gaoyang looked at their expressions with unmistakable pride. More are still on the way. By tomorrow, the number will reach 400,000, and it might grow even more after that. No wonder it's so spectacular. The young worker from before marveled. The most spectacular part is yet to come. Xie Gaoyang grew more excited as he spoke, announcing loudly to everyone. The new materials we're using are provided by the Pan-Human Rational Guardian Association. Once we lay the new metal, set up the forms, and sprinkle some catalyst, it hardens stronger than iron blocks in just minutes. No waiting for it to cure. The bosses said half a month at most, half a month in, we'll have a new city standing here. A new city that even earthquakes can't bring down. He spread his arms wide, gesturing at the height of future city walls, his chest vibrating like a drumbeat. In his dozen-plus years in construction, he had never dared imagine something like building a city in half a month. Even setting aside all other reasons, this project alone was enough to make one's blood surge. Who wouldn't be proud to be part of it? Holy cow, the young worker from before swallowed hard, then showed hesitation. But didn't the association's video say that several cities would experience earthquakes within 2 weeks? My hometown is on the warning list, so as soon as I heard about building new cities, I signed up immediately. Can we really make it in time? His words made many hearts tighten. Among these workers, many had rushed here from the warning zones about to be hit by disaster. Their homeland might be completely destroyed, their loved ones exposed to raging hurricanes and ground fissures. Whether we make it in time depends on us. Xie Gaoyang's expression grew solemn. Building a city in half a month was already a miracle, but perhaps it still wasn't fast enough. Perhaps it needed to be even faster. Hundreds of thousands of workers, new materials that dramatically shortened construction time, machinery and logistics supplies transported overnight. Everything was racing against disaster. And at this moment, the roar of machinery had already begun to sound. If someone had told people just half a month ago that they would build a city capable of housing millions of people in less than 2 weeks, everyone would have thought they were talking nonsense. Yet now, this plan that seemed like pure fantasy had officially broken ground. On the third morning after the volcanic eruption, countless people woke up and reached for their phones to find bold headlines blazing across their screens. First new type city officially under construction. The news instantly electrified the entire nation. Tens of millions of viewers, temporarily unemployed due to industrial transformation, flooded the official live streaming platform. The first thing displayed was a massive before and after comparison. Yesterday, this had been wilderness with dense forests, rolling hills, and interwoven shrubs and grasslands. But as dawn broke today, aerial cameras revealed a completely transformed landscape, vast stretches of earth flattened by bulldozers, with brown soil spreading like an endless giant carpet. As the camera pulled back higher, dozens of tracked bulldozers, road rollers, and excavators roared in coordination, their safety lights flashing atop driver cabins. Hundreds of workers wearing red, blue, and yellow hard hats formed a grid pattern, weaving back and forth across the site. The magnificent spectacle of steel torrents and human waves advancing together was more impactful than any war movie. When the camera pulled back even further, the crowd erupted in gasps of amazement. Stretching to the horizon was an endless convoy. Heavy trucks carrying new alloy materials, buses packed with construction workers, tracked cranes with towering arms, and smoking generator trucks advanced like relentless soldiers along newly paved roads into this battlefield. "This is incredible," flooded the comment stream, as if no other words could capture the moment. Since the project's launch, each day had been breaking records in human history, and this unprecedented spectacular scene made every viewer's blood surge with excitement. People couldn't wait to share their excitement. "I thought that Great Migration was the biggest miracle I'd see in my lifetime, but I was wrong. This is the real miracle. Accomplishing this much in one day, only we could do it. Building a city in half a month. Incredible. I suddenly want to see what foreigners are saying about this." Same here. Who says we're only good at food? Let's see if they dare try this. Showing off is human nature. Soon, people began sharing foreign media reports and comments. However, the tone abroad was vastly different from the admiration and envy they had expected. Major foreign media outlets did give considerable coverage, but focused on a different angle. The East, having obtained new materials, hastily conscripted hundreds of thousands of laborers. The East gave their people 2 choices: stay home or become construction workers. Would you dare live in a city built in half a month? In just one day, tens of millions lost their jobs, with no work and no income. One jarring headline after another appeared. Even when media acknowledged this construction scale is unprecedented, They quickly shifted focus to the labor intensity of 24-hour rotating shifts without stopping. Most reports concentrated on industrial transformation, unemployment, and mass recruitment of construction workers. Even when mentioning the unprecedented scale of construction, they quickly changed topics to the non-stop 24-hour rotating work schedule. Many people exchanged bewildered glances. Damn, this is just ridiculous. Hutai held his phone up in the air, loudly venting his frustration at the foreign news reports displayed on the screen. Everyone around could see how the news was viciously attacking those going to the east to support construction. But he couldn't help arguing back. I'd love to go, but I can't even get there. Why don't they mention the first-class treatment over there? And the top chefs cooking specially for them. Besides, disaster is coming soon, shouldn't we work together instead of just waiting to die? Stay calm, you'll get used to it. Liao Jingwei, sitting nearby, glanced up at him with a composed expression. Wasn't it the same during the Great Migration before? And what happened? We just kept doing our own work. It's absolutely ridiculous. Hutai irritably tossed his phone aside, the screen still glowing, but he couldn't be bothered to look at it anymore. The room felt stifling and hot. He waved his hand to fan himself. Have you noticed how unusually hot it is today? Liao Jingwei picked up a small electric fan and aimed it at his neck. It's only June, but it feels like July or August. The warning said it's going to get very hot. Hutai was also drenched in sweat. We're in a province near volcanic regions. The heat wave should be reaching us today. Images from near the volcanic crater had already appeared online. Cracked earth crisscrossed the landscape. Crimson lava slowly flowed through the fissures, and heat waves rolled upward. Drone footage swept across the area, showing the entire land pulsing with heat waves like a steamer, scenes that should only appear in deserts. Don't you think something's not right? Liao Jingwei suddenly frowned. If it's just about blocking hurricanes and relocating people, building emergency shelters would be enough, much simpler. Why the rush to build an entire city? Yeah, it does seem a bit confusing. Hutai was also puzzled. They knew that Chu Lin's disaster response team had been preparing for doomsday from the very beginning, not just the disaster within a week or two, warned by the association. Although the government hadn't disclosed details, as various major operations unfolded, anyone could sense something unusual. This was deliberately allowing the public to gradually accept the reality. The two pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out the answer. There was no more information online, and even if the disaster would truly escalate, they knew the country had already devoted everything to preparation. There was simply nothing more they could do at the moment. In fact, they weren't the only ones sensing something amiss. In the distant west, some knowledgeable and capable people were also detecting clues. In the kingdom of Pharaoh, Rossetti, editor-in-chief of the Dawn Herald, carefully analyzed all of the East's public actions and resources deployed that day. The scale of industrial transformation was unprecedented. Even some military industries had adjusted accordingly, and military industry was, in some ways, more untouchable than the economy. Then there was the incident with the Panhuman Guardian Association that day when that unknown entity descended. It had said, granting you the help you truly need. And that Eastern professor had publicly stated that they could handle this disaster themselves. Rossetti reached a bold conclusion. That technology might not be aimed at the immediate disaster, but rather at a deeper, more terrifying crisis. At this thought, she suddenly stood up from her chair, her eyes revealing a hint of terror. She was terrified by her own speculation. As the thoughts churned in her mind, Rossetti became increasingly certain. This was very likely the truth. The Panhuman Guardian Association had never appeared in this world before, yet this time, they first issued warnings about small-scale disasters, then predicted global volcanic eruptions, and now earthquakes and hurricanes. They would never act without purpose. Combined with the association's stated mission to safeguard human survival, an apocalyptic scenario quickly formed in her mind. Was the world really ending? The chair creaked softly under her weight as Rossetti slumped in it. Her first thought going to her children, still so young, who should have had bright futures ahead of them. She clenched her fists tightly. She had to do something. As a media professional, her instincts told her, warn the public. Rossetti suddenly straightened up, opened her computer, and began typing furiously on the keyboard. The East's response measures don't seem like simple preparations for hurricanes or earthquakes, but rather preparations for a much greater crisis. As the words continued to flow, fear spread through her fingertips and seeped into every line. She called for people to unite like the East had done. Perhaps the Panhuman Guardian Association would extend a helping hand. After finishing the article, she immediately sent it to the editorial department, instructing her colleagues to format it and post it on the homepage. Then she grabbed the phone, preparing to contact familiar journalists and opinion leaders to help share it. Before she could dial, there was a knock at the door. Editor-in-chief Rossetti, the boss wants to see you in his office. Her colleague's voice carried a note of caution. All right. She stood up, thinking this was perfect timing to explain her discovery to her boss. As soon as she pushed open the office door, she saw her boss's computer screen displaying her article. Rossetti, have a seat. The speaker was Bruer, a middle-aged man with a slight paunch and graying temples, yet still sharp-eyed. He owned many businesses, and this newspaper was just one of them. As soon as Rossetti sat down, Brewer got straight to the point. I'll be direct, this article cannot be published in the newspaper or on the website. Why? Rossetti was stunned. Boss, didn't you read the content? The end of the world might be coming. She had never expected Brewer to reject it. Brewer leaned back steadily in his chair. All of this is just your speculation, isn't it? Yes, but I listed nearly 10 reasons. Rossetti unconsciously raised her voice. The East's actions, the Panhuman Guardian Association's movements, they all indicate this is definitely not an ordinary disaster, and it won't end here. Fear and pressure made her speak rapidly, almost hysterically. Ever since that thought had emerged, she felt as if a massive stone had been placed on her back. Brewer remained calm throughout, seemingly waiting for her to compose herself. Realizing her loss of composure, Rossetti took deep breaths again and again. Trying to return her heartbeat to normal, she became aware of her outburst and continued breathing deeply, struggling to calm herself. Rossetti, you've always been an exceptional person, hardworking, diligent, and gifted. I'd say your abilities surpass 99% of the people in our country. Brewer sat behind his desk, his gaze calm yet oppressive as he continued. But even you showed signs of despair and depression after learning about this hypothesis. Rossetti, what do you think would happen if we officially announced that the end of the world is coming? Rossetti's breathing stopped for a moment. She had initially thought at least everyone should work together to save themselves, right? But as soon as the thought arose, a cold shiver crept up her spine. She suddenly saw a much darker picture. If the vast majority believed doomsday was imminent, the existing order would collapse instantly. Those who were already unhinged would flood the streets, take up weapons, and unleash all their desires at once. Fear, chaos, and despair would spread like wildfire. She, Brewer, their families, all innocent people, everyone would be dragged into hell. Brewer caught the change in her expression and nodded slightly. Yes, you're beginning to understand. That's precisely why your article cannot be published in newspapers or on websites. Rossetti closed her eyes in anguish. She finally understood. The possibility of the world's end had already been calculated by many top experts, earlier and more precisely than her own work. But those people had chosen to conceal it, and her boss had received advance warning. What was even more terrifying was that she couldn't refute her boss's reasoning. If everyone believed doomsday was imminent, those in despair might even make it happen sooner. She suddenly opened her eyes and asked like a drowning person grasping for driftwood. Since we already know, why aren't we making an effort? The East is taking action, uniting their people. Why don't we learn from them? Isn't that exactly the kind of civilizational quality the Panhuman Protection Association wants to see? Faced with her stubbornness, Brewer simply stated calmly, because we can't do it. Rossetti's expression froze. Brewer spoke slowly, but each word hit like a hammer blow. Even the East doesn't dare publicly announce doomsday theory, just struggling desperately. What about us? Do you think we could mobilize 1 million workers in a single day? Could we shut down the stock market and accept millions of unemployed people remaining peacefully at home? Or do we have the capability to build an entire city from scratch in half a month? As he finished speaking, he threw a newspaper onto the desk. The bold black headline was glaring. Build a city in half a month? Pure fantasy. It was from their old rival's newspaper. Rossetti slumped in her chair. She knew very well that they lacked such influence and execution capability. Worse still, in their social atmosphere, despair and doubt often spread faster than hope and unity. Just like the apocalyptic novels they themselves wrote, most people weren't protagonists, but merely background characters, background used to highlight the cruelty of the end times. When people think of the apocalypse, terrifying scenes inevitably flash through their minds. Life evaporates into the air like fine ash, unbelievably simple and seemingly worthless. Wails and despair blanket everything, becoming the only background music. In a movie theater, these images are merely special effects for entertainment, and audiences can breathe a sigh of relief when the screen goes dark. But in reality, they would push fear to its absolute limit in an instant. Rossetti couldn't understand why they couldn't do what the East was doing. She stood before the desk, her voice trembling, yet still trying to convince herself there was hope. Perhaps you think there's still hope, but you're not the only smart one among us. Brewer tapped the table lightly, adding expressionlessly. I'm talking about the conclusions reached by people much smarter than you. His words fell like the final stone, crushing Rossetti's heart until it could no longer lift its head. She gripped the documents in her hands, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably, and finally broke into quiet sobs. Is there really no way out? My children are still so young, she choked. How do I tell them all this? Tell them the world is about to end, that they'll never have future partners, future families, future lives. This isn't your fault. We're all powerless. Brewer sighed, then suddenly softened his tone. Besides, all of this is just speculation, right? Rossetti, I'm giving you time off, plus a bonus. Take the kids and go relax. Even if the end times are truly approaching, we should cherish our time with family all the more. Rossetti barely remembered how she left the office, much less how she stepped onto the street. Heavy clouds pressed down over the city, the sky as gray as an undried pencil sketch. Passers-by hurried along as if nothing had changed. In the square, a street performer in clown makeup was juggling colorful balls, drawing clear laughter from children. By the roadside, several people held cardboard signs reading, "The end of the world is coming," but few stopped to look. Watching all this, Rossetti suddenly envied these strangers for being so numb or calm. She pulled out her phone, and when the screen lit up, her unpublishable article lay quietly in the drafts folder. She opened social media to search and found that while mainstream media remained silent, scattered posts had already appeared online about the East's actions, about the association's speculations, all pointing to the same conclusion: the end was near. The comments below were mixed, some fearful, some agreeing, some questioning, and some even posting QR codes for doomsday clubs, inviting others to join the final celebration. However, none of this created much of a stir. Rossetti locked her screen, wanting nothing more than to go home immediately and see her children. At that moment, in the building behind her, Brewer watched her leave through the floor-to-ceiling glass window. He turned and dialed a number, his voice becoming gentle. "Hi, sweetheart. You've arrived? I'll send someone to pick you up right away, then take you to a safe place. Don't worry, it'll be very safe there. We'll all be safe." What he had told Rossetti was indeed true, except he had omitted one crucial detail. He and his family had already secured tickets aboard Noah's Arkansas. All of this was being watched by a pair of observing eyes in the shadows. It was Shen-Yi. He remained in his aerial fortress, observing not just one scene, but many scenes unfolding simultaneously. A massive holographic projection wall stretched before him, dozens of light screens arranged like a honeycomb mosaic, displaying conference rooms, research institutes, and temporary shelters from different corners of the surface world. Many of the images resembled what he had witnessed in his previous life, yet viewing them again brought an entirely different impact. "Are they still holding meetings?" Shen-Yi spoke. "Yes, Captain." A gentle voice accompanied the convergence of blue-purple light particles as Ding Xiang's virtual projection appeared at his right side. "They should have reached some conclusions by now, shouldn't they?" "Indeed." Ding Xiang nodded slightly, her fingertips tracing through the air. "While many representatives are still debating, several points have been agreed upon. First, they must maintain the last vestiges of order to prevent complete chaos. Second, most believe they have virtually no chance of achieving something like the Eastern Megacity project. No possibility, so they're giving up entirely?" Shen-Yi questioned, then shook his head. "No, it's only the ordinary people who are being abandoned." He understood perfectly. Certain factions had secretly initiated so-called Noah's Ark protocols. Luxury nuclear submarines were being quietly retrofitted. If the crisis originated from the Earth's core, the deep ocean might be relatively safe, and nuclear submarines could remain submerged for extended periods. Some were even planning orbital space stations, the most expensive option, yet seemingly the most secure. Floating in orbit, they would remain untouched no matter how chaotic things became on the planet. "They still don't believe in the Eastern Megacity project," Ding Xiang added. "They think the post-disaster environment simply cannot sustain so many people. Even with the Pan-Human Guardian Association's technology, ensuring food supplies and ecological balance would be impossible, whereas their Ark approach would allow them to live comfortably." "How naive," Shen-Yi murmured, clasping his hands behind his back. Food and ecology were indeed challenges he currently had no perfect solution for. But what made those people so confident their arcs would guarantee survival? He had hoped the emergence of the Pan-Human Guardian Association would help everyone see real hope, but apparently, deeply rooted prejudices weren't so easily shaken. "I suspect they still harbored deep suspicions about us," Shen-Yi stated without waiting for a response. "Exactly." Ding Xiang opened another set of data. "Many factions speculate that we triggered this series of disasters. They even cite the Dark Culinary Association incident as proof of our cruelty and threat, though they don't dare act rashly." "Huh." Shun-Yi chuckled softly, his laughter carrying lessons from the previous world. There were always those who lacked reverence for power, fear of disaster, gratitude for rescue, and most importantly, self-awareness. In other words, they were arrogant. But disaster would eventually make the arrogant regret their hubris. An even greater catastrophe was quietly approaching. Shun-Yi's eyes glowed with concentric circles of magical light as fragments of the future flashed across his retinas. Collapsing crusts, pitch-black ocean trenches, escape vessels floating in orbit. The images vanished in an instant. With his current prophetic abilities, he could only capture fragments, even static frames, and the further into the future, the more blurred and unreliable they became. Yet within these intermittent previews, he still noticed the extremes of human nature. Some people helping each other in the ruins, while others schemed against one another aboard their arks. He sincerely hoped there would be more moments of brilliance. The images quickly faded, and the light dimmed. But in the end, Shun-Yi smiled. "Have you seen any promising results, Captain?" Ding Xiang stood beside the control panel, her voice soft and low, carrying a note of inquiry. Faint projection halos rippled around her form. and if one didn't deliberately notice the barely perceptible outline of light, they would never realize she was merely an image composed of light beams. Even the patterns in her irises were rendered in perfect detail. Not sure if it's accurate yet. Shun-Yi curved his lips into a smile, avoiding a direct answer. Though the content remained mysterious, his expression revealed a rare sense of ease that even the surrounding bridge crew could detect. Captain, your lunch is ready. Emochio has finished preparing it. Ding Xiang reported seamlessly. Good. Shun-Yi nodded, his gaze slightly lowered. In the next second, his vision seemed to pierce through hundreds of kilometers of air. In a restaurant atop a high-rise building, Emochio had just arranged several steaming dishes on a wooden dining table, already lifting her phone to compose a text message with Ding Xiang as the recipient. Shun-Yi moved his fingertips slightly, and the air on the bridge rippled gently, space folding like a curtain being pulled into a crease. When the fold snapped back into place, fragrant dinner plates had settled steadily onto the captain's dedicated dining table. I can't shake the feeling that Emochio's expression looks more and more like she's making offerings to a deity. Shun-Yi shook his head in self-mockery. Since the aerial fortress had revealed itself to the world, he hadn't returned to that villa. Simply having Emochio send a text after cooking, then retrieving the meals through space, convenient as it was, it always carried an absurd sense of receiving worship. Is it chicken soup today? Ding Xiang didn't engage with his complaint, instead studying the plates carefully. Rich, golden broth with glistening oil droplets, accompanied by two delicate side dishes. When the tsunami arrives, we probably won't be able to find fresh ingredients like these anymore. Shun-Yi raised his chopsticks, then paused. Though, maybe not necessarily. They're working on solutions. Indeed. Ding Xiang touched the air lightly with her fingers, and a three-dimensional projection unfolded. In a conference room, chefs, food scientists, and nutritionists assembled by the MO group sat in a circle, engaged in heated discussion. In the world of cuisine, ingredients are always the foundation, and the diversity of ingredients depends entirely on ecological diversity. Now, this inevitable apocalypse was delivering devastating blows to the ecosystem. Shin-Yi glanced at the projection briefly before looking away, saying calmly, "Many delicacies from the old era will eventually disappear. But as long as civilization survives, new cuisines will continue to be created." He remembered Emochio saying she wanted to develop a food suitable for the apocalyptic environment, portable, nutritionally complete, and capable of bringing hope to people. If successful, that would represent a new apocalyptic culture. So, the continuation of civilization is what matters most, Shun-Yi concluded. The only difference would be between the pre-apocalyptic era and the apocalyptic epoch. At this moment, people worldwide were being forced into the apocalyptic epoch, either die or learn to adapt. As time moved forward, the global atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Eastern nations continued their high-frequency propaganda about great construction projects, mobilizing personnel. The first new city had broken ground just days ago, and two others quickly began construction. Heavy machinery and building material production lines expanded overnight, with all existing industry workers thrown into production and new job postings covering the streets. However, passion would inevitably be worn down by the passage of time. On the first day of the Great Construction, everyone was stunned by this unprecedented spectacle. The moving sight of unity among all people made countless individuals want to join in. However, the enthusiasm didn't last long. By the third, fourth, and even fifth day, when people looked at the same scenes, that initial excitement had long since faded. News reports continued to loudly proclaim, "United we stand," and fighting disasters together, but some people's passion was gradually wearing thin. Hu Jianmu was a prime example of this. Despite his name containing Jianmu, with its grand connotations, his background was actually in finance, using his intellect and luck to accumulate considerable wealth in a short time, becoming recognized among his social circle as an elite and rising star at a young age. Therefore, he had always taken pride in his capital. Even though he was currently unemployed at home, he firmly believed this was just a temporary pause, with the numbers in his bank account sufficient to sustain his confidence. When the Great Construction first launched, he had entertained thoughts of signing up to contribute and experience life, but by now, his emotions had reduced to nothing but irritation. What puzzled him most was why even the entertainment industry had been shut down entirely. "I understand and support concentrating our efforts to fight disasters, and being unemployed at home counts as taking a break," he typed online. "But there's no need to transform the entire entertainment industry, right? No bars allowed. No leaving the city. What exactly are we supposed to do with all this time?" The post immediately drew similar responses. "I don't know what to do either. Been unemployed for 5 days now. Why do we even need to build cities anyway? The weather's getting stuffier, and I'm going stir-crazy at home. Ugh, I want to go to a bar. There's no way I'm working anyway. Even if a hurricane blows me into the sky, I'm not going to any factory." These people were uniformly well off. Short-term loss of income didn't matter to them, and they certainly didn't want to throw themselves into construction sites. They just planned to lie low like couch potatoes until it all passed, preferably without being bored to death. Hu Jianmu stared at the stream of comments, occasionally replying to a few. Right now, only the amusement from these silly netizens could make him laugh. Just then, a red notification suddenly popped up at the top of his phone. Breaking news. According to meteorological satellite observations, the first hurricane since the global warning is about to form near Dancita City. Click to enter live broadcast. Almost simultaneously, a text alert from his carrier also chimed. The world's first hurricane? He immediately perked up. The web page opened, with the same headline displayed in the top banner. He clicked in, and the screen showed a live broadcast from a foreign television station. In the footage, a host stood beside an empty street, with Chinese simultaneous translation overlaying the background. The sky was leaden gray, and in the distance, gusts of wind could be clearly seen stirring up dust. The greenery on both sides of the road swayed back and forth, yet scattered vehicles still sped along the street, suggesting the impact wasn't too severe. Comments flew across the screen. Came here because of the notification blast. Is this the hurricane from the association's warning? Why are there still cars on the street? Welcome to the Why Are There So Few Foreigners series. This hurricane doesn't look that big. Hu Jianmu stared at the screen and couldn't help typing. It really isn't that big anyway. Hurricanes can't destroy modern concrete high-rises. Most people think of hurricanes as just really strong winds. They uproot trees, destroy farmland, and snap roadside bus stop signs. In severe cases, they can knock people off their feet or even send lightweight cars spinning across the road. But to most people, these are just property damage at worst, maybe some unlucky injuries or rare fatalities. Compared to earthquakes and that recent global volcanic eruption, hurricanes just hide inside a building, right? If it weren't for the gimmick of the first hurricane after the warning, probably not this many people would have tuned into the live stream. At this moment, the host in the camera frame began to move. Trees in the distance swayed wildly in the fierce wind. The gray sky looked filtered, and the air was filled with sand and debris that stung painfully against faces. The host had to raise his voice, practically shouting for the microphone to pick up complete sentences. With every step, the wind pushed his body off balance. The footage was filled with howling sounds, while the cameraman had retreated into the news van, which was slowly sliding behind them, clearly worried about expensive camera equipment being damaged by the wind and rain. According to expert estimates, once the hurricane fully forms, wind speeds will reach force 9 to 10, with maximum speeds of 28.4 meters per second, the host shouted into the camera while fighting against the wind. Winds this strong can overturn small houses and even snap tree trunks that aren't too thick, so I'll have to evacuate soon. Wait, what? He suddenly stopped, his eyes lighting up. Ladies and gentlemen, I see a pedestrian. There were still scattered vehicles on the streetcars have weight, after all, but in winds like these, even walking was difficult, and hardly anyone was willing to take the risk. The host certainly wouldn't miss such a rare shot, and immediately lowered his center of gravity, struggling toward the person. The camera followed, and all viewers instantly understood why this pedestrian dared to venture out. Good heavens. He weighed at least 300 pounds. I'd say 500 pounds. As long as you're heavy enough, hurricanes can't touch you. The chat exploded with comments. Even the usually serious Hu Jianmu couldn't help but laugh. The pedestrian was also walking with difficulty, but clearly not because of the wind. The host finally reached the man and held out the microphone. Hello, you're the only pedestrian we've encountered. Would you accept an interview? Of course, the pedestrian beamed. Are you live streaming? Oh my God, am I on TV? Yes, global live stream, the host confirmed, shouting over the wind. May I ask your name? Terry Baker, just call me Terry. The big man was so excited he didn't even mind the wind hitting his face. All right, Terry. The host took a deep breath of the dusty air and loudly asked the most important question. Do you know that today marks the first global hurricane in the Pan-Human Guardian Association's warning? The host asked. Yes, I know, but I'm not afraid because Terry jiggled the fat on his belly with some humor. Obviously, I don't need to worry about hurricanes. Besides, I have to go to the supermarket to buy some donuts. I know a store that's still open today, and it's very close. Ha ha. The host burst into hearty laughter, then reached up to unzip his jacket. As the camera zoomed in, viewers immediately noticed silver-gray metal blocks strapped to his body, lead weights used to add body weight. Actually, I've made some preparations too, the host said proudly, patting the lead blocks. The heavier you are, the greater the friction, so you won't get blown away easily. The live chat exploded. Learn something new. I want to buy some lead blocks too. Even Hu Jianmu was considering whether to stock up on weights. However, common sense told them that once the hurricane truly hit, most stores would be forced to close, making going out pointless. In the live stream, Terry excitedly reached out and patted the host. You're really smart. Now we weigh the same. But just as this gentle pat landed, a fierce gust of wind suddenly struck, forcefully pushing the host back more than 10 steps, leaving him stumbling uncontrollably. My God, the host screamed as the wind suddenly intensified. He had to wrap both arms around a lamppost to barely steady himself. Terry simply sat down on the ground, letting the wind howl around him. The wind grew increasingly violent. The host couldn't help but turn back, shouting hoarsely into the microphone. "Partner, check the wind speed. We need to get out of here." His partner in the car nervously extended a handheld anemometer. The device's screen showed 24.8, but the numbers continued climbing like an out-of-control counter, breaking 26 in the blink of an eye. All viewers could clearly see those constantly jumping red digits. Hu Jianmu was stunned. Hadn't the host said the maximum wind speed would only be 28.4 meters per second? But the numbers kept rising. The chat became even denser. Force 10 winds. Something's wrong. They just said maximum force 10. Look at the wooden boards by the roadside. In the footage, shops along both sides of the road had already nailed thick wooden boards over their windows for protection. Now, these boards were being bent into bow-like shapes by the fierce wind. With a sharp crack, they tore apart, whistling past the camera like arrows. More boards and tree branches followed, swept up by the hurricane as if thrown into a giant meat grinder, screaming toward the sky. Anyone could imagine how devastating it would be to get hit by debris at that speed. The anemometer reading broke, 28, and continued climbing wildly. Through the camera microphone, only piercing shrieks remained. In the footage, the host's arms were locked desperately around the lamppost, his entire body nearly pressed to the ground. His jacket flapped violently in the wind, which hammered him like heavy blows. He couldn't open his eyes. His face was distorted by the wind pressure, and his expression was one of extreme terror. From the initial emergence of the fierce winds to the current situation, it all happened in just a matter of moments. No one had time to react, and Hu Jianmu was no exception. He stood frozen in front of his computer, staring intently at the chaotic and terrifying scene on the screen, his previously relaxed expression completely gone. At the street corner, debris transformed into blurred streaks in the wind, their howling speed making viewers' scalps tingle even through the screen. Dust and sand were swept up by the gale, and the light instantly dimmed, as if someone had torn down the sky's final curtain. The camera began shaking violently. The increasingly ferocious airflow was actually pushing the cameraman's seven-seater vehicle back and forth, the car's metal frame emitting sharp, grating squeaks. The host's colleague desperately pressed the gas pedal, trying to get closer to pull the host back into the car. At that moment, a massive figure came tumbling across the ground into the frame. Terry, the fat man who had confidently declared, "Don't fear the hurricane. My body weight is the best anchor," was now being tossed around by the wind with no control whatsoever. His flesh jiggled in the wind, his eyes wide with terror, but even more desperate was the host facing his incoming collision. The host's hoarse screams were instantly swallowed by the hurricane. Crash! The deep impact sound hit every viewer's eardrums like a hammer blow. Terry slammed into a streetlight, the thick metal pole bent by the sheer force. The next second, the thin host vanished from the frame entirely. Even his screams swept away the sandbags he'd worn for extra weight against the wind had been utterly useless. Holy shit! Hu Jianmu shot to his feet, goosebumps erupting all over his body. He understood. All the viewers understood. The host was gone. A hurricane that could sweep away living people. This natural disaster would soon ravage their land, even their entire city. The comment stream was filled with panic. "This is terrifying. What are we going to do? Is this a hurricane or a disaster movie? Look, that fat guy's about to get blown away too." Just as the comments predicted, the storm was flipping even lightweight vehicles on the street like tin toys. The camera shook more violently, and everyone could clearly see Terry being lifted by the wind, arms flailing wildly, legs kicking at empty air, terror written across his entire body. Then, after hitting something unseen, he spun like a broken rag doll and flew out of frame. Faced with such natural fury, their previous confidence seemed laughable. The cameraman hastily pulled the lens back into the vehicle, the windows slamming shut, immediately muffling the howling outside. Finally, everyone could hear the screaming from inside the car. "Go! Get out of here!" The voice was filled with bone-deep terror. "Damn it! This is definitely not just Category 10. Those damn experts lied to us." The driver floored the accelerator, steering the vehicle straight toward the roadside shops, knowing that only inside buildings would the wind speed be slightly reduced. Just as the car rounded a street corner, a violent gust laden with countless fragments of wood, metal sheets, and debris slammed into its side, instantly flipping the seven-seater vehicle. The camera spun through the air as the car's ceiling, floor, and windows alternately flashed into view. Passengers' screams exploded within the confined space, while the sharp, grating sound of stretching seatbelts pierced the chaos. In the next second, the vehicle was hurled from the ground, crashing heavily into some unseen obstacle before the screen suddenly went black and all sound ceased abruptly. Viewers in front of their screens were momentarily stunned. This looked exactly like a first-person disaster film, yet they knew the truth: this wasn't a movie, but a live broadcast happening in real time. Despite the dark screen, the stream of comments continued unabated. "My God, a seven-seater car just went airborne. All the windows are going to be destroyed. Why is there such a terrifying hurricane? My low-rise house can't possibly withstand this. I'm on the 70th floor with floor-to-ceiling windows. Panic spread rapidly. Unlike earthquakes, which only trigger warnings in seismic zones, this hurricane caused by global volcanic eruptions didn't specify particular cities it could potentially affect anywhere on Earth. Hu Jianmu remained silent, sweat having long since soaked through his shirt. Only now did he truly understand why the authorities were pushing so hard for new city construction. Could his current city, this very building, really withstand such a disaster? Unease crept up his spine like ice water. At this moment, it wasn't just ordinary viewers glued to the live broadcast. In the conference room, Hong Feizhong, Chu Lin, and numerous scholars wore equally grim expressions, the air seeming to solidify around them. This completely exceeds our projections. Meteorologist Professor Zhuang finally spoke, breaking the deathly silence. To cause the destruction we just witnessed, wind speeds would need to be at least 35 meters per second. But our climate simulations indicated it shouldn't intensify to this level so quickly. Chu Lin added gravely. Neutrino density affects climate model parameters to some degree, and combined with uncontrollable geothermal releases, we simply cannot make precise predictions. If the experts on that talk show withheld information, they only held back slightly, they weren't deliberately misleading anyone. The real deviation is that our old experience no longer applies to current conditions. So, Hong Feizhong emphasized, what we need to focus on now isn't why this is happening, that's already a fait accompli, but how we can defend against such disasters. Achieving zero casualties is impossible. Professor Zhuang shook his head with a heavy expression. Forget ordinary cities, even new cities built with advanced materials couldn't protect human life when exposed to hurricanes of this magnitude. The moment those words were spoken, casualties are inevitable. The atmosphere plummeted to rock bottom, and even the lights in the room seemed to dim. The color drained from everyone's faces. They had long told themselves to prepare for the worst. Yet the technological breakthroughs in their hands, the efficient progress of city construction, and that spirit of unity had made them truly believe perhaps this time humanity could weather the apocalypse unscathed. But disaster struck them heathen once again, merciless as ever. Never give up isn't a slogan that can be shouted casually. It requires enduring the pain of shattered hope repeatedly, struggling through adversity time and again, and possibly paying an even more devastating price than those who gave up early. I've said it before, this is a war. Hong Feizhong took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the room. In war, casualties are inevitable, but we must turn sacrifice into motivation to keep fighting. Now we must think, how do we achieve greater victory? Minimizing casualties to the lowest possible level, that is victory. His resolute words pulled everyone back from the brink of despair. There wasn't much time left for fear. From the moment they learned of the world's end, they had to learn to face everything heathen. The previous new city construction plan needs to change. Academician Zhuang was the first to speak. If the hurricane truly has this kind of power, high walls alone won't be nearly enough. We must completely seal the top of the new city. Build the roof first, so we can continue constructing the internal structure during the hurricane. Preferably retractable. That would exponentially increase the workload. A scholar immediately reminded them. Even if it increases, we have to do it. Academician Zhuang spoke rapidly, but remained extremely calm. What about other cities? The hurricane will arrive in a few days, and at this level, existing buildings won't withstand it. Concentrate everyone in the safest facilities, use all available subways and underground passages, another person suggested. Before that, we must stabilize public morale and prevent fear from spreading. After intense discussion, the scholars quickly got into gear, beginning to make lists and sketch diagrams. Hong Feizhong looked up and exchanged a glance with Chu Lin, and both walked out of the conference room together. Under the cold white lights of the corridor, their footsteps echoed with unusual clarity. Chu Lin said in a low voice, although we had contingency plans, who could have predicted the hurricane would be this fierce right from the start? What's worse, he paused. This kind of hurricane can destroy civilian communications, even signal towers won't survive. Hong Feizhong clenched his fists. Once we lose contact with the public, our command and mobilization capabilities will be severed, with unimaginable consequences. Industrial transformation, personnel deployment, major construction projects, everything depends on organizational strength. If signals are cut, we won't even be able to assess the disaster situation. This was his real concern, and as the response team leader, it was a problem he had to solve in advance. Chu Lin immediately understood. You want me to find Mr. Shen? Exactly. Hong Feizhong nodded. I can't think of any other solutions. As for satellite communications and special underground communication systems, these are only used in a few locations and simply cannot support large-scale command operations like this. Even if we could contact a handful of commanders in various regions, once orders need to be passed down through multiple layers, the massive information flow would be completely paralyzed in the face of severed networks and lost signals. When that happens, authoritative voices won't be able to reach everyone, and people lacking reliable information will only panic and fall into chaos in the face of the unknown. Combined with the casualties from the disaster, the situation could easily spiral out of control. Mr. Shun said he would keep watching over us, Chu Lin said, looking up toward the direction of the aerial fortress. If there truly was a way, Mr. Shun would certainly lend a helping hand. In fact, Shun Yi had indeed prepared a countermeasure. He looked down at his backpack, where an item drawn from the previous world lay quietly inside the quantum communication signal tower. Though called quantum communication, this device could also transmit conventional wireless signals. The towers were interconnected through quantum links, ignoring distance barriers. As long as one tower was erected in a city, even if all external lines were destroyed, mobile phones would still have full signal strength. The cost was 30,000 points per tower. With this in mind, Shun Yi turned to his assistant Ding Xiang. The city that was just hit by the hurricane are its networks completely down? Most of the city's base stations were destroyed in the hurricane. The few remaining ones were deliberately disconnected, so people in the city are now completely cut off from the outside world. Ding Xiang's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Deliberately disconnected? Shun Yi chuckled softly. Yes, to prevent people in other regions from being negatively affected, Ding Xiang confirmed with a nod. How utterly ironic. While Hong Feizhong's side was desperately worried about communication breakdowns weakening disaster response command, the disaster zone had actively pulled the plug on their networks, all to cover up the truth and maintain a moment of false calm. This was no longer simply abandonment, but clinging to survival through lies. Shun Yi stood up. I'll make a trip there, and it'll be a good opportunity to test the signal tower. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he found himself in the eye of the hurricane. The sky was completely shrouded by thick clouds and volcanic ash, dark as a tide. The city's power grid had long since collapsed, and the once brilliant neon lights and billboards had all gone dark. Visibility was less than 3 feet, and debris torn apart by the hurricane mixed with dust, forming sharp fragments that violently battered every inch of walls and steel throughout the streets and alleys. Just as academician Zhuang had said, any ordinary person exposed to this environment would have no chance of survival. But Shun Yi was not among the ordinary. He strode forward, magical energy surging around his body in a pale blue aura, like the only lighthouse in the darkness. All winds and debris automatically parted when they approached him, forming a vacuum corridor. What was hell for ordinary people was like a leisurely stroll for him. He carefully observed his surroundings while the disaster was indeed terrifying. The current level of destruction had not yet completely destroyed humanity's achievements. The fortresses of steel and concrete still stood stubbornly, and many people were still taking shelter inside the buildings. Aside from those frame structures with large glass facades, regular concrete buildings could hold up for a while. Unfortunately, most people were just delaying the inevitable. The storm blocked all roads, making it impossible to venture outside. If households hadn't stockpiled enough supplies, they wouldn't last long without water or electricity. Maintaining access to water, food, and even power required collective effort. But those representing the collective in this city had long since abandoned ordinary citizens. After getting a quick grasp of the situation, Shun Yi had originally planned to simply drop off the base station and return to headquarters. Just as he was about to turn around, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he whipped his head back. His psychic abilities had detected a small cluster of life signs. A group of people had taken refuge in the sewers. It was a dark, damp, and filthy underground cavity packed with about 150 people. Canned food, bottled water, and portable generators were crammed everywhere. Emergency lights cast a dim glow on everyone's faces, clearly showing their relief at having survived. Learning that the hurricane outside was several times worse than their worst-case scenarios, they no longer complained about the cramped space in the entire city. Nowhere was safer than here. Thank God for Boss Nick. A young man swallowed hard, his gaze instinctively falling on their leader. The man was a muscular, tall Westerner with a shiny bald head that made his age impossible to guess. It was this man who had convinced everyone to stock up on supplies and take shelter in the sewers. However, Nick's expression remained grave. He clapped his hands forcefully to regain everyone's attention, his voice deep and resolute. Listen up, folks. We're not out of the woods yet. Those so-called elites have deceived us again. They wanted us to die in this unprecedented hurricane. But they're going to be disappointed no matter what happens. We're all going to survive. His rousing declaration instantly ignited the survivors' emotions. That's right, we're all going to make it. We'll follow the boss. Screw those elites. In times of crisis, people need a trustworthy voice to rely on, and Nick had undoubtedly become their pillar of strength. Without hesitation, he shifted into command mode. First, we inventory all water and food. Nobody knows when this hurricane will end, so we need to ration everything until then. Next, we figure out how to contact the outside world. Whoever it is, as long as this storm doesn't let up, we'll need rescue. In fact, Nick had prepared a satellite phone, but deep underground, the signal was completely blocked. As for going up, he didn't dare suggest it in a hurricane of this magnitude. Anyone who stuck their head out would be instantly swept away or pulverized by flying debris. Even surface buildings might not hold up much longer, and nobody dared estimate the casualties. And those experts had actually claimed that staying home would be safe? That was nothing short of murder. Nick was truly and utterly disappointed with those so-called elites. He just wanted to survive on this horrific disaster, no matter the cost. He had to keep his family alive. The man clenched his knuckles until they turned white, his fists buried deep in his palms, unaware that he had already fallen under Shun Yi's watchful gaze. Dark clouds churned overhead, while smoke still rose from the ruins at the street corner. Shun Yi stood atop the half-collapsed clock tower, looking down at this group of humans struggling to survive. The differences between people were already beginning to show. The apocalypse was a sieve. Those willing to fight for survival until the very end would always have one more chance at life than those who gave up. Only such people wouldn't be completely crushed by despair, and only they were worthy of the Pan-Human Guardian Association's helping hand. They might become the seeds of humanity's dying flame. Let me see if you can burn even brighter. Shun Yi raised his finger, and a ring of pale purple light burst from his fingertip. At that same moment, Nick's body suddenly trembled, his pupils contracting sharply, his face filled with disbelief. In that instant, he clearly felt it was being watched by the Pan-Human Guardian Association. He raised his right hand, and suddenly fine marks like purple lightning appeared on the back of his hand, forming an overall pattern like a burning flame. The pale purple glow flickered in and out of sight, mysterious and solemn. This was the association's mark, symbolizing the qualification to receive recognition and aid in the apocalypse. Information flooded directly into his mind. The mark was not permanent. He had to continuously demonstrate his value to civilization's survival. If one day he gave up struggling and lost his courage, the mark would fade away. Nick trembled all over, his face flushed red with excitement. If this mysterious being required faith, he could kneel and pray right now, offering everything. In the face of this terrifying disaster, such power and miracles were his and his family's greatest hope for survival. "What's wrong, honey?" His wife's voice softly called out. She noticed her husband's strange behavior and approached with concern. Nick pulled her into a tight embrace, speaking in a low but excited voice. "We have hope now. Real hope." As everyone's pillar of strength, he had never dared show his fear before, but now he finally saw the dawn. Though his wife didn't understand, she hugged him back just as tightly, as if trying to draw security from this strength. Just as Nick was about to explain, a young man came running over breathlessly, his eyes also filled with excitement. "Boss, we suddenly have signal again. We can get online." "Really?" Nick's heart jolted. He released his wife and quickly pulled out his phone. The screen lit up, and the familiar signal bars began jumping again. Since the signal had cut out during that live broadcast hurricane, all phones had been silent as scrap metal. Now, they had come back to life. Nick quickly opened the internet, but the first news headline that met his eyes immediately ignited his fury. "Residents within Dancita City are currently mostly safe." Mostly safe. When Nick saw that headline, he wanted to drag the writer out into the street and let them experience safety firsthand in the howling hurricane. That monstrous wind could hurl entire cars into the sky. Debris moving at bullet speed, tearing human bodies apart. Glass and wooden boards shattered instantly, and countless people had already died in it. Yet the news still had people claiming everything was fine. Nick continued flipping through pages and found such reports were far from uncommon. The small handheld wind speed meters used in live broadcasts are only 32% accurate. Doyle's location happened to be right in the hurricane's eye. "We believe the most dangerous phase has passed. Sister Priestley's divination says the hurricane will leave soon. Professor Palmer urges everyone to stay home and not panic." When Nick first read these, he was merely angry. Now, as wave after wave of all-clear articles flooded in, he felt a chill creeping from his feet to the back of his head. What was even more terrifying was that mainstream media outlets were among these voices. The reporting angles seemed diverse, yet they all downplayed the hurricane's threat exactly like before the hurricane hit. "Stay home, board up windows with wooden planks, and you'd be absolutely safe, without even needing to stockpile food." Nick was certain they were lying. All the experts and scholars in front of the cameras were lying. He turned to social media platforms, where completely different voices hit him. Fake. The media is all lying. The hurricane in Dancita City can destroy everything. Wooden boards are useless. Tens of thousands are dead. Who will save us? All the living room windows exploded. The wind rushed in. The children are terrified. Liars. My wife was swept away. Emergency lines aren't working. Help. Pleas for help quickly filled the screen, accompanied by numerous on-scene videos. People in the footage were pale-faced, their screams torn apart by the wind, objects flying everywhere, glass exploding, many people bleeding from head wounds and crying hysterically like hell on earth. In fact, that's exactly what it was. Nick took a sharp breath, called everyone to gather around, and had his wife raise the camera to focus on them. He spoke in a deep voice. "My name is Nick, and I'm currently hiding in the sewers of Dancita City with 150 survivors, including children. The surface has been completely overtaken by the hurricane. This is an unprecedented monster hurricane that can lift cars into the sky. Wooden boards are useless. Most people in the city were completely unprepared. They're finished. As he spoke, he deliberately had the camera pan across the stacks of food and water behind him. Finally, he stared into the camera and said word by word, "Those newspapers, media outlets, and so-called elites are clearly putting on an act. They're like actors following a script. When they calmly announce with straight faces that there's absolutely no problem, what you really need to do is take immediate action and find a way to save your own life." Nick carefully tucked away the metal badge issued by the Panhuman Protection Association, not showing it off in front of the cameras for even a second. He knew all too well how the media always smeared this organization the moment he flashed that badge. Those hosts would immediately turn their guns on him, accusing him of being controlled by aliens or becoming a puppet of the association. Nick had figured out their playbook, but he also knew deep down that lies couldn't fool everyone forever. After uploading the video, he embraced his wife and looked resolutely at his companions. "We will survive. For ourselves, and for the families we love dearly, we'll survive. We will survive," the crowd shouted in unison, their hoarse cries echoing through the narrow underground tunnel, injecting fresh courage into each other. Meanwhile, disaster footage from Dancita City began spreading like wildfire across the internet. There wasn't a single light in the darkness, only the sound of howling wind pouring into microphones. The cameras captured crowds crying, chaos, fear, and regret, all intertwined. Nearly every video showed the same terrifying scene. A single piece of footage might still be questioned as fake, but when such videos appeared en masse, it became crystal clear who was lying. Nick's video became the most widely shared. Netizens even dug up his old video from hours earlier, where he had urged people to hide in the sewers. The once dense mockery, ridicule, and abuse had now turned into nothing but regretful laments, with countless people cursing themselves for not believing him back then. But now, it was all too late. Other cities began to boil over as well. Phone lines were jammed with angry protests, people demanding answers from major media outlets about why they spread false information and concealed the truth about the disaster. Under pressure, a TV station finally issued a public statement. "We had no choice. We simply wanted to bring courage and optimism to the public, not create panic. Such a terrible disaster is beyond the capability of any individual or nation. Perhaps only the Panhuman Protection Association could lend a helping hand, but they've always remained aloof." The entire statement reeked of helplessness, and you could practically feel the writer's shrugging expression through the screen. Some viewers fell silent faced with such a desperate situation. What could they possibly do? Rossetti also stared at that statement. It was almost word for word what her supervisor had told her. First emphasize having no choice, then claim good intentions, followed by declaring solidarity with the people, and finally shift responsibility to the disaster itself, or even to the Panhuman Protection Association. She saw through this defensive technique, but couldn't refute it because that's exactly how things were. What will the East do? Rossetti suddenly wondered. The new cities there weren't finished yet, and other cities would soon replay Dancita's tragedy. She opened her computer, preparing to bypass the firewall to check Eastern news. Just as she typed the first line of code, Hong Feizhong's voice suddenly rang out from the other side of the network. "We have no choice. We must fight." He understood clearly. At this very moment, every pair of eyes watching the screen was filled with terror of the unknown disaster ahead. His mission was to rally everyone together before this fear could completely consume them, and to forge confidence and courage in the face of catastrophe. Hong Feizhong stood upright before the camera, the lighting casting sharp shadows across his stern profile. His deep, resonant voice cut through the air. "I once told you this would be an extraordinarily brutal war." As his words faded, his gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, reaching into the depths of every viewer's heart. "Our enemy is not some nation, nor some organization, but an adversary that has never ceased attacking us since ancient times. Natural disasters." He raised his hand, pointing to the massive electronic screen behind him, which rapidly cycled through images of floods, earthquakes, and hurricanes. For thousands of years, this land has been plagued by natural calamities. When we were still weak, they made our ancestors suffer immensely. But what did our ancestors do? Hong Feizhong clenched his fist tightly. They fought. Only through fighting. The images shifted to ancient illustrations. Niwa mending the heavens. Yu the great controlling floods. Ho-I shooting down suns. He pointed to each one. From the age of myths through the long river of history, spanning droughts, earthquakes, and floods across every era, our civilization has been forged through countless battles against disaster, creating miracles and winning victory after victory. His pace suddenly quickened. And now, it's time to fight again. He knew in his heart that what would truly make a difference wasn't today's impassioned speech, but the spirit carved into the very marrow of their civilization. That spirit came from history, culture, and memories passed down through generations. What he needed to do was awaken this force and unleash it to its fullest potential in the face of disaster. This was the true meaning of his address. The enemy is already at our doorstep. Hong Feizhong straightened his spine, his voice ringing with authority. We have no choice but to fight. Everyone must unite, everyone must act. Only then can we achieve ultimate victory. He paused, then emphasized again, we have no choice. These words struck the audience like a sledgehammer. On the other side of the screen, most were ordinary people who had lived in peaceful times, afraid of death, fearful of disaster, never imagining they would step onto a battlefield. However, he understood not everyone needed to become a hero. As long as some people stepped forward first, whether voluntarily or by force, courage would spread like wildfire across the battlefield. Hong Feizhong didn't stop. That was the pre-battle mobilization. Next, he needed to tell everyone exactly what to do. We must increase our weapon stockpiles. Construction of new cities cannot stop for a moment. Building material production facilities must be expanded and reinforced against hurricanes. Beyond this, all other cities must complete hurricane defense preparations at maximum speed. With each directive he issued, he provided timelines and assigned responsible parties, ensuring no one would dare to slack off. Almost as soon as the speech ended, red warning lights flashed across channels at every level, and streams of encrypted codes and task lists were transmitted simultaneously, orders cascading down from the disaster response team, level by level. Even the relevant procedural documents had been posted online. Hong Feizhong and Chu Lin understood perfectly well that what awaited the public was not a void of fear. In the coming days, people would have to fight for their lives against both natural disasters and terror itself, and the fastest way to break through was to act immediately. Hu Jianmu watched the entire speech with mixed emotions, like a rookie soldier stepping onto the battlefield for the first time, his chest burning with passion while being frozen by the shadow of death. Just then, his phone vibrated, and a text message popped up. Hiring. Construction materials factory seeking workers. This notification had been sent before, and he hadn't paid much attention to it then, but now reading it felt like a wake-up call. He shuddered suddenly, immediately clicked the link, and followed the process to input his personal information. Knew clearly that those newly built factories, or even future new cities, could very well become the safest places under the hurricane. Thinking about how he had delayed applying, he already felt a hint of regret. Immediately after, the Community Disaster Notification Group he had joined erupted with activity. The administrator issued a series of commands. All males aged 15 to 50, assemble immediately. Cut down all trees in the residential area today, and clear all movable objects. All vehicles must be moved out. The underground parking garage is the main wind-resistant zone and must be set up immediately. This is the Community Wind Resistance Instruction Document. Everyone must review it. The group was set to announcement-only mode. Hu Jianmu scanned through the document from beginning to end. The main tasks, steps, and key points for different buildings in community wind resistance were all listed in meticulous detail, sent by the official disaster response team. He went online to verify, and indeed, the first version of the community wind resistance document was already posted on the disaster response team's official account and spreading rapidly. In the group, the administrator continued calling out names. Hu Jianmu hesitated no longer, grabbed his jacket and keys, and rushed out the door. In the hallway, many neighbors were also carrying tools and heading downstairs. On the surface, they were responding to the call, but deep down, they were trying to save themselves. Old Hu, this apartment choice really wasn't ideal, a familiar face said with a worried expression as they rushed toward the elevator together. High-rise building, floor-to-ceiling windows, how can they withstand a hurricane? Did you read the wind resistance document? Hu Jianmu replied while running. The safest place is underground, followed by low-rise buildings without large windows, and the windows need to be sealed shut. Our complex has 2 apartment buildings that barely qualify. We need to hurry, a stranger nearby interjected. I watched videos from abroad. The scenes were horrific, but some people survived because they were well prepared. The document says food will be distributed uniformly, so we don't have a choice. Hu Jianmu's expression grew increasingly grave. This battle was different from past mass relocations. Disaster was spreading comprehensively, with no time to wait for support from other regions, and time was even more pressing. But whether people were ready for battle or not, the battle had already begun. From the disaster response team's announcement to the orders reaching every community took just over 10 minutes. Many people hadn't even had time to check the notifications on their phones, or hadn't seen them at all, before they were urged downstairs by loudspeakers in the hallways, WeChat groups, and repeated knocking on doors. The entire city was like a spring suddenly wound tight, roaring into motion, yet no one had truly gotten into the right mindset. Hu Jianmu descended the somewhat chaotic stairs to the first floor. Just as he turned the corner, he saw people already arguing in a heated cluster at the community entrance. Cut down the trees? Do you know how much money we each paid for this landscaping? A man in his 30s, red-faced and neck-flushed, waved a payment receipt in his hand while pointing and shouting at the community manager. This is an order from the disaster response team. The manager replied, Pointing up at the dark gray clouds overhead, his tone firm. Don't try to intimidate me with the disaster team. Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you. The man pulled out his phone. Go ahead. Call right now? If you don't, you're a coward. The manager, having held back for too long, finally lost his temper. Hu Jianmu glanced around and saw several people carrying shovels and chainsaws, blocked at the entrance by the commotion. Fine volcanic ash was already floating in the air, pattering against the awnings. Wind carrying the smell of sulfur swept past, and the sky had prematurely darkened into evening, making it hard to breathe. He took a deep breath of the ash-laden air and stepped forward quickly. Stop explaining and just tell us what needs to be done. Time is running out. This location was directly downwind from the volcanic eruption zone, and the first wave of volcanic ash had already arrived. The sky was dark, the wind urgent, and unease churned in everyone's chest. Right? Let's get to work. A young man at the back raised his chainsaw high. If he wants to waste time, let him stand there. Don't say that we need to stick together, someone whispered in protest. This is no different from war. Shouldn't we deal with those who undermine morale? If we keep arguing, we're really going to be finished. An elderly resident slammed the railing. Follow the instructions exactly. As more residents poured downstairs, carrying shovels or chainsaws, the cacophony of voices rose and fell. But under the threat of the approaching hurricane, most people gritted their teeth and tried to restrain themselves, keeping arguments to a minimum. This time was different from the previous Great Migration back then. People could escape disaster simply by leaving the city. Now, everyone had to stay put and save themselves. The mission wasn't to flee, but to fight back. Scenes of tension, conflict, and confusion were playing out simultaneously everywhere. Everyone was like a new recruit suddenly thrust onto the battlefield, forced to fight alongside unfamiliar comrades, stumbling forward in a charge with no way to retreat. High above, Shen Ili stood before the observation deck of the aerial fortress, quietly looking down. At this moment, the entire civilization was facing its most severe test. The greater the disaster, the harder it became to unite everyone. Once despair and chaos spread, this battle would collapse instantly, and the defeated army would have nowhere to run. They would be hunted down and devoured one by one. He frowned, pondering what else he could do. No matter what, he remained the commander-in-chief of this war. New orders continued streaming out from the command center. 1. Community-level tree clearing, water pipeline reinforcement, and personnel assignments. 2. National redistribution and distribution plans for food reserves. 3. Emergency installation of temporary power lines. 4. Phased evacuation and resettlement of rural populations. 5. Wind-resistant modifications to new building material factories and production line expansion plans. Each order was hammered like a steel nail into every city and every community across the nation. One directive after another, commands continuously transmitted throughout the entire country. In a matter of hours, everyone became like gears in a vast machine, turning one after another, whether voluntarily or by necessity. Hong Feizhong's attention focused on the most dangerous battlefield, the area where the hurricane was about to form. According to monitoring data, the first hurricane would fully develop at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, sweeping across 4 cities. Shanhu City would face the strongest winds and longest duration, and worse still, it had the largest population among the 4 cities. Chu Lin distributed the latest consolidated risk report. Only one day. Che Yongchang stared at the document in shock. He had been responsible for evacuating people from earthquake zones and wasn't aware of the hurricane's progress. Hong Feizhong looked up and asked, "How are the preparations going according to the original plan?" "Basically complete," Chu Lin replied. "Although the hurricane is fiercer than estimated, we can finish all modifications within today." Che Yongchang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The wind protection measures had been initiated days ago. With mature technology nowadays, predicting hurricane paths wasn't difficult. In that case, launch the public announcement immediately. Hong Feizhong's tone was low but unquestionable. "Are we really going public?" Chu Lin's expression tightened. "We've done our utmost, but this time it might be hard to replicate the miracle from the volcanic eruption. That's exactly why we must go public." Hong Feizhong met his gaze. "Understood." Chu Lin turned and left. That evening, the disaster response team issued an announcement. "Our country's first major hurricane will form near Shanhu City around 11 o'clock tomorrow morning and will cover the entire city." The news sent shockwaves across the nation. The terrifying disasters that had occurred abroad would strike in just one day. Shanhu City, a previously obscure prefecture-level city, became the focus of national attention overnight. The last city to receive such attention was Yuanchang, which had been reduced to ruins under volcanic impact. Now Shanhu bore the mission of protecting over 10 million lives, and it was only the first battlefield. Other cities would soon face the same test. Could they hold their ground? How many would die? Would Western tragedies repeat themselves? These questions weighed on people's hearts like mountains. However, inside Shanhu City, there was unexpected calm. All possible preparations had been completed. Sun Xinran, the commander assigned by the disaster response team, coordinated this anti-hurricane battle. He was neither a local nor had he appeared publicly like Hong Feizhong. Most people in the city had only heard his name, and some hadn't even remembered it. As night fell, the wind at 9 o'clock grew increasingly shrill. Following orders from above, Sun Shinran received a new assignment cooperating with publicity efforts. At this moment, a war correspondent team braved the fierce winds to reach the most dangerous front line, pointing their cameras at him. Commander Sun, are you confident? The reporter wore protective goggles and looked shy, but showed no fear. Honestly, I don't know. Sun Shinran answered frankly. I've simply done what I could do. This was clearly not a standard response for promotional work. However, the reporter saw composure on Sun Shinran's face. Regardless of the outcome, he had a clear conscience. That haggard and weary face was the best testament to his wholehearted dedication during this period. Let's get some sleep first. We'll start again tomorrow. Sun Shinran yawned, his voice muffled. All right. The reporter had originally wanted to shoot some footage immediately, but seeing Sun Shinran's extreme exhaustion, he had to give up the idea. That night, the reporter tossed and turned restlessly. Outside the window, the wind howled like a wild beast roaming the wilderness, seeming ready to break through the thin walls and burst into the room at any moment, tearing people to shreds. He wasn't afraid of death, otherwise he wouldn't have come to this dangerous place, but the restless anxiety, with nowhere to settle, still tormented him. Early the next morning, the Sun Shinran he saw had completely transformed, energetic and bright-eyed, as if he had slept soundly the night before. Seeing you in this state, I suddenly feel confident. The reporter smiled. Everything that needed to be done has been done. Sun Shinran patted his modest beer belly. Eating well and sleeping well are my specialties, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten this chubby. With that, he waved his hand broadly. Let's begin. It was now 9 o'clock in the morning, 3 hours before the hurricane would form. As soon as the official livestream started, countless viewers flooded in, requiring almost no additional promotion. However, there were very few comments. People didn't know what to say. Blessings? Encouragement? Or fear? Some people didn't even dare to look at the screen, understanding that what was about to unfold would be an unprecedented, terrifying disaster, possibly even death. Everyone, I'm the reporter for this coverage, Ming Yuan. The reporter first introduced himself, then presented the man behind him. This is the commander of Shanhu City's hurricane resistance effort, Sun Shinran, Commander Sunday. Hello everyone, I'm Sun Shinran. Sun Shinran nodded as a greeting. The camera pulled back, revealing the interior of a sealed building. Ming Yuan explained. We are currently inside a sealed building, not underground, but at a community shelter point. When I arrived yesterday, I took some exterior shots. The crew then displayed photos. An 8-story building with an ordinary appearance. All windows, balconies, and stairway entrances were completely sealed, wrapped in new materials on the outside. To the left, right, and behind the building stood several similar structures, though not many clearly. This was just an ordinary shelter point. The materials sealing the windows aren't entirely new materials. Sun Shinran added. New material production is tight, so we only use it for the outer layer, with brick for the inner layer, but it's still much sturdier than other places. This sounded like advertising, but not for profit. As Hong Feizhong had said yesterday, the new materials were weapons for battle, and encouraging more people to join production was the real purpose. Commander Sun, could you tell us about the current shelter situation in Shanhu City? Ming Yuan officially began the interview. Take our building here. In the past, it housed 16 families, roughly 40 to 50 people. But now, we have 245 residents living here, nearly 5 to 6 times the original number. Sun Shinran stood in front of the building, gesturing as he rattled off these figures with ease. He clearly had all the data at his fingertips. The entire level 3 shelter consisted of 5 identical buildings housing a total of 1,387 people. Across the city, there were 5,870 level 3 shelters of various sizes, accommodating a total of 6,370,000 people. Combined with level 1 and level 2 shelters, all 7,480,000 residents, every single one had been properly relocated. When he reached the words, "Everyone has been accommodated," his voice carried noticeably more weight. Though his face showed no exaggerated confidence, viewers watching the broadcast couldn't help but feel relieved. At least no one had been left behind in areas that were obviously death traps, and that in itself was comforting. Commander Sun, you mentioned shelter classifications? Following the pre-planned interview outline, Ming Yuan smoothly posed the question, his voice betraying barely concealed nervousness. That's right. We've categorized them into 3 levels based on safety. Sun Shinran nodded, his tone steady. Level 1 is the safest, all underground. Level 2 shelters are in relatively sturdier buildings. Level 3 is where we are now. In these old low-rise structures, they may be old, but they're still far better than those high-rises covered in glass curtain walls. Ming Yuan's palms grew slightly damp as he pressed on. So, how are people assigned? This was the most sensitive part. People naturally wanted to be in the safest places, and poor allocation could easily lead to riots. He had originally planned to avoid this topic, but the propaganda department had given explicit instructions to ask. Television viewers held their breath. If Shanhu City's approach proved effective, it would likely be replicated nationwide, and everyone wanted to know if they could get into a level 1 shelter. At the community level, the principle is that residents stay in their own community shelters. Sun Shinran offered his first answer. When disaster strikes, people most want to be with their families. Hearing this, Yiming quietly exhaled in relief. Territorial self-governance seemed reasonable enough. According to documents from the disaster response team, communities were indeed expected to handle storm preparations independently. However, Sun Shinran's tone shifted. We prioritize placing volunteers with the best physical condition, greatest contributions, and who are in their prime into level 1 shelters, which also helps reduce pressure on communities. You mean? Yiming chose his words carefully. Putting those who've contributed most in the safest places? During the earlier mass evacuation, volunteers had put themselves last. They were undeniable heroes. Placing them in the safest locations now seemed beyond reproach. That's certainly one consideration. Sun Shinran first nodded, then gently shook his head. But the main criteria are still age, physical condition, and courage in facing disaster. To put it bluntly, if only some people can survive in the end, I want it to be them. This statement was starkly unvarnished, so direct that the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Sun Shinran's decision wasn't difficult to understand, and there were many reasons to support it. Young people were energetic and physically strong, capable of contributing to new city construction and working on material production lines, providing stronger disaster resistance for the nation and even all of human civilization. The volunteers had already taken on greater responsibilities, so prioritizing their survival would encourage more people to join the front lines. Many justifications could be listed, but no matter how it was packaged, this decision revealed one stark reality: the situation had become so dire that choices had to be made between who to save and who to sacrifice. For the survival rate of the group, the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled had to be abandoned. Such circumstances were common during ancient natural disasters, but seeing them unfold in modern society was unimaginable, yet painfully real, making people's hearts tighten. I'd love to offer words of encouragement and comfort. Sun Shinran surveyed the war room, the combat data flickering on screens casting harsh shadows across his face. But this is a battlefield. I cannot promise soldiers there will be no casualties. The only thing I can promise is ultimate victory. Yiming raised his microphone, his voice carrying through the global broadcast. Commander Sun, do you believe we will win? Absolutely. This time, Sun Shinran's affirmation came without hesitation. If you had asked me before coming here, I couldn't have spoken with such certainty. After all, most of them are new recruits who would feel fear and panic. But in just a few short days, I've witnessed our growth with my own eyes. That's a fact. Could you be more specific? The heavy topic seemed to lift Yiming spirits slightly, as his mission was to inspire the entire nation. Sun Shinran opened the city defense surveillance, switching the feed to the training grounds. Young volunteers ran carrying heavy equipment, sweat and dirt forming dark streaks on their faces, yet no one fell behind. This is proof of our growth. Yiming added. Many elderly people support this decision, wanting to leave the safer opportunities for their children. Sun Shinran deliberately avoided an emotional tone, instead emphasizing, what I'm saying now can be heard throughout Shanhu City. If these were lies, they would be exposed immediately. He didn't need false propaganda, only to emphasize the facts. People might not be naturally selfless, but they're always willing to sacrifice everything for those they love, and parental love for children is the most simple, genuine, and universal emotion. The live stream comments, previously quiet, gradually began flowing. Parental love is the greatest. I believe this is true. My dad just told me to volunteer, to go to the safest place, not to worry about him. I won't go to a level 1 shelter. Even if I die, I want to stay with my parents. I just burst into tears. If that day really comes, at least let my child survive. Most viewers were watching the broadcast alongside their families, and few questioned this. They could imagine the scenarios Sun Shinran described and predict their own parents' responses. Because of this almost natural love, the same drumbeat resonated in everyone's hearts. And this shared emotion would become the pivot that united people, giving them the courage to face disaster. Many people like Hu Jianmu, who were far from their parents, couldn't help but call home at this moment, sharing emotions they would never normally express. On the other end of the line, perhaps it was their elderly parents' trembling voice asking, "Are you okay?" Or maybe just a brief silence amid their busy lives. But every sound made people truly realize what they cared about and who they were fighting for. I believe this is not a lie. Yiming's voice came through the microphone, slightly hoarse but exceptionally firm. I also believe we will achieve ultimate victory. For those we love, and for those who love us, we will win. See, now you have confidence too. Sun Shinran smiled. His final mission was to pass this confidence on to everyone. For him, completing this task wasn't difficult, just needed to voice his beliefs, and people would discover they possessed courage beyond their imagination. After a brief pause, Sun Shinran spoke again. beginning to share the small stories he had witnessed firsthand while fighting disasters. The scene switched as he and Yi Mingyuan connected with different ordinary people throughout the city. An elderly couple supporting each other, sitting quietly in their modest living room, flipping through photo albums, calmly waiting for the storm. A young soldier in camouflage, standing before a large warehouse filled with sandbags, solemnly promising to protect every grain of food. A volunteer in the safe zone, his lowered voice coming through the headset was fine, but worried about his parents who were in the eye of the storm. These people weren't without fear in front of the camera, but beyond their fear, courage was ignited again and again like sparks. Just like those ordinary yet brilliant moments during the Great Migration, small people and small stories touched hearts most deeply, because almost every viewer could see themselves reflected in them. The livestream chat quickly filled with messages. We can definitely hold on. We're not afraid, even if the wind comes. Strangers encouraged each other across screens, and a cohesive force from across the nation was gathering. However, the hurricane finally arrived. The howling sound was like a beast tearing through the sky, approaching from the distance to their ears in just a few minutes. Debris crashed against walls with dense, violent banging. Many viewers instinctively held their breath. Although videos of the Western hurricane had long been available online, at this moment, they felt a more visceral fear of the approaching crisis. It was their compatriots who were fighting, and soon, they too would face the same battle. It's now 11:20. Yi Mingyuan glanced at his watch and reported gravely. The hurricane has formed. Wind speeds are expected to gradually increase over the next 8 hours, potentially reaching nearly 60 meters per second at peak. He offered a simple comparison. An ordinary bullet's initial velocity can exceed the speed of sound, and it can blast craters in concrete. But a hurricane's impact is continuous. At the same speed, if rocks, debris, or even cars are swept up and hurled at buildings, ordinary structures simply cannot withstand it. Before he finished speaking, a gray-white map of Shanhu City appeared in the bottom right corner of the live stream. Countless dots of light flickered in the darkness at a rough glance, at least several thousand. Without explanation, viewers understood. Each dot of light was a shelter. Each shelter housed thousands of lives. On the other end, Shen Yi, who was watching the screen, frowned slightly. The earlier encouragement was good people truly needed hope. But now, presenting potential casualties so visually before the public, I seemed somewhat dangerous to him. However, revealing the specific casualty situation so directly like this seemed a bit risky in his view. Shen knew what would happen once casualty numbers and death tolls were announced. Initially, those figures would make everyone realize the severity of the disaster and spark brief mobilization. But once psychological defenses were breached, fear, panic, and chaos would follow in succession. Later on, people would only respond with a numb, "Oh," as if any further increases had nothing to do with them. Shen Yi pondered silently. If an entire civilization could be easily crushed by the fear of death, then there would be no future to speak of. Death was inevitable in the apocalypse, and he had strategies to deal with it, but he still wanted to see how people would react when facing death. Everyone hoped for a turning point in the disaster, but it never came. Yet they didn't even get the chance to wait too long. Report. Suddenly, an urgent radio call interrupted the live broadcast, with a trembling voice crackling through the static. Commander Sun, this is the Guangming Community Shelter Point. One of the shelter buildings has collapsed, and we can't hold on much longer. The hurricane's power was thus revealed. Once a high-rise fell, the debris of stones and steel rebar would fly like shrapnel, wildly striking surrounding buildings, often bringing nearby shelter points down with them. From the other end of the communication, continuous explosive crashes nearly drowned out the sound of breathing. Sun Shinran asked in a deep voice, "Brother, do you have any last wishes?" He offered no comfort, because this disaster was a battlefield where everyone had to be ready to sacrifice at any moment, including himself. "I haven't had time to leave a message for my son." The voice on the other end took a deep breath, struggling to maintain composure. "Son, in my lifetime, I've been worthy of my parents above, worthy of you below, worthy of your mother, and worthy of everyone. After your mother and I are gone, don't be too sad. No matter how great the disasters that follow, you must fight to stay alive." As soon as the words ended, the violent howling wind instantly devoured all sound, replaced by bone-chilling silence. In a distant underground shelter, that man's son collapsed to the ground, holding his head and weeping. People around him held him tightly, but could find no words to comfort such tearing pain. Guangming Community Shelter Point, 3,325 people, confirmed sacrificed. In the broadcast, Sun Shinran's voice was low and solemn. He didn't use the word perished, but firmly said sacrificed. This was a battlefield, and everyone who fell while resisting the disaster was a heroic soul of civilization. Yi Mingyuan immediately followed, his voice carrying irrepressible passion. "Our civilization will never forget them, will never forget this chapter of history. Every person who survives will carry their hopes on their shoulders and continue fighting. We must let future generations know nothing can destroy our civilization." This impassioned speech wasn't in the broadcast script, but when the first list of sacrificed appeared, emotions could no longer be contained. Perhaps today, he too would die here. This was his choice, and he would not regret it. However, he hoped his death would carry greater meaning and inspire others to continue fighting with courage. In front of screens across the nation, millions of people displayed a range of emotions. Some clenched their fists until their knuckles turned white, while others embraced their loved ones and wept openly. This was the sacrifice of their compatriots, an empathy deeply rooted in their shared civilization. The final words transmitted through the screen carried no resentment, only acceptance and blessings. This tragic heroism brought tears to countless viewers' eyes. But this was merely the beginning. About 10 minutes later, the emergency channel reserved only for the most critical moments crackled to life once again. Commander Sun, the walls of the cultural park shelter have been breached. This time, the reporter's voice was steadier, even carrying a hint of a smile. This is as far as we can fight. Please continue the battle for us. As the transmission ended, Sun Shinran stood straight and silently raised his hand in salute. The reporter was a soldier from the garrison support unit. On the electronic map, the second light dimmed and another shelter was completely extinguished. Time ticked forward relentlessly. The third light vanished, followed by the fourth. Not only Shanhu City, but several surrounding cities being torn apart by the hurricane were also losing their glow. Each extinguished beacon represented thousands of lives falling silent simultaneously, with some shelters unable to send even a final report. Yet every person who picked up the microphone displayed remarkable composure and courage. They were carefully selected recorders whose duty was to report casualties at the final moment and send encouragement and blessings to those still holding on like true frontline liaisons. The comment stream initially fell silent. Then the same phrase flooded the screen. Rest in peace. From the continuously dimming lights, people grasped the true horror of the disaster. But from the reporter's tone, they also understood another message. Fight to the end. Survive with everything you have. Only now did Shun Yi fully understand why Hong Feizhong, Chu Lin, and others had arranged things this way. Death indeed spreads fear, but the courage to face death can be equally moving. Through these reports, the fallen had become true warriors, departing with honor. But this was still far from enough. Through surveillance, Shen Yi could still see fear in people's eyes. They had not yet adapted to their new identity as soldiers. Ding Xiang, send the announcement. Yes. The next second, display terminals worldwide flashed with a new bulletin from the Panhuman Guardian Association. Eastern civilization has demonstrated admirable courage in the face of disaster. The association has decided to dispatch 30 medium transport aircraft to support their resistance against the hurricane. This was exactly what Shun Yi had planned. What was truly terrifying wasn't death itself, but being crushed by the fear of death. If courage could earn the association's recognition and aid, it would fuel their confidence. The previously stockpiled transport aircraft featured cutting-edge propulsion and alloy hulls that could maintain stability even in the hurricane's core, each costing 200,000 points. With a wave of his hand, Shun Yi spent half his accumulated points to acquire 30 aircraft. As long as it helped people complete the mental transformation from civilians to warriors, the investment was worthwhile. Moreover, given the current disaster situation, these 30 aircraft that surpassed their era might even earn back some points. The Panhuman Guardian Association's account has now garnered attention from countless netizens. As soon as the new statement was released, the previously solemn live stream chat exploded. Reinforcements are coming. Support from the Panhuman Guardian Association. Finally, is this real? Are they really going to help us? Surprise, disbelief, excitement. Emotions flooded the screen like a tidal wave. Even before this live stream began, people had privately speculated whether the association would lend a helping hand again, just as they did during the volcanic eruption. However, there had been no response, and no official channels for requesting aid could be found. By the time the first shelter unfortunately fell, most people had quietly abandoned their hopes for the association's intervention. No one expected that at this very moment, news of support would arrive like a bolt from the blue. When people carefully read through that official statement, their emotions became both stirring and complex. The association was taking action because 34,125 compatriots had demonstrated fearless courage in the face of disaster and death, trading their sacrifice for this ray of hope. In the live stream, host Sun Shinran remained silent for a long time. He raised his hand to smooth his clothing, faced the camera directly, and announced with rare solemnity in his voice. We must never forget that this precious support was earned through the courage and sacrifice of 34,125 compatriots. In the battles ahead, we cannot let their sacrifice and dedication be in vain. The chat erupted with emotion once again. If the association's support symbolizes miracles and hope, then this miracle and hope were forged with their very lives. I have never felt as proud as I do now to be born in this country, in this civilization. These messages voice the sentiments of countless viewers in times of crisis. There are always those who step forward to fight for everyone. Meanwhile, in the command center, Shun Yi and Hong Feizhong stood side by side. Shun Yi pointed to the 30 transport aircraft that had just completed formation on the tactical screen, his tone steady yet weighty. These 30 transport aircraft represent all the resources I can personally mobilize. They cannot save everyone under the hurricane, but you understand their true purpose. I understand. Hong Feizhong nodded solemnly. This will give deeper meaning to people's sacrifices and bring new hope to the survivors, helping them grow rapidly in the battles to come. On the front lines of despair, these 30 transport aircraft could serve a greater purpose than at a simple disaster relief site. This was a fact Hong Feizhong understood all too well. With the hurricane raging, urban reconstruction would be extremely difficult. Shun Yi reminded him once more. Your time is limited. I'll say it again, if you want more resources from the association, you must demonstrate the courage of your entire civilization through faster, larger-scale action. Propaganda and mobilization will begin in full force soon. Taking a deep breath, Hong Feizhong looked directly at this savior from another world, his gaze resolute. We will show the association the true strength of our entire civilization. Lilac will assist you in coordinating the transport aircraft operations. Shun Yi nodded and left behind a single statement before sinking into the rippling light and shadow, his figure instantly swallowed. With the points currently at his disposal, this was all he could accomplish. Whether they could truly enter a state of mobilizing the entire nation against the apocalypse would now depend solely on everyone's actions. As Hong Feizhong had said, only with this support from the Pan-Human Guardian Association could everything truly begin. 30 transport aircraft with surreal designs took off in formation from the aerial fortress, their belly lights blazing like flowing fire as they tore through the heavy cloud layers, heading straight for Shanhu City. Meanwhile, Yi Mingyuan and Sun Xinran, positioned on the front lines, also received the latest orders. Everyone, we've just received word support from the Pan-Human Guardian Association is en route. Yi Mingyuan announced with a resolute expression on the communication screen. They'll arrive in approximately 30 minutes. 30 minutes? Everyone on the other end of the channel was collectively stunned. This meant that if any more shelters fell before then, there would still be no one to save them. Despair wasn't frightening. What was truly terrifying was seeing hope, yet still having to watch tragedies unfold helplessly. The comment stream was instantly flooded with anxious messages. Please don't let anything happen in these 30 minutes. Miracles are within reach. Please hold on. As if anticipating everyone's emotions, Sun Xinran spoke gravely into the camera. Battlefield support doesn't mean we can let our guard down. It's simply adding weight to the scales of victory. Don't forget why we earned this support in the first place. The more critical the moment, the harder we must fight. Falling before support arrives isn't shameful. Losing the will to fight because of incoming support hat's true disgrace, and it dishonors our fallen comrades. The broadcast had completely shifted to wartime rhetoric. Fighting the apocalypse was more brutal and hopeless than any war. The crowd, who had relaxed slightly moments before, tensed up again, their eyes locked on the screens. 5 minutes later, a sharp alarm once again shattered the silence. Report. Breach detected in the wall of Shelter 7 in Jinhe District. It was the same soldier, his voice booming without a trace of fear, as if he had already written his final letter. Use everything you can find to block that breach. Sun Xinran didn't give them time for last words, issuing orders directly. Put the strongest men at the front. Hold the line with everything you've got. No matter what, fight to the very end. Yes, sir. Unified shouts came from the other end, followed by a series of rapid coordination commands. In the past, facing such situations, they could only choose to abandon their posts. Now, regardless of hope, they had to hold on desperately. However, minutes later, the thunderous sound of impact still consumed everything. The shelter's lights went out abruptly, and Sun Xinran stood at attention, offering a military salute. Before grief could take hold, reports of the next breached shelter followed immediately. The hurricane grew increasingly violent, as if intent on tearing the entire city apart. Sun Xinran once again issued the same command. Keep fighting with everything you have. The more hope they could see, the harder they must fight. Everyone was utterly stunned by such a scene. Many people had only one question echoing in their minds. Is this what battle truly means? Fighting until the very last second, even when hope seems slim, even when rescue appears impossible to reach in time. If Sun Xinran knew what everyone was thinking at this moment, he would surely answer yes. This is what battle is. Just as he had emphasized before, reinforcements are never a reason to let your guard down or even stop fighting, but rather the motivation to continue the struggle. In this war against the apocalypse, every single person is a warrior, and this spirit must be conveyed to everyone. The crowd silently watched the battlefield, observing teammate after teammate gritting their teeth in fierce combat until they reached their limits. Suddenly, an excited shout erupted through the public channel. Reinforcements have arrived. This was followed by a brief notification. Video link established. Yi Mingyuan immediately switched the feed. The phone camera shook as the howling winds and engulfing darkness obscured nearly every detail. But the crowd didn't need to see clearly, they could see the light. Brilliant beams of light stood steady as mountains amidst the roaring hurricane that was the rescue force. Countless people were so excited they wanted to cheer. Finally, someone had held out until reinforcements arrived. Death brings sorrow, but victory brings equal exhilaration. We'll create a passage for you to quickly board the transport aircraft through the corridor, came the command through the communications once again. Before the words had finished, a mechanical unit with a crimson glow on its chest dove down, flanked by several identical units pushing protective barriers made of new alloy materials, withstanding the hurricane heat. Debris carried by the fierce winds crashed heavily against the metal shells with thunderous impacts, yet none of the machines faltered. They used their steel bodies to create a corridor leading to life. The rescued individuals would be transported to nearby, safer shelters where they would temporarily squeeze together. Sun Shinran also witnessed this scene and immediately reminded everyone. The battle isn't over yet. Maintain full alert and report immediately if anything goes wrong at the shelter points. Hold out to the very end. The hurricane hadn't reached its peak intensity, and the battle hadn't reached its most intense phase. Yet people's mindset had completely transformed. They had seen the dawn of victory, and nothing could be more inspiring than that. While the fierce battle raged in the east, the statement released by the Panhuman Protection Association was spreading across the globe at an astonishing speed. More and more attention turned toward the east. What exactly had happened there to warrant association support once again? This time, there was no official media coverage, as if someone was deliberately blocking further information. But when curiosity is ignited, there will always be those who find ways to seek answers. Rossetti was one of them. Since the frontline broadcast began, she had been following it closely, even bringing in a friend who understood Chinese to provide simultaneous translation. After watching the entire broadcast, her feelings were incredibly complex. The East also speaks of having no choice, but they mean no choice except to fight. The West, however, emphasizes no choice but concealment, deception, and lies. In stark contrast, the media's high-sounding reports and all the reasons the boss once used to persuade Rossetti now seem utterly ironic. Choices have always been there, just pointing in different directions. One side chooses to fight, the other chooses to surrender. Rossetti pulled out her laptop. The East chose to fight to the end. Only the brave deserve divine favor. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, recording completely the shock and passion of this moment. Witnessing the East's fighting spirit, seeing that glimmer of victory's dawn, her own fighting spirit was ignited. She refused to give up, unwilling to quietly wait for death with her child. People like her, shaken by the Eastern spirit, were rapidly multiplying across the globe. If the people of the East knew this, they would surely feel immense pride. But at this very moment, almost no one in the East had the mind to notice the outside world. Their fighting spirit was already boiling. The front lines are battling the hurricane, and we cannot stop either. The disaster response team issued a new statement. The hurricane would spread to several cities in 2 days, with the second and third hurricanes following in 4 and 7 days respectively. New city construction must be fully accelerated, and the nation would fully mobilize its people to join the production front lines. This was a mobilization order for every Oni in the face of disaster. New cities were the strongest weapon to protect lives. Building new cities meant defending life itself. Following the statement, registration information surged. Already registered. Please approve. I registered 3 days ago. Are you rejecting me because of my age? I will register, just to keep my family in a safe place. I survived the last great migration. This time it's my turn to contribute. In the past, many people like Hu Jianmu, who considered themselves stable and financially secure, would never have responded. They felt no need to work in harsh conditions. But now, they had witnessed firsthand the terror of disaster and death was the true signal that war had begun. No one could stay out of it. Either cry helplessly or act with full force. Meanwhile, volunteer recruitment in various cities was also accelerating. They didn't need to carry guns and fight, yet they stood equally on the front lines, shouldering the burden of protecting their families. True soldiers without guns. In the disaster response team's main hall, the atmosphere was heavy and solemn. Elites, warriors, and scholars from across the nation sat in orderly rows, no one speaking. Only the clear ticking of the wall clocks second-hand audible. At the head seat, Hong Feizhong scanned the urgent reports from various regions in his hands, then looked at his colleagues before him, saying in a deep voice, "Colleagues, morale is high. The people's hearts are with us. We should undertake great endeavors." No one answered, yet everyone straightened their backs, their gazes direct and unwavering. In this moment, they were all soldiers awaiting orders. This meeting marked a new era and turning point in the war against the apocalypse. Before formally entering the agenda, Hong Feizhong raised his hand to signal for attention and solemnly introduced a new member to all attendees. "Everyone, I am Ding Xiang, an artificial intelligence life form." The massive screen in the conference room instantly lit up, projecting the virtual image of an elegant-looking woman with a clear voice. I will represent Mr. Shun Yi, Special Envoy of the Panhuman Guardian Association, to provide personal support and assist in your operations. Many scholars' eyes widened on the spot. They had long been familiar with Ding Xiang's reputation. It was this AI that gave the Panhuman Guardian Association its nearly omnipresent network, computing, and infiltration capabilities. However, they never expected that even Shin Yi, this foreign special envoy, would be willing to send her as reinforcement. Seeing everyone's surprise, Hong Feizhong added an explanation. The Panhuman Guardian Association has strict protocols. Mr. Shun Yi's initial mission upon arriving in our world was merely to preserve the last embers of civilization. But he has recognized our efforts during this period and decided to increase his aid to 30 transport aircraft from before were actually Mr. Shun Yi's personal support. Shun Yi's explanation to Hong Feizhong was quite straightforward. 1. Ding Xiang's computational speed could dramatically reduce planning time. 2. She could monitor online public opinion and social trends in real time, track everyone's behavioral patterns, and quickly assign the most suitable positions. 3. Her participation would significantly improve the efficiency of all upcoming operations. On the other hand, as long as disaster resistance progressed smoothly, Shun Yi would earn more points, with portions continuously invested in support whether under his personal name or the Panhuman Guardian Association's banner. His level of intervention would only increase. Dispatching Ding Xiang was also a way to demonstrate to everyone his commitment to this civilization and this disaster. Though there were countless reasons for those present, Ding Xiang's appearance was nothing short of a shot of adrenaline. The meeting immediately moved to the main topic. Hong Feizhong surveyed the full assembly and announced decisively, "Our top priority: new city construction. This massive project would affect everything. Building material factories must be expanded. Large numbers of technical and general workers needed rapid recruitment. The entire production chain from top to bottom required comprehensive extension." Hong Feizhong emphasized that without sufficient production equipment, no amount of factories could be utilized. Without sufficient raw materials, no amount of workers could be productive. In the coming days, large-scale industrial production would be the absolute priority. The disaster response team efficiently discussed with Ding Xiang's assistance, with orders rapidly transmitted through the network. This ancient civilization was mobilizing its entire national strength to launch a wave of disaster resistance. Soon, more and more people poured into workshops and production lines, where sweat and machinery roar intertwined. Liao Jingwei and Hu Tai were among them. At this moment, only 3 days remained until the first hurricane's appearance. They had signed up for the battle days ago, but only just received their deployment orders. Report immediately to the metal smelting factory in Yuli province. Honestly, they were somewhat surprised. They had initially thought that building material factories would be the most understaffed, but regardless of that assumption, the moment the emergency notice to report to the factory was issued, both of them finally felt some peace of mind. As young people of this generation, watching disaster approach while being unable to do anything was an agony that nearly tore them apart. The 6-hour bus ride sped along, with scenery outside the windows changing from cityscape to countryside, then to vast stretches of land bleached gray-white by wind and sand. The moment the bus doors opened, the scene before them hit like a sledgehammer to their chests. The entire highway and the open wasteland beside the factory were packed densely with vehicles, their headlights flickering alongside the sun. Countless young people carrying backpacks like themselves jumped off buses one after another, their steps urgent with purpose. To the right, an even more striking sight emerged. From several buses stepped what was clearly an organized group, wearing matching dark gray combat uniforms with "Fight with all our might" emblazoned on their backs, their red armbands gleaming blindingly in the sunlight. They held high a banner: "When the nation faces peril, all must answer the call. Though our strength be small, our hearts remain steadfast." Just 16 characters that struck like molten iron, instantly igniting the air around them. Absolutely right. Hu Tai felt his blood surge with this wave of passion, wanting nothing more than to rush over immediately. "We're all the same." Liao Jingwei rolled up his sleeves, feeling the hot blood thundering in his chest. "Let's go and give it our all." Despite the crowds, everything proceeded in perfect order. Volunteers waved small flags, guiding them toward a cluster of pristine, white new buildings. Just walking there took an hour, with factory buildings and skeletal frameworks under construction stretching along the entire Ratia scale beyond imagination. Upon arrival, they were organized into formations. 50 people per row, and with a quick glance, the entire plaza held over 1,000 people. In that moment, Liao Jingwei and Hu Tai truly understood. They were like soldiers about to shoulder rifles and march to the front lines, and in a very real sense, they were exactly that. On a hastily erected platform ahead, a man gripped a microphone, his voice booming like thunder. "I'm Lian Gaoi, director of Factory Zone 7. His dark skin and solid muscles gave weight to every word. "See those white buildings behind you? All built with new construction materials. They'll hold strong even when hurricanes hit. But you're not here to take shelter, you're here to fight. Think of your families. Every extra bit of work you do now gives them another layer of protection. People had signed up either seeking safety or driven by passion, but after last night's broadcast, they had all witnessed the horror of disaster and the sacrifice of unsung heroes. Finally, understanding the significance of what they were about to shoulder, this was a war without gunpowder, yet equally brutal. So, Lian Gao's voice rang with authority. Everything here follows military standards. You're not workers here, soldiers. Anyone thinking of slacking off or just coasting through better think twice about the consequences. In times of crisis, special measures were being implemented simultaneously across the nation, and Lian Gao's mission was to forge this group of green recruits before him into true warriors. Similar words were flooding people's vision everywhere at this very moment: banners, flyers, videos. Under deliberate propaganda, the atmosphere of war had grown thick and heavy. Everyone could clearly sense the approaching storm. Yet the more imminent the crisis became, the more instinctively people gravitated toward collective action. The Great Migration had already proven that mutual support was the most beneficial approach for everyone. Whether driven by passion or by concerns for personal safety and interests, unity and fighting together had become the only and optimal choice before them. Chu Lin and other decision-makers understood deeply that they must instill greater confidence in the masses. At this moment, Liao Jingwei and Hu Tai were leading technical personnel in wholehearted dedication to the roaring production lines, while nearby, reporters and media cameras had already focused on the chief administrator of this vast industrial zone. The camera captured a refined middle-aged Manshao MO, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking both professorial and decisively managerial. Director Chow, the reporter raised the microphone and asked directly. The hurricane threat is imminent, and the disaster response team is calling for nationwide participation in large-scale industrial production. But production lines for construction alloys, heavy machinery, and even building materials all depend on massive alloy supplies. Do you believe we can guarantee this? You should know that our predecessor was the nation's largest military factory. Chow Mo's voice was forceful and resolute from the start. Defending our country has always been our mission, now more than ever. So this question has no second answer. I have already issued a military pledge. We will absolutely guarantee all needs for the great construction project. The reporter pressed on. Could you elaborate on where your confidence comes from? Data, and the personnel and resources we've committed. Chow Mo raised 3 fingers. 3 days. In 3 days at most, you will see 12 brand new factories on this land capable of continuing production even in the hurricane, each with the same capacity as before. This is the result of over 1 million people working together. As his words ended, the scene cut to aerial footage. Across endless terrain, rows of white factory buildings stood in orderly arrangement, with large trucks loaded with goods shuttling between them. In terms of area alone, this zone was no smaller than a medium-sized city. In fact, it was an industrial city. The overcast gray sky contrasted sharply with the bright white factory buildings below, as if symbolizing nature's fury versus human power. Viewers were deeply moved, and social media instantly erupted. This is humanity's great achievement. We've spent thousands of years reaching this point. How could we be easily defeated by natural disasters? Just over a century of rapid industrial development now shows its true power. Many people only now truly realized one fact. Humanity was living in the most powerful industrial age in history. The beauty and magnificence of industry lay precisely in this. People used all kinds of praise to describe it. Modern industrial power can accomplish things that seemed utterly impossible to people of the past. This is the strength of humanity's most powerful era in history. Shocking and inspiring even greater confidence. Chow Mo hadn't finished speaking yet. Gripping the microphone, he continued his passionate announcement. Furthermore, we have mobilized all national-level mineral reserves. As the most upstream industry in the production chain raw material extraction, this is currently the sector with the highest deployment of personnel. Over 50 million people have already been committed to mining operations, and this number continues to grow rapidly. Raw materials are abundant, and once the new factories begin operations, output will surge explosively and quickly drive the entire industrial chain. We are racing against time. In 3 to 4 months, hurricanes will sweep across the entire planet, making mineral extraction extremely difficult. 50 million people. Gasps of shock rippled through the audience. This unprecedented scale clearly demonstrated to everyone that they had committed everything in their fight against disaster. Those shocked by these figures and scenes weren't limited to the Eastern world. Since the hurricane warning appeared, Rossetti had been closely monitoring every move from the East. She not only compiled all public information, but personally translated it before uploading to her personal media. Under the shadow of the apocalypse, she seemed to have found new meaning for survival, no longer for money or employers, but for herself and the children. Industrial cities rising from the ground in less than 10 days. Mining projects involving 50 million people. comprehensive mobilization covering hundreds of millions. In her view, this was how humanity's most powerful era should face the apocalypse. So she called out again and again. Regardless of whether the East ultimately succeeds, at least they're giving their all. We should act too, instead of letting our children sit and wait for death. Comments flooded in rapidly. Here comes the Eastern fanatic again. Let me see what fake news it is today. 12 factories built in 10 days? Who believes that? Must be made of paper. You're absolutely right. We must take action. My God, this spectacular? No wonder they received aid from the Panhuman Guardian Association. Mockery, doubt, support. Voices came flooding in. Rossetti read through them one by one. Her personal media couldn't match the influence of her former newspaper, but attention and support were steadily climbing. In disasters, some people despair and sink, but there are always those who refuse to give up. She was too tired to bother with those self-destructive, foolish, or arrogant comments. Some said she was becoming an Eastern fanatic, and she didn't deny it in the face of such catastrophe. Collective strength was reassuring, and unity for saving lives was even more inspiring. She only wanted to gather more people who wanted to survive, to accomplish feats like those in the East through combined efforts, perhaps even earning support from the Panhuman Guardian Association. With this hope, she refreshed the page again to check the latest comments. Suddenly, she discovered the web page had disappeared. What the hell was going on? Rossetti stared at her personal media page in complete bewilderment. She refreshed twice quickly, but the page remained blank. All content, along with past comments and browsing data, had simply vanished. Her heart sank as she quickly switched to the back end. Sure enough, a glaring red message appeared at the top of the notification bar. Your account has been permanently banned for posting inappropriate content. Fuck, she blurted out, freezing in her chair. Inappropriate content? What had she even said? She hadn't sensationalized the disaster at all. She only posted tweets encouraging Eastern people to unite in rescue efforts and calling on everyone to protect lives. Was defending one's own people now considered wrong? After a few seconds of shock, she understood this was definitely not a system error. Just like how this massive, most spectacular collective action in human history somehow received zero official coverage, someone was deliberately erasing Eastern voices. They were afraid, terrified that their own incompetence would look even more glaring by comparison. Disappointment and frustration flooded over her. She knew that even if she called to complain now, they'd just trot out the same old community guidelines excuse. At this thought, she murmured, "What am I supposed to do now?" In her cramped rental apartment, the gray-white walls merged with the equally gray-white sky outside the window. Rossetti looked up, as if trying to pierce through the clouds to find that presence high above. Had they truly been completely abandoned? At this moment, she wasn't the only one banned. Almost simultaneously, countless accounts disappeared, including Nick's. On the other side of the city, the air in the sewers was thick with moisture and the smell of motor oil. The hurricane had temporarily moved away, but its howling still echoed in the distance. Nick and his companions huddled in the dim concrete pipes, and the permanent ban notification on their phone screens made their already tense emotions explode instantly. What the hell? So many people are dead, and they're still censoring us. Those rich people aren't afraid of hurricanes at all. Their mansions are like military fortresses. Angry voices erupted one after another. Someone laughed bitterly. I'm not surprised at all. I knew they'd pull this shit. So what do we do now? Everyone's eyes turned to their leader. Nick remained silent. Trapped here, the only thing they could do was post real information about the hurricane online to help other survivors stay alive, but all of that depended on the internet. He raised his left hand, his gaze falling on the back of it. The mark of intertwined flames and lightning lay quietly there. Seeing his movement, the others gradually fell silent, the air filling with anticipation, fervor, and tension. Everyone had heard of this mark, but none had ever witnessed a true miracle. Nick took a deep breath, raised his fist high, and prayed in a low voice. In this most helpless moment, we humbly ask for your guidance. The mark burst with tiny sparks of electricity, like sparks of wildfire dancing in the darkness. Shun-Yi was indeed aware of what had happened. What he found somewhat amusing was, this wasn't even a decision made by all the top executives, just a handful of social media company owners who met privately and decided to restrict the spread of information from the East. The reason was simple. The East's mobilization capabilities far exceeded their expectations. Initially, they were certain the East couldn't rally as swiftly as before. In this disaster that swept across the globe like a man-eating hurricane, human lives were worthless, society was oppressive and bleak, and the slightest disturbance could spark chaos. Moreover, the hurricane was spreading too rapidly, building hundreds of cities within months under howling winds and dust clouds. To them, it was pure fantasy. However, the scenes now unfolding before their eyes left everyone speechless and panicked. Through surveillance screens, Shun-Yi watched as a social media company CEO urgently convened an executive meeting. We absolutely cannot let this information spread. The CEO slammed the table, his voice suddenly rising. We must restrict it immediately. Once the public learns what the East is doing, it will inevitably cause unrest. Everyone knows that in an ecosystem completely destroyed by hurricanes and dust clouds, they can't possibly keep so many people alive. Sweat beads rolled down his temples to his collar, making him look like a wrung-out towel. But even with support from the Panhuman Protection Association, it's still impossible. A manager couldn't help but speak up. The conference room immediately fell into an eerie silence. The Panhuman Protection Association's renewed intervention had shaken these elites who were once supremely confident in the ARC project. What if the East actually succeeded? Even if they couldn't accomplish it alone, what if they received further support from the association? The thought was spine-chilling. World in ruins, while people in the East lived comfortably in new cities, and they could only huddle in cramped arcs, never to set foot on the surface again. All their current wealth and status would turn to dust. Blocking information was the consensus they reached after uniting most social media platforms. But this consensus was supported only by fear triggered by the scale of the East's actions. Haha. Shen Yi chuckled softly. Finally, they'd reached this point. For arrogant people, fear only comes when they truly feel surpassed. Censorship was merely an instinctive reaction to fear. If left unchecked, this instinct might trigger even more drastic follow-up actions. Ding Xiang, Shun Yi instructed, take full control of their networks, cut off their access, then spread the word about the East's progress. The more afraid they are, the more we need to make them face reality. Understood. Ding Xiang's voice was crisp and decisive. Shun Yi didn't hold high expectations for what the West could accomplish. But expectations were relative. Even the most incompetent people would struggle when driven by survival instincts. If this struggle could save millions, tens of millions, or even more people, he didn't mind giving it a push, since the points invested were just a drop in the bucket. Now that the East's performance was increasingly impressive, it was the perfect time to provide that push. In just an instant, Rossetti, Nick, and others were surprised to discover that their accounts had all been unblocked. Not only that, but the moment they opened their networks, they were flooded with news about the East. All content was translated into their native languages, with videos and articles aplenty, and the headlines were no longer the cold, mechanical, minimalist style of the past, but eye-catching. Eastern Hurricane Prevention Guide. Speech by Hong Feizhong, leader of the Eastern Disaster Response Team. The first wave of mobilized Eastern citizens has entered production. The East was essentially taking the excellent homework of a top student and forcing it as education on the poor students. For people in the West, it was as if they had simply blinked their eyes and the entire world had completely transformed. East, East, East. Whoever went online was greeted by these three words everywhere. News apps, social media platforms, pop-up notifications, all flooded with the same theme. For many, this might have been the first time in their lives they were surrounded by such an intensive barrage of Eastern information. God, what on earth is happening? The internet erupted instantly. Posts were filled with suspicion. Has our network been hijacked? Only the Panhuman Guardian Association could pull off something like this. The homepage was overwhelmed with Eastern news, their headlines as dry as official bulletins, completely unlike the sensationalized tone the Pharaoh Daily typically used. God, is this real? The East is fighting hurricanes. The vast majority of netizens didn't actually care about the East. When they mentioned the East, the only thing that usually came to mind was food. Previously, news about the Panhuman Guardian Association's second aid mission to the East had briefly raised interest, but people would at most glance at it, complain a bit, then continue believing that their immediate surroundings were the center of the world. But now, whether they liked it or not, opening the internet meant seeing the East, and in a completely unfamiliar reporting style. No satirical jokes, no crude humor, no flashy slogans, no talk show hosts cracking wise. Just photograph after photograph from the scene, cold hard facts, and explanations so serious they bordered on ruthless. Western netizens suddenly lost their sense of direction. Inside the technical buildings of social media companies, more visceral shock was unfolding. The operations team immediately noticed the anomaly and rushed into the server room, only to stare at completely grayed-out permission interfaces. What the hell is going on? The CEO burst through the door after finishing a meeting, his roar barely concealing his panic. Our permissions have been stripped away. The lead programmer's voice trembled as he stared at the screen, the cursor immobile, every line of code locked down. They couldn't touch the underlying system at all. Then cut the power. The CEO was nearly hysterical. Shut down all the servers and databases. It's useless. The lead programmer shook his head, his tone like a cold wind across the face. They can copy and migrate our programs and data completely to servers in any country the instant we cut power. We're being crushed on a technical level. They're like gods of the internet, doing whatever they want. Unless we shut down the entire network, there's no way to stop them. The CEO's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the floor. Fear poured down his spine like ice water. Shut down the network? They had tried. When the first hurricane struck the city, officials forcibly cut the network and cell tower signals there. But even now, survivors in that area could still post disaster footage online. He suddenly realized how laughable all their previous resistance and reliance had been. After the Pan-Human Guardian Association appeared, the world was rewritten with new rules. Those whose actions gained the association's approval would be rewarded. Anyone attempting to interfere would find their efforts futile. God said to fight the disaster with everything we have. The CEO muttered, breaking out in hot sweat while wrapped in cold dread. Can the art project really succeed? The office fell into deathly silence, filled only with the low hum of air conditioning and everyone's rapid breathing. But at that very moment, in disaster zones or corners gripped by fear of catastrophe, some people felt an inexplicable comfort seeing this scene. At least they were no longer being ignored. People like Rossetti. This is what the Pan-Human Guardian Association wants to tell us: disasters can be overcome. Even the end of the world can be defeated. We don't have to lose so many lives. We just need to take action. Rossetti stood in the flickering lights of her live stream studio, her voice rising with emotion. Why can the East do it when we can't? If we're willing to take this step, the Pan-Human Guardian Association will help us without reservation. In that moment, she looked like someone who had just crawled out of hell, only to be pulled back to the world of the living by a strong hand. Through the camera, her gaze swept across the screen as if she could truly see a brighter dawn. More and more usernames flooded into her live stream, with comments scrolling endlessly. I knew you were right. I read that hurricane survival guide. Why don't we publish the same kind of guide? Let more people survive hurricanes. My God, I'm starting to believe what you're saying. We've been calling for this for so long, but no one would listen. Comments flashed rapidly across the screen. There are always people mocking, cursing, and questioning. Why won't they just accept the obvious reality? You're right, and I believe we can do even better than the East. Rossetti wasn't the only one speaking out. Nick joined the live stream too. He raised his wrist to the camera, showing the Pan-Human Guardian Association emblem, proof that he had fought desperately to survive the disaster and earned their recognition. The Pan-Human Guardian Association has never abandoned us, he said solemnly. But we must act immediately, just like the East. At the same time, similar voices emerged across the internet. Of course, there were plenty of dissenters. Conspiracy theorists and doomsday fanatics pounded their keyboards, shouting that no one could force them to work, even claiming the disasters themselves were alien conspiracies. However, survival is the most primal instinct. In less than 10 days since the volcanic eruption, people had seen enough suffering and death. The East's swift response showed them another path. Somehow, a slogan began spreading across forums, social media platforms, and street posters. We will surpass the East. Behind the slogan came a flood of confident comments. We are the most powerful civilization on Earth. The East's industrial capacity is child's play compared to ours. Let them see what real industry looks like. We started the industrial age. They're relying on advanced materials technology. If we had the same technology, we could definitely do better. The West still had incredibly proud patriots. The Pan-Human Guardian Association's mandatory education had ignited their rebellious spirit. They refused to be treated as failed examples. Soon, this sentiment spilled from the internet onto the streets. Protesters carried all kinds of banners, claiming they should represent the most powerful civilization. Within just a few days, various voices swept across the entire West like a tsunami. In front of his screen, Shun-Yi watched it all quietly. He knew this mandatory education had created a stronger reaction than he'd anticipated. The terrible disasters, the East's demonstration, and layers of preparation had converged during the apocalypse into the frenzy before his eyes. He understood clearly that slogans alone were far from enough. Ding Xiang. Shun-Yi suddenly turned to look at Ding Xiang's virtual projection. What do you think they'll be able to accomplish? It's impossible to calculate. Lilac paused for a moment before continuing. But according to current data, among those who have already taken a stance, approximately 38% support resisting the apocalypse, around 24% oppose it, and the rest remain ambiguous and wavering. With this level of division, achieving unity like the East is virtually impossible. She paused briefly and added, in the East, not everyone supports the fight either, but once morale takes shape, the minority opposition can't shake the bigger picture. This is a moment when collective interests supersede everything else. Just as Shun-Yi showed no mercy to those dark chefs back then, at civilization's life or death crossroads, anyone who dares to hold us back becomes an enemy of the entire civilization and must be decisively eliminated, whether by law, morality, or collective will. However, the West cannot take this step. Their laws and morals not only fail to restrict opponents, but actually encourage them to maintain dissent, not to mention that the Western elite themselves struggle to unify their goals. Well, I didn't have high expectations anyway. Shun-Yi stood up from his chair and stretched. Outside the cockpit, gray clouds pressed against the horizon. He squinted and said quietly, since we've come this far, might as well give them a push. He knew deep down that no one could predict how many people would ultimately survive in this world. Captain, Lilac suddenly spoke up. One Western nation has issued an official statement calling for all citizens to unite and fight against the disaster. Where? Shun-Yi turned around. The United Kingdom of Nuko. Lilac enlarged and marked the map. Total population 34 million. 5 minutes ago, two of its cities located in the earthquake zone were hit by strong tremors, causing heavy casualties among over 1 million civilians who couldn't evacuate in time. Combined with our propaganda about the eastern operations, it has stirred up many people. Even earthquakes have started. Shun-Yi murmured to himself. He no longer had time to monitor every disaster individually in less than 10 days. Global death tolls had soared to heights unimaginable in peacetime, and this was just the beginning. Even the East, which he held in highest regard, couldn't avoid casualties, let alone the West. They're requesting help from the association. Lilac brought up real-time footage. The central square was packed with crowds, and an official representative stood on a platform, delivering an impassioned speech. We have more powerful manufacturing facilities than the East. Superior people. We will prove to the Panhuman Guardian Association that we are the finest civilization on Earth. The gathered crowd responded loudly, with supporters clearly in the majority. Though some held protest signs around the edges, they were drowned out by the roar of voices. Shin-Yi could tell that the speaker's pride wasn't an act. He casually pulled up their files. The United Kingdom of Nuko had a modest population, but had once achieved industrial glory in mechanical manufacturing. Lilac, I'm guessing they want to hedge their bets. Exactly. Ding Xiang nodded. The ARC plan protecting only a select few continues, but they're also starting to worry that the East might actually succeed, and they're even more concerned that we'll give the East additional support. So they've decided to launch their own city-building plan as well. However, to construct a new city, they first need to acquire our technology. Captain, do you intend to give it to them? Ding Xiang in the virtual projection composed her expression, her clear eyes fixed steadily on Shun-Yi. Meanwhile, the international internet had erupted into chaos, doubt, panic, anticipation. Countless emotions surged at this moment, and all the discourse was boiling because of Shun-Yi's single thought. Shun-Yi didn't answer immediately. He first pulled up his personal system interface, his gaze pausing for a second on the data column. His points had just skyrocketed by 2 million. Clearly, whether through self-rescue or organized evacuation, in just a short time, this nation had saved over 2 million people who would have otherwise perished. Why not? He chuckled softly. In confronting disasters, one could receive aid from the Panhuman Guardian Association. The better the performance, the greater the reward. This was the rule he had always conveyed to the world. He opened his palm, and a fist-sized crystal materialized out of thin air, with runes flowing within the crystalline structure. Shun-Yi inscribed illusions on the crystal surface and added a curse, forbidding anyone from taking this technology outside the country. While the technology no longer consumed points, as the association's support for specific groups, it could only be obtained through him. In the next instant, he moved his arm slightly. The crystal transformed into a meteor burning with electric arcs, hovering high above the plaza of the new scientific United Kingdom. Then trailing a long fiery tail, it crashed down thunderously. The blazing white light in the sky immediately drew gasps from the crowd. People instinctively wanted to retreat, but the meteor's speed was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it smashed down in front of the speaking platform. Boom! A thunderous roar exploded, yet the expected shockwave and dust clouds never materialized. Instead, there was a dazzling burst of lightning bright as fire. The electric lights spread out, illuminating every face frozen in shock. Then, like being erased by an invisible hand, it dissipated strand by strand into the air. The crowd stood transfixed. Elsie, who had been giving the speech, also held her breath. Several soldiers stepped forward first, and after confirming it was safe, more people cautiously approached. What met their eyes was a breathtaking sight. A crystal-clear gem sat quietly in the center of the shattered bricks and stones, radiating outward from it as the center, lightning-shaped cracks extended for dozens of meters, with occasional blue-white electric arcs still flickering through the gaps between the bricks. My God, someone whispered in awe. This thought acted like a fuse, igniting the restlessness. That's the technology crystal. That deity has granted us technology too. Just like God giving humanity the fire of survival. He has been watching over us all along. Just minutes ago, this nation had suffered aftershocks, with at least 1 million people buried under rubble. Now their prayers had been answered. The fire of knowledge had descended from heaven, appearing before those in suffering. How could they not be moved? However, at the periphery of the plaza, protesters holding signs suddenly lost emotional control, screaming as they frantically charged into the crowd. Don't touch it. That's an alien virus. It will control our minds. We must destroy it. The end of the world is God's will. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. The crowd pushed and roared, some protecting the crystal while others tried to seize it in the chaos. However, Elsie was the quickest to react, and he was also the closest to the crystal. He practically leaped down from the podium, his leather shoes hitting the carpet with a dull thud. He yanked off his crisp suit jacket and wrapped the fist-sized crystal tightly within it, then rushed toward the approaching security team. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, as if it might burst through his ribs. As the newly appointed disaster response coordinator, he was also on the ARC list, but in Elsie's view, That list was merely a desperate measure to preserve a few when all hope is lost. However, after witnessing firsthand the resolve demonstrated by the Eastern power, the Panhuman Guardian Association realized for the first time that perhaps true hope was now burning hot in his arms. As he ran, his fingers accidentally touched the crystal's icy surface. The next second, a torrent of violent information flooded his mind. Terrifying hurricanes sweeping across the globe, violent tremors tearing continents apart, overwhelming tsunamis, magnetic pole reversal, polar inversion, followed by electromagnetic storms ravaging the entire world. Elsie's face instantly turned deathly pale, his legs gave way, and he nearly collapsed onto the carpet. There was no doubt this was the impending disaster, the prophecy of the Panhuman Guardian Association. This wasn't some species extinction caused by dust clouds, but true doomsday, a destruction countless times more terrifying than all their previous projections. He couldn't stop trembling. No matter how thorough their drills or perfect their preparations, everything seemed like a joke before this vision of world-ending destruction. Humanity was too insignificant. This was an extinction-level disaster for all mankind, for all civilization. At this moment, Elsie suddenly recalled the myth. It was never humans who truly built Noah's Ark, but God. It was God who told Noah to build the ark, what wood to use, how long and how wide to make it. Without God's mercy and guidance, Noah could never have survived the apocalypse. His fear was completely observed by Shun-Yi in the distance. Just as expected. Captain, he's afraid. Ding Xiang concluded through facial expression analysis. He's experiencing an extremely strong sense of crisis. That's normal. Shun-Yi's voice remained calm. Against the vast majority of human methods, this disaster is unsolvable. That final magnetic pole reversal and polar inversion, along with the global electromagnetic storm it triggers, is what I most recently prophesied. He reflected quietly. The system had once told him that without his intervention, humanity in this world would completely disappear within just a few short years. This was the only outcome. Escape to outer space? Submarines diving deep into the ocean? When the electromagnetic storm erupted, all these so-called arcs would instantly capsize. Now, as the curtain rose on this series of disasters, Shun-Yi finally delivered a crushing hammer blow, brutally shattering some people's final delusions and arrogance. Whether they would despair, go mad, or struggle to save themselves was entirely their choice. If anyone was mad enough to try dragging the whole world down with them, they couldn't even raise a single ripple before the current Shun-Yi. Glimpsing destiny, foreseeing the future, transcending space, global targeting, all these powers were sufficient for him to easily eliminate any crisis caused by humanity itself before it could occur. And he would only grow stronger. Ding Xiang, include our provision of technology to the second region in the report as well, Shun-Yi instructed. Yes, Captain, Ding Xiang replied, immediately pushing out the information. Within minutes, screens, broadcasts, and social networks across Western nations were flooded with this news. This was the first Western region to receive support from the Panhuman Guardian Association. Simultaneously, high-definition footage of the heavenly fire descent was uploaded, showing flames tearing through clouds and the massive vessel hovering in the sky, once again pushing online emotions to their peak. Those hoping to resist the apocalypse were unprecedentedly excited. Nick, Rossetti, and other prominent advocates of immediate action finally saw a glimmer of hope for survival. They firmly believed this was just the beginning. As long as people took action, more and more would join the resistance against the sudden apocalyptic disaster. However, opposing forces seeking to obstruct resistance became even more enraged, with anger fermenting in cities and some areas descending into chaos and disorder. Bert's neighborhood was no exception. Under the cover of night, narrow streets were packed solid with surging crowds. Car alarms blared incessantly. Several people with death-painted faces overturned garbage cans, scattering trash everywhere. Gunshots and screams occasionally echoed from the distance, with the sharp sound of bullets hitting glass reverberating all around. The momentum of collapsing order was taking root here, shadowed by the looming end of the world. This city is getting more chaotic by the day. We must leave before the hurricane arrives, Bert whispered, pulling out a small metal box from under the bed. Inside were rows of pistols, rifles, and magazines, everything he had frantically purchased during the first volcanic eruption. He handed an M9 to his wife. We're going to Nuku, or anywhere that has the new material technology. I've already contacted several teams heading to Nuku as Wealthy Re leaving tonight. Keep this with you. His wife's hands trembled slightly as she took the gun, the cold metal making her shiver. Bert leaned close to her ear and whispered, if you really need to shoot, don't hesitate. Think of our daughter. With that, he embraced both his wife and their still-dazed daughter, his rough palm gently patting the child's back. This once ordinary middle-aged man, now holding his family with one arm and a gun with the other, somehow radiated the resolute bearing of a warrior. The truth was, under the apocalypse, such scenes had become daily choices for countless families. The unrest from around the world quickly reached the east, but failed to cause much of a stir for them. disaster relief remained the top priority. Hong Feizhong was currently holding a press conference, reporting the latest construction progress to the media. A reporter raised their hand and interjected, "Commander Hong, according to the latest news, the United Nations of New Ku has also received technology from the Pan-Human Guardian Association, and many people are claiming they will soon take action in disaster resistance construction. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Hong Feizhong's announcement immediately triggered gasps of astonishment from all the reporters present. The first new city had only begun construction 7 or 8 days ago, yet now they were announcing it would be completed in just 4 more days, a total of 11 or 12 days, several days ahead of the original optimistic estimate of half a month. After a brief commotion, the reporters quickly turned their attention to another equally important question. "Commander Hong, has the selection process for residents been finalized?" Quality was hardly anyone's concern. Over the past period, extensive promotion of the new materials had repeatedly proven that as long as they weren't defective products from manufacturing errors, their strength was sufficient to withstand the most powerful hurricanes. In other words, whoever moved into the new cities first would be free from the fear of hurricane devastation. "In principle, we will prioritize housing for the families of frontline workers currently engaged in construction," Hong Feizhong emphasized once again before the cameras. These people were indispensable to completing the project ahead of schedule, and their sweat and toil had been witnessed by the entire world through live broadcasts. The construction livestream had been running continuously since groundbreaking. Although the online viewership wasn't as explosive as it had been initially, all viewers could see the construction site roaring day and night, with mechanical lights illuminating beads of sweat as workers chanted work songs, racing against time and pushing their physical limits. The reporters also expressed their heartfelt gratitude. While everything appears united and progressing at an incredible pace, it's still far from enough. The number of new cities we can build before the great tsunami arrives will determine how many people have hope of survival. The interview ended quickly, serving as just one component of the comprehensive mobilization effort. What Hong Feizhong had to handle next included a series of challenging problems: large-scale migration and resettlement caused by the growing hurricanes, intercontinental transportation of new materials, and the processing and storage of food and livestock. They could only continue relocating population and industry to safer regions. As doomsday approached, each passing day would bring increasingly fierce confrontations with disaster. On this very day, earthquake zones around the world began trembling almost simultaneously. Since the Pan-Human Protection Association had issued its warning, the evacuation of residents from seismic zones had never stopped. Earthquakes posed a more direct threat to old cities than hurricanes, as existing human architecture simply couldn't withstand them, making migration the only option. Che Yongchang was responsible for coordinating this task, and despite the arduous process, they managed to complete the evacuation according to plan. When the earthquakes actually erupted, the team chose to broadcast everything live. In the footage, the earth undulated like ocean waves. Buildings collapsed one after another, sending up billowing clouds of dust. A massive fissure tore open from the ground, first splitting the straight roads, then rapidly spreading like a knife wound, cleaving the entire city in half. Along the edges of the fissure, rows of high-rises toppled from their foundations, as if swallowed whole by the earth's gaping, bloody maw. When the trembling finally ceased, what appeared before the cameras was a canyon that split the city's ruins completely in two. It stretched across the entire land. This city had once been a vibrant tapestry of neon lights and wine bars, with traffic flowing like rivers and millions of lives, dreams, and memories woven into every street and alley. Yet within mere minutes, only broken walls and swirling dust remained, with ruins spread across the horizon like a torn map. Many who had called this place home watched through screens as their world became rubble, tears already welling in their eyes. Though they had survived, they could never return to those familiar alleys and streets they once knew. "Though our homeland is destroyed, we the people remain," came the host's voice from off-camera, choked with emotion yet striving for an uplifting tone. "We can recreate yesterday's prosperity in new cities: the fragrant smoke from roadside vendors, the melodious air music of elderly folks under the shade of trees. These memories cannot be erased by disaster. The more terrible the catastrophe, the more urgent our need to rebuild. Our future homeland will eventually nurture entirely new bonds of community." However, not everyone had successfully escaped. Through surveillance footage, Shen Yi witnessed countless figures across the world joining cities in their final death cries. Atop a high-rise, a group dressed in various outfits screamed and cheered at live-streaming cameras, continuously cursing the world and all survivors. They proclaimed themselves the most faithful and fanatical supporters of the apocalypse, leaping collectively to their deaths amid countdown chants. Others chose to remain indoors with their families. Some prayed with clasped hands. Others bit into ordinary-tasting pizza and pastries, while parents softly sang lullabies to their children and told fairy tales that would never come true. These were the apocalypse's acceptors, unwilling to struggle any longer. The largest group faced disaster in bewildered terror. Some abandoned evacuation, others had no escape route at all, and still others were bound by lies and ignorance, trapped in cities destined for destruction. When the ultimate nightmare of earth-shaking catastrophe arrived, they wailed and struggled amid piercing sounds of collapse and billowing smoke, ultimately consumed by fear. Whether supporting madness, accepting in silence, or struggling in terror, all were now merely part of vast death tolls. Though no one tallied these numbers, they had already cast a bloody and desperate gray shadow over the world. This gray mist pressed down on everyone's hearts, making life's weight seem insignificant, breathing heavy, and smiles impossible to find. Shin-Yi understood. The atmosphere of apocalypse had already spread. This world was gradually approaching that moment, making him feel as though he had returned to the previous world. Back then, he hadn't stood high in the sky as he did now, but had walked upon the earth, surrounded by the same apocalyptic atmosphere. However, this time things were slightly different. Shin-Yi's gaze fell upon the east. At this moment, almost everyone across the globe was weeping for the overwhelming death, yet only the east had transformed this grief into an even more fervent passion for construction. July 2 Their new city was officially completed. In fact, this news had swept across all major platforms days earlier, with people's attention locked onto this city. For this day, the Mo Corporation had funded brand new work uniforms for each of the 800,000 frontline workers who participated in the construction. Unlike the monotonous workwear of the past, these clothes came in various bright, eye-catching colors. The moment the live broadcast began, the first thing all viewers saw was this scene: a massive oval-shaped city, primarily gray and white in color, surrounded by high walls. The only splash of color that broke free from this palette was the 800,000 workers scattered throughout the streets and buildings, dressed in their colorful new uniforms. They stood along broad roads or between tall buildings, becoming the most dazzling embellishment of this city. So beautiful. Someone in the comment stream was the first to express their amazement, and soon "so beautiful" flooded the screen. People were praising not only the grandeur and magnificence of the city itself, but also admiring these workers who had built it with their own hands. That sense of pride spread simultaneously on both sides of the screen. This shock wasn't limited to the East. Even in Western networks tightly controlled by the Pan-Human Protection Association, major platforms still immediately featured related reports and live broadcast links. At this moment, the entire world was watching this new city together. Was this really built in 12 days? Look at that scale, it's incredible. Are those red dots really 800,000 people? My God, all those orderly residential buildings are made of new materials. This is currently the safest city in the world. I really envy those who get to live there. Exclamations rose one after another. In just a few short days, the world had grown accustomed to death and fear, with lives as fragile as bubbles bursting. Against this backdrop, a new city recognized as the safest brought an incomparable impact. The camera followed the aerial drone as it slowly zoomed in, passing through the city's central main thoroughfare and finally stopping at the largest reserve plaza. This was the most colorful area of the entire city. Rows of workers seated in orderly fashion, they were the true protagonists of today's completion ceremony. Speeches, commendations, and small stories from the construction process. 12 days and nights of relentless effort had now transformed into glory, allowing the workers to proudly receive applause before the entire world. Their achievement added the brightest touch of color to this world shrouded in apocalyptic gloom. Shin-Yi was also watching them, but he also knew this might be the last truly celebratory milestone event left in this world. What awaited this city would be an apocalyptic trial. Shin-Yi lowered his head and opened his backpack, his hand pausing slightly in the gentle light. Since the joy before him might already be the end, he might as well push this day to an even greater climax. He was prepared to personally deliver a crucial technology to these people who were still desperately building for the future. Ahead, all preliminary engineering had been completed and approved. Chief Engineer Ng Wenquan stepped onto the platform, his voice resonating powerfully through the amplifier. Initiate hurricane barrier test. As his words fell, the high walls surrounding the city, shaped like the cross-section of an ellipsoid, rumbled with the sound of grinding gears. The metal panels on the outer layer of the wall first trembled slightly, then an entire section of the wall began to slowly rise like a sliding door. Countless pairs of eyes in the audience widened in unison. Whoa, the wall actually has multiple layers. Look, it can fold and keeps rising higher. The internal structure of the wall was exposed to the air. Multi-level gears, giant pulleys, and hydraulic cylinders meshed together in a network, with telescoping wall sections being pushed higher and higher until they enclosed the entire city within a steel dome. It turned out this barrier was the first part of the city to break ground. Once completed, even with hurricanes raging, workers could continue construction normally inside. However, at this moment, no one delved into why this design had been chosen initially. Everyone was simply stunned by the reality before them. A massive folding city wall that would be difficult to replicate even with the limits of modern industry was rising before their eyes. New materials have revolutionized the entire design concept. In my lifetime, I can actually see the mechanical megacities from steampunk novels. That comment instantly shot to the top of the trending list. As the wall sections closed and the final locking mechanism clicked into place with a snap, brilliant white fluorescent lights simultaneously illuminated the top. The light tubes were embedded in rows, their brightness even exceeding the daylight under the overcast sky, bathing the entire city as if in dawn's embrace. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "I'd love to live in a city like this. When hurricanes come, we can still take walks on the streets." The greatest architectural achievement in human history, bar none. If judged purely on appearance, this city's gray-white color scheme and uniform, simple architectural style was far from dreamlike, but in the face of disaster, the sense of security it provided was unmatched. Those who had experienced the terror of natural disasters understood the weight of this solid reassurance even more. Just as everyone was immersed in this mixture of awe and security, delicate electrical arcs suddenly flickered in the corner of the live broadcast. A strand of blue-white lightning descended from the clouds, and in the next second, a familiar figure emerged from the electric light. He had once again arrived with thunder. Lightning serpents coiled around him as he looked down at Wen Quan on the platform. His palm extended flat as a crystal-clear crystal slowly materialized. In the process of building this city, you have demonstrated civilization's unity and determination. His voice remained steady, yet carried an undeniable force. Therefore, I bring you new technology that will provide this city with inexhaustible energy. His entrance, tone, and gestures were completely identical to the last time, yet equally thrilling to everyone. If there was anything left in this increasingly disaster-prone world that people could still look forward to, it was the help from the Pan-Human Reason Guardianship Association. Unlimited energy? This time it's energy technology. New materials and alloys have just shown people the possibility of building safe cities, and now blueprints for clean energy are laid before them. All these achievements combined will forge the entire city into a true steel fortress, a human sanctuary against hurricanes and disasters. The pain left by days of earthquakes has been somewhat diluted in the face of this almost dreamlike hope. Chief Engineer Ying's face flushed red. He and a few scholars understood most clearly that energy was almost the biggest challenge facing the city. Without energy, the production system would collapse instantly. Oil and coal could be used, but transportation and load capacity issues needed solving. Don't forget, the new cities would ultimately float on the ocean surface. People had even planned to equip each city with a nuclear power plant, but nuclear plants under current technology remained dangerous during strong earthquakes. Once a leak occurred, the entire city's residents would have nowhere to escape. Now, this difficult problem had been solved in one stroke. Shun-Yi nodded slightly, his figure fading into the void without saying much. A few days ago, he had already given this technology to Chu Lin and others in advance under the pretext of applying to the association, but in front of the global audience, he had to maintain a lofty posture, otherwise gratitude would decrease and demands would increase. Shun-Yi rose again to high altitude, overlooking the crowd. During the earthquake, his points had skyrocketed to 80 million. Earthquakes were inherently the most devastating and unpredictable disasters, and providing early warnings alone was enough to harvest points. But when he spent 3 million points on draws and didn't get a single truly useful item, he decisively stopped. The current card pool didn't even have golden items. Purple items appeared at roughly a 1 in 50 rate, and blue and white items were chaotic and repetitive. Clearly, this wasn't the optimal card pool. He decided to wait until his points exceeded 100 million to see if any changes would occur. Moreover, 80 million sounded like a lot, but it didn't go far when actually used. It could roughly exchange for 400 transport aircraft, 20 aerial fortresses, or the levitation materials needed for 40 floating cities. Many people in those cities had already contributed points, and some cities might even operate at a loss. Only when the apocalypse completely ended and they stepped into the new world could he confidently spend points in large amounts. Thinking of this, Shun-Yi sighed softly. Hadn't even purchased wizard cards for himself yet, but he could supplement them when truly needed. Oh right, Ding Xiang. Shun-Yi seemed to suddenly remember something and pulled out a metallic cube. This should be able to help you quite a bit. It was a purple item he had obtained from a previous lottery draw, supercomputer array. After the series of disasters, global network infrastructure had nearly collapsed. Although Shun-Yi had temporarily replaced damaged signal equipment with quantum-based towers, allowing people to continue using their phones and the internet, and enabling the AI Ding Xiang to monitor the global situation, servers were failing one after another, and Ding Xiang's computational load was rapidly approaching its limits. Her core was merely a control mainframe aboard an aerial fortress. While the AI module could optimize programs and provide evolutionary potential, it was ultimately constrained by hardware limitations. The purple cube perfectly filled this gap, and if it wasn't enough, he could always purchase more to supplement it. Thank you, Captain. Ding Xiang blinked at him, her emerald irises sparkling with barely contained joy. Through this period of rapid growth, her demeanor had evolved from the initial crystal-clear purity of flowing water to a mature elegance tinged with sophistication, much like her namesake, transforming from a budding flower into a blooming lilac. Shen Yi could see without words that the pressure of the apocalypse had accelerated the maturation of her emotional modules. However, she wasn't the only one who had grown. Shen Yi gazed down at the earth once more. Compared to the failure and disappointment of the previous world, here he saw a completely different kind of hope. It was as if, starting today, humanity's entire resistance effort had entered a new phase. The workers wouldn't stop. They were about to head to the next coordinates to build the next city. Their first success had made them faster and more confident. Meanwhile, the new city technology led by Shun Yi sent shockwaves through Western nations. Some attempted to steal the technology from New Tech, but whether copied to USB drives, transcribed on paper, or forcibly memorized, the moment the information left New Tech's territory, it would instantly transform into indecipherable gibberish. Even formulas memorized in one's mind would become completely scrambled. Shen Yi's curse directly targeted knowledge itself. However, the truth about the apocalypse remained unbound by the curse. That force, more sinister and powerful than before, along with disasters far more terrifying than predicted, compelled more and more people to face reality. Soon, a second country issued a plea for help, followed by a third, then a fourth. For every nation that took action, Shen Yi would drop crystals containing new city construction technology from the sky onto their most prominent locations. He showed no mercy to those seeking to incite chaos, but for survivors genuinely struggling to live, how they would break through the barriers of frenzied crowds and unite to build their own cities of hope depended entirely on their own efforts. The volcanic ash spread across the globe with the hurricane. Sunny days were about to disappear completely from this planet. As the dust clouds approached, the last ray of sunlight on Earth was being snuffed out. Worse still, humanity could barely manage to record what might be the final light of this century. On a mobile live stream with intermittent signal, a sweet-looking female host forced a smile while reporting on the last sunset. It was July 20th, 18 days since the completion of the first new city. Liao Jingwei spent his brief break time in the dormitory, staring intently at the screen. Sunlight. His expression was dazed. Of course he still remembered what sunlight looked like after just over 20 days, but only now did he truly realize it. And perhaps future generations might never see it again. Those days of playing basketball with his buddies under the blazing sun, sweat dripping down their jerseys, were also coming to an end. He suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Old Liao shift change. His roommate Hu Tai pushed open the door, shirtless and wiping away sweat. What are you watching? The news. Liao Jingwei sighed. There's nowhere left on the entire planet that has sunlight. Sunlight. Hu Tai responded instinctively. How could there be any sunlight in this hurricane? As the words left his mouth, he suddenly froze, fully grasping the situation. The entire planet, it's all gone. You're right. Where would there be any sunlight now? Liao Jingwei laughed self-mockingly and stood up. You rest, I'll go work. With that, he left the dormitory. The so-called corridor was actually a passage completely sealed off by steel plates, without even a single window, only the relentless howling of wind drilling into one's ears. When he first moved in, Liao Jingwei couldn't sleep peacefully at night, but now he had learned to tune it out. Not everyone could adapt. He had seen some people gradually lose weight and become mentally unstable, eventually going mad or even committing suicide. To him, dying from mental breakdown was more terrifying than perishing in disaster. Outside the workshop, colleagues arriving for the shift change gathered one by one. Their job was to place red-hot metal into punch presses and forge it repeatedly. Hot, exhausting, and ear-piercingly noisy. But Liao Jingwei had been doing this for over 20 days, and his body had barely adapted. Where's Liang Chun? He looked around and suddenly noticed someone was missing, his heart skipping a beat. Liang Chun was one of those who had started showing signs of mental instability. Sent to the medical department. Liang Chen's roommate, Lien Feiguang, sighed. Just now he saw some news and kept crying. I gave him my treasured instant noodles, and that bastard was clutching them tight when he left. Don't worry, he won't go crazy. Liao Jingwei breathed a sigh of relief, then joked. When did you start hoarding instant noodles? Willing to give them away? How about giving me a pack? Get lost. Get as far away from me as possible. Lien Feiguang scowled. Ha ha ha, the others burst into laughter. Someone joined in the teasing. Lien Feiguang really is a diehard fan of that brand. You're making me want to try some too. Those noodles are really delicious. Another colleague chimed in. Last time my wife cooked them for me, I was so moved I almost cried. Get lost, get lost. Anyone showing off their relationship can get out. The machinery had started running, and the atmosphere seemed much better than at the beginning. The workshop remained brightly lit, but the gloom on people's faces had lifted, replaced by a sense of relief. If everyone wore long faces, it would only spread more tension. Even the depression in Liao Jingwei's heart, born from the absence of sunlight, began to dissipate. What everyone called wifey noodles was one of the latest featured products from the MO Group's gourmet series. Though it was standard instant food, it was surprisingly delicious and nutritionally complete. Most unique was its flavor that seemed as if cooked by hand by a wife or lover. In the accompanying promotional video, Miss MO wore cute, light-colored loungewear as she bustled about in a bright kitchen, wielding her spatula with movements so gentle it looked like she was preparing dinner for her beloved. Watching this video while eating the noodles made warmth spread through one's heart along with the broth, which is why everyone gave it this affectionate nickname, wifey noodles. Beauty, sentiment, and carefully planned marketing fermented together, quickly propelling Mo Chio into the ranks of national goddess online. In these turbulent times, being able to taste such goodness from a simple bowl of noodles felt especially precious. Liao Jingwei, Lian Feiguang, you too, come out for a moment. A voice called from the doorway. It was the production workshop supervisor. The two men exchanged glances, removed their gloves, and walked out of the workshop. The supervisor said little, hurriedly leading them to a temporary conference room. Inside, many familiar faces had already gathered, all outstanding backbone workers from the same factory. Liao Jingwei's heart skipped a beat, sensing this was no small matter. The door was pushed open again, and a dark-skinned man with hurried steps entered branch factory director Lian Gaoi. Everyone, I'll keep this brief. Lian Gaoi's gaze swept over the crowd. You are all the finest warriors in our factory, ranking at the top in psychological resilience, physical fitness, and work capability. Now, I need to recruit a group of transporters from among you. Transporters? Liao Jingwei's heart tightened. Outside was now completely covered by hurricanes. Though the wind speed had slowed somewhat from when the hurricane first formed, it was still strong enough to lift a grown man into the air. They usually only needed to hide in safe buildings operating machinery, but transporters would have to move cargo directly in the fierce winds. The danger was obvious. Lian Gaoi made no attempt to hide the truth. This work is both important and dangerous. It's entirely voluntary. But starting today, all transporters will enjoy the rank and benefits of level 2 warriors. That means your families and children can immediately gain residential qualifications for the new city and depart on special trains. At the same time, food quality, medical priority, and other benefits will be fully upgraded. You all know what that's worth. With those words, the conference room immediately erupted, and many hands shot up. I'll join. It wasn't surprising that people eagerly signed up despite the danger. Ever since the authorities announced the warrior ranking and benefit system, many had been seeking promotion opportunities. Even putting themselves at risk could secure a safer future for their families. Liao Jingwei was also tempted. After all, his parents were still in their original city, hiding in underground shelters, surviving under the threat of hurricanes. However, only 12 new cities have been completed so far. Liao Jingwei found his thoughts consumed by another matter: why the sudden need to upgrade the transport workers' levels? Sir. He raised his hand, his voice cutting through the noise. I have a question. Go ahead. Factory Director Lian Gaoi's gaze remained steady. Why do we need to recruit so many new transport workers? Our current transport system is barely adequate. Liao Jingwei pressed on. And the higher the level, the greater the danger. The highest level workers right now have to lay foundations for cities and hurricanes and build hurricane barriers, wearing heavy protective suits, tying themselves to scaffolding with ropes, moving inch by inch. They're like frontline soldiers in wartime, defending their homeland. You're absolutely right. Lian Gaoi surveyed the crowd. But how long do you think this war will last? The workshop fell silent. Within a month, the death toll had continued climbing while the enemy showed virtually no signs of weakening. Every day, people asked themselves, when will this disaster end? When can we return to even just days without casualties? Lian Gaoi's voice broke the brief silence. I can tell you now that the most brutal battle has only just begun. As his words landed, Liao Jingwei's breath caught, and several workers gasped audibly. What do you mean, only just begun? Yeah, Director Lian. Even if hurricanes sweep the globe, once more new cities are completed, won't we be safe? Just tell us straight. Those summoned were the factory's most psychologically resilient workers. This wasn't based solely on daily observation, but also referenced Ding Xiang's big data models. In fact, they had already sensed something was wrong. Liao Jingwei had particularly detected something amiss in the build new cities decision. But suspecting was one thing. Having it confirmed was another. Felt equally tense. Scholars have identified the source of the disaster. Lian Gaoi spoke at a steady pace. It will be announced publicly soon. But there's no harm in telling you first. Our planet has encountered a cluster of high-energy neutrinos in space. These neutrinos have altered atmospheric system parameters, causing the current super hurricanes. What's worse is that they have the greatest impact on the Earth's core in high-temperature environments. High-energy neutrinos? Liao Jingwei repeated blankly, while others wore equally blank expressions. Unlike asteroid impact, ordinary people had no intuitive concept of such terms. However, Lian Gaoi's next statement made everyone's faces turn pale. From now on, seismic activity will continue intensifying, and massive earthquakes will sweep across every piece of land, every corner. At some point, all global continents will sink entirely, and seawater will flood all land. It was out there now. Every word reached everyone's ears with crystal clarity. The voice thundered like muffled lightning, making the very air hum and causing even Liao Jingwei's body to sway involuntarily. Continental submersion. Seawater coverage. This scene unfolded in everyone's minds, a sight that magnified the terror of volcanic eruptions 10,000 times over, with land disappearing, oceans surging, and all familiar cities and mountains being swallowed whole. But what about humanity? What meaning could there possibly be in the new cities we've desperately built? In the crowd, someone suddenly tore off their hard hat and hurled it to the ground, their screams trembling with breakdown. People can face death, but who isn't afraid of despair? Of course it matters. Lian Gaoyi's eyes blazed with fury, his voice rising higher and brighter, driving into everyone's hearts like nails. Every new city is a massive vessel carrying the hopes of our homeland. Think about it. If it truly meant nothing, why would the Pan-Human Protection Association keep providing aid? Why would we spare no expense building these cities? His words stunned the man who had lost control, gradually reigning in his emotions. Yes, if everyone was doomed to perish, what would all that support mean? What purpose would those peculiar city designs and massive interconnected foundations serve? I understand. I understand. Liao Jingwei clenched his fists and blurted out, "We're building floating cities. Each city is a giant ship." Many technical details that had previously seemed incomprehensible suddenly became clear from the very beginning. The disaster response team had been preparing for this final moment, with everyone serving as both pawns and warriors. People looked at each other, finally understanding. Hope had always been there. Each city represented a chance of survival for 5 to 8 million compatriots, and they already had 12 such cities. Lian Gaoyi surveyed his surroundings, his voice lowering but gaining power. But this is far from enough. Soldiers fight on the front lines, and soldiers also keep the logistics running. Now that you know the truth, I ask you one question: will you join this final battlefield? The air seemed frozen, silence lasting several seconds. I'm signing up. I don't want my son to wait for death with me. The first person to speak was the very man who had thrown his hard hat to the ground. He bent down, picked up the hat, and put it back on his head. Someone else was ignited. I'm signing up too. I need to think about it. Think about what? Don't forget why we came here, someone roared from the crowd. Every inch of our homeland costs blood. Every 100,000 youth become soldiers. If we don't fight desperately, my wife and children won't survive either. If the complete submersion of land had been announced from the beginning, it would have triggered boundless panic. But now, through the Great Migration, hurricane resistance, mass mobilization, and city construction, hope, and fighting to the death had been placed before everyone step by step, finally allowing the most difficult truth to be revealed. The disaster was about to intensify. It was time for the final mobilization, to tell the world about the approaching apocalypse. That night, Liao Jingwei did not immediately sign his name. Though he already knew his answer, he wanted to call his parents first. That same evening, the disaster response team, united with all nations choosing to resist, issued a joint statement to the world. Notice to all global disaster response forces: due to cosmic high-energy neutrino effects, all global land masses will collapse and submerge in 105 days, with oceans flooding all land. To save lives and preserve civilization, humanity now enters maximum mobilization. In the remaining 105 days, we will build as many floating cities as possible, with absolute priority over everything else. Fight with everything we have. The precise figure of 105 days naturally came from Shini. In an unexpected prophecy, he clearly witnessed the arrival time of that catastrophic tsunami capable of ending everything. Only 3 short months remained, far more urgent than anyone had previously estimated. Because of this, Hong Feizhong, Chu Lin, and others made an immediate decision to issue that grave statement to the entire world. When the news reached the globe, it instantly stirred up massive waves. Regardless of how much preparation various countries had made beforehand, once the end of the world was given a specific date, even the most composed individuals could no longer remain calm. Eastern networks completely exploded. Only 3 months left? How many cities can we build? Wasn't it supposed to be fine once the hurricane passed? What are we going to do? If they had said this earlier, I would have gone to the factory long ago. The most panicked and terrified were those who had never responded to mobilization calls and still considered themselves safe in the face of cascading disasters. Wu Zhang was one of them. Before the hurricane arrived, he had invested heavily to transform his small villa into a fortress, then lived comfortably with his family. He even scolded his only son who wanted to go work at the factory. It's exhausting and dangerous. Staying home is so much better. Now, with the doomsday countdown announced, the entire family was thrown into complete panic. "Dad, what do we do?" His son's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes. "I said I wanted to go to the factory, but you wouldn't let me. Now when the tsunami comes, we can only wait to die. Don't panic, I'll make some calls." Wu Zhang forced himself to stay calm as he grabbed his phone. His only hope lay with an old friend who worked as a manager at a construction site in one of the new cities. After the call connected, there was a long silence on the other end, followed by a voice filled with helplessness and anger. Old Wu, do you know how many people have fallen on the front lines building these ocean cities? You think you can just make a phone call now and get into a new city? Do you realize what time it is? We've been brothers for so many years. Wu Zhang was both anxious and furious. You can't just watch me die. Watch you die. The other party suddenly raised his voice, almost shouting. I want to help, but I can't. There are gods watching from above. Now what can I possibly do to save you? The gods he referred to were none other than Ding Xiang, which controlled vast amounts of data. Under Ding Xiang's strict surveillance, any backdoor dealings were rendered useless. This wasn't Shun Yi's forceful intervention, but rather a unanimous request from the entire assembly for Ding Xiang's assistance, solely to preserve the last vestiges of fairness. They knew deeply that it was impossible to save everyone. Only by ensuring that those who had contributed the most, along with their families, received greater chances of survival, and then allocating the remaining spots through public lottery, could they show the most basic respect to the lives lost, the heroes who sacrificed, the survivors, and indeed all of human civilization. Therefore, no matter how terrified they were, people like Wu Zhang had absolutely no possibility of gaining priority entry into the new cities. In this apocalyptic moment, money and status held no meaning whatsoever. No matter how many phone calls they made or how much wealth they offered, they would still be placed at the very end of the line, and few would spare them much sympathy. There was simply too much misfortune in this era. As long as city seats remained insufficient, those who had never contributed would be the first to be abandoned. Everyone's only hope was that a few additional spots might open up at the last moment, with fate then decided by lottery. Meanwhile, in preparation for the ultimate battle ahead, radio broadcasts, screens, and street banners bombarded everyone relentlessly. This is the final 3 months of fighting. Fight until the very last moment. Never give up. Give everything to defend our homeland. Survival opportunities won't be given to the weak. These endless slogans pierced through the gloomy sky, as if one could hear hurricanes roaring in the distance. The apocalyptic atmosphere was suffocating. In this oppressive environment, Liao Jingwei made his decision who would enlist as a transporter. When he arrived at the recruitment center, he saw Lin Feiguang standing in line with his head down, his usually resolute face now drained of color, as if the wind had sucked out all his blood. What happened? Liao Jingwei lowered his voice. Liang Chun is dead. Lin Feiguang said flatly, his eyes dim. Dead? Liao Jingwei was stunned. Last night his condition was clearly improving, but after seeing the official doomsday announcement, he still broke down. He rushed out of the shelter and was swept away by the hurricane. Lin Feiguang paused, then suddenly clenched his fists, his gaze becoming sharp again. I thought about it all night. This kind of battle doesn't allow deserters. Either fight or die. I'd rather die in battle than be pathetically blown away by the wind like that. Exactly. Liao Jingwei nodded vigorously. Last night he had similarly convinced his parents. Since they'd come this far, a real man should face the enemy heathen. Even if they ultimately fell in a blaze of glory, it was better than crying and wailing. After completing registration, the two received new equipment-heavy work suits powered by external skeletal frames. Metal frameworks wrapped around their entire bodies, helmets sealed with thick, bulletproof glass, making each person look like they were wearing a gray-white spacesuit, complete with multiple safety harnesses that could withstand hurricane forces. The construction workers still building the new city outside relied entirely on this equipment to survive. What follows is 10 days of intensive training. You must be mentally prepared, the instructor said, wearing the same equipment, his voice transmitted through the helmet speaker. Remember, as transporters, cargo is more important than people. Cargo is more important than people. Liao Jingwei's heart sank. The instructor immediately explained, this isn't about devaluing human life. Quite the opposite, this cargo represents the lives of thousands of people, including your families and our families. So their priority is higher than your own. From this first lesson, the supreme principle was crystal clear. In the apocalypse, life was both the most precious and the cheapest thing. Countless people like Liao Jingwei, possessing physical strength and technical skills, were forced to rapidly mature into qualified warriors in desperate circumstances. However, disaster arrived faster than growth. After just 8 days of training, piercing alarms echoed throughout the entire training ground, accompanied by loudspeaker announcements. All transporters report to the assembly point immediately. All transporters report to the assembly point immediately. Liao Jingwei and Lin Feiguang exchanged glances, their bodies instinctively rushing forward. Along the way, instructors and support staff alike stepped aside to clear the path, their eyes filled with both envy and concern. In less than 30 seconds, everyone had formed a neat line at the designated position. Though they had only trained for 8 days, everyone had been pushing their limits relentlessly, and they now carried the sharp, distinctive bearing of new recruits. Gear up and board the vehicles by teams. Team leader Gong Wenbin strode past with a wave of his hand. Time is critical. Will brief you on the situation en route. Before he finished speaking, the ground trembled slightly. The tremor wasn't strong, but it was enough to make everyone's faces change. An earthquake. This was Yuli province, separated from the main seismic zone by an entire province, yet the effects still reached here. Move it. Gong Wenbin's expression remained unchanged. Earthquake or no earthquake, we're moving out. Yes, Captain Gong. Everyone responded in unison. Liao Jingwei and Lien Feiguang rushed to the equipment area, working together to attach the 300-pound protective suits piece by piece to the exoskeleton interfaces. Without the exoskeleton's assistance, walking in this gear would be nearly impossible. They were teamed with Zhuahong, a 37-year-old veteran driver who also served as their squad leader. After gearing up, the three boarded the transport vehicle. The cabin reeked of diesel mixed with metal, and tension fermented in the cramped space. Squad leader Zhua, I noticed only us new recruits were called up. Are all the factory's regular transporters already deployed? Liao Jingwei asked after fastening his seatbelt. They have to maintain regular transport operations. Zhuahong took a deep drag from his cigarette, then stubbed it out and tossed it into a bucket. This is a special mission. We'll get a briefing shortly. As he predicted, Gong Wenbin's voice soon crackled through their communicators. 10 minutes ago, underground seismic activity affected most of our country, damaging roads in multiple locations. We're on the periphery with minimal impact, but a nearby transport team has been caught in a landslide. Playing the scene audio now. A hoarse, weak voice immediately came through the comm. This is Shanghai City Food Processing Plant Transport Team 18, designation NEI 345. Cough cough. Mission was emergency food delivery to Yuli 3rd New City. Encountered landslide at Route 124 and rolled into the valley. Besides myself, only 2 others still show vital signs. Cargo remains secured in the vehicle, requesting immediate nearby emergency support. Liao Jingwei's heart tightened. That landslide had occurred before the tremor they felt, and now with this new seismic activity, it could very likely trigger a secondary landslide, or even a complete mountain collapse. They might end up buried alive, people and vehicles together. Here's the situation. We lost contact with them 5 minutes ago and have no intel on the target location. Their protective suit data shows weak vital signs. Our mission is to prioritize retrieving the food supplies from those 7 vehicles. Move out immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuahong twisted the key and fired up the engine. The specially reinforced heavy truck roared to life like a steel behemoth, its engine thundering deafeningly. The vehicle's exterior, windows, and even roof were completely encased in new alloy armor, with heavy alloy tracks wrapped around the tires, all designed to allow the vehicle to barely advance through hurricane conditions. Channel 1 opening. Channel 2 opening. Channel 3 inch one by one. The ventilation channels opened in sequence, and howling winds instantly flooded the cabin. Countless high-speed debris pelted the metal shell with crackling sounds. The massive vibrations even drowning out the engine's roar as the entire truck swayed, as if it might be overturned at any moment. Liao Jingwei knew they had entered the hurricane's core and quickly fastened his soundproof glass helmet, immediately reducing the noise in his ears. How about it, scared? Zhuahong steadied the steering wheel and floored the accelerator, the truck lurching heavily off the launch platform. As long as you drive properly, I'm not scared. Liao Jingwei kept his eyes glued to the main control screen. The windows were completely sealed, leaving only a few small cameras to provide visuals, but outside was pitch black. Even when strong lights swept across, they could only catch glimpses of debris and wreckage flying past at high speed, virtually zero visibility, so they didn't dare drive too fast. Remember, driving requires both boldness and caution. Zhuahong's lips curved upward. It's tough, but if I don't make it and you guys survive, you'll have to drive this thing back, so watch everything I do. Understood. Liao Jingwei and Lien Feiguang responded in unison, yet remained tensely focused on the instruments. The vehicle radio suddenly interrupted with urgent alarm sounds, followed by a news bulletin. Initial assessment of the impact from the recent underground seismic waves has been completed. 178 roads nationwide have been damaged. In 30 minutes, damaged sections will be updated on transport personnel maps, with automatic alternative route planning. Major damage is concentrated in Beixiang and Zhoushan provinces, expected to impact construction speed of 7 new cities. Currently, transport forces have been fully mobilized, with 30 association transport aircraft being deployed to emergency zones for support missions. The broadcast weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. 7 cities' construction would be delayed, and this was merely a probing earthquake before the enemy's full-scale assault. Everyone understood that transportation would become the decisive battlefield. Meanwhile, aboard the high-altitude command vessel, Shen Yi gazed down at the massive map projection, his brow furrowed. He could observe the entire war zone more directly. The earthquake's epicenter remained in the seismic zone that had long been designated as a no man's land, already completely evacuated with no direct casualties. But this tremor was larger in magnitude, affecting all surrounding areas. Transportation is going to be a major problem, Shen Yi murmured. Captain, Ding Xiang's virtual projection suddenly materialized before him. Hong Feizhong and the others are discussing whether to abandon new cities and areas with transportation difficulties. Abandon them? Shen Yi frowned. But those places have production facilities besides city construction, right? Abandon those too. If the situation deteriorates further, this will be a necessary trade-off we must make, Ding Xiang said softly. Shen Yi fell silent for a moment. Ding Xiang was right. If transportation lines were severed, the city's plan to rise from the ground within weeks would be nothing but pipe dreams. Setting aside construction materials, the food supplies alone for hundreds of thousands, even millions of workers, couldn't afford the slightest shortage. War was about logistics, and fighting the apocalypse was no different. He turned his gaze to the scorched earth outside the window. Howling hurricanes swept up dust, rolling over the shattered highways where truck after truck struggled forward through swaying headlights. Some fell behind, some perished, and others couldn't stop trembling. But orders continued to cascade down through the ranks as soldiers and drivers pressed on into the storm one after another. They were already pushing themselves to the absolute limit. Demanding more would be meaningless. Ding Xiang, if we switch to transport aircraft, how many would we need to make up for the shortfall caused by the earthquakes? He asked. At least 245 aircraft at this stage. Ding Xiang's voice remained calm. But disasters destroy roads daily, and our existing transport planes are almost entirely devoted to evacuating construction personnel and refugees. Based on the 3-month timeline, final requirements could exceed 7,000 aircraft. 200,000 per aircraft. 7,000 aircraft means 1.4 billion. Shen Yi calculated mentally, his brow furrowing deeply. Throw 1.4 billion into air transport, and we can forget about building the ocean cities. Not to mention whether the world can even last that long. Transport aircraft were indeed efficient, but prohibitively expensive. He pulled up his personal panel. Through this period of spreading disaster, his points had risen to 130 million, the total number of people who had survived various catastrophes worldwide. Yet no matter how many points he had, no new card pools had unlocked. Either his score was still insufficient, or there were other trigger conditions. Time to draw. If transport capacity couldn't keep up, as earthquakes worsened, city construction would inevitably grind to a halt, leaving fewer than 100 million survivors. Compared to the previous world, this was already good news, but what if he could save more? Shen Yi began drawing in succession. First temple, second round. Up to the 10th round, various items appeared one after another. He keenly noticed that the vast majority of rewards from the technology side pool remained at early interstellar age levels, with varied styles clearly originating from countless human civilizations. But the overall tier showed no breakthrough. Even jump drives, symbols of the great interstellar age, had never appeared, further proof that higher tier card pools must exist. The 42nd temple ended, consuming a total of 4.2 million points. Staring intently at the screen, his eyes flickered with slight shock. This was it. He had finally drawn an item that could, to some degree, alleviate the transportation crisis. Interstellar Mining Vehicle. This is a vehicle designed for mining and transportation in interstellar environments. It measures 18 meters in length and 7 meters in width, with a massive frame encased entirely in alloy plating. It features 2 giant wheels at the front, 4 in the middle section, and 3 at the rear, all equipped with alloy tracks that create cold, pure mechanical beauty through their metallic lines. Yet it costs only 20,000 points, just 1/10 the price of a transport aircraft. The technological level, size, and production costs are incomparable. In the interstellar age, how could mining transportation be absent? With this realization, Shen Yi slowly exhaled and rose to leave the clouds, having lingered there far too long. Captain, would you like to participate more extensively? Ding Xiang seemed to read his thoughts completely. Exactly. Shen Yi's gaze pierced through the porthole toward another conference room, where Chu Lin and others were engaged in intense discussion. These people had given their all, and he wanted to know just how many he could save. As his words fell, ripples appeared, and his figure vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he stood before Chu Lin and the others. Everyone startled at first, then quickly recovered. Mr. Shun. Chu Lin spoke first, his eyes bright with intensity. Whenever they faced dire situations, Shun Yi was always the first person they thought of. They knew that if Shun Yi could help or had already secured support from the association, he would definitely come. Prepare a room for me. The moment Shun Yi spoke, Chu Lin's face lit up with joy. You've done far better than I expected. In this final battle, I won't stand idly by. Mr. Shun has already helped us so much. Che Yongchang's voice trembled with excitement. Without the technology Shun Yi provided, they wouldn't even have had a chance to fight, only to wait for death in despair and unwillingness as civilization met its end. Yet at this moment, no one would refuse assistance, especially aid from someone like Shun Yi who could determine life and death. My mission is to save humanity, but if more people can survive, humanity's continuation becomes more secure. Shun Yi pulled up a chair and sat down. You're worried about transportation, aren't you? As Ding Xiang said, it's not hopeless. Who would willingly abandon those cities? That's not abandoning territory, it's abandoning tens of millions of lives. I'll solve this problem. He opened his palm, magical light spread outward, and a holographic image of a massive transport vehicle materialized in midair. A fleet of idle interstellar mining transport vehicles that could easily traverse hurricane environments, adaptable to most ground conditions, capable of lasting for a considerable period. Everyone gazed at the mighty, imposing vehicles, their eyes growing brighter with rising emotions. It was like suddenly spotting an advanced weapon on a life-or-death battlefield. A weapon capable of changing the entire course of the war. Mr. Shun, how many of these mining transport vehicles are available? Chu Lin asked while keeping his eyes fixed on the light screen, knowing full well that no matter how impressive the quality, insufficient quantity would render them useless. Currently, we have 2,000 units. Shin Yi looked up, his tone steady yet resolute. I've invested 40 million points, and the vehicles will be distributed proportionally based on the number of new cities globally. You'll receive 1,300 units, with priority deployment to areas most severely affected by earthquakes. Other regions will also receive partial allocations. However, these vehicles are complex to operate and will require some time to master. Excellent. Che Yongchang couldn't help but clench his fist, his voice brimming with pent-up energy. Once transportation pressure is relieved, city construction won't have to stop. Construction team coordination can also accelerate. Now, every additional city we build is a victory. Chu Lin quickly calculated. 1,300 units. Though specific parameters hadn't been released, just from their appearance alone, they were vastly superior to their makeshift fleet of retrofitted old vehicles. Given sufficient time, they might even be able to manufacture some substitutes. But there simply wasn't time to wait. They were even using decommissioned tanks as transport vehicles, hauling whatever they could manage. To save time, I'll deploy the transport vehicles directly to the locations that need them most, including some emergency sites. Shun Yi stood up as he spoke, adding, I'll leave 10 units here for you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly faded. Simultaneously, 10 brand new mining transport vehicles materialized out of thin air in the command headquarters base warehouse, their heavy frames reflecting cold light, startling a warehouse manager on patrol, who then rushed off joyfully to report the news. The transportation crisis had become so severe that everyone knew about it, making these vehicles nothing short of timely rain. Almost simultaneously, the Panhuman Rational Guardian Association issued a global statement. The Panhuman Rational Guardian Association will provide 2,000 transport vehicles to support global resistance against apocalyptic forces, distributed proportionally based on the number of new cities. Though brief, the statement included high-definition images and basic specifications, immediately creating waves across the internet. What an imposing transport vehicle! The association always appears at crucial moments. Am I seeing this right? Micro-nuclear fusion power? Holy crap! Nuclear fusion vehicles. Proportional distribution? No need to calculate, we'll get at least more than half. It's been over 20 days, and some places haven't even built a single city. As a transport operator, I'm so excited I could cry. Within minutes, the previously lifeless internet was ignited with enthusiasm. On this land where sunlight couldn't be seen and devastation was everywhere, the Panhuman Rational Guardian Association and their repeated aid had become the greatest source of light piercing through the darkness. The news quickly reached frontline transport operators as well. Fantastic! Liao Jingwei threw a punch in the air, his gaze fixed on expert analysis posts about the vehicle's performance, becoming more excited with each detail. I wonder when I'll get to drive one myself. Just as no soldier could resist the temptation of piloting tanks or fighter jets, no transport operator could resist wanting to drive such magnificent and imposing transport vehicles. What are you thinking? There are only 2,000 units total for the entire world. How could it possibly be your turn, you rookies? If anyone's driving it, it'll be me. Zhuahong didn't even lift his head, but his grin stretched from ear to ear, the barely contained excitement in his voice betraying his anticipation completely. Just as Liao Jingwei was about to retort, their shared comm channel suddenly crackled with Captain Gong's cold, hard voice. All units, halt. The convoy braked instantly. Zhuahong moved with practiced precision, bringing the vehicle to a steady stop. Liao Jingwei looked up, trying to assess the external situation through the real-time feed on the central display, but could see nothing. The hurricane carried sand, rocks, and metal debris like a massive gray-black wall that completely blocked their view. He could only imagine how terrifying it was outside from the violent shaking of the vehicle and the dull thuds of debris continuously striking their armor. The signal markers showed the crashed vehicle was just ahead, but the path was completely blocked, and even their heavy transport couldn't push through. Captain Gong continued his orders. I need 2 rookies to come with me and assess the situation. The channel fell silent except for the howling wind. Zhuahong's Adam's apple bobbed several times, but he forced himself to stay quiet. Understood why Captain Gong was calling for rookies. There wasn't much time left to train them. so they had to quickly identify the most capable ones and pile real responsibility on them. The silence didn't last long. Me, Liao Jingwei, and Lien Feiguang shouted almost simultaneously. They locked eyes, hearts pounding. They knew exactly how brutal it was outside. No matter how bulletproof their protective suits were, if the hurricane swept them away or large debris struck them, it would still be almost certain death. Good. You too, Liao Jingwei, Lien Feiguang. Check your equipment and exit from the rear. Both men immediately stood up, grabbed their gear bags, and headed toward the cargo bay. Zhuohong silently watched their retreating figures without another word. Each compartment had a high-powered winch system mounted, and they clipped steel cables one by one to the anchor points on their protective suits, connecting them to their external skeletons. Taking a deep breath, the two men crouched down and crawled into the specialized lower compartment, then belly crawled out through the vehicle's underside exit. The moment they emerged, the gale hit them like a solid steel plate, the suddenly amplified shrieking nearly bursting their eardrums. Small rocks and metal fragments pelted their faces, rattling against their protective visors in a continuous staccato. I'm on your right side. Move toward me as you advance. Captain Gong shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice barely audible even through the comm at maximum volume, still nearly drowned out by the wind. Liao Jingwei and Lien Feiguang pressed their bodies as flat against the ground as possible, the first rule from training. They used the tiny metal spikes on the chest and abdomen of their protective suits to grip the rock surface, crank their external skeleton power to maximum, and slowly move toward the signal point. With their headlamps at full brightness, using those pale beams to illuminate inch by inch of rock face, they finally saw what lay beneath them. No soil, no trees, the entire mountain peak was nothing but bare rock. The hurricane had raged for half a month, stripping away layer after layer of the surface, even grinding down the ridges. This was the power of natural disaster. And right now, they were facing it heat-in. Both men held their breath, eyes fixed on the signal arrow in their helmet HUDs, closing in on their target centimeter by centimeter. Just then, bang! A thunderous crash cut through the howling wind. Liao Jingwei raised his head and saw a sight that filled him with horror. A massive shadow loomed ahead, rumbling through the pitch-black darkness, an enormous boulder that had been violently torn from the mountainside, its rough outline barely visible in the night. Without a doubt, it had just crashed down from above. Anyone standing there would have been crushed to pulp. Worse still, the landslide hadn't stopped. What came tumbling down now wasn't loose soil, but chunks of rock of varying sizes, cascading like a chaotic torrent as the danger escalated dramatically. Too dangerous. Liao Jingwei's heart pounded wildly, as if a bomb had exploded right before his eyes, the terror of being crushed to pieces at any moment pressing against his nerves. Just then, Captain Gong's deep, resolute voice crackled through the communicator. Keep moving. Everyone follow me. If I fall, Deputy Captain Zhuang Binbin takes command. The squad endures. The mission continues. Yes, sir. Zhuang Binbin's response roared through the channel, his voice like a rivet, locking the team's resolve in place. Only now did Liao Jingwei truly understand the weight of the phrase, the cargo is more important than the transporters, but did they have any choice? None. The signal showed Captain Gong still charging forward. Liao Jingwei took a sharp breath, gritted his teeth, and actually picked up his pace. The fierce wind cut across his face like blades. Rocks could fall from overhead at any moment, and he could even hear the sharp crack of debris hitting the ground, yet he dared not stop. Once you halt during a charge, fear floods in like a tide, swallowing you whole. Finally, the positioning signal on his wrist aligned perfectly with the target car's signal. Huff, huff. Liao Jingwei gasped heavily. Had he actually done it? Well done. Captain Gong appeared beside him, laughing heartily. I wasn't wrong about you, Yuri, all promising recruits. All of us. Liao Jingwei looked back in confusion, only to discover Lien Feiguang crouched nearby, equally breathless. Damn it. Lien Feiguang's legs trembled with weakness. Didn't feel anything while climbing, but now I'm scared as hell. Don't worry, as long as you don't die, you'll get the hang of it after a few times, Captain Gong said casually while inspecting the car's integrity. I used to be on a maritime rescue team, he continued while checking. Cruise ships, oil rigs had to respond to everything. Dangerous work, but every time we pulled someone out, it felt worth it. Captain, didn't you ever think about what would happen if you died? Lien Feiguang was still panting. I'm not even married yet. Of course I thought about it, Captain Gong shrugged. This job is about snatching people from death's hand. Sooner or later, you've got to pay the price. But I've already broken even with all the lives I've saved. Besides, even if death really wants me, it won't be that easy. Everyone could hear the confidence and courage in his voice, and somehow they felt like they'd each received a share of that bravery. The car is basically intact, all cargo accounted for. The front 3 cargo boxes are in similar condition, very close by. Captain Gong's voice carried pleasant surprise. 12 people from 6 vehicles used the tow cables to hook onto the cars. This time, there was no silence. Almost the moment Captain Gong finished speaking, voices erupted one after another in the howling wind. I'll go. Reporting. Xiang Yuan requests to execute the mission. Me too. Damn it. We can't let two unmarried young men show us up. Reporting. I'll go too. The soldiers crawled forward in the same manner, their bodies pressed tight against the mud and gravel, letting the roaring hurricane lash their faces. Captain Gong knew in his heart that those who made it back alive would undergo a complete transformation. A real battlefield forged new recruits better than any training ground. As long as they could drag the food from these 4 train cars back, the mission would be more than half complete. However, he suddenly felt an almost imperceptible tremor beneath his feet, like some beast turning over underground. Captain Gong's face instantly turned ashen as he roared. Everyone, pick up the pace. Quick, an aftershock is coming. The moment he finished speaking, the ground shaking intensified violently. Rocks and dust flew like scattered sacks, tumbling down toward them. No one cared about the hurricane anymore. All the soldiers used their hands and feet, frantically pushing forward. Ah! A piercing scream split the air. My leg's been hit. Hold on, we can't stop in the middle. Captain Gong bellowed hoarsely, his voice torn apart by the wind and chaos. Even the most inspiring slogans were useless now. This apocalyptic natural disaster could easily claim lives. If the aftershock caused the loose mountainside to collapse again or triggered a second massive landslide, they would all be buried here. Liao Jingwei, Lian Feiguang, come with me to attach the hooks to all the other cars. Captain Gong gritted his teeth and turned around, crouching low with his back against the train car, forcing himself inch by inch forward against the hurricane. What he could do was limited, but he absolutely refused to wait for death. Liao Jingwei was about to follow when, bang, a thunderous crash exploded beside his ear. His spine felt like it had been struck by a sledgehammer, and his entire body was launched into the air. Mid-flight, he watched in bewilderment as the truck they had been sheltering behind was also hurled skyward. Is the mountain collapsing? The thought flashed through his mind. Am I going to die? A second thought followed immediately. Dying on his first battlefield, how heartbroken would his parents be when they received the death notice? All sorts of thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind. Just then, a layer of pale purple light surged forward like a tide, covering his vision. The hurricane, the flying people, the cracking earth, the whistling rocks, everything slowed down the instant the purple light enveloped them, as if an invisible giant hand had pressed a slow-motion button. Liao Jingwei clearly saw a figure radiating pale purple light, standing between heaven and earth, seemingly commanding it all. He widened his eyes, struggling to confirm this wasn't a hallucination before death. This was definitely not a hallucination. In the entire world, only one person could accomplish what he was witnessing, that individual from the Panhuman Reason Guardianship Association. Excitement, shock, and awe exploded in his chest, but everything happened too quickly. Just moments ago he was desperately struggling. The next moment death was bearing down on him, and the next moment this almost miraculous light appeared. In just a few minutes, his brain simply couldn't process it all. The only thing he could be certain of was that this time, death might not come after all. The radiance didn't last long. The next second, the earth thundered as towering stone walls erupted from the ground, crisscrossing and overlapping like jagged teeth that firmly enclosed everyone and the carriages, even blocking out the howling winds. Liao Jingwei was thrown heavily to the ground, with the cushioning layer of his protective suit absorbing the impact. He immediately looked up searching, but that familiar figure had already vanished. What met his eyes were 3 massive transport vehicles parked before the group, identical to the images published by the Panhuman Guardian Association, with rigid lines and imposing frames. All survivors, report your names and injuries. Captain Gong's voice, tinged with heavy breathing, echoed between the stone walls. Liao Jingwei, no apparent injuries. Liao Jingwei slowly sat up, staring intently at those transport vehicles, a surge of warmth rolling through his chest. His first real combat, and he had survived. And that figure continued to protect them. No matter how terrifying the apocalypse, humanity had the mighty Panhuman Guardian Association standing with them. This time, Shun Yi was neither just passing by nor acting on a whim. In a short span of time, his figure appeared across the globe, not limited to the east. Ding Xiang monitored everyone's footage in real time, marking the most critical locations and relaying them to him. While distributing transport vehicles, he also rescued more survivors along the way. By the time he returned to the disaster response team's base, the internet was flooded with his images. Countless people had captured scenes of his appearances and rescues, uploading them and sparking explosive discussions, with particularly intense reactions from the West. I cannot express my gratitude in words. I had already despaired, only praying that he might come save me. And he actually appeared. God, this is so powerful. Stop simply talking about God. Centuries from now, if humanity still exists, our experiences will become new mythology. The Panhuman Guardian Association is our savior. They rescued us and taught us to build cities to resist the apocalypse. I deeply regret and fear my past disrespect, and only hope he can forgive me. As wave after wave of disasters progressed, Most of those who worshipped the apocalypse and opposed the association had already paid with their lives for their foolishness, while Shun Yi's repeated acts of assistance helped those who wanted to survive recognize where true hope lay. After cities were built, they would need energy. After energy was resolved, they would still need to figure out food production. With sunlight now scarce, humanity would face an ice age lasting hundreds or even thousands of years. The magnitude of the disaster meant that no matter how much humans struggled on their own, only despair remained. Chu Lin and others had understood this early on, which was why their gazes toward Shun Yi burned with particular intensity. Have you calculated how many cities we'll ultimately be able to construct before the great tsunami arrives? As soon as Shun Yi returned, he posed a rather brutal question. What's the maximum number of cities we can save? It's hard to exceed 100. Chu Lin gave an equally brutal answer with barely any hesitation. The apocalypse had been raging for so long that their psychological defenses had worn paper thin. Yet these numbers still pierced their hearts like blades. The current global death toll was approaching 1 billion, and that was a conservative estimate. Wherever the hurricane struck, devastation followed, with Europe and America suffering the worst. Countless people were trapped in shelters, lacking water and food, with no rescue in sight, forced to watch death creep closer bit by bit. Just imagining that despair was enough to send chills down one's spine. Shun Yi's expression barely changed. He had witnessed far more devastating numbers before. In fact, 100 cities exceeded his expectations. He had only been in this world for just over 4 months, during which they had also endured a world-ending tsunami. Anyone claiming they could build 100 cities capable of housing millions of people in 4 months would be considered insane. This was a result achieved only through the desperate efforts of countless lives. The question was, could they really manage 100 cities? If Shun Yi hadn't provided transport vehicles in advance, 7 cities currently under construction, some even half-completed, would have been forced into abandonment. Only by understanding the specific progression of land collapse could they deploy resources in advance and prevent supply lines from being severed by sudden ruptures again. If we can figure out the sequence of collapse, we'll focus our main construction efforts on the areas that will sink last. Light rekindled in Chu Lin's eyes. That way, we won't have to worry about supply lines being suddenly cut off again. I'll give it a try. Shun Yi nodded slightly. The moment he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly blazed with pale purple light that rapidly expanded, overwhelming the indoor lighting. Between his palms, mysterious runes appeared and rotated, as if performing rapid calculations of complex formulas. An invisible pressure spread throughout the room, causing Chu Lin and the others to instinctively rise and retreat, pressing themselves against the walls. Even having witnessed this many times before, they were still awed by this surreal scene. Shun Yi's repeated accurate predictions of disasters relied entirely on his own power. Seeing the future, glimpsing fate. Chu Lin's fists clenched in his palms. The greatest hope for their world rested on this transcendent being. This time, Shun Yi gazed into the future for several full minutes. He poured all his magical power into seeing the disasters of the next 3 months. The earth cracking and sinking, coastlines falling piece by piece into the deep sea, underground magma erupting, hurricanes tearing wildly, with whales rising and falling amidst storms and flames. Finally, the magical power subsided and the purple light faded. Shun Yi opened his eyes and walked to a world map on the wall. In 20 days, this entire region. He raised his finger and drew a large circle on the map, indicating an area that would completely collapse and become a massive lava field. As soon as the words left his lips, Chu Lin's pupils contracted slightly. The land before them had been planned for 28 new cities, with 17 already under intense construction. Had never imagined this blueprint would suddenly face the risk of being torn to shreds. City locations were not coordinates that could be casually altered. To rise from the ground in the shortest time possible, a new city required at least 800,000 construction workers and 400,000 raw material production workers working in round-the-clock shifts. To ensure a steady supply of steel, cement, and grain, city sites were typically positioned adjacent to major factories. If relocation became necessary, personnel, equipment, and factories would all have to be uprooted and transferred. First, cancel those 11 cities that haven't broken ground yet, and redesign the plan. Hong Feizhong spoke in a heavy tone, his words coming rapidly. What about the 17 cities already under construction? Che Yongchang instinctively gripped the edge of the table, his voice filled with difficulty. For those 7 cities with blocked supply lines, they had finally managed to secure transportation routes through the Panhuman Guardian Association's assistance. But now they had to abandon all 17 cities together? But what alternative did they have? His mind raced to find solutions, only to come up empty. The problem wasn't just ground subsidence. Shun Yi had already explained. The entire region would collapse into a lava field, with underground magma filling the sinkholes and local temperatures soaring to lethal levels. Even if the cities were completed, no one could survive in such an environment. Hong Feizhong was equally speechless. He wanted to force out the words, abandon them, but held back stubbornly, veins bulging at his temples. Shen Yi fell into brief contemplation. His approach to problem-solving had long since diverged from that of ordinary people. 20 days can you complete all 17 cities? He asked, looking up. Absolutely no problem. Hong Feizhong practically shot to his feet, his eyes blazing with irrepressible joy. He understood why Shen Yi had posed this question. Even if it meant risking their lives, they had to succeed. The record of building a city in 12 days had indeed been set during a hurricane-free period, and with frequent hurricanes now, progress would undoubtedly be slowed, not to mention they were attempting 17 cities simultaneously. But in this moment, Hong Feizhong gave his commitment without hesitation because risking their lives had finally become an opportunity they could grasp. Then risk everything you have, and leave the rest to me. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Without further explanation, his words made Hong Feizhong and Chu Lin exhale deeply, as if the sense of helplessness had been instantly drained away. Their confidence was built upon the power demonstrated by Shen Yi himself and the Pan-Human Guardian Association. As long as this man said, "I'll handle it," there was a path to survival. From now on, I'll remain here. If any major emergencies arise, notify me directly. Shen Yi stood up, surveying everyone present, and for the first time raised his right hand in a fist against his left chest. May humanity endure forever. May humanity endure forever. Hong Feizhong, Chu Lin, and the others all wore solemn expressions as they returned the gesture in the same manner. The Pan-Human History Guardian Association, along with Shen Yi, remained mysterious and unfathomable in their minds. However, under the shadow of this apocalypse, Shen Yi's blessing-like words had given everyone a genuine sense of warmth and hope that came from being accompanied. After the ceremony concluded, Shen Yi turned and left the conference room. He had no intention of sitting idle as an observer not only in the East, but wherever groups across the globe were struggling to save themselves. As long as they met the standards of protecting human history, he would pay attention. Of course, he could only intervene in the most urgent and critical crises. Walking through the base's wide but somewhat rough metal corridors, he used magic to subtly diminish his presence to avoid drawing crowds. Under the reflected lights, he calmly observed his surroundings. Compared to the previous world, this place had more vitality. While people's faces showed little joy, numbness was equally rare. Most were throwing themselves wholeheartedly and focused into their respective duties. When he reached his quarters in the base, he suddenly discovered someone standing at the door. Mochio. The young girl held a silver-white food container in both hands, waiting quietly. It's not mealtime yet, is it? Shen Yi spoke first. Mr. Shun. Mochio was clearly startled, but quickly showed delight. Father mentioned you'd be staying at the base for a while, so I wanted to bring you lunch. Shen Yi glanced at her. Aren't you quite busy yourself? The internet is full of your cooking videos. Father thinks this can help everyone. When mentioning this, Mochio showed no shyness, instead speaking with greater determination. Even if I can only make a tiny difference, I'll give it my all. This is far more than a tiny difference. Shen Yi shook his head. You understand the power of food. It's a weapon unique to your world for fighting despair. Keep giving it your all. In his eyes, Mochio was like countless others striving to shine in this apocalypse, using her own way to add color to this epic war. I will. Mochio nodded vigorously, then held the food container to her chest and looked up expectantly. Inside are the latest apocalypse delicacies. Would you like to try them? Set it down. Shen Yi agreed. With permission granted, Mochio bent slightly to place the container down, her smile more mature than when they first met, then hurried away. She indeed had many things to do. Shen Yi walked to the table and opened the food container. What met his eyes were square-shaped small pastries, uniform in size with varying colors, their surfaces carved with patterns of flowers, forests, lakes, waterfall scenery that had become rare in today's world. He picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Sweetness instantly spread, and he looked slightly surprised. The texture was like chocolate, but with an additional silky smoothness, the sweet fragrance penetrating through his tongue into his heart like a gentle stream, carrying warmth to the depths of his soul. Sweets that could make one feel happiness. Shen Yi gave his assessment. Desserts naturally bring joy, especially in this world of culinary delights. The delicate, silky mousse, cream-filled profiteroles bursting with rich dairy flavors, and incredibly crispy millefeuille always create a brilliant explosion of taste on the tongue. For people who are now battered and bruised, these foods might even offer a lifeline, pulling them back from the brink of despair. At the very least, they remind everyone that this world still holds such sweet and beautiful things. As if this beauty alone makes it worth gritting one's teeth and staying alive. Everyone keep fighting. Shen Yi stood before the hurricane-ravaged ruins, his voice so soft that the next gust of wind could scatter it away, unheard by anyone, yet it settled in his heart like a firm resolve. From this day forward, wave after wave of ordinary people shouldered heavier responsibilities. Within 20 days, the entire city must be completed. More and more construction workers donned heavy, cumbersome full-body protective suits, braving hurricanes with winds of dozens of meters per second as they charged into construction sites for the foundation and hurricane barriers. They had thrown everything on the line, vowing to fight to the death. Meanwhile, the multifunctional transport vehicles deployed by Shun-E officially entered service. These steel behemoths, with titanium alloy armor protecting their cargo holds, roared across broken roads with their turbine engines. Noise suppression, cabin oxygen supply, AI route calculation, omnidirectional radar scanning, and even limited autonomous driving, an entire chain of functions ensured that supplies could be delivered steadily in harsh environments. However, the disaster continued to escalate. The hurricane was merely a prelude. As the Earth's crust continued to tremble, toxic sulfur gases kept bubbling up from underground, causing visibly deteriorating air quality. The good news was that the citywide air purification system Shun-E had previously obtained was ready, waiting only for the hurricane barrier to close before it could stabilize the new city's lifeline of breathable air. The bad news was bone-chillingly harsh. The already scarce wildlife was visibly approaching extinction, with the shadow of death even spreading to the ocean floor. The world's last quokka died in New Motril City No. 2, becoming the 36th species confirmed extinct that day. Meanwhile, transport aircraft from the Panhuman Protection Association captured footage of whale carcasses floating in groups on the ocean's surface. Toxic gases from volcanic eruptions were mercilessly consuming all life. Similar reports multiplied like a snowball. The adversary in this catastrophe wasn't just humanity, all animals and plants teetered on the cliff's edge. A global consensus had been reached: preserve species whenever possible, and for those that couldn't be saved, at least preserve their genetic codes and cell samples, but the top priority remained humanity's own survival. Such brutal reality caused pessimistic emotions to spread rapidly. People realized that even if they survived, they would inevitably struggle in a cruel new world. The previously fading, embrace the apocalypse movement now resurged from the ashes. Even Shun-E was powerless against this trend. Reality was simply this cold, and when people couldn't accept it, death sometimes became a personal choice. Fortunately, in the East, these emotions remained under control. The comfort foods designed by Mo Chio and many culinary experts gave people strength with every warm bite. Those heroes who sacrificed themselves for the new city's construction also silently upheld the spiritual pillars. In the new city, the most common propaganda was a single phrase: cherish your own life, cherish this hard-won hope, and don't let the heroes who sacrificed themselves die in vain. Most of the people in the new city were family members of soldiers who had fought bloody battles on the most dangerous front lines. To secure their families' chances of entering the new city, their children, fathers, and brothers had already left their lives on the battlefield. With such a price laid bare before them, no one dared to waste a single breath. Even though the future was cruel and reality was sorrowful, people still had to wipe away their tears and summon the strength to live on. Moreover, moving into the new city didn't mean leisure. Light industrial production lines for food, textiles, and other goods were being relocated one after another. As long as one still had the ability to work, they had to take their positions, contributing to the resistance against the apocalypse while adding a glimmer of light to their hearts. This era was inherently one where hope and despair intertwined. In such an atmosphere, time moved to August 16th. Only 2 days remained before the first large-scale land subsidence on the eastern continent. Amidst the continuous rumbling of aftershocks, Chu Lin found Shun-E, travel-worn and dusty. 5 cities can be completed today, he said with barely concealed anticipation. The remaining 12 can all be delivered by tomorrow at the latest. In 20 days, despite intensifying earthquakes and broken roads, they had managed to erect 17 new cities from the ruins and landslides. Yet the meaning of all their efforts hinged on the promise Shun-E had made that die as long as Shun-E kept his word, everything would have value. Are the construction workers still in the cities? Shun-E asked. Yes, there's no way to reserve evacuation time for them. Chu Lin replied, his gaze locked tightly on him. In 2 days, the areas where the new city stood would collapse dozens or even hundreds of meters, sinking into magma. If Shun-E failed, nearly 20 million family members of the finest soldiers would plunge into the abyss of despair. In other words, they were betting 20 million lives and Shun-Yi's promise on the future of 17 cities, and on these 17 cities' ability to sustain nearly 100 million people. Shun-Yi's expression remained unchanged. From the moment he had spoken those words, he understood their weight without certainty. He would never make such a promise lightly, but once spoken, he would definitely fulfill it. What about the workers in the production factories? He asked again. They're evacuating urgently, Chu Lin answered. Have them evacuate into the new cities. Bring along any production workshops that can be moved and secure them properly. You have 1 day, Shun-E said calmly, yet his voice carried incomparable confidence. Understood. Chu Lin was infected by this calmness, his heart burning with excitement. He could almost guess what Shun-E intended to do, yet still found it hard to believe. Finally, he performed a solemn salute. From here on, it's in your hands. Go ahead, Shun-E nodded. Chu Lin left swiftly, Eager to bring this news to Hong Feising during this period, they had truly invested too much effort and struggle for these 17 cities. The orders were swiftly relayed. Factory workers who had been preparing for complete evacuation received new instructions. All personnel, along with every piece of machinery and production equipment that could be moved, must be transferred to the nearest new city within one day. This single command sent visible waves of commotion rippling through the vast workshop floor. Over the past 20 days, earthquakes in this region had become increasingly frequent and intense, with up to a dozen tremors occurring daily at peak times. Though the factory buildings were constructed with new materials, they still couldn't match the massive, interconnected underground foundations of the new cities. Night after night, people would close their eyes only to feel as if they were plummeting into a dark abyss alongside the entire factory structure. Now, the mere prospect of temporarily residing in a new city, even just a few hours of peaceful sleep, felt like reclaiming control over their own lives. Therefore, everyone responded without hesitation. Some dismantled lathes, others packed components, and still others checked serial numbers, every step executed with urgent precision. Transport vehicles from the Pan-Human Guardian Association formed a long convoy outside the factory grounds, their metal bodies gleaming in the afternoon sunlight. Workers hoisted equipment onto trucks, securing everything with alloy steel cables as thick as thumbs, then strapped themselves into specially designed seats with safety harnesses pulled tight, leaving no room for slack. No one understood the deeper purpose behind these elaborate procedures, yet no one dared show the slightest negligence. At dusk, the disaster response team issued an announcement that rolled like thunder across all communication channels. Tomorrow at 13:15, the East will experience the most severe earthquake since the disaster began. For provinces are expected to subside by tens to hundreds of meters. All national units must prepare for impact response. The 17 new cities in these 4 provinces and the 23 million warriors still remaining in urban areas should await support from the Pan-Human Guardian Association and complete the following preparations. These few sentences swept across the globe at lightning speed. Not only in the East, but screens throughout the Western world repeatedly broadcast this announcement. The most striking keywords: most severe, for provinces falling, 17 new cities, 23 million warriors, and finally, Pan-Human Guardian Association support, instantly captured everyone's attention. Is the Pan-Human Guardian Association going to intervene again? If 4 entire provinces are falling, what will happen to those 17 cities? Were these cities built for nothing? No matter what, the warriors must be saved. Cities can collapse, but we cannot lose our warriors. Throughout these years under the shadow of apocalypse, people had grown accustomed to ruins and death, yet the frontline warriors remained the one thing that tugged at everyone's heartstrings. They were fathers, children, brothers, and the heroes who had built walls of hope with their own hands. Without that phrase about association support, countless people might have collapsed on the spot. But even with support promised, anxiety poured through hearts like ice water. There were simply too many people. There was simply too little time. 23 million, possibly climbing to 24 million people in one day. Could even the Pan-Human Guardian Association truly accomplish such a feat? If the Pan-Human Guardian Association is here to bring us hope, then I'm willing to give everything to please don't let this hope shatter. This comment spread like wildfire across dry grassland, instantly rising to the top position. The replies weren't just in Chinese, they overflowed with English, French, Spanish, Russian, languages from around the world intertwined, yet all conveyed the same message. As disasters escalated, everyone still fighting desperately craved greater hope. At that moment, Shun Yi was already hovering above the city. Howling hurricanes carried volcanic ash and debris and spiraling winds through the upper atmosphere, while thick dust clouds completely blocked out the sunlight. Looking down, the earth was barren and cracked, with trees and vegetation long since torn apart. Only one semi-elliptical steel outline stood out starkly against the gray wasteland, the sole distinctive presence on this land, a brand new city. Captain, the number of people watching this has reached 1/5 of the global surviving population, came Ding Xiang's voice through his earpiece, fragmented by the wind, but still clear. 1/5. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Don't underestimate that number, Ding Xiang added briefly. Despite Shun Yi purchasing numerous signal towers to provide internet access to densely populated areas worldwide, at least half of those scattered across disaster zones still couldn't get online. In other words, among those who could access the internet, nearly half were watching the Pan-Human Guardian Association's rescue operation. Shun Yi looked down and pulled a fist-sized circular device from his backpack, a multifunctional, hovering livestream drone with a silver-white shell gleaming coldly. Ding Xiang, initiate the Pan-Human Guardian Association's first official livestream. He maintained the network partly for smoother command and coordination, but also to let people still fighting bloody battles worldwide feel the real-time solidarity of fighting side by side. Every city established, every battle story told, these were sparks of spirit, and this rescue operation was no different. The drone ascended, its blue indicator light glowing. Almost simultaneously, Ding Xiang posted a brief but striking announcement across the global network. Title: Live Rescue Operation. Those simple 3 words struck like thunder, drawing a tsunami of viewers. The comment stream instantly exploded, dense with languages from every nation, scrolling too fast to read, but everyone on the other side of the screen was uniformly excited beyond words. The camera switched, revealing the man wreathed in lightning, with eyes blazing with light at the center of the frame, the world's strongest being, the only deity, the most awe-inspiring force of the Panhuman Guardian Association. People still didn't know his name, but this didn't diminish their growing worship, faith, or even fanaticism. Shun Yi gazed down at the cracked patterns of the earth, faintly visible in the electric light. The camera followed his gaze downward, showing viewers the complete outline of that massive structure. The semi-elliptical steel walls, the flickering energy light strips. New City, the Eastern New City. Someone immediately recognized the surrounding terrain and excitedly typed, "I'm inside. I'm in this city right now." At the same time, people distributed across 17 cities had long since prepared themselves, staring at their screens and taking deep breaths. All the previous anxiety, unease, and panic transformed into anticipation and excitement. Shin Yi understood this clearly. No matter how desperate and oppressive reality might be, as long as people haven't completely given up, they will still feel excitement and elation when they see hope, even moved to tears of joy. This emotion is like sweet dew falling on parched earth, instantly revitalizing a scorched heart. This is precisely the meaning behind this live stream. He took a deep breath, looking down at the camera below, then spread his arms wide. In the next instant, vast magical power erupted from within him, like a tremendous wave crashing in all directions. The hurricane was forcibly dispersed, debris and dust swept away in a flash, and the area dozens of meters around Shen Yi's feet instantly transformed into the most pristine and sacred blank space on Earth. Then, the ground began to shake. In the city and before their screens, countless people tensed up. They thought the Earth's collapse had come early, hastily tightening their seatbelts with palms drenched in cold sweat. However, after a brief moment of panic, people realized with amazement that they weren't falling, they were rising. The comment stream exploded, all words seeming inadequate. Through the camera, magnificent magical power surged beneath the city, lifting an entire section of land. That land slowly gathered and transformed in the air, its outline becoming increasingly clearer. Massive Xuanwu, limbs thicker than mountain ranges and a towering head stood unmoved in the hurricane, while the city rested securely on its shell, having become the most solid armor. At this moment, people finally understood what the Panhuman Guardian Association's support truly meant: not evacuating residents, but using one person's power to relocate an entire city, and they had actually done it. The Xuanwu carried the city on its back, treading across the devastated earth, slowly advancing through the howling winds. In the live stream, all viewers' emotions were completely ignited. This is true mythology. Nuwa mending the heavens, breaking the divine turtle's legs to support the 4 corners. He only seen this in ancient texts. I thought they were just rescuing citizens, but they saved the entire city. The hope for 7 to 8 million people's survival. Holy shit. Incredible. God is dead. The Panhuman Guardian Association is the true deity. In everyone's eyes, this should be Shun Yi's second intervention. The first time, he had single-handedly blocked torrents of volcanic lava, a scene still burned into countless people's memories. Now, this second time, the miracle of a giant turtle bearing a city once again revolutionized people's understanding of the Panhuman Guardian Association and of Shun Yi. The Xuanwu, formed of earth and stone, seemed like a living creature. It appeared to roar toward the heavens, its deafening rumble echoing through the howling winds. Even the most violent hurricane couldn't shake it in the slightest as it bore its burden forward, steadily carrying the entire new city's symbol of human hope towards safer ground. Rolling clouds of dust were kicked up by its massive footsteps, like a gray torrent following in the wake of a divine beast. Some artists could no longer contain their excitement and began sketching on the spot, desperately trying to capture this epic moment. They were certain this scene would stand alongside ancient myths, to be retold for thousands of years to come, except this would be a new myth based on true events. Chu Lin and the others were equally thrilled. They had rehearsed countless contingency plans in their minds, but this simplest yet most audacious solution was beyond their wildest dreams. Now the answer lay before them. They had won their gamble. The lives of 24 million soldiers and the future of 17 new cities were all secured. This was not only a victory for their civilization, but for all of humanity. The broadcast continued. Shun Yi hovered above the city, his figure dwarfed by the massive city below and the enormous Xuanwu. Yet he stood out like a pillar supporting the heavens. Magic swirled around him in torrents, creating a vacuum that even the hurricane dared not approach. Through the camera lens, he appeared like a sovereign of the clouds, overlooking all beings and guiding the earth itself. But beyond the camera's view, he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. Moving an entire city was exponentially more difficult than blocking volcanic lava. He had spent 20 million points to exchange for wizard cards, barely managing to enhance his power enough to achieve what he was doing now. As his magic surged, control became increasingly difficult. The inherited knowledge within him warned that to go further, he would need to ignite the divine Flamido, condense his core, complete his transformation, and become one with magic. This was the limit of purple wizard cards. Realizing this, he gritted his teeth and increased his magical output, focusing entirely on controlling the stone Xuanwu. The first new city was safely placed in the designated safe zone, followed by the second, then the third. The camera feed was cut during the transport of the second city as viewers returned to their own battlefields, but the shocking images remained etched in their hearts. The apocalypse was terrifying, and those living through it felt even more despair. Yet in the gaps between endless worlds, there still existed such an organization, such a group of people, using extraordinary power to grant civilizations on the brink a thread of hope. Only now did people truly understand the weight of the word guardian. In the Pan-Human Reason Guardianship Association, they guarded human reason, the spark of civilization, and the hope that gave desperate worlds a fighting chance. That afternoon, the disaster response team issued their second statement of the day. With support from the Pan-Human Reason Guardianship Association, all 17 new cities have safely reached secure areas. This marks our greatest victory since we began fighting against the apocalypse. But the battle is far from over. With only 77 days remaining until the great tsunami arrives, we still have only one task: build new cities with everything we have. This is a new mobilization, and an even more urgent call to action. 34 new cities have already risen from the barren earth, yet only 77 days remain on the countdown. From now on, each completed city will be a hard-won small victory. If they can truly push the number to 100 before doomsday arrives, reaching the theoretical limit of construction, that would be an absolute triumph, meaning they have overcome all obstacles and achieved the utmost of what is possible. When Shun Yi pushed open the door to the disaster response team's conference room, he was greeted by the sight of Hong Feizhong and others bowing in unison. The Eastern bow is traditionally a courtesy reserved for teachers, heroes, or elders, but in this moment it contained only an inexpressible thank you, frozen in the gesture. I only did what I could do. His expression remained calm, neither declining nor showing satisfaction. He would not anger at criticism nor rejoice at gratitude. This he had made clear long ago. In this mission to save the world, he had always only done what was within his power. But without you, sir, no matter how hard we struggled, we would hardly see any dawn. Chu Lin's voice trembled slightly as he vaguely remembered his first meeting with Shun Yi and first hearing of the apocalypse, self-believing, half-doubting, verifying while considering countermeasures, never imagining the path ahead would be more brutal and longer than anticipated. And Shun Yi, as he had said, had indeed become this planet's savior. Without your own struggles, dawn would be equally distant. Shun Yi pulled over a chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Moreover, you have already demonstrated the courage and perseverance of all human civilization. As I said, after surviving this catastrophe, you will be more glorious. More glorious. Chu Lin showed a bitter smile. Right now we just want to survive, to save as many people as possible, to preserve civilization as much as we can. As for what comes after, we haven't thought about it, and don't dare to think about it. He said don't dare, but it was actually being shrouded in pessimism. After the great tsunami, even if these cities ultimately survive, they still face centuries of darkness ahead. Why do people still collapse now? Because that darkness is already at their doorstep. No sunlight, no plants, all former beauty destroyed, a new ice age possibly approaching. They still don't know how to solve the food problem, as reserves will eventually run out. What sustains people to grit their teeth and press forward is only faith, and the hope brought by the Pan-Human Guardian Association. Shun Yi pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Though it's still early to say this, after the apocalypse, things might not be so terrible. He paused, his gaze profound. Have you ever wondered why there's such a vast difference in the level of materials and technology provided by the Pan-Human Guardian Association? The technological level of the aerial fortresses undoubtedly appears to be the highest. Anti-gravity propulsion, protective barriers, AI mainframes, and then there were the Kawomodel robots, along with transport aircraft. As for the ground transport vehicles used to carry supplies, their overall technological sophistication was considerably inferior. They still relied on miniaturized nuclear fusion reactors as their power cores, but their other components and materials weren't that far ahead of contemporary industry. With 10 or 20 years of sustained research, local scientific teams would have a real chance of mastering these technologies independently. We've certainly given this matter some thought. Chu Lin didn't hide anything. He spread his hands and looked at Shun Yi, his tone half serious, half joking. To be honest, our speculation about the Pan-Human Guardian Association has never stopped. Lower civilizations must always maintain curiosity and exploration toward higher ones. If not for this apocalypse, he and his colleagues would have originally made exploring advanced civilizations their primary research focus. Now, with disaster looming, survival had become the top priority. Shun Yi's gaze swept across everyone present, his voice steady. The Pan-Human Guardian Association is not an independent civilization. Our advantage lies in our ability to traverse the multiverse and establish contact with countless civilizations. The anti-gravity devices, robots, and protective technologies we're currently providing you actually come from different allied worlds. Many of these civilizations were once rescued by us as well. Since entering this world, Shun Yi had been contemplating the association's founding and operational model. On his journey, he neither wanted nor could afford to fight alone forever. That would prevent him from maximizing the system's potential. After observing during this period, the blueprint in his mind had taken shape, and this meeting was the perfect opportunity to present it and further motivate the survivors. Upon hearing this, Chu Lin and the others' eyes lit up simultaneously. They had long suspected this possibility. After all, it was one of the most logical explanations. Mr. Shun, do you mean that even after the apocalypse ends, the association will maintain contact with the worlds it has saved? Chu Lin couldn't help but confirm. Shun Yi shook his head and held up two fingers. Not all worlds can continue cooperation. Two conditions must be met first. The civilization must maintain unity during the apocalypse and demonstrate the courage and perseverance to confront disaster head-on. Second, enough people must survive after the apocalypse. He recalled the previous world with only 2 million people remaining. There was virtually no hope of reconstruction. Worse still, those people's determination to fight against catastrophe had long been worn away by despair. Chaos accelerated death, and no matter how he called out or provided concrete assistance, it was all in vain. So he chose never to return. This world was completely different. Throughout his journey, he had witnessed too much courage in the face of adversity. He had also seen in the system's lottery progression the embryonic form of a technological tree for early interstellar civilization, and couldn't help but want to make some real attempts here. After all, technology only achieves its maximum value when it falls into the hands of a vibrant civilization. At this point, the meaning was quite clear. Mr. Shun, do you believe we've met these two requirements? Hong Feizhong finally spoke up. Shun Yi nodded gently. You've already achieved the first condition. Those who survive this tribulation will ultimately become the most brilliant generation in the history of civilization. As for the second condition, that depends on the upcoming battle. But as long as you ultimately meet the criteria, the Pan-Human Guardian Association won't simply walk away and leave you struggling in the post-apocalyptic world. This was yet another promise. In Hong Feizhong and the others' view, this promise ranked second only to the oath that civilization must endure, as it concerned the future of all humanity. How many people need to survive to meet the second requirement? Che Yongchang couldn't help but press for details. Shun Yi simply raised his hand and shook his head. These are just the main conditions. The first determines whether you're qualified at all, while the second reveals your true potential for development. As for what you should do, he paused, his voice suddenly becoming resolute. Achieve perfection. The word perfection fell like a heavy anvil upon everyone's hearts. They all understood that every additional person saved meant another life. But endless death had already numbed the survivors. If 1 billion people had already perished in the disaster, telling them that another 100 million had died carried nowhere near the same impact as hearing 100 million dead for the first time. Yet Shun Yi's meaning couldn't be clearer, not merely striving to approach perfection, but actually achieving it. The conference room lights reflected off Hong Feizhong's tense face as he exchanged glances with Chu Lin and the others, each recognizing the pressure and determination in the other's eyes. If that's the case, then we must achieve it no matter what. Hong Feizhong clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with an almost stubborn fire. 100 cities, that's our goal. Treating the limit as the baseline. The moment these words left his mouth, he could almost feel the crushing weight descending upon his shoulders. But he also knew he wasn't carrying mere numbers, he was bearing the weight of real cities filled with living souls. After speaking, he suddenly realized that at some point, even he had begun assuming the limit cannot be reached. If this mindset wasn't crushed, it would spread rapidly through their ranks. Mr. Shun, could today's discussion be made public immediately? Chu Lin suddenly spoke up. The battle has dragged on too long. Some people are becoming complacent, even thinking our current number of new cities already constitutes victory. Your words could reignite everyone's fighting spirit. He understood all too well that those whose families had already been relocated to safe new cities, while not retreating, had lost their initial drive. In this state, completing the goal of 100 cities was nearly impossible, and Shun Yi's declaration would serve as the most direct catalyst. There's nothing that can't be made public. Shun Yi nodded and decided immediately. I'll have Ding Xiang publish an announcement using the Pan-Human Rational Guardian Association's account. His intention had always been to give everyone a push while dispelling the despair brought by the apocalypse. Soon, a new statement from the Pan-Human Rational Guardian Association appeared across global networks. Any civilization capable of building the maximum number of new cities with a capacity of 8 million people each will qualify to form an alliance with the association, receiving additional technological assistance and developmental support. The tentative maximum is set at 100 cities. The moment the statement was released, propaganda departments sprang into action. Analysis and reports flooded every major platform like a tidal wave. What does forming an alliance with the association mean? Titanium alloys, new materials, nuclear fusion energy. Securing this alliance means we won't have to worry about the ice age caused by dust clouds blocking the sun. This alliance wouldn't just help us recover from disaster, it could propel us beyond pre-disaster levels. Across screens, exclamation points and exciting headlines danced as the media storm instantly swept through every shelter, every command center, and surged into the hearts of all survivors. 100 cities. We must achieve it. This was perhaps the first time in human history that people dared to envision what might lie beyond the apocalypse. Following the official announcement of the world's end, countless lives had already fallen among the ruins, and many more would likely perish in the disasters yet to come. But for those who would survive, one point was repeatedly emphasized: what awaited them would not be endless darkness. Official propaganda reinforced this conclusion daily, while Shun-E worked to instill the same belief throughout the world. Engineers, military forces, and surviving civilians from both East and West had pushed themselves to their absolute limits, achieving results that even surprised Shun-E. Yet it was far too early to breathe easy. So Shun-E placed a goal before everyone, one so clear it was almost brutal: 100 cities. This meant not just staying alive, but living with hope. The announcement hit every channel like a shot of adrenaline. People's emotions were instantly torn in two: joy mixed with anxiety. Joy that they finally dared imagine life after the apocalypse. Anxiety over whether 100 cities could actually be completed. The pressure in the West was particularly crushing. Even combining all nations together, the number of safe cities currently standing was still less than half of what the East had achieved. The once boastful voices that had claimed they would easily surpass the East had fallen completely silent, leaving only death, shadow, and desolate streets as pessimism rapidly eroded what little construction momentum remained. Yet despite the seemingly impossible odds, the calls to action continued. Advocates of the New City movement, like Nick and Rossetti, stepped forward collectively, delivering speeches continuously through radio and public terminals. The personal credibility they had built during the wasteland era began to pay off, as more people emerged from shelters to return to construction sites, and equipment that had sat idle for days roared back to life. In the East, almost synchronized with the countdown, real-time statistics windows displaying city counts appeared on every large screen. 77 days, 100 cities. The hopes of 800 million people rested on these numbers. However, after just one night, the Earth delivered its most brutal response. The most violent earthquake on record struck four provinces. Continental plates fractured and collapsed as if struck by a giant hammer. Though dust and the obscured sky prevented clear visibility of the devastation, tremors swept across the entire East, sparing nothing from mountains to coastlines. People understood all too well that this land, which had nurtured civilization for thousands of years, was nearing the end of its life, riddled with wounds and teetering on the brink of collapse. The once beautiful landscapes would remain forever frozen in this generation's memory, lost to endless disasters. The post-earthquake statistics channel refreshed once more. Tens of millions fewer civilization survivors remained. Each fluctuation struck like a hammer blow to everyone's hearts, reminding them this was truly the end times, marking the loss of countless precious lives. In the past, most survivors couldn't bear to look directly at these numbers. The channels fell nearly silent: no reports, no discussions. People either feared they would one day become part of the decrease, or had grown so numb they no longer held any hope, or gritted their teeth simply to keep their loved ones among the living for one more day. But this time, burning candle icons appeared in masses below the screen. 10 million digital candles represented 10 million silent tributes, and a resolve harder than steel. The dead were gone, but the living had to carry their memories forward. Meanwhile, the disaster response team announced their final construction plan, developed through the night: 77 days, 4 phases, 17 cities per phase. This phase is organized by the number of cities rather than by timeline, though in reality, it's simply meant to give people a more precise target. The first phase alone requires the full mobilization of over 500 million workers, who will be distributed across 68 construction sites. Some rush to mining areas to extract the first batch of raw materials. Others head straight to factories to expand production lines, while still others drive vehicles shuttling between transportation hubs. This massive mobilization must be completed within the first phase. Everyone must reach their assigned positions within the designated timeframe and begin work immediately. Meanwhile, the 17 cities already under construction are required to be fully completed during this same phase. To achieve this, the command center has released a comprehensive plan detailed down to the minute. How many trucks should be dispatched on which roads, how much additional equipment each factory needs, even how many specific procedures each person should complete in a day. Everything is clearly marked. To ensure zero error, the disaster response team sends battle notifications to every individual, while the backend relies on Dingxiang's big data system for real-time calculations. In the early morning factory districts, alarm clocks ring, and workers are dragged from their beds into reality. Their phones vibrate with the first instruction: complete personal hygiene within 15 minutes. Arrive at your workstation in 13 minutes. As they rush into the workshop, a second message follows immediately. Please complete XXX procedure within 3 hours. Must be achieved. Everyone understands clearly that they are merely a cog in this plan encompassing 500 million people. Only when every cog meshes precisely can the entire machinery of civilization run smoothly. Therefore, no one settles for just enough. Everyone is trying to push the numbers a little higher. The targets are not set in stone. The system dynamically adjusts based on the previous day's output. All personnel exceeded targets yesterday. Today's target is lowered. Or, some personnel failed to meet standards. Today's target is raised. The former announcement brings waves of cheers throughout the workshops, while the latter makes the air feel heavy, but no one stops working because of it. At dangerous positions, the fluctuation of numbers sometimes makes hearts race even more. Statistics show that 178 people in this area lost their working capacity yesterday, exceeding estimated losses. Today's target is increased. Behind these cold words are the faces of sacrifice and injury, people who stood beside them yesterday, but can no longer continue the fight. The remaining comrades can only shoulder their share, forcibly pulling the progress back on track. At this moment, they are bricks, stones, cogs, even grains of sand, yet together they build the foundation of civilization. The disaster continues, with earthquakes becoming more frequent. But people can no longer spare time to be afraid. They pour all their attention into the tasks at hand. When earthquakes come, they steady the supports and stabilize themselves. When earthquakes stop, they continue fighting. In moments like these, swept up in the great tide of history, humanity's fragile willpower undergoes constant tempering. Every individual, even the most ordinary person, seems to transcend their commonplace existence. They all burst forth with a resilience that perhaps even they themselves could never have imagined, united by a shared purpose. This extraordinary phenomenon left sociologists and anthropologists speechless. In the end, they could only attribute this indescribable awe to one thing: the greatness of humanity. The long-awaited moment finally arrived as the disaster response team broadcast through global communication channels. Phase 1, successfully completed. Instantly, brilliant fireworks lit up the city skies, loudspeakers along the front lines blared with cheers, and screens throughout the streets flashed with the word victory. The shadow of doomsday seemed torn apart by the thunderous roars of celebration, as people drew strength from each other's eyes. However, the celebration lasted only a few brief minutes. The Phase 2 timer had quietly reached zero, and a new countdown began ticking. At this moment, Shun Yi remained alone in his quarters aboard the command vessel, facing a holographic projection that compressed every global combat zone into detailed street-level grids. His fingertips traced across the light screen, his gaze wandering among the flickering coordinates. Even he couldn't hide his astonishment. Honestly, when he first proposed this plan, he had used tentative language like suggestion and provisional, his true thinking being, give it everything we've got, and coming close would count as completion. After all, this scheme demanded 2 additional targets beyond the original 100. Yet now, Phase 1 had actually been delivered on schedule. Captain, Ding Xiang's calm voice reached his ears. Despair and negative emotions across the East are declining on a massive scale. Among the 500 million primary combat personnel, those still in a negative state comprise less than 5%. 5%. Shin Yi couldn't help but repeat, confirming he hadn't misheard. Data confirmed. Ding Xiang immediately provided affirmation. During the initial stages of full mobilization, this figure was approximately 20%, with an upward trend. Back then, they weren't necessarily suicidal, just physically and mentally exhausted, going through the motions. Just as most people understand that reading more is beneficial, yet struggle to maintain full commitment consistently. Now, dropping to 5% undoubtedly indicates they've rekindled their motivation. Shun Yi fell silent, then shifted his gaze from the light screen and gently traced the texture of the table's surface with his hand. Before his eyes appeared the image of 500 million people with iron-like resolve. They erected temporary command posts in ruins, repairing armor scorched by artillery fire under the night sky. They laid 100-kilometer energy pipelines across deserts, still running as the sun rose and set. They charged without reservation toward the same goal, like true soldiers, like true warriors. The awakening of 500 million people, twisted by fate into a steel cable. This incredible unity was certainly driven by real-time data monitoring and life-or-death objectives, yet witnessing it still sent tremors through one's heart. Shen Yi took a deep breath and said quietly, This battle will become a medal for all humanity, earning true glory for the concept of humanity that spans countless parallel worlds. He quickly adjusted his emotions. Ding Xiang, archive all data and field footage, establish permanent records. The recording command was swiftly executed. Shen Yi continued contemplating humanity as a broadly defined collective indeed possessed numerous flaws, appearing utterly inadequate compared to certain silicon-based computational civilizations that were efficient and rational from birth. However, precisely because of this seemingly fragile flesh and emotion, they possessed irreplaceable creativity and spirit of sacrifice. But they also possessed their own glory and brilliance. This scene unfolding across the land was enough to fill every human being with pride. It was precisely for this reason that Shun Yi insisted on documenting it had brilliant radiance. That heartfelt pride and recognition of all humanity would add a golden edge to the mission of the Panhuman Rational Guardian Association, while invisibly bringing honor to every member's actions and identity. At this moment, with 61 days remaining before the Great Tsunami's arrival, the second phase of battle had officially begun. In this final battlefield plan, conditions grew harsher as time progressed. Earthquake frequency and magnitude continued climbing. Vast stretches of roads collapsed without warning, and transporting personnel and supplies became increasingly treacherous. The first phase could be won through sheer determination, but the second phase required an additional element: luck. The luck to withstand natural disasters. However, probability theory was unforgiving. The more you gambled, the higher the chances of losing. As tremors intensified, production and construction suffered increasingly severe damage. Ding Xiang continuously transmitted videos from various battle sites to Shen Yi. The new buildings still stood firm, yet couldn't prevent work stoppages caused by the shaking. To save time, people invented various earthquake work methods. Some tied themselves securely to chairs with thick ropes, others wrapped their waists around support pillars to continue welding, and still others spread thick quilts at their feet, ready to sit down immediately when alarms sounded, allowing their bodies to bounce up and down without injury. Machines lacked such self-rescue capabilities. Accidents could happen at any moment. Shin Yi witnessed in one video clip how red-hot metal blanks, struck by a powerful earthquake during stamping, flew directly off the platform and crashed heavily onto workers. When the shaking stopped, the workshop had little time for mourning. People quickly carried away their fallen comrades' bodies, then reheated that blood-stained metal and forged it anew. Progress on the plan was clearly slowing as a result. Online, some still found humor amid hardship. If we fail today, it's heaven's will to destroy us, not a failure of our efforts. Many immediately posted rebuttals. Didn't Xiang Yu still lose in the end? We're fighting against heaven itself. The tremors aren't strong here. We can take on more tasks. Don't lose heart at a time like this. We must succeed to honor our hundreds of millions of compatriots, to honor everything our nation has lost in this disaster. The more they invested, the more unwilling they became to accept failure, especially now when they had given everything. Though the goal was proposed by Shen Yi, at this moment it was no longer just a string of numbers, but a wish. A wish forged by countless people with their lives and blood, weighing heavily on everyone's shoulders. As one online post stated, people had compressed nearly all the pain, disaster, death, and misfortune since the apocalypse began into this single objective. It seemed as though only by reaching this goal could they find solace for everything. Only then could all their sacrifices truly have meaning. The second phase ultimately ended one day later than planned. The disaster response team crossed out one city from their schedule. They had originally reserved a buffer of 2 cities. Now only one remained, which essentially meant no room for error. The third phase of battle began. The horn sounded once more, but with less clamor and more silence. Through Dingxiang's big data, Shun Yi observed that the intensity of battle had not diminished. People's silence was simply to steady their steps. Like a long-distance race entering its final stretch, everyone lowered their heads, regulated their breathing, no longer needing cheers, yet taking each step with determination. Shun Yi hovered high in the air. In his field of vision, half the land was stained black with cracks and lava. Turbulent storms howled, and the air reeked of nitric acid and sulfur as if hell had been transplanted to the central plains. The other half, equally scarred and battered, was still packed with crowds, cities standing tall, with barely audible wails, only epic battles continuing in sight. A faint purple glow emerged in his eyes. In 10 minutes, Yanglong province's second-largest building materials production factory would be swallowed by the collapsing earth. The collapse hadn't directly spread there, but continuous tremors had pushed the terrain to its limits. For factory buildings without deep foundations, this meant destruction. A flash of purple light, and Shun Yi vanished. When the earthquake struck, workers in the factory were surprised to find the tremors unusually stable. Purple lightning-like patterns coursed across the ground and walls, steady supportive force transmitted through their feet. They looked up, and though they couldn't see Shen Yi, they knew the Panhuman Guardian Association was overhead lending aid. The faint purple magical aura had become Shun Yi's most distinctive mark. The ground was reinforced, tremors ceased, and Shun Yi had already rushed to the next disaster site. This time, there was no publicity, no announcements. People no longer needed slogans for motivation. They had already done everything humanly possible. All that remained for Shun Yi was to provide concrete assistance. Thus, purple light continuously flashed across this central plains land. The only transport aircraft still capable of flight increased to 300. On the ground, convoys of transport vehicles moved in endless streams. Shin Yi's points kept growing. Only to be rapidly consumed. This was precisely the salvation cycle he had envisioned. People saving themselves accumulated points. Points were used to save more people, bringing even more points. What couldn't be completed in the previous world was realized here. With everyone's efforts and Shun Yi's support, the disaster response team officially announced the third phase had been achieved as promised. The final battle phase had begun. At this moment, 25 days remain until the great tsunami. The final 16 cities. Everyone, despite being physically and mentally exhausted from months of relentless warfare, once again steeled their nerves. For most survivors, this was the final battleground. As long as they could complete 100 new cities and evacuate all remaining population into them before the great tsunami arrived, dawn could truly break through the darkness. The harsh reality was brutally cold. Global survivors numbered less than one-third of the pre-disaster population. In the West, it had fallen below one-quarter. The death toll from this catastrophe far exceeded any natural disaster or war in human history, yet the end was still not in sight. So far, the West had only completed 63 new cities, with countless people still struggling among the ruins, waiting for death's shadow to fall. Even so, Westerners turned their gaze toward the East's final battle phase. Languages from around the world appeared one after another in comments under Eastern Network posts, every word filled with blessings and encouragement. Rossetti, newly elected as a city mayor, even published a lengthy statement. We may lack the strength to obtain the Pan-Human Protection Association's covenant, but the East still has a chance. This is not only their endgame, but the final battle for our entire planet. We hate that we cannot provide any support, but our hearts stand with them, with humanity's hope for renewed glory. Only at this moment did many Eastern survivors suddenly realize, on this devastated planet, countless unfamiliar faces were experiencing the same fear and struggle. Shared suffering and effort made past differences seem insignificant, and their identity as survivors pulled everyone onto the same front line. Humanity might be experiencing an unprecedented period of unity, and this unity had transformed into the most direct source of strength. All of humanity's hope rests on us now. Let's go. I suddenly realized that besides us, there are 63 other cities, and I almost want to cry. Let's all work hard to survive. I'm definitely going to exceed my quota today. I'm going all out. The final 16 cities. The long silent network briefly boiled over with global cheers, then quickly returned to calm. Mobilization was complete, and the final battle was about to begin. Meanwhile, Shun Yi withdrew his gaze and opened the system panel. His point balance still hung high at 700 million. In recent days, he had earned massive amounts of points and consumed quite a few as well. Now every remaining point had to be used where it mattered most: levitation materials. During the previous lottery draws, it wasn't that he hadn't drawn better items, but the items in this card pool were, after all, only at the civilization level of early interstellar age. Those alternatives were either far more expensive or relied on technology that simply wasn't available in this era. After weighing all the options, levitation material turned out to be the most suitable choice. Besides, these cities had been designed around the properties of levitation material from the very beginning. Shun Yi issued his orders. Tell Chu Lin to put all cities on standby. I'll personally deliver sufficient levitation material to them. Should we issue a support statement? Ding Xiang followed up. No need. Shun Yi shook his head. All completed new cities worldwide will receive supplies. No one will be motivated by support statements. In EVE already pushed themselves to their limits. Understood. Ding Xiang acknowledged. Soon, Chu Lin received the message and rushed over in person. The application for levitation material has really been approved. He was breathing heavily but couldn't contain his excitement. Ordinary people didn't realize that the current cities weren't truly oceanic cities, yet they were missing the final and most crucial step, the infusion of levitation material. But this material could only be manufactured by the Panhuman Guardian Association. Didn't I already tell you it wouldn't be a problem? Shun Yi replied calmly. Hearing the confirmation, Chu Lin let out a long breath. Knowing something was one thing, but actual implementation was another. Without sufficient levitation material, all of humanity's struggles and battles could shatter like bubbles at the slightest touch. Shun Yi looked at him. Notify cities worldwide to prepare for delivery. I know you're establishing the post-human era alliance. Very good. Mr. Shin supports the formation of this alliance? Chu Lin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Why wouldn't I? Shun Yi asked in return. Chu Lin fell silent for a moment, already reading between the lines. Different civilizations indeed show varying potential in our eyes, but this potential isn't set in stone. Shen Yi's tone remained steady. Those who still fight desperately for survival in the apocalypse, like yourselves, have demonstrated courage and determination in the face of despair. The Panhuman Guardian Association exists to protect the continuation of all humanity. In fact, by now, those who worshipped the apocalypse, showed no resistance, or deliberately created chaos had mostly perished in the disasters or lost their former positions. Meanwhile, the people capable of building cities had proven their worth through unity and courage. The existence of 63 cities had actually given Shun Yi quite a pleasant surprise. I understand. Chu Lin nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the Guardian Association's stance. Go make the notifications. Shun Yi's command was simple and firm. From that day forward, Shun Yi's figure appeared consecutively in the skies above city after city. Every citizen witnessed firsthand that lightning-wreathed form descending, bringing with him shipload after shipload of massive quantities of levitation material. City engineering teams immediately connected the materials to pre-installed conduits, continuously pumping them into the foundations. In truth, these cities had reserved enormous interlayers from the beginning of construction, and now they finally welcomed their final filling. This would be each city's weapon for facing the ultimate tsunami. When people in the West learned of the arrival of the levitation materials, they erupted in celebration. In squares, on streets, and among ruins, people embraced each other tightly as tears and laughter intertwined. All the struggles, efforts, and sacrifices along the way, their fallen comrades buried beneath the rubble. The kilometer after kilometer of arduous journeys finally transformed into genuine hope for survival in this moment. For them, their battle was over. The survivors in the East also grasped hope, but they still faced one final battle, not only to keep more people alive, but to lay the foundation for a better tomorrow. Production, transportation, and construction remained the three main battlefields of this decisive phase, with transportation always taking priority. From the beginning until now, Shun Yi had deployed 10,000 support transport vehicles, spending a total of 200 million points. The men and women driving these silver behemoths were now true warriors in every sense. Just months ago, they had been drivers, college students, office workers, or factory hands. As the propaganda slogan proclaimed, they and those gleaming metallic convoys together formed the most magnificent sight across the land. However, the Earth's groaning grew increasingly violent. Earthquakes erupted without warning, and shattered roads and collapsed mountainsides made no areas safe anymore. Even the reinforced transport vehicles had lost over 800 units to complete destruction during this period. As for the 300 transport aircraft, they carried out the most critical personnel evacuation missions, delivering warriors to the front lines and civilians to safe cities. All forces and resources were being poured into this final battlefield, into those 16 cities under construction. Time pressed forward relentlessly through the intense assault. 15 days remaining, the battle entered its most difficult turning point. Ground tremors in some areas became continuous and unceasing, as if the earth, like a dying old man, was crying out in agonizing pain. In the factories, lathes shook violently while cutting sounds mixed with metallic groans. More and more workers grew agitated, their eyes bloodshot. There's no way to produce anything like this. These tremors are throwing off all our measurements. One wrong move, and we get defective products. We haven't met our quotas for 3 straight days. Find a solution fast. Adjust the parameters. We must adjust the parameters. Don't panic. Test first, then summarize. Everyone was racking their brains. The disaster response team urgently called upon the world's surviving top scholars. The newly established post-era human alliance was functioning for the first time. Regardless of East or West, all scholars answered the call without hesitation. Contributing to this final battle was the highest honor. Because the last hope lay in the East. Is adjusting production parameters feasible? We can use quilts and new materials to make simple shock absorbers. Using new alloys to create vibration dampening springs is also straightforward. What about those unusable trucks you have? Yes, trucks. All vehicles except trucks are equipped with shock absorbers that can be completely removed. Scholars huddled together, rapidly shuttling between blueprints and computer screens. One feasible plan after another was proposed, modified, and finalized, then immediately compiled and distributed nationwide through communication networks. Some suggested adjusting parameters to adapt to different terrains, while others simply rolled old quilts into thick cylinders and stuffed them into metal frames as the most primitive shock absorbers. Still others converted scrap trucks into mobile workshops or worked through the night dismantling automotive shock absorption systems along highways, packing away everything usable. This undoubtedly increased the workload, but as long as the results were effective, no one was willing to stop. On construction sites, in laboratories, beside ruins, countless eyes were red from exhaustion and dust, yet they remained fixed on the task lists in their hands, as if engaged in a duel they had to win. Even with dangers ahead, they charged forward without hesitation, just to buy a little more time and install one more shock absorption structure. All those fighting were racing against the progress bar, and all those unable to be on-site were contributing their strength in their own ways. They wrote blessings into messages that filled electronic billboards. They sang respect into battle songs that echoed through radios and streets. They crafted emotions into verses printed in newspapers and across the internet. Cheers, cries, and celebrations merged into an unprecedented chorus as humanity united for the first time in history. With 7 days remaining, the Pan-Human Protection Association issued another statement. This one like the final siren before doomsday. Eastern Time, November 2nd, for 32 p.m., the world would face the final and greatest earthquake. Land would begin collapsing from the coastlines. Tsunamis would sweep across all continents within 8 hours, and humanity's continental era would come to an end. This final tremor would originate from the Earth's core, directly destroying all global land masses, crushing and sinking them into the ocean. Strictly speaking, this moment would mark the true end of the world. All previous disasters were merely the opening prelude. When the alert was issued, the world fell into brief silence, not from shock, but because people had known this deadline 3 months ago and had fought desperately for those entire 3 months. The new announcement simply carved the finish line more clearly. 3 months ago, countless people wept bitterly at this terrible news, overwhelmed by despair, unwillingness, and fear. Now, only 1.3 billion survivors remained, 800 million in the East, 500 million in the West. Those still fighting in construction sites, factories, and laboratories continued their battle. Those responsible for morale continued shouting through radios. Those hiding in rebuilt new cities awaiting final judgment could only wait anxiously. Of course, a very few people were still hesitating. Should they stay in the old cities that no longer belonged to them and face the tsunami's impact with everyone else, or return to their own completed arcs? Some chose the former. They trusted the cities and trusted themselves more. Among the crowds, their abilities could truly shine. Some chose the latter. They were unwelcome in the cities and couldn't bear losing their former status. Moreover, using technology from the Pan-Human Protection Association, they had built their arcs more solidly, with warehouses full of food and resources, enough to secure wealth and position for themselves even after the tsunami. Regardless of what thoughts occupied the minds of these remaining survivors or what actions they were taking, a global tsunami that would engulf every soul on Earth was approaching day by day, with beast-like ocean winds echoing across the world. Everyone watched the clock with bated breath, their eyes fixed on the Eastern construction race dubbed the Final Battle. October 27th, the 90-second new city was completed on schedule. According to plan, all construction workers were not evacuated but moved directly into the city. Their mission was complete, and they would now become the first permanent residents. October 28th, the 93rd city was forced to halt construction due to critical material shortages. The disaster response team immediately activated emergency protocols. While requisitioning remaining materials from neighboring cities, they began moving future residents in batches into the unfinished construction site, allowing daily life and construction to proceed simultaneously. Steel beams, panels, and concrete arrived by the truckload and shipload through the night, with welding sparks and floodlights turning darkness into day. October 29th, after 37 hours of continuous work, the 93rd city was finally topped off, with the first water and power systems coming online simultaneously. October 30th, the 94th and 95th cities lit up simultaneously, with the engineering department's daily report containing just 2 words: complete. On October's final day, the Earth once again erupted in tearing roars. Global seismic activity served as a prelude, heralding the final movement of massive continental collapse. At that very moment, the Pan-Human Protection Association suddenly launched their latest livestream, drawing countless survivors flooding in. The footage showed vast coastal territories fracturing and plummeting into the sea amid tremors. Hurricanes hurled broken rock and seawater skyward, forming gray-black wave walls hundreds of meters high. Tsunamis advanced inland along the fracture lines, with each falling landmass immediately swallowed by towering waves. The commentator's voice was hoarse and urgent. This scene would spread globally within 2 days. Even more alarming was what viewers saw atop those shattered lands: the silhouettes of new cities. 13 coastal new cities worldwide would be the first to plunge into the ocean along with the coastlines during this catastrophic quake, and the livestream cameras were focused on one of them. Only then did everyone understand the broadcast's significance. Success or failure would determine whether humanity could continue civilization on the seas. Comments flooded the screen. They must succeed. The floating cities are our last hope. The Pan-Human Protection Association is watching. Failure isn't an option. Residents of the 13 cities were also cheering from the other side of their screens, just as nervous as the outside world but forced to appear calm. Some quietly started their own live streams. One stream quickly shot to trending outdoor streamer Zhou Xian, who had documented the Great Volcanic Migration. In just 4 months, Zhou Xian had become unrecognizable. His shoulder-length hair was now cropped into a clean buzz cut, and his once lean frame had developed solid muscle. He sat alongside his family on stone benches, their bodies secured with safety harness. In front of the camera, Zhou Xian flashed a familiar smile to the audience and waved energetically. It's been a while since we last met. Zhou Xian was equally moved to tears. He wiped his eyes and raised his camera. Everyone, I'm here in the third new district of Jinhai province. This is my family's house in the new city, and in 10 minutes, our city will be the first to enter the ocean era. Through the lens, he tried to capture the full panorama. The metallic exterior walls of high-rises gleamed coldly in the morning light, while emergency lights still flickered. The audience on the other side of the screen exploded instantly among the 6 cities in Jinhai province, for would be the first to face the tsunami today. These 10 minutes were the ultimate countdown that everyone was watching with bated breath. Comments flooded the screen as someone sharpied spotted the badge on his chest. Xian bro, you actually became a transporter? Holy crap, that's a transporter's honor badge. Xian bro is awesome. The badge gleamed faintly silver under the lights. Zhou Xian smiled knowingly, patting his chest with pride. You guys know my driving skills best. Back when I was an outdoor streamer, I drove plenty of long distances. Too bad I couldn't stream for these 4 months, or you would have seen me flying over canyons in a transport vehicle. His familiar cocky expression instantly transported many viewers back to before the apocalypse. The comments were a mix of tears and laughter. I bet 5 cents that so-called canyon was just a tiny crack. So good to see you alive and well. Being a transporter is definitely something to be proud of. Zhou Xian caught the last comment and suddenly grew serious, his voice booming. Not just transporters. Every single person who's survived to this point should be proud. For our fallen comrades, for the hundreds of millions of compatriots who sacrificed themselves, we must fight to stay alive. Before he finished speaking, the camera shook violently. In the frame, Zhou Xian's body bounced up and down, swaying left and right. As if he were live streaming from a roller coaster, the great collapse had begun. Go watch the association stream, someone shouted in his chat. Instantly, the viewer count dropped by more than half. Zhou Xian, shaking in the tremors, couldn't see this. He continued shouting encouragement for himself, his family, and the remaining billion-plus people on the planet. Hold on. Our city will definitely hold on. Meanwhile, in the official feed from the Panhuman Protection Association, the earth rolled like massive waves. The entire city was thrown up and slammed down, steel structures roaring with the sound of tearing metal. But the silver-white barrier around the city's perimeter held it tightly, like an enormous spaceship no longer insignificant even compared to the entire continent stubbornly protecting the 8 million people inside. The collision between catastrophe and megacity was so spectacular that all viewers held their breath. Finally, the tsunami roared in. The city was pushed skyward on the collapsing earth, then crashed thunderously into the churning sea surface as it met the towering waves. Debris, seawater, and light barriers erupted simultaneously, covering all cameras. This was a heating collision. Everyone's hearts clenched tightly at the very moment when the city and tsunami collided heated. They feared this massive city might be shattered by that terrifying impact, even if it showed just the slightest deformation. The first wave crashed thunderously against the city's protective barrier, but like waves breaking against rocks, it instantly exploded into vast clouds of white spray. As the wave receded, the city remained completely unharmed it had held. When people opened their eyes wide and confirmed this wasn't just an illusion, survivors worldwide simultaneously erupted in deafening cheers. Even though the ground beneath their feet still trembled from earthquakes, that surge of excitement completely overwhelmed their fear. Humanity had paid too much to reach this moment. Since the first disaster struck and the first major reconstruction mobilization began, 4 months of blood and tears had nearly drained everyone's will. Now, laughter mixed with tears of joy rose and fell in waves. Some remembered departed loved ones in their laughter, thought of fallen comrades, recalled friends they would never see again. They remembered sunlight filtering through forests, recalled every scenic vista of magnificent landscapes. So much unspeakable grief and bitter sorrow with nowhere to rest finally found solace in this single second. Whatever the future might hold, the darkest hours seemed to have passed, and humanity glimpsed the first true dawn of victory in this apocalyptic deluge. The massive waves continued their assault. Several times, the entire city was completely swallowed by the crests, its lights beneath the barrier flickering like drowning fireflies. Yet all tension had evaporated. Each time the city broke through the turbulent surface, new cheers swept across communication channels. People hadn't experienced such exhilaration in far too long, and they wished they could transform every tear shed and every pain swallowed over these 4 months into wild laughter at this moment. Though some wounds might never heal, whatever they could reclaim, they would laugh back. Finally, the tremors gradually subsided. On the ocean surface, a massive city floated steadily. Hurricanes still whipped waves against the city walls, but could no longer shake it in the slightest. It might not be as solid as the land once was, But it was humanity's final homeland, forged inch by inch with their own hands. Their love for this city could no longer be measured in words. In Zhou Xian's livestream, viewer numbers rapidly climbed. Everyone wanted to see the scene inside the city with their own eyes. Before the camera, Zhou Xian's expression wavered between tears and laughter, his chest heaving violently. The moment his safety belt was unfastened, he let out a loud wah and vomited messily, instantly flooding the chat with laughing emojis. Hey everyone, friendly reminder when you get to this point. Absolutely don't eat anything. Absolutely don't, or you'll end up like me. Zhou Xian was already becoming incoherent, his face flushed red, his eyes equally bloodshot as he stared at the camera in prolonged silence. Suddenly, he raised his hand and gripped his cheeks fiercely, his knuckles turning white instantly, then let out a hysterical roar. We survived. Those 5 simple words ignited like a fuse, causing both the live stream chat and the crowds in the square to erupt in thunderous cheers. The emotions that had gradually calmed surged to another peak. That's right, we survived. Surviving is better than anything. Congratulations. We need to survive too. Brother Xian, I want to watch your streams again. In that moment, 4 months of accumulated pressure exploded in everyone's chest as they celebrated wildly for themselves and each other's perseverance. Their efforts had finally paid off. Just as the cheering reached its crescendo, the disaster response team issued a statement. The first announcement: 9 coastal cities in our country and 13 cities globally have all safely surfaced, with all data readings normal. Everyone, we can see the dawn of victory in this war. Human civilization will not perish in this apocalypse, will survive. This was not merely a victory report, but a declaration to all survivors. Stay alive. Below the statement, the screen was flooded with countless messages in various languages, all sharing the same belief. Stay alive. They had witnessed despair and thus understood the preciousness of hope. They had experienced disaster and thus appreciated the difficulty of stability. They had seen death and thus knew how much effort and sacrifice lay behind this most basic wish. The second statement immediately followed, pulling the atmosphere from celebration back to battle. Next, we fight not just to survive, but to live better. The final decisive battle is not yet over. 7 more cities remain, with 45 hours left. The reminder instantly pierced people's memories. The battle continued. Even as most celebrated, there were still those fighting desperately for more people's survival and for a better tomorrow for all humanity. 7 cities. 4 of them required only finishing touches. Their foundations and barriers were complete, with 300 transport aircraft working around the clock to relocate populations from factories and temporary shelters into the cities, with even the sky fortresses joining this massive migration. The final 3 cities adopted emergency protocols. With disasters intensifying rapidly, there was no time to construct complete cities. They could only focus on completing foundations, barriers, and 8 million safety seats fixed to the foundations. As long as people buckled their seatbelts, they could survive. This approach was almost like taking a shortcut, but it was the only viable path. Shun Yi had already made the Pan-Human Guardian Association account endorse this construction method, giving the people of this world their final encouragement. Therefore, in this final phase of battle, humanity still had a chance. Under the second declaration, countless people surged forward to cheer on those engaged in the final battle. You can definitely succeed. Keep going. You can do it. The crowd's cheers rose and fell in waves. I want to sign up too. I helped build 15 cities. I can't just stand here and watch. Someone raised both hands high, only to be held back by those beside them. Hero upstairs, we've reached the maximum number of people. Having more would actually make coordination harder, the staff member said, trying to keep their tone calm while unable to hide their regret. I understand, but just watching like this, unable to do anything, really hurts. The volunteer clenched their fists, their atoms apple bobbing up and down. The dawn of victory had appeared, and most people seemed to be in a safe state. Yet those still fighting on the front lines at this moment had placed their own lives in the most dangerous position. Their reason for fighting had long transcended the personal, even transcended saving Livsit was for the future of all humanity. For this alone, they were already heroes of all mankind. While the cheers from the rear gathered into waves in the air, Chu Lin and other commanding personnel simultaneously bore another wave-like pressure. The data was finally compiled. Che Yongchang hurried to the group, his brow furrowed. Of all the production lines still operating, more than half were completely destroyed by the recent earthquake. This brief statement plunged the command hall into deathly silence. After a moment, Hong Feizhong broke the stagnant air. How severe are the casualties? Che Yongchang flipped through his terminal and quickly replied. Rescue operations are being organized in a few collapsed areas, and casualties aren't too severe. It's just that we can no longer meet the upcoming production demands, and these workers all need to be evacuated immediately. What about the production lines in the cities? Hong Feizhong pressed. That's the surviving half. Che Yongchang breathed a slight sigh of relief while providing background. As the number of cities increased, for production safety, They had previously moved some production lines and large quantities of raw materials into certain cities. While this crowded the residents' space, it was a necessary choice for maintaining modern industrial civilization. Even in the era of floating cities, these production lines remained crucial. But now, the production lines near the cities under construction were almost completely scrapped. The situation was worse than the worst estimates in any contingency plan. Chu Lin looked up at the transportation network diagram on the big screen. How much transportation capacity can we still mobilize? He spoke rapidly. Almost all cities have stockpiled certain amounts of building materials, originally for dealing with sudden damage. Now it seems the city structures are sturdy enough they can completely withstand tsunami impacts without problems. Hong Feizhong understood his intention. You mean, since we've reached this point, let's give it one final push. Chu Lin spread his palm open, then clenched it into a fist. Let all other cities that can provide support give their full assistance to the final 3 cities right now. This single statement ignited everyone in the hall. It seems feasible. Won't the transport personnel be in great danger? No, some ground passages aren't completely destroyed yet. Combined with the performance of heavy transport vehicles, there's definitely hope. We can also deploy a batch of transport aircraft for airlifting from remote cities. But we can't determine the final transport volume. We can't worry about that now. Chu Lin made the final decision. We'll transport as much as we can. The voices of discussion grew increasingly intense. Production efficiency had completely failed to keep pace with the situation, and construction progress had become an unknown variable. Yet everything hinged on one crucial premise. Getting sufficient materials and personnel to the front lines, that was the final and only hope. Ultimately, everyone reached a consensus with no other choice, and the disaster response team immediately issued a public statement. The last 3 cities are in desperate need of new construction materials and advanced alloys. We hereby issue the highest mobilization order. All cities must provide maximum assistance within the next 40 hours. The brief yet sharp announcement hit like a bombshell, instantly creating massive waves. The statement provided no shortage figures or specific coordination plans, only the phrase, maximum assistance, which was enough to show that the frontline crisis had reached a visibly critical point. Within half an hour, the piercing alarms of transport teams echoed across various locations. Every transport operator assembled in the shortest possible time. You all know the situation, so I won't waste words. The commander's voice was hoarse yet resolute. This final battle is humanity's battle, and it's our battle. Move out. Support the last 3 new cities. No more speeches remained. Only one mission and one order. Hundreds and thousands of vehicles started silently, heading toward the battlefield. Perhaps some felt anxious or uneasy, but duty outweighed life and death. This was glory forged with countless lives and blood, never to be defiled. Liao Jingwei was among this convoy. He picked up his phone, exchanged brief farewells with his family, then boarded the new heavy-duty transport vehicle with his team members, setting off on the support mission. Target, City 3, shortest route, 280 kilometers, said Lian Feiguang, the co-pilot, sitting at the control station and rapidly planning the route. Headquarters provided 17 routes total. We're taking this one with 28 other vehicles. He drew a prominent line across the holographic map, synchronizing the route to everyone's control panels. The new transport vehicles came with a standard 3-person crew, primary and secondary drivers, plus 1 assistant. Lian Feiguang tapped the red section on the screen. This stretch ahead is the most dangerous uneven road surface with depressions and protrusions, extremely unstable geology. Everyone must accelerate when passing through. 3 months of frontline experience had made Liao Jingwei thoroughly familiar with such orders. He nodded to show understanding. Damn it, Lian Feiguang cursed under his breath, his expression darkening. Ever seen stunt car flying? Ever seen flying cars weighing over 50 tons? We're about to put on that show. Haha, let's charge. Primary driver Zhua Hong threw back his head and laughed, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he gradually increased speed. This will definitely be the most unforgettable experience of our lives. The vehicle shook as the engine roared. Around them and behind, dozens of similar transport vehicles followed the rhythm, accelerating in unison. This was a road that demanded success with no room for failure. There was no turning back. With only 40+ hours remaining before the final tsunami, everyone's fate was bound together with those 3 cities ahead. If they failed, they would fall on this final battlefield. Everyone understood this clearly. But they were warriors, and this was their glory and sacred mission. Someone had to shoulder the hopes and tomorrow of all humanity. As the transport teams departed one after another, urgent notifications began flooding the network screens, filling them with red departed alerts. Yuli Province, 2nd City. 250 transport vehicles have set off. Yuanshu Province, 7th City. Relief convoy has departed, 78 vehicles in total. Taiyuan Province, 4th City. Almost every city that could still establish a support route had, without exception, dispatched their transport vehicles. These transporters, these steel behemoths, loaded with humanity's last hope for victory, roared toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, to let everyone witness firsthand how worthy of human pride this final battle before the great tsunami truly was. The disaster response team partnered with Dingxiang's big data platform to release a dynamic map. On the map, there were no signs of the scarred Earth, no broken mountain ranges or collapsed highways, only bright red dots representing the new cities and countless green arrows dancing across the screen, showing the real-time coordinates of each transport vehicle. People watched intently. Thousands of green dots shot out from their respective red points, then scattered along different routes at breakneck speed. Eventually, they all converged toward 3 red dots at the top of the screen, the last 3 cities, humanity's final retreat. It wasn't just the East watching this map. The eyes of all survivors worldwide were locked on the same screen. When they learned about the conditions these transporters faced, the risks they confronted, and the weight of their supply mission, silent shock swept through everyone. My God, they abandoned the safety of the rear lines to charge back into battle. How can they have so many heroes? Watching this map, I wish I could step onto the battlefield myself and fight alongside them. They are the pride of all human civilization. Tears blurred countless eyes. In front of screens around the world, message walls were filled with just one phrase: go for it. More and more blessings and encouragement flooded the network, as humanity's heart beat in unison with the battlefield, intimately connected to the fate of these incomparably brave warriors. The countdown began. The moment the first relief transport vehicles reached their target cities, live broadcast cameras worldwide switched simultaneously. Through howling, dark hurricanes, silver-white giant vehicles battled against fierce winds, crashed through fog, and charged into the unfinished city walls. Over the communication channel, the transport team captain's deep and resolute report cut through the wind. Yuanshu Province 7th City Relief Convoy. 78 vehicles departed, 74 arrived. Please receive. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you all. The city construction commander choked up, barely able to speak. He forced himself to steady his emotions and immediately ordered 24th Engineering Brigade. Organize unloading immediately and deploy everything for construction. Also, arrange proper quarters and food for these heroes. Their mission is complete now, it's our turn to fight. Yes, sir. 24th Engineering Brigade acknowledges the order. Executing immediately. Another voice came through the communication channel. Then, people witnessed hundreds of construction workers in hurricane-resistant suits sliding along secured alloy cables through the raging storm. The steel cables were deeply embedded into reinforced walls, with anemometers on both sides spinning wildly as the display screens showed numbers constantly jumping, often exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. The construction workers secured themselves to rope clamps with back safety harnesses, arms pulled tight, toes balanced on platforms swaying violently in the fierce wind, repeatedly using momentum to glide forward. The gale whipped their cape-like protective gear into thunderous flapping, while debris and sea sand pelted their face shields with sharp pings, yet no one retreated. This was their way of fighting the hurricane, binding their lives to alloy cable lines and tying the city's hope around their waists. Though the public had seen similar scenes in broadcasts before, when the most hardened construction warriors and the most dangerous transport warriors appeared together, the impact still left everyone breathless. In the footage, every steel cable bore a swaying black figure. Every transport basket swung rapidly at wind gaps. At this moment, no one could distinguish between ordinary workers and professional soldiers. They shared only one identity: guardians. In this battle against doomsday, it was everyone's desperate struggle and the hero's sacrifice. They not only stood at the front line of disaster, but used their flesh and blood to defend humanity's final line of civilization. As the scrolling comments in the chat continuously displayed, they are the pride of human civilization. On satellite maps, new light points kept appearing, rescue vehicles converging from all directions. Heavy trucks pushed against headwinds, their treads kicking up dust clouds dozens of meters high. Transport aircraft circled the storm's edge, dropping entire pallets of supplies during brief moments of stable airflow. Meanwhile, some light points stopped forever halfway, becoming gray markers swallowed by the storm. Time pressed relentlessly toward the endpoint. 24 hours remained on the countdown. Finally, the first city was completed. This might be the simplest city in the entire plan. Stripped of traditional buildings, it resembled more a vast array of layered giant seats. Each numbered seat represented a life, and many seat owners were heroes who had fought until the final moment before returning to formation. As the hurricane defense wall's gear tracks slowly meshed and alloy protective panels gradually closed, the raging winds inside the city seemed extinguished by invisible hands. The howling gradually weakened, replaced by incandescent light from overhead lamps. The illumination revealed every face reddened raw by wind and sand. People removed their helmets, shed heavy protective suits, shoulders trembling slightly from the wind's assault, yet all wore brilliant smiles. They had succeeded. In the final window before the tsunami's arrival, they had forged a shield against the giant waves. It might not yet deserve the title city, but it was enough to protect 8 million lives. In that moment, Their smiles celebrated not just victory, but determination to continue forward. However, the finish line remained uncrossed. Time remaining, 20 hours, 18 hours, 14 hours. Two uncompleted cities loomed like boulders pressing on everyone's hearts. People sat in command centers, before home screens, or simply gathered under public street projections, clenching fists, huddling close to share warmth, unable to voice any additional encouragement. All praise and prayers seemed pale, now only unwavering gazes remained. When the timer reached 8 hours, the last green dot on the map extinguished. It meant all aid had either stopped forever on the road or already reached the front lines. No new reinforcements were coming. Now, each of the remaining two cities carried the life and death of 6 million people. Inside, people either wore the same bulky protective suits, battling the hurricane in overtime construction, or crowded in half-finished buildings, using alloy panels to block flying sand and stones, waiting for final completion and the heating collision with the approaching tsunami. Outside screens, countless viewers' hearts pounded like drums. Inside screens, warning lights at construction sites flashed incessantly. Transport cables stretched like spider webs carrying new steel materials. Welding sparks bloomed in the storm, and everyone raced along the same timeline. Compared to ordinary people, Hong Feizhong, Chu Lin, and others had already received their answer by this time. The final calculations for construction time are in. One city is 13 hours short, the other 15 hours short. Chu Lin spread out a densely annotated chart, his voice heavy with regret. We have all the resources we need, but the construction schedule just won't make it. Did you factor in the exact time when the tsunami will hit? Hong Feizhong pressed, unwilling to give up. Yes, we did. Chu Lin pointed to his bloodshot eyes. Every variable has been accounted for. We've verified and recalculated repeatedly, but no matter how we allocate resources, we're still short by those final dozen hours. I can't even tell if we haven't pushed ourselves to the absolute limit, or if it's simply impossible. This wasn't a matter of 1 or 2 hours, but over 10 hours far beyond what anyone could make up through sheer determination. When they originally set the goal of 100 cities, they could only roughly estimate their limits, unable to calculate down to the precise hour. Yet everyone wanted to build as many as possible, even just one more. The critical issue now wasn't, we can only complete one city, but we can't complete either. Che Yongchang's expression was grave. If we were only short one city, Mr. Shin already promised he could defend it, giving us a buffer. But now it's 2 cities. The decision to abandon a city would be cruel for anyone to make. Hong Feizhong let out a long sigh and stood up. In that case, let's go ask Mr. Shun. They had indeed pushed themselves to the absolute limit of what they could accomplish, and now could only seek help. The group approached Shin Yi. No problem, it's quite simple. Shin Yi's tone was so relaxed it caught everyone off guard. Hong Feizhong and Chu Lin exchanged glances. Chu Lin held up 2 fingers, cautiously reminding him, Mr. Shun, it's 2 cities, and they're scattered in different locations. The unspoken question was written in his eyes, can you really protect both simultaneously? As I said, it's very simple. Shin Yi chuckled. 1 city, 2 cities, it makes little difference to me. Just move them together. I'll personally guarantee you 24 hours, enough time to complete both cities. That's enough. More than enough. Che Yongchang's voice trembled with excitement. Just like that, what they had thought would be a challenge, even for Shin Yi, he had solved as easily as brushing away dust. In their days, everyone was trying to confirm this was real. At this point, I certainly won't be stingy with a little help. Shin Yi seemed to sense their thoughts, his expression growing slightly more serious as he spoke slowly. Your performance has brought many surprises and unexpected moments, even for me. I have recorded this entire battle in its entirety and permanently preserved it in the archives of the Pan-Human Guardian Association. Perhaps it will bring courage and comfort to future civilizations fighting against disasters. Upon hearing this, Chu Lin and the others straightened their backs and stood tall. Memories of their journey flooded back, pride and honor written across their faces. They had demonstrated the greatness and glory, fearlessness and courage, persistence and perseverance of human civilization with their flesh and blood, achieving limits they themselves could hardly imagine. What they were most proud of was this. In the face of this terrible apocalypse, they had carried out the words, never give up, to the very end. Go get some proper rest, Shun Yi said finally. A rare, relaxed smile appeared on his face. Sleep well, brew some tea, prepare some sweets, and then face the great tsunami with a smile. This light-hearted joke made everyone burst into laughter. For the past 4 months, they had almost forgotten what it felt like to smile. Who could have imagined that facing the greatest tsunami, they could be so relaxed? This wasn't bitter laughter or resignation, but genuine laughter. They had earned the right to laugh. Time passed slowly, with 6 hours remaining until the great tsunami's arrival. Many construction workers still battling on the work sites understood they couldn't possibly complete the city before the tsunami struck. Yet no one stopped working. Fighting until the last moment was no longer just a slogan, but a creed carved into everyone's heart. Despite despair, torment, and pain, They continued wielding their tools, because for them hope always existed. Compared to those trapped in desperate circumstances, countless supporters felt even more anguished. Can they make it? They can't fall at the finish line. Victory doesn't matter anymore. They just can't get hurt. Stop building. Everyone evacuate. I can squeeze in 2 more people here. Retreat. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Even without the covenant, we won't fall. But you can't fall, so please retreat. As time pressed on, countless voices flooded the internet. This was true in the East, and equally so in the West. People who had witnessed too many sacrifices found it harder to accept this final risk when victory was within reach, and the cry to stay alive was Ledestit would be like falling just before the finish line, collapsing as the victory trumpet sounded. An engineer taking a brief rest in a room, leaning against a wall, and catching his breath, saw the endless appeals online and recorded a video. His face was obscured by his glass helmet, but his low yet firm voice could be heard. If the final result is to fall, we'd rather fall while fighting. This single sentence voiced the feelings of countless people remaining on the front lines. For them, stopping was more painful than continuing to fight, because fighting had become their faith. Seeing this video, many people pressed their hands firmly over their noses, but unstoppable tears still streamed down their faces. Some placed their hopes in the Panhuman Guardian Association, as if only they could bring the final miracle. But would the Panhuman Guardian Association really intervene? People didn't actually have much confidence. In many people's view, the goal of 100 cities had originally been set by the Panhuman Guardian Association, so asking them to help complete it was tantamount to inviting the referee onto the battlefield. Moreover, up to this point, the Panhuman Guardian Association had indeed provided them with substantial, even indispensable assistance, but each instance of aid had never come from their active pleas, but rather from the association's own decisions based on their performance. Gradually, a shared impression formed in everyone's minds. This organization, called the Panhuman Guardian Association, was aloof and emotionless, as if transcending the entire planet, merely observing coldly from above the clouds, then strictly following certain rules to occasionally lend a helping hand. This sense of distance was something Shun-Yi had deliberately cultivated. He needed to provide hope for the world, yet couldn't allow everyone to harbor excessive expectations toward the association. Because despair too deep would numb people, while dependence on external salvation would equally corrode their will in some ways, it was even more terrifying. After weighing the options, he determined that only clear rules could balance the two. At this moment, people weren't coming to seek dependence, but to find possibilities for survival. Within just a few hours, the comments under the association's official account were flooded. We don't want the covenant anymore. Can you save these 12 million people first? You've brought hope many times before. Even if this is the last time, please take action. They are heroes of civilization, invaluable beyond measure. They should meet your salvation criteria. Almost no one simply begged. They seemed to understand that mere pleading was meaningless, wanting only to fight for even a thread of hope within the association's established rules. As it turned out, their judgment was correct. Soon, the Panhuman Guardian Association issued a response. Regarding the requirements for signing the Civilization Covenant, there are 2 conditions. First, whether the civilization's quality demonstrates exceptional potential, as assessed by the association's review department. Second, whether the civilization still possesses a certain individual scale, determined by comprehensive evaluation of the civilization's own efforts, severity of the apocalypse, association support level, and special envoy personal capabilities. When the message was released, people's spirits lifted. Any response was better than silence. Eyes glued to screens scrutinized every word, struggling to decode the information hidden between the lines. Though the statement didn't directly mention rescue, it clarified the rules, and rules themselves represented hope. Perceptive individuals quickly grasped the key points. The first condition required review by the association's special department. The second condition allowed association special envoys to take action, incorporating transport aircraft, vehicles, and all support forces into the assessment. Thus, in that final battle that would determine life and death, everyone witnessed with their own eyes that godlike special envoy descended multiple times. The association's transport aircraft roared across the sky. Transport vehicles raced through the chaos. Everything exactly as they had initially suspected. The special envoy's support had been within the rules all along. As for the personal capabilities of their special envoy, some people recalled the previous scenes and couldn't help but gasp, their excitement impossible to conceal. Just 5 minutes after the first statement was released, the Panhuman Guardian Association updated again, and new live footage appeared on the screen. It was still that special envoy, lightning crackling around him in the howling wind, standing motionless in the sky like a deity. To all residents of Taiyuan Province's 5th city, you have 1 hour to secure yourselves. Shun-Yi's calm and clear voice descended through the roaring hurricane, his words utterly resolute. I will relocate you near Shiwu Province's 4th city, and then secure 24 hours of construction time for you after the tsunami arrives. The people battling the disaster instantly stopped their movements, looking up at each other to confirm this wasn't an auditory hallucination. It was real. 24 hours of construction time. That's enough. Absolutely enough. The city's chief engineer was so moved that tears streamed down his aged face. His hands trembled as he grabbed the microphone and issued orders across all channels. Everyone, return to your rest areas within 1 hour and fasten your safety belts. Our fight still has hope. Like a bell striking everyone's heartstrings, the phrase, "our fight still has hope," awakened them all. When there was no hope, they would still fight to the death. Now with hope, their passion burned even brighter than before. Quick, quick, quick. Move. Get the construction materials back to the warehouses. Secure all machinery in place. Teams, return to positions. Everyone's face flushed red as they moved swiftly, yet in perfect order. The crowd watching the live stream erupted in similar cheers. Wonderful. So that's how it is. Our special envoy. Incredibly powerful. 100 cities, not one less. We all must survive. I'm tearing up right now. This is hope. Real hope. Isn't this a sure thing now? Only those who experienced the transition from despair to hope could understand that sense of devastation and rebirth. At this moment, more people suddenly realized the Panhuman Guardian Association had repeatedly stuffed hope back into the world during the darkest times. They weren't particularly warm or gentle, far from the heroes people imagined, yet they genuinely protected humanity. Construction materials, new alloys, nuclear fusion energy, transport aircraft, transport vehicles. This epic of humanity against doomsday bore the association's mark at every turn. If the covenant were signed, humanity's future would likely be intimately connected with the association. People understood they must continuously learn about them and adapt to them. At this moment, under the special envoy's awe-inspiring power, the city was lifted by an earth-shaped Xuanwu and slowly moved forward. The tsunami would arrive in 4 hours. When everyone in this world first learned the definitive news of the approaching tsunami, they all felt roughly the same way. It was an overwhelming terror that pressed against their lungs like endless darkness, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Young and old, poor and rich, weak and strong, all distinctions were erased in that moment, leaving only one shared tremor. This was the end of the world. The massive waves would mercilessly destroy everything: homes, wealth, loved ones, even life itself. Whether cherished, despised, or simply overlooked in daily life, everything would ultimately be swept into the same river of destruction, and humanity was powerless to resist. The moment the news broke, despair dragged many people straight into the abyss like heavy chains. From that second on, everyone lived in tremendous fear of the great tsunami. In fact, people had simulated its approach countless times in their minds and speculated about its terror. However, when less than 4 hours remained on the countdown, many suddenly realized it didn't seem so terrifying after all. A rapidly trending topic appeared online. Looking forward to the great tsunami's arrival. Posts flooded in like snowflakes. Since we can't escape it, let's defeat it. Who would fear an enemy they can conquer? We've made every preparation and have confidence we can defeat it. Don't forget those who sacrificed themselves so we could face this moment with composure. I'm starting to think about what comes after the tsunami. As long as we never give up and hold on to hope, nothing is impossible to defeat. One person after another voiced their thoughts under the topic. Excitement, enthusiasm, pride, mixed with remembrance, sadness, and acceptance. All these emotions converged into a torrent, but fear was notably absent. Just as that repeatedly quoted declaration stated, who would fear an enemy they're confident of defeating? No matter how terrifying the massive waves initially appeared, when everyone gritted their teeth and pushed through their fear step by step toward victory's shore, they suddenly discovered it wasn't invincible after all. Shun Yi was also staring at his screen, silently browsing these voices, feeling his own emotions stir. The memories of the previous world were vivid. Even though he had ultimately eliminated all the viruses and saved the final 2 million people, those survivors didn't cheer, because fear had already taken deep root and would continue through generations of their civilization. Was it really just a difference in survival numbers? Absolutely not. He had witnessed firsthand how the people of this world courageously fought against doomsday. Even though they had paid countless sacrifices, as the moment of victory approached, what people retained wasn't fear, but fighting spirit, joy, and pride. Shun Yi had every reason to believe that having experienced this apocalypse, they would never be easily defeated again, because they now possessed the spirit to battle despair, and this spirit would be deeply engraved in their civilization. Only such a civilization could endure. Only then would they be qualified, capable, and willing to become true allies of the Panhuman Guardian Association. Shun Yi lowered his head, his gaze piercing through the clouds to lock onto the two cities fighting side by side below. The chief administrators of both cities immediately established communication, sharing resources and intelligence, while rapidly merging their construction plans. They might not truly trust Shun Yi, but they had learned to desperately grasp every thread of hope, determined to complete their entire cities before the apocalypse arrived. At that moment, The earth began to tremble. More precisely, it wasn't mere trembling, but collapse. The broken continent seemed torn apart by invisible giant hands, with massive sections plummeting downward. The Panhuman Guardian Association's live cameras captured this scene in its entirety. The world convulsed, cracks spread everywhere, rocks and soil thundered as they fell, dust was swept away by howling winds, and old cities collapsed one after another before being swallowed by fresh mud. Humanity's millennia of architecture and glory were buried in the depths, yet this didn't erase those historical memories. They would endure alongside civilization forever. Unlike those old cities, the new cities bobbed up and down on their heavy foundations like steel titans riding massive waves. Everyone had already settled into cushioned seats and fastened sturdy safety belts, turning the entire city into a wild roller coaster ride. The screams contained no fear, but rather excitement. Some even raised their phones, pointing them at themselves and the windows outside, recording this experience for future generations. The aftershocks hadn't ceased when the sea level along the coast suddenly surged upward, and a massive tsunami came pouring in from the shoreline. Rather than a true tsunami, it was more like seawater being passively elevated after the land's collapse. Shen-Yi could clearly see city after city being violently struck by the wave crests. Some were pushed thousands of meters from their original positions, sending towering white spray skyward before stubbornly breaking through the surface again. The steel frameworks and protective shields endured the most rigorous trial, with not a single city completely shattered. In this direct confrontation between humanity and nature, humanity emerged victorious. Witnessing this magnificent scene, Shun-Yi felt his chest surge with emotion. He suddenly understood. As long as civilization endured, no matter how temporarily insignificant, it would eventually climb step by step, breaking free from Earth, escaping the galaxy, facing the vast cosmos directly, and defeating all existence that seemed great, seemed infinite, seemed undefeatable. The tsunami was approaching his airspace, reminding him that his mission wasn't yet complete. At this moment, in those cities that had just stabilized, people couldn't spare time for celebration. They immediately pulled out their phones and opened the Panhuman Guardian Association's live stream. They were safe now, they had won, but they still worried about the two cities suspended in the air, still in danger. On the screen, the figure hovering between the two cities raised his arm, and a staff crackling with lightning slowly materialized. They had seen this staff before. If not for the series of massive disasters that followed, the world's attention would have remained forever fixed on that miracle. Now, people's curiosity was ignited once again. Would he, Shin-Yi, really stand against an entire tsunami? In the live broadcast, towering walls of water were approaching. Even at its lowest point, the black tide stood hundreds of meters high, like an inverted curtain covering heaven and earth, with violent winds so fierce they made the camera shake. Countless viewers were so excited they nearly forgot to breathe. Can he do it this time? My God, that wave is so much bigger than the last one. A true god. The roaring sound through the speakers was deafening, like a movie climax, yet far more brutal than any screen. Before them lay the life and death of 12 million people and countless soldiers still fighting on the front lines. The Panhuman Guardian Association's high-definition cameras captured every detail. The black waves carried boulders the size of mountains, broken skyscrapers, uprooted forests and debris, all mixed into a surging beast of destruction ready to swallow the world into its dark maw. Even viewers who had witnessed Shun-Yi blocking volcanic lava felt their hearts race at this moment. Surrounded by lightning, he appeared so small before the tsunami. The visual impact magnified their fear to the extreme. However, Shun-Yi in the camera remained calm. Compared to the day he created the sky-covering shield, he now seemed more resolute. The staff in his hand was the only magical artifact he could use at this moment. Worth 70,000 points in exchange, not top tier, but sufficient for today's situation. He took a deep breath, and instead of raising his staff to create a shield like last time, he suddenly swung the staff in a wide arc and hurled it forcefully into the sky. Even through their screens, the live audience could hear the sharp whistle as it pierced through the air. What is he doing? The question had barely formed when everyone saw brilliant light erupting from the staff. Immense magical power had already been infused within, combined with special sorcery to produce a powerful effect expansion. The short staff that could originally be grasped with one hand swelled rapidly in the air like an inflating balloon. What was thrown as a mere wooden stick had transformed into a towering pillar by the time it fell, thousands of meters tall and dozens of meters thick. It crashed toward the earth with howling wind pressure, and everyone seemed to truly hear the agonized groans of the ground. The massive pillar thundered into the earth hundreds of meters deep, with lightning crawling along its surface and pale purple halos flowing endlessly. The camera focused on that majestic figure, revealing the pillar like a light spear piercing through dark clouds, pointing straight at the night sky, more shocking than any audience had anticipated. The comment stream exploded instantly. This is the sea-calming divine needle. The real sea-calming divine needle. Myth made real, my God. That inexplicable power burst through the screen, impacting everyone's understanding. Previously, though Shun Yi's every move transcended reality, some viewers could still barely categorize them as advanced technology, flight, lightning, energy barriers, perhaps just the ultimate techniques of human energy manipulation. However, this scene before them could no longer be explained by common sense. How could a small stick transform into such a colossal object? Only now did people truly realize that what the Panhuman Guardian Association possessed might be power equal to ancient myths, or perhaps even the ability to create myths themselves. The association's image was refreshed time and again, and audiences grew increasingly expectant. How many more miracles could they bring? Just how powerful could their abilities become? But Shun Yi didn't stop. After the first giant pillar pierced the ground, another new staff appeared in his palm, and he swung his arm to hurl it again. Then came the third, fourth, fifth. Staff shadows flew out in succession, forming streaks of afterimages in the air. Before the audience's eyes, 12 equally massive pillars descended from the sky, like 12 beams of light banishing darkness, completely encircling the two cities still under construction. For the soldiers still wearing helmets and fighting fiercely within the cities, this change was particularly stunning. Between gunfire and explosions, they looked up to see the giant light pillars surrounding the city and piercing the clouds, their fear replaced by burning passion. Brothers, fight on! Someone roared through the command channel. Don't worry about anything except fighting. Leave everything to the Panhuman Guardian Association. Leave it to hope. The tsunami was right before them, yet they still possessed hope. That hope was the Panhuman Guardian Association and the magnificent power now standing tall around them. Fight on. To the end. Voices of mutual encouragement rose and fell throughout the channel, their hearts filled with fighting spirit. At that very moment, the tops of the 12 light pillars simultaneously erupted with brilliant flames, and pale purple radiance instantly engulfed both sky and earth. In the blink of an eye, these star-like beams converged with one another, condensing into a massive column of light that pierced through the heavens, perfectly encasing both cities at its center. The overwhelming light swept across streets and buildings, even coating the dark, all-consuming tsunami with a faint layer of purple. Only then did everyone realize this was the barrier meant to hold back the apocalyptic flood. The hurricane has been blocked too. Everyone can remove their protective suits, came the calm, yet decisive voice echoing repeatedly through the command channel. Workers began unfastening the heavy clasps one by one, tossing their stifling protective gear to the ground, and lifting their faces toward the warm, yet gentle purple light above. Some instinctively took deep breaths, as if the very air had been purified, their chests no longer feeling the previous suffocation. Travel light, and keep working at full capacity. No wind feels so good, I could barely breathe before. Stay sharp, everyone. Don't mess up now and embarrass us. Haha, this light is as bright as daylight. Keep it up, keep it up. Laughter and shouts rose and fell across the construction platform. From this moment, the precious 24-hour window had begun a golden opportunity fought for by the special agents of the Panhuman Guardian Association. With this full day, they were confident they could even erect several more high-rises. Meanwhile, survivors in other cities watched through live feeds as the towering waves crashed head-on into the light column. Mountains of seawater carrying debris rolled forward like roaring warriors, striking down with tremendous force. The camera shook violently, and hearts across the world seemed to tighten in unison. However, the massive waves only created a few ripples on the light barrier before being diverted and sliding away as if they had struck an immovable mountain. The tsunami that had destroyed countless surfaces now couldn't even stir up a splash, as powerless as an ant trying to shake a tree. The wave crests were forced to flow around, continuing toward more vulnerable areas, while this purple light-covered region remained steadfast, the only sanctuary in the vast waters. As the footage gradually stabilized, the tense emotions slowly began to ease. Incredible. I thought it would be difficult, but I was overthinking it. No matter how powerful the enemy, they can only bully the weak. Legendary. We're all characters in a legend. It's over. Finally over. Comments flooded the screen frantically. Some remained immersed in the miraculous shock. Others were already envisioning post-disaster rebirth, and still others wept tears of joy at the end of the catastrophe. All these emotions churned and intertwined in the hearts of the remaining 1.3 billion people, ultimately condensing into a single phrase. We have finally won. Despite the enormous sacrifices, despite losing all the lands and cities of the past, humanity ultimately survived the apocalypse that should have destroyed everything, and civilization endured. Now, rows of brilliant fluorescent lights illuminate the ocean surface like daylight, and floating cities scattered across the globe form chains of stars. Under these lights, people push open cabin doors, step onto metal decks, and gather on broad connecting bridges and public squares. Some cry out to the heavens, others embrace tightly, and tears, laughter, and shouts interweave as they collectively release the sorrow and joy that have long accumulated within them. They have ample time to remember their fallen homeland and mourn lost loved ones. But the despair that once swept through their hearts can no longer break them. Whatever the future holds, the spirit of fighting to the end has been carved into the bones and blood of this surviving civilization. As the celebration continues, broadcasts across all cities light up simultaneously. Different languages, different voices, yet all delivering the same declaration. Since the global volcanic eruptions of June 18th, exactly 136 days have passed. These have been 136 days and nights of darkness, the most difficult period since humanity's birth. 6 billion of our fellow humans perished in this catastrophe. But we won. Through unity and courage, we crossed the threshold of the apocalypse. This disaster remains immense, yet it is no longer civilization's end. We have lost so much, yet we have defended our most precious treasure, the continuation of civilization and our future. By unanimous decision of the Global Post-Era Alliance, today is designated as the first day of the new era. We have forever lost the land, lost the old world, but we will survive with tenacious spirit in this new world, this new era, and we will become better and stronger. Welcome to the new era, the Ocean City era. From today forward, human civilization officially enters the Ocean City era, comprised of 171 floating cities. They are humanity's new land and new foundation for survival. Though their area is insignificant compared to the old continents, as this victory declaration states, humanity will tenaciously take root upon them. Having endured such disaster and victory, nothing can break them anymore. Moreover, they do not fight alone. Since the first catastrophe, the Pan-Human Protection Association has stood like a lighthouse. Now, that nearly divine figure still guards above the last 2 ocean cities under construction, providing an invisible barrier for the 24 hours of saving lives. Past, present, and future, the Protection Association continues to bring hope to humanity. Some citizens have begun to wonder what else this covenant might bring, while decision-makers like Chu Lin understand more clearly that the real trials are far from over. Food shortages, freshwater scarcity, air filtration, industrial reconstruction, environmental temperature each represents a towering wall ahead. The current ocean cities are merely temporary shelters, far from true homes. Beyond the lights lie endless darkness and roaring hurricanes, and in the not-so-distant future, there will be endless cold. While most people around the world were celebrating their safe passage through the Great Tsunami, the disaster response team sat quietly at their communication stations, waiting for Shun Yi to return after completing his 24-hour vigil over the final 2 cities. Countless questions about the Covenant, about that mysterious Pan-Human Guardian Association, churned in their minds. Time ticked by minute by minute. The final 24 hours weren't tense. The 2 cities were completed smoothly, and they even managed to squeeze out extra capacity to erect several additional high-rises. When the countdown reached 0, 2 thunderous roars echoed in succession as the last 2 cities plunged into the ocean and bobbed steadily to the surface. With this, all 100 maritime cities were complete, not one missing. These cities embodied the association's cutting-edge technology and the collective wisdom and sweat of all humanity. From the very first blueprints, their target had been today, and from this moment forward, ensuring these 100 steel islands stood firm on the planet and sheltered everyone became the shared aspiration of all. Amid the continuous cheers, Shun Yi's figure vanished, appearing the next second in the city where the disaster response team was stationed. This city was essentially no different from the other 99. Overhead, fluorescent lights cast their bewildering glow, and celebrating crowds filled the spaces between gray-white high-rises. At the center stood a windowless building like an iron fortress, housing the nuclear fusion power reactor, the city's heart, and the team was stationed near this heart. When Shun Yi stepped into the conference hall, hundreds of members rose in unison. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, yet they maintained solemnity, expressing their gratitude in silent reverence. While this victory belonged to all human civilization, it was inseparable from the Pan-Human Guardian Association's support. Without the association, no matter how desperately they fought, they would only have faced despair. Now, they wanted to understand this organization better, which was why they had gathered today. Shun Yi understood perfectly, his gaze sweeping over Hong Feizhong, Chu Lin, and others seated below before taking his place at the head of the table. The core of the covenant is actually quite simple, he said at an unhurried pace, his back straight. The Pan-Human Guardian Association will provide support for your future development, while you, within your capabilities, must also provide material and personnel support for the association's actions to protect human order in other worlds. This was tantamount to laying both power and obligation on the table, the preliminary framework in Shun Yi's mind. Provide personnel? Mo Yuanbai raised his hand and stood. I remember you mentioned, Mr. Shan, that living beings crossing parallel worlds have special requirements. This was something Shun Yi had told him on his first day in this world. As important information concerning the association, the others were already aware of it. At this moment, all eyes focused on Shun Yi. That's right. Unless extraordinary measures are taken, Only transcendent beings with sufficient power can cross into parallel worlds, and the threshold is far from low. After a brief pause, Shen Yi added, providing a limited degree of transcendent seeds is also part of the covenant. The word struck like a spark in dry tinder, and a low murmur rippled through the hall. Transcendent seeds? Even from the phrase alone, they grasped its implications. If they could wield godlike power, did that mean they might set foot on the same path? Surprise, anxiety, and anticipation surged together in every heart. Shun Yi raised his hand. The discussion ebbed quickly, and the hall fell silent once more. Transcendence isn't as simple as you imagine, he said, sitting ramrod straight, voice steady. It's a path starkly different from how most human civilizations evolve, mighty, but just as perilous. He rose as he spoke, a faint radiance spreading across his skin. They had seen him wreathed in lightning before, but this time the pressure was utterly different. With only the first stirrings, they found themselves tilting their heads back to look up at him. A dread born of the hierarchy of life rolled over them. Like creatures at the bottom of the food chain sensing the approach of an apex predator, terror detonating in their chests beyond resistance. Do you feel it? Shen Yi's eyes blazed, his whole form wrapped in a tide of light, his features already indistinct. Wherever anyone looked, there was only the torrent of surging power. Power itself has no morality, but primordial force is born with a wildness. To step into transcendence is to redefine where your species stands, and it inevitably nurtures the seed of species supremacy. His tone stayed even, yet carried an unprecedented severity. Once someone surpasses ordinary humans, will they still accept that they are human? No one in the hall dared to speak. That eye has never ceased to ponder evolution, and species supremacy has recurred throughout history. The world is unfair by nature. Different species hold different power and status, and that is a brutal fact. After the apocalypse, humans survived while countless natural creatures perished, which only sharpened the question. Shen Yi's voice rolled out again as his body lifted soundlessly into the air. Across endless worlds, innumerable transcendent beings have argued and fought over this, spawning factions, schools, and divergent evolutionary paths. But when we step beyond a single world and look to the multiverse, we, his gaze swept the assembly, have found our answer, and we hold to it with unwavering conviction. Just then, they realized the suffocating pressure of his higher tier had ebbed like a receding tide. Shen Yi still hovered aloft, lightning coursing around him. His face and eyes remained veiled in radiance. But what lingered now was awe of power, not the fear of species dominance. Within the legacy of the wizard cards, Shen Yi had long wrestled with this question and heard countless stories about it. To cross into transcendence is to face it head on, and he already held his answer. He would brand that answer, as the founders will, into the very ethos of the Panhuman Reason Guardians Association. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.